The aloof female CEO. After divorcing Lin Che, I was abducted while conducting business abroad. It was Lin Che who, risking his life, exchanged his existence for my escape. Upon my rebirth, I shall cherish him deeply and bless him with a multitude of children. The ascetic female doctor, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. That year at the bridge's edge, he returned thrice to rescue me. He became my savior and, moreover, my redemption for the remainder of my life. The wildly assertive female tycoon. Encountering someone too dazzling in my youth would lead to an everlasting obsession. Regardless of whom I meet, they all bear his shadow. The illustrious movie star. My sole desire is to perform for him alone, which exhausts all my artistry. Chapter 1. The female CEO will never divorce. Lin Che approached Jiang Liu's company with the divorce agreement in hand. Nestled in the capital, it is a Fortune 500 enterprise. Jiang Liu serves as the chairwoman and is also Lin Che's wife. Sir, may I inquire whom you seek? The attractive receptionist rose politely to ask. However, her question stung painfully. Lin Che and Jiang Liu had been married for 7 years, yet her company did not even recognize her legitimate husband's identity. He indeed felt inadequate. I'm looking for your general manager, Jiang. Lin Che cast a glance upwards. He wished to avoid causing trouble for Liu. After all, this relationship was soon to conclude. It mattered not whether her company recognized him. I am sorry, sir, but Director Jiang requires an appointment. Lin Che felt somewhat helpless. If I could secure an appointment with her, what use would you be to me? Lin Che and Jiang Liu had been childhood sweethearts, both admitted to prestigious universities simultaneously. They were considered a golden couple in the eyes of others. After graduation, Lin Che embarked on his entrepreneurial journey and earned his first pot of gold. However, Jiang Liu, who also ventured into business, encountered difficulties and was betrayed. If she could not raise $1 million, she would face imprisonment. Without hesitation, Lin Che sold his startup project and borrowed $100,000, ultimately rescuing his wife. Yet their paths diverged drastically thereafter. Jiang Liu learned from her hardships, coupled with her keen intellect, and propelled her company to a successful IPO. She became the youngest female billionaire. In contrast, Lin Che seemed to have exhausted his fortune, facing repeated failures and substantial losses, much of which was covered by his wealthy wife. Gradually, they lost common ground. Lin Che languished in a state of despair while his wife traversed domestic and international business endeavors. It had been half a month since he last stayed at home, coinciding with the onset of the 7-year itch. Lin Che had long contemplated discussing their relationship with Jiang Liu, hoping to terminate it. However, Jiang Liu always claimed to be too busy. Even seeing each other became a luxury. Thus, Lin Che directly confronted her at her company. Please contact your chairwoman and inform her that Lin Che is here. Lin Che's expression bore signs of impatience. The receptionist promptly nodded in agreement. After a while, she returned. Sir, Director Jiang is on the 88th floor. I will swipe you in with my special access card. The receptionist's demeanor towards Lin Che shifted. She regarded him with newfound admiration, perceiving him as suddenly more handsome. It is noteworthy that the 88th floor houses Director Jiang's private office, where entry is permitted only to her personal secretary. Occasionally, when working late, she would even stay there overnight. It was evident that this man had a unique relationship with the chairwoman. On the 88th floor, Jiang Liu abruptly roused from her reverie in her executive chair. Clad in a professional suit, she exuded an aura of cool detachment. Her legs, ensconced in stockings, were alluringly elongated. At merely 28 years of age, she had ascended to become a female tycoon, looking remarkably unchanged since her university days. Her skin was delicate, captivatingly beautiful. Her enchanting eyes gradually regained composure from shock, realizing she was still in the country, in her familiar office. Am I back? Her expression flickered with momentary bewilderment before she quickly glanced at the time. It was once again January 1st, New Year's Day. She touched her ample bosom, the solid sensation grounding her heart. Indeed, she had been reborn, emerging from profound sorrow. In her previous life, she had divorced her husband, Lin Che, and became consumed by her career. 3 months post-divorce, a remarkably elegant and gentle male so entered her life. Initially, Jiang Liu felt indifferent towards him. Their interactions were strictly business-related. Yet, he frequently invited her to dinner under the guise of business engagements. However, Jiang Liu's heart remained steadfastly devoted to Lin Che, though it seemed impossible to reclaim their past. Eventually, the male CEO proposed a lucrative project abroad and invited Jiang Liu to participate. At that time, she felt a twinge of doubt, yet his intentions were well concealed. To ensnare her, he invested 3 years in orchestrating the scheme. Ultimately, that trip nearly cost her life. The male CEO was, in fact, part of a criminal gang targeting female billionaires. Jiang Liu was kidnapped and held for ransom. In the end, it was Lin Che who, against all odds, exerted immense pressure on the media and authorities. He liquidated his assets and single-handedly gathered the funds to rescue Jiang Liu. Though the perpetrators released her, Lin Che's knowledge of their operations ultimately led to his demise beneath the waves. Upon returning to the country, Jiang Liu fell into a deep depression, drowning in the sorrow of her husband's sacrifice. She was unable to escape her grief, even contemplating suicide with sleeping pills. Months of decline culminated in her rebirth. She realized that aside from her parents, the only person capable of loving her was Lin Che, whom she had known for 14 years. What was 7 years of it compared to this? They had endured 2 such crises and had long since intertwined their lives. Having been reborn, she viewed life with newfound clarity. What was the value of wealth? Her only desire was to love her husband genuinely and live a simple life with Lin Che, welcoming several children into their world. They had journeyed from high school to university and married immediately upon graduation. Supporting one another, they had forged their current success. It was time to relish their life together. She would never again consider divorcing the man who loved her so deeply. Never. Lin Che arrived at the 88th floor and knocked on the door. "Come in." Jiang Liu composed herself. Moments ago, the front desk had called to inform her that a man named Lin Che wished to meet her. A sense of trepidation enveloped her, for after her divorce from her husband on this very day in her past life, she had never laid eyes on him again. It was only after being deceived abroad and subsequently kidnapped on a small island that Lin Che, armed with money, came to rescue her. He was battered and bloodied, having been brutally thrown into the sea. That was the last time she saw him, gazing at him from a distance through the glass of the cabin, watching him on the deck. By that reckoning, it had been nearly 3 years since their last encounter. From the beginning of high school until now, this marked the longest separation they had endured. Jiang Liu's heart raced uncontrollably. Lin Che entered with a stoic expression. He was strikingly handsome, having been the heartthrob in both high school and university. Compared to those days, his complexion appeared somewhat dulled, his hair disheveled, and his beard was not cleanly shaven. Jiang Liu also wished for her husband to regain his spirit. However, it seemed he had exhausted all his luck, failing at every endeavor. Thus, she suggested, why not abandon the pursuit of entrepreneurship? Allow me to support you for a lifetime. Yet, those words deeply wounded Lin Che's pride, plunging him further into despair, ultimately leading to their divorce. Lin Che slowly approached the desk and placed the divorce agreement upon it. "Leo, let us divorce. Please review the contents of the divorce agreement. I do not seek your money. The funds I supported you with over the years have already been repaid. We owe nothing to one another." He continued, "I have already signed it. If you have the time, we can proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce." The joy of rebirth that Jiang Liu had once felt was now doused with cold water. The man before her was the hero who had risked his life to save her, the one who, bloodied and kneeling on the deck, still managed to offer her a smile. He was her beloved, who had cherished her for 14 years. Jiang Liu would never agree to divorce. Chapter 2. Husband, I will gradually mend our relationship. Jiang Liu felt a pang of regret. She had already ascended to the status of the wealthiest woman in the world. Yet she found herself questioning what she was still striving for. It seemed that work had become her sole purpose. But how could work be regarded as the ultimate goal? It was merely a process, a means to enhance the beauty of life. She recalled the conversations shared in bed with Lin Che upon her graduation. "Darling, let's earn well. Once we accumulate 5 million, we can deposit it in the bank and retire to live off the interest. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" At that time, their greatest aspiration was to amass 5 million, deposit it, and wake each day to the sweet bounty of interest. They dreamt of traveling, hiking, riding through the vast grasslands, and herding livestock, each cherished desire now discarded like refuse. Jiang Liu now possessed hundreds of millions. Yet not a single dream spoken in the warmth of their embrace had been realized. A bitter lump formed in her throat. "Darling, I don't want a divorce." Lin Che was momentarily taken aback. The signs over the past days suggested that Jiang Liu had long ceased to love him. She could go half a month without returning home, even choosing to sleep in her office. Even if she had not fallen for another, it seemed inevitable. After 7 years of marriage, their love stood precariously on the edge of a cliff. Lin Che did not wish to become a burdensome liability. He dreaded the thought of reporters inquiring about Jiang Liu's husband. He had searched online and found numerous videos where Jiang Liu refrained from mentioning him, perhaps out of fear of his shame. After all, how could a man devoid of any talent, perpetually failing in his endeavors, ever be worthy of the wealthiest woman? Jiang Liu currently obscured his identity with her wealth, but how long could such concealment last? Sooner or later, his true identity would be revealed, affecting both him and Liu profoundly. "Liu, we can never return to the way things were. I'm merely a burden now. In 7 years of marriage, your visits home have become increasingly infrequent. We don't even have a child. Do you know what my mother thinks? She believes there is something wrong with me and insists I see a traditional Chinese doctor. And my father has passed away without ever seeing his grandchild." Jiang Liu often returned home late, and Lin Che, feeling resentful, pretended to be asleep, closing the bedroom door to avoid her. Unwilling to disturb him, Jiang Liu opted to sleep in a different room, leading to a gradual physical separation. It had been over half a year since they had been intimate. Lin Che gazed at the unattainable flower, the CO's wife, his heart aching as if a piece had been severed. Yet he believed it better to endure short-term pain than prolonged suffering. Divorce was inevitable. I understand your fear of mentioning me in the media. Once we are divorced, you need not worry. I will not disclose that we were ever married. This way, you can safeguard your reputation. His words pierced Jiang Liu's heart. She did not wish to keep their relationship a secret, but the implications of a wealthy woman's private life were colossal. She did not want either of them to be subjected to media scrutiny, but Lin Che misunderstood her concerns as a fear of tarnishing her image. She recognized her own fault in never having explained her position, as she spent her days away from home. Husband, please, let us not divorce. We dreamed of a beautiful life together when we were young, yet not a single aspiration has come to fruition. I take full responsibility for this. From now on, I will be a good wife, and we shall rekindle the romance we once shared. Her voice quivered with unshed tears, as it had been 3 years since she last saw her husband. During her abduction abroad, Lin Che had ventured alone to rescue her, armed only with money to negotiate with the kidnappers. As a key witness, he was ultimately submerged beneath the waves. The smile he left behind became a dull blade, gradually shredding his own heart. Without Lin Che, Jiang Liu's nights were plagued by nightmares, culminating in a severe bout of depression. Now that she finally stood before the man she loved, she would not relinquish him again. However, Lin Che could not fathom what sorrow gripped her. Their emotions had long since become as bland as water. Divorce was merely a formality. They had emotionally and physically severed their ties long ago. Adding a certificate to their situation would change nothing. Lin Che suspected Jiang Liu feared he would claim part of her wealth or damage her reputation in the press. She thought too ill of him. His resolve to divorce grew stronger. You may consult a professional lawyer and address any grievances regarding the divorce agreement. Feel free to amend it. Regardless, we must conclude this chapter. I hope that when I come by tomorrow, you will have signed the divorce papers. With that, Lin Che departed from her company. He resolved to no longer rely on her wealth or reside in her villa. He needed to devise a means of self-sustenance. Presently, he had a studio, albeit one that was losing money, and he needed to seek investment. He spent the afternoon sifting through the contact numbers of potential investors, all of whom had previously turned him down. One woman, however, expressed a keen interest in investing. Liu Yishuang, a former university classmate. Liu Yishuang had a wealthy father and was involved in various investment ventures domestically. It was undeniable that her investment acumen was sharp, having successfully taken several studios public. Her own worth had soared to billions. Domestic media often compared her to the aloof and wealthy Jiang Liu, as both were strikingly beautiful and graduates of the same prestigious university. However, their personalities were starkly different. Jiang Liu was distant and cold toward outsiders, revealing her warmth only to those closest to her. In contrast, Liu Yishuang was sociable, well acquainted with everyone in the industry. In the end, Lin Che set Liu Yishuang's information aside. He could not possibly turn to her immediately after divorcing Liu, as it would paint him as someone who could only live off other success. Suddenly, a sultry voice interrupted his thoughts. "Is your boss here?" Liu Yishuang entered, carrying a lunchbox. "Mr. Lin, I brought some homemade food I couldn't finish and thought I'd share it with you." She blinked her beautiful eyelashes playfully. Lin Che felt a mix of exasperation and intrigue. Liu Yishuang had recently opened an investment firm with only a few employees and had moved into the office above his 6 months prior. She often had her housekeeper prepare 2 meals. Lin Che was not oblivious to Liu Yishuang's flirtations. Back in university, she had made her interest evident, often seeking opportunities to interact with him. They had even shared a harrowing experience during a student council-organized night hike, where they had gotten separated from the group amidst thick fog. Liu Yishuang had twisted her ankle, and despite his exhaustion, Lin Che had carried her along the treacherous mountain path. Eventually, he had to leave her, giving her his jacket and the only flashlight to seek help. Everything seemed to have been predetermined in the shadows after that incident. Lin Che intentionally maintained his distance from her. With graduation approaching, everyone was exceedingly busy. Soon after, she went abroad, and they lost all contact. However, 6 months ago, he unexpectedly moved into the apartment above hers. Lin Che, still married, could not possibly engage in any affair with her. "Yishuang, I'm not hungry yet. Why don't you check with the others if they want anything?" Liu Yishuang was not offended. She had grown accustomed to it. Wealthy and beautiful, suitors flocked to her from Beijing to Paris. She simply could not fathom why she couldn't win over this man. She sauntered around the table, her voluptuous form clad in uniform, and perched herself on Lin Che's office chair. My meal is only for you, she declared. At that moment, Jiang Liu entered, having walked over from a nearby office, intending to call her husband to join her for lunch, hoping to mend their relationship. Yet, upon entering the office, she found a stunning beauty seated in her husband's chair, speaking in a manner laced with intimacy. Chapter 3. Husband, how does it taste? Jiang Liu and Lu Yishuang's eyes locked, and the atmosphere in the office crackled with tension. The other employees, sensing the brewing storm, promptly exclaimed, "Oh dear, I'm hungry. Let's go eat," and hastily departed, leaving only the three of them behind. The legitimate couple stood awkwardly, while the outsider, Lu Yishuang, lounged in Lin Che's office chair, seemingly oblivious to the tension. Stretching her long, alluring legs clad in sheer stockings, more enchanting than any star. Lu Yishuang, what brings you to my husband's office? Jiang Liu inquired coldly. Lu Yishuang reclined in the chair, toying with her manicured nails. I came to catch up with an old classmate. Is that so sensitive? You two are practically an old married couple by now. Perhaps you're both tired of each other. Her words dripped with seduction, a deliberate provocation. Jiang Liu crossed her arms and leaned against the doorframe. Whether we are tired of each other is none of your concern. You have no right to meddle here. Leave. Her voice was frigid. As the wealthiest woman, no one dared defy her when she was angry. Yet, Lu Yishuang's status was different. She was affluent in her own right and had influential connections. I came to discuss a potential collaboration with Lin Che. What gives you the authority to dismiss me? Lu Yishuang winked at Lin Che, her eyes sparkling with allure, more tempting than the legendary Daji. Jiang Liu could hardly believe it. Her former rival from university had returned 7 years later, attempting to steal her home. How shameless! Lin Che glanced at Lu Yishuang, who sat there unabashedly. He found no justification to eject her. Turning to Jiang Liu, he coldly asked, "What brings you to my office unannounced? This little place is not easy to find. Is it?" Jiang Liu was taken aback. Had their relationship truly deteriorated to this extent? Or was it possible that her husband had developed feelings for someone else, prompting a divorce? I wanted to invite you to lunch. It isn't far from here. Lin Che regarded her, suddenly adding, "Is this a farewell meal before our divorce?" The words ignited excitement in Lu Yishuang, who had waited for years. Had the heavens sent her an opportunity? Jiang Liu's expression darkened, particularly at the sight of Lu Yishuang's eager eyes. "No, husband, I never wanted a divorce." She shook her head vehemently, casting a sharp glare at Lu Yishuang, asserting her claim. "Lin Che is my man, and I will not let you take him away. Though I may have neglected him before, I now recognize my errors. From now on, I will cherish him as my greatest love, ensuring he never feels sorrow again." Lin Che stared at her for several seconds, then noticed her gaze shift towards Lu Yishuang. He understood. It was her competitive spirit at play. She had never cared for herself, yet possessed a formidable desire to win, evidenced by her ascent to become the wealthiest woman. Lu Yishuang's sudden appearance in his office had successfully awakened that competitive urge within her, motivating her to fight against the divorce. "I have no relationship with her. Rest assured, even if we divorce, I will not pursue anything with her. Furthermore, I will avoid any exposure in the media regarding our relationship. You need not worry about your reputation," Lin Che stated, his words devoid of warmth, leaving Jiang Liu feeling desolate. "Husband, please don't say that. It pains me." Jiang Liu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The typically aloof CEO had transformed into a weeping girl in front of Lin Che, having faced life and death. He had once saved her from a kidnapping abroad, exchanging his life for hers. The memory of his innocent smile as he pushed her away from danger had left an indelible mark on her heart. In that moment, she realized that Lin Che's significance in her life surpassed that of anyone else. They were lovers, but also family, having shared 14 years together. Beside them, Lu Yishuang taunted, "Oh my, the aloof CEO is quite the actress." Was it acting that captured Lin Che's heart back then? Lu Yishuang had been drawn to Lin Che during their university days, enamored not only by his handsome appearance, but also by his gentle and resilient nature. Among all the boys she encountered, he was the only one who consistently ran laps on the track every night for 4 years without fail. Even after moving abroad, Lu Yishuang kept a close watch on Lin Che's life. She had heard that he sold his entrepreneurial team to make amends for Jiang Liu's mistakes, amassing a mountain of debt in the process. This alone cemented Lin Che's image as a good man in Lu Yishuang's eyes. Handsome, good-tempered, resilient, and deeply devoted to his wife. For a wealthy woman like Lu Yishuang, he was irresistibly attractive. Thus, upon learning of the strain in Lin Che and Jiang Liu's relationship, she hurriedly relocated her investment firm back to Beijing, initially believing their troubles to be mere bumps in the road, only to discover they had reached the brink of divorce. Jiang Liu strode to the desk in her high heels, forcefully slamming a document down. "My relationship with my husband is none of your business." Her gaze was fierce, embodying the authority of a CEO. Others might have quailed, but Lu Yishuang was unfazed. You are about to divorce, both emotionally and legally. He will soon cease to be your husband. You no longer have the right to make decisions for him. Lin Che observed two women on the verge of a quarrel in his office. He promptly expelled them both. Subsequently, he ventured out alone for a meal. During this time, he was beset by a sudden and intense pain in his chest. How could he not love Jiang Liu? Yet, divorce was an inevitable conclusion. She had long ceased to harbor affection for him. Her declaration today, expressing a desire to avoid divorce, was clearly intended for Lu Yishuang's ears. The competitive spirit of women, particularly that of a female CEO like Jiang Liu, would never allow her to be outdone by another woman. He could not allow himself to become a mere fool in this scenario. The divorce must proceed. Lin Che returned home late, finding no one awaited him. His return felt inconsequential. Thus, he lingered in the office until 7 or 8 o'clock. To his surprise, upon entering his house, he noticed the lights on the first floor were illuminated and a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. He distinctly remembered not having summoned the housekeeper today. Yet, as he stepped inside, he was greeted by the sight of Jiang Liu. She had not even changed out of her professional attire, which accentuated her alluring figure, rivaling that of any star. Uncharacteristically, she donned an apron, emerging from the kitchen with a plate of braised ribs. The juxtaposition of her business outfit and the apron created a striking contrast. Upon seeing Lin Che return, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Darling, I just learned to make braised ribs. Do taste it and let me know how it is." Lin Che was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly his wife? The aloof CEO, Jiang Liu? In his memory, she had not cooked in 5 or 6 years. Chapter 4. How to Please My Husband. Darling, today is New Year's Day. Due to my own reasons, we haven't spent New Year's together for several years. Jiang Liu paused. I will do my utmost to make up for it, starting today. Lin Che suspected she had succumbed to some strange affliction. Had she been possessed by a spirit, causing this sudden shift? In past festivities, she had never concerned herself with such matters, solely focused on her career. Her early return today to prepare a meal for him, coupled with her insistence on celebrating New Year's together, suggested she had been provoked during the day. Her competitive nature was indeed at play. Lin Che accepted the plate of braised ribs from her hand. Upon witnessing his acceptance, a glimmer of joy illuminated Jiang Liu's eyes. Her heart swelled with happiness. After all, she had toiled for an entire afternoon to master this dish. As long as her husband enjoyed it, her efforts were not in vain. Yet, Lin Che soon placed the dish on the table and turned to ask, I understand we were unable to communicate openly at noon due to Lin Yishuang's presence. Now we can clarify things. Why have you suddenly decided against divorce? His earlier good mood was abruptly doused with cold water. Jiang Liu felt a pang in her heart. Why must he mention Lin Yishuang the moment he returned home? It left her feeling extremely uncomfortable. I have never stated my intention to divorce, she murmured, unable to meet Lin Che's gaze as she sat on the sofa. Lin Che perceived a tangible change in her demeanor. One day, they were distant spouses, and the next, she acted as if they were a couple in the throes of romance. Videos he had watched suggested that such emotional shifts indicated a sense of guilt from the woman. Could it be that she had developed feelings for someone else? He had previously harbored suspicions, especially since Jiang Liu often spent weeks away from home. However, with their impending divorce, he resolved to remain indifferent. Seated at the dining table, he took a bite of the ribs. This is quite delicious, he remarked. Jiang Liu lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with hope. His praise for her culinary skills indicated that he still loved her. Yet the very next moment, Lin Che added, but please refrain from making it again. It's a waste of food. Coughing slightly, Lin Che frowned and took a sip of water. Out of courtesy, he did not spit it out, but forced himself to swallow. He then filled his mouth with a couple more bites of coarse grain before retreating upstairs. Jiang Liu, seated on the sofa, pouted in distress. This was the result of her entire afternoon's labor. Had it been during their courtship, he would have lauded her efforts and devoured every morsel on the plate. The usually strong Jiang Liu felt utterly exhausted, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. If he doesn't want to eat, so be it. Why shouldn't I be able to cook? She grumbled. Taking a seat in the spot Lin Che had just vacated, she took a bite of the rib he had left behind. Ugh, this is so salty, she exclaimed, realizing it tasted as if it had been plucked straight from a salt shaker. Glancing up at the stairs, Jiang Liu noted that despite the excessive salt, he hadn't spat out the bite he had taken. Perhaps he still loved her, after all. Yet, his demeanor had undoubtedly changed. The continuous setbacks had dulled his spirit, rendering him less expressive, and Jiang Liu herself was emotionally inexperienced. Having known Lin Che since high school, their relationship had always felt familial, devoid of romantic pretense. Thus, she was at a loss when it came to matters of love. Consequently, She opened her phone and consulted her versatile assistant. Chanchian, have you started dating recently? What are men like? Jiang Liu preferred youthful and vibrant assistants, and Zhang Chanchian, a college student she had hired, was precisely that. With a young assistant, she could grasp the preferences of a younger generation and adjust company strategies accordingly. Moreover, young people could provide her with invaluable insights into life matters. For instance, Jiang Liu was eager to learn how to win over a man, and who better to ask than a 20-something university student? If she had employed a middle-aged aunt or uncle as her assistant, it would have been impossible to pose such questions after working hours. Before long, Zhang Chanchian replied, Chairman Jiang, men typically favor luxury watches, designer clothing, and high-end cars. Of course, the assistant teased, withholding further details. Men particularly like black stockings. Just like my boyfriend, who has been insisting I wear a uniform outfit today. Chairman Jiang, is there anything else? If not, my boyfriend is calling me. Jiang Liu replied, I hope you both enjoy yourselves at home. The assistant responded, staying home isn't much fun. One must seek excitement outside. The youth of today certainly knew how to have a good time. Jiang Liu reflected on her own youth with Lin Che. They had both come from humble beginnings, unable to afford luxury cars or designer watches. Later, when Lin Che became affluent, she had stumbled into trouble, causing him to spend all his savings to rescue her, leaving him burdened with debt. From that moment, their outlook shifted. They became cautious with money, prioritizing savings for emergencies. As Jiang Liu rapidly ascended to become a wealthy businesswoman, she found herself owning only a lavish apartment and 2 cars, one for each of them. It was not that she clung to old habits of frugality. Rather, she simply could not fathom a reason to spend money. No wonder my husband has grown distant. I've gone all these years without gifting him even a watch or a luxury car. He must think I don't love him, hence his desire for divorce. In truth, Jiang Liu had overlooked this crucial aspect. Had Lin Che asked her for such gifts, she would have readily handed him a bank card with billions without a second thought. The root of the problem lay here. Lin Che, too, was proud. Having graduated from a prestigious university and achieved success in his first entrepreneurial venture, he would undoubtedly feel too embarrassed to ask. With a solution in mind, Jiang Liu swiftly made a phone call. Hello, Nick. Please prepare luxury cars, prestigious watches, leather shoes, ties, and clothing for men. How many can you arrange? Get as many as possible and have them delivered to my underground parking garage in an hour. Money is no object. I want the most expensive items. Nick is her personal assistant. Once the arrangements were made, Jiang Liu felt a surge of confidence. Today is New Year's Day, the perfect opportunity for me to strike back. After a while, I'll call my husband downstairs, casually suggesting we go out for a walk. Then, I'll showcase the luxury cars and watches in the garage, presenting them as his New Year's gift. Seeking a bit of excitement outside also sounds appealing. Indeed, the younger generation knows how to enjoy life. I won't be returning tonight. I'll head to my usual hotel. It has been ages since we shared the same bed. The thought alone made Jiang Liu's heart race with anticipation. In just half an hour, Nick announced that everything was ready. In truth, Nick was unaware that the female CEO had a husband. Previously, Lin Che had always purchased his own clothes, and Nick was solely responsible for Jiang Liu's wardrobe. Today, when the boss unexpectedly requested men's watches and luxury cars, it left Nick astounded. Who is this young man who has captured Director Zhang's attention? He has bypassed 50 years of struggle. Moreover, Jiang Liu is no less impressive than the celebrity seen on television. That man is truly fortunate. Jiang Liu gazed at the photos sent by Nick. Although she didn't quite understand men's accessories or luxury vehicles, she knew they had to be expensive. Excitedly, she knocked on her husband's door, eager to reveal these treasures to him. Chapter 5. Wearing her husband's favorite clothes. Knock, knock. Fearing he might be displeased, Jiang Liu knocked politely. This was also her room. 3 years prior, after successfully taking her company public, she used her first earnings to purchase a grand villa, a dream they had cherished for a long time. They happily moved into the most comfortable, spacious room, reveling in each other's company, reluctant to rise from bed. At times, sunlight would pour through the windows while Jiang Liu lay atop Lin Che. The curtains remained undrawn, as the villas were spaced far apart, rendering them invisible to outsiders. At that time, Lin Che had just sold his first venture, rescuing his wife. Although he had faced 2 setbacks since, he remained optimistic. Thus, when his wife's company went public, Lin Che was genuinely delighted, as it was his efforts that had saved it. He fantasized about a resurgence of his own, believing he would soon catch up to his wife. However, 3 years later, after numerous ups and downs, Lin Che's spirit had been utterly crushed. He continued to reside in that room, waiting each night for his wife to return so they could be together. Yet, he ultimately felt like a widower awaiting a spouse who never returned. Jiang Liu became increasingly absorbed in her work, opting to stay at the company for convenience. causing a rift between them. Even when she returned home, she refrained from disturbing him, choosing instead to occupy the adjacent room. Lin Che hesitated to lower his pride to seek her out. Misunderstandings often arise from both parties' unwillingness to yield. Having faced life and death, Jiang Liu had come to see things with clarity. That is why she now chose to humble herself, seeking to please her beloved husband. The bedroom door swung open, revealing Lin Che, his hair disheveled, a notebook in hand. "What is the matter?" he inquired. Jiang Liu pouted and tugged at his shirt. "This is also my room. I wish to stay here." Lin Che paused, then suddenly realized her intent. She was asking him to leave. Yet, this was only natural. The villa was hers. And this room was her favorite, the largest with the best lighting. "Wait a moment. I'll move out shortly," Lin Che replied, proceeding to gather his belongings. Jiang Liu had not returned to stay in this room for a long time, and Lin Che had set up a large table on the balcony for work, cluttered with various documents. Moving everything wouldn't be a quick task. However, since Jiang Liu had urged him to leave, Lin Che felt no need to protest. As he packed, Jiang Liu cautiously approached and gently embraced his waist, her ample bosom pressed against his back. Though she was an icy beauty, her figure was undeniably alluring. Once, someone had initiated a forum discussion on who the perfect wife was, and Jiang Liu had emerged victorious, surpassing numerous celebrities. Her attributes as a devoted wife left a stirring impression on many men. Lin Che's movements faltered, a sudden pang of pain gripping his heart. Was she seeking to leave him with one last affectionate embrace? She held him for a while before he gently pushed her away. "Have you signed the divorce agreement? Has your lawyer reviewed it? I downloaded a template online, so please ensure it won't adversely affect you later." Lin Che felt grateful to Jiang Liu, even in divorce. He would never act in a way that could harm her. "Husband, I do not wish to divorce." Jiang Liu's tone grew firmer. "I cannot lose you." When she was kidnapped abroad, the only ones who truly cared were her parents, frantic yet powerless. Other relatives were only eager to divide her fortune, wishing she would never return. Her employees had shown no genuine concern, despite her providing them with the best benefits and treating them humanely. At that critical moment, no one had truly come to her aid. Only Lin Che had been there for her. He was her only reliable support. Even if they divorced, she could remarry at any time, as suitors could fill the Pacific Ocean. But how many truly loved her? Most were after her wealth or her body. Only Lin Che had journeyed with her from hardship to success. Their bond transcended mere affection. They had become one. Jiang Liu now yearned to have a child with Lin Che. He had expressed his desire multiple times, but Jiang Liu, engrossed in her career, had viewed motherhood as a burden, fearing the physical toll it would take. However, now, the longing for their child outweighed all obstacles. Lin Che pushed her away, his gaze as still as a deep well. "You do not fear losing me. Rather, you instinctively fear the thought of it. Our time together has been ample. Yet this fear may hinder our growth, even our happiness. Look at the past few years. Although we are married, we sleep in separate rooms and go days without seeing each other. This is not the life you desire, nor is it the one I want. Taking this step might liberate us both." Lin Che had contemplated this for a long time and was resolute in his thoughts. Her sudden desire to reconcile felt more like a primal fear than a genuine wish to stay in love. A divorce might be the best course for both of them. Jiang Liu shook her head, unwilling to confront Lin Che's words, and quickly changed the subject. "Husband, today is New Year's Day. Will you accompany me to see the fireworks? I have prepared a surprise for you in the garage." Lin Che set aside the draft he had been working on. "So you do remember that holidays are meant for family." Though he spoke with an air of calmness, the underlying resentment was palpable. It was during last year's Qingming festival when they had been together. Lin Che had informed Jiang Liu a month in advance that they would pay respects to his father. Lin's father had cherished Jiang Liu dearly in life, believing that marrying her was akin to a stroke of divine fortune for their family. Thus, Lin Che felt compelled to ensure Jiang Liu accompanied him to the grave, treating it as a request rather than a demand. To facilitate this arrangement, he not only informed her a month in advance, but also reminded her daily to prevent any confusion regarding the date or potential scheduling conflicts. This level of commitment for a simple holiday brought forth the question, was there any reason to continue this relationship? Jiang Liu lowered her head, wishing she could vanish into thin air. It dawned on her that all the faults lay with her. Even though Lin Che was preoccupied with his career, he made it a point to return home each evening to celebrate the holidays, striving to spend time with both families. Yet, she had failed to accomplish even a single one of these tasks. "Husband, I was wrong. From now on, during significant holidays, I will definitely be at home with you." Lin Che sighed. With divorce imminent, he would not demand any promises from her. "Let us go. It's time to change clothes." Change clothes? Jiang Liu suddenly recalled what Qian had said about black stockings. Could it be that she and Lin Che had only engaged in playful intimacy during their youth? It had been 3 or 4 years since they had deliberately indulged in such frivolities. Was it possible that he was finally interested in her again? Or was this merely a final attempt to satisfy some lingering desire before parting ways? A surge of joy washed over Jiang Liu, regardless of his intentions. It at least proved that her body still held some allure for him. Surely, she could entice him to reconsider their separation. In truth, Lin Che was merely contemplating accompanying his wife to watch the New Year's fireworks one last time before their divorce, and there was nothing wrong with that. However, Jiang Liu, still clad in her professional attire, was clearly not suitable for such an outing. Of course, she needed to change her outfit. After changing, Lin Che waited in the living room, pondering what she could possibly be taking so long for. He had grown accustomed to women taking at least half an hour to prepare before stepping out. Thus, he returned his focus to his project. Suddenly, a message popped up on his phone. "Mr. Lin, it's time for your treatment tomorrow." It was from Dr. Wen, a physician at a private hospital. He had met Dr. Wen Shuyu 6 months prior when he brought his mother in for heart treatment. After several failed entrepreneurial ventures, Lin Che was in a dire emotional state. One day, he had wandered into the psychological consultation room by chance and met Dr. Wen, whose gentle and patient demeanor made a lasting impression on him. She had diagnosed him with mild depression and recommended weekly treatments. Lin Che complied with her advice, as he felt he could not afford to be selfish and risk his own well-being when he had a mother to care for. He typed back, "All right, Dr. Wen, I will be there at 9 tomorrow." After sending the message, he leaned back. This meant that his work schedule would be further compromised. The current project was fraught with difficulties, facing funding shortages and insufficient testing time. Lin Che lacked a successful background, and many investors shied away from him after conducting background checks. His team consisted solely of individuals he had personally recruited from universities, funding their salaries through bank loans. What would happen if he could no longer afford to pay them? Was he truly prepared to disband the team? He recalled Lu Yishuang. Did she see potential in him? After all, she was a renowned investor and unlikely to engage in unwise ventures. Yet, the mere thought of such absurdity made Lin Che feel increasingly juvenile. Lu Yishuang had shown interest in him during their university days, perhaps out of nostalgia for their past relationship. Moreover, the competitive spirit among women was fierce. Jiang Liu and Lu Yishuang had once clashed over who would win the title of campus beauty. Now, with Lin Che caught in the crossfire, it was clear they were merely vying for superiority rather than expressing genuine affection. Lin Che could only manage a bitter smile, realizing he had become a pawn in their rivalry. However, should the situation become dire, he would have to consider Lu Yishuang's investment. He would never seek financial assistance from Jiang Liu, as he felt indebted to her for the substantial support she had already provided. In contrast, he would not feel the same burden with Lu Yishuang, as they would have a contractual agreement, allowing him to repay her. But with Jiang Liu, there would be no contract, and she would never demand repayment, even if he offered. The notion felt akin to living off a woman's generosity, rendering his entrepreneurial pursuits utterly ridiculous. Lin Che would never tread that path. Why isn't she out yet? He glanced at his watch, realizing he had waited nearly an hour. Growing impatient, he glanced up the stairs. Suddenly, a breathtaking beauty descended the staircase. Jiang Liu was adorned in red stilettos, black stockings, a snug high-neck sweater, and a chestnut-colored coat. Her thick hair cascaded over her shoulders like a silken waterfall, exuding a cool elegance that contrasted sharply with her alluring attire. Lin Che couldn't help but acknowledge that Jiang Liu was stunningly beautiful, especially with her long legs accentuated by the black stockings that peeked from beneath her coat. "What are you wearing?" Lin Che furrowed his brow. Jiang Liu approached him, saying, "It's New Year's Day. I wanted to look presentable to bring you some pride. If only Christmas hadn't passed, I would have worn a reindeer outfit." At Christmas, Jiang Liu had yet to be reborn and had not yet realized her love for her husband. Lin Che, the image of the aloof, glamorous CEO Jiang Liu in this ensemble was strikingly contrasting. She had once been his, but now her brilliance overshadowed him entirely. In truth, if Lin Che were to groom himself, trim his hair, shave, and don a well-fitted outfit, he too could be quite handsome. Yet, after a series of entrepreneurial failures, his outlook had darkened, and he exuded an aura of gloom. Waiting for her to change again would only prolong the ordeal. "Let us just go," Lin Che decided. Opening the door, Jiang Liu hurried to catch up. Upon entering the elevator, Lin Che pressed the button for the first floor, while Jiang Liu pressed for the basement. "What are we doing in the garage?" "I thought we were going for a walk," Lin Che asked, frowning. "Husband, I bought you a New Year's gift." "It's in the garage," Jiang Liu replied confidently. Since starting her own business, she had not purchased anything for him, assuming that if Lin Che wanted something, he would simply buy it himself, as he certainly had the means. However, this line of thinking had led to a growing emotional distance between them. To maintain the freshness in their marriage, they needed to introduce more interaction, even if it was for something easily attainable. But Jiang Liu had previously been unaware of this and had forgotten it entirely. It was only after losing Lin Che in her past life that she realized nothing was as important as him. Yet, Lin Che remained skeptical, as he found it hard to reconcile the fact that a woman who had been so indifferent to him just yesterday was now presenting herself with such enthusiasm. Having been absent from home for over 10 days, upon your presentation of the divorce agreement, an unexpected shift occurred. It was only natural for anyone to find this peculiar. Could it be that, prior to the dissolution of their union, she sought to compensate herself? Perhaps she aimed to divert her attention away from his considerable assets? This interpretation stands as the sole reasonable explanation. Upon arriving at the underground garage and beholding the luxury vehicles, Lin Che's conviction solidified. After all these years, how could she possibly bestow upon him such exquisite gifts without reason? It was undoubtedly a maneuver to partition their wealth. He cared little for these possessions. A mere functional vehicle sufficed, and he had no inclination to wear a watch, relying instead on his phone. You may reclaim these items. I require nothing else from you. Lin Che's heart turned to ice. It dawned upon him that after 14 years of childhood companionship and 7 years of marriage, she intended to placate him with material goods. This realization left Lin Che feeling utterly insulted. Jiang Liu, taken aback by Lin Che's frigid words, stood frozen in place. How did this differ from what Zhang Qianqian had conveyed? Did not all men crave such possessions? Yet, Zhang Qianqian was not entirely mistaken. As a recent graduate from an ordinary family, she and her boyfriend prioritized material wealth. However, Jiang Liu and Lin Che were not of the same ilk. What they lacked was a rekindling of emotional connections, not any so-called external commodities. I am weary today. I wish to return and rest. You should do the same. With that, Lin Che strode directly toward the staircase. Jiang Liu gazed at the silhouette of her husband, biting her red lip, her eyes betraying a burgeoning moisture. Darling, I cannot bear to lose you. In my past life, I err by being so indifferent. I should never have divorced you. In this life, I shall never leave your side. Yet, Jiang Liu found herself at a loss as to how to win her husband back. She glanced at her phone. Qianqian, that girl, was far too young to offer any useful advice. Moreover, the young couple was likely enraptured in their own romantic bliss. As a business owner, she could not exploit her employees at such a late hour. Thus, she thought of her dear friend. This cherished companion was someone Jiang Liu had met after embarking on her entrepreneurial journey, their paths intersecting through various projects. Their temperaments aligned perfectly, forging a bond of sisterhood. Once settled in the luxury car, Jiang Liu wiped away her tears and typed a message to her confidant. Doctor, I seek your counsel. How can I reclaim my husband? Chapter 7, A Friend's Strategy. When Shuyu removed her doctor's coat, revealing her flawless figure. Unlike Jiang Liu's aloof demeanor, she exuded warmth that was quintessential for her role as a physician. Having treated a friend suffering from insomnia late into the evening, she was acutely aware that dinner time had long passed. Just as she changed her attire, her phone buzzed with a message from her dear friend, inquiring about how to salvage her marriage. But wait, she mused, recalling Jiang Liu's mention of her husband being her childhood sweetheart since high school. After 14 years, had they encountered a romantic crisis? When she replied, Sister, I am not married. How could I possibly know how to win back a husband? Jiang Liu, lying on her bed, felt a pang of frustration at her friend's naivete. Sister, how old are you? You ought to find a good man to marry, or perhaps bring one into the Wen family. It was well known that the hospital where Wen Shuyu worked was owned by her family, and merely one of their many enterprises. Furthermore, Wen Shuyu was the epitome of grace, having studied psychology at a prestigious university abroad. This made Jiang Liu consider her as a potential partner. How could such an accomplished individual still be without a romantic interest? It was a ludicrous notion. In truth, Wen Shuyu held a special place in her heart for someone who had once saved her life, yet she guarded this connection with utmost secrecy, revealing it to no one. Having shed her doctor's coat, Wen Shuyu donned a long trench coat, her tall frame accentuated by her elegant legs. With a breathtaking visage and gentle eyes resembling a serene hot spring, she radiated warmth. In stark contrast to Jiang Liu's imposing presence, Wen Shuyu's demeanor was inviting, perhaps a product of her long-standing profession. In the empty psychological clinic, Wen Shuyu sat by the window, her phone illuminating her face. She recalled the man who meant so much to her, yet felt uncertain about how to proceed. He had not recognized her, as she had been utterly broken at the time, tears streaming down her face, concealing her distress from him. Moreover, 5 years had elapsed since then, and he certainly could not identify her now. Initially believing their paths would never cross again, fate had played a trick on them. Half a year ago, after a grueling day of treating patients, when Shuyu felt utterly drained, rubbing her temples, she gently addressed the individual seated beside her. "I apologize. I am too fatigued today. Would you mind returning tomorrow?" Just then, a voice, one she had been seeking for 5 years, resonated within the room. "I apologize. I noticed this area was relatively empty and thought to come in and ask a few questions. It's nothing serious. I didn't mean to trouble you, doctor." As the man rose to depart, when Shuyu felt a surge of goosebumps envelop her. Her heart skipped a beat. The lights in the consultation room dimmed, and gazing out at the neon-lit city, when Shuyu murmured, "What should I do? Can I reveal myself to him?" After a moment, when Shuyu sent a message, "Sister, I have found him." Upon reading this, Jiang Liu, filled with curiosity, immediately sat upright in bed. She knew that when Shuyu had been searching for someone for 5 years, having only encountered him once, and that was abroad, it was akin to finding a needle in a haystack, and Jiang Liu had previously urged her to let it go. Yet, when Shuyu, despite her gentle exterior, possessed an unwavering resolve, it was as though one's tenderness and strength were constants. Those who appeared robust often harbored profound gentleness within, while when Shuyu embodied the opposite, she had once declared that unless she found that person, she would live alone forever. Jiang Liu had never encountered such stubbornness before. Perhaps it was a testament to the depth of her love. Really? Jiang Liu felt a tinge of disbelief. According to her, they had only met once, and she did not even know his name. How could one possibly find him under such circumstances? This was no fairy tale. When Shuyu preferred not to delve too deeply into her own situation, as she had no solid leads yet, she texted back, "Sister, let us set my matters aside for now. There's still no clarity. He doesn't recognize me, and I'm not ready to disclose our connection just yet. Let us focus on your issue." Understanding her friend's temperament, Jiang Liu realized further inquiries would be futile, so she redirected her attention to her own predicament. As a psychologist, I find myself pondering the complexities of human emotions and relationships. Recently, a conversation unfolded between two friends, where one sought to understand the thoughts of her husband and how to win his affection once more. The ever-determined Wen Shu Yao, a formidable figure in her own right, couldn't help but chuckle at the notion that the world of relationships could be so effortlessly navigated. "Dear sister, I am a doctor, not a clairvoyant. If you wish to understand your husband better, bring him to me for a consultation," she suggested. Jiang Liu contemplated this, realizing that her husband, on the verge of divorce, would hardly accompany her to a therapist. "Based on the couples I have seen, what are the typical reasons for discord?" she inquired. When Shu Yao reflected, 90% of the time, infidelity is the culprit. Jiang Liu's expression mirrored disbelief, akin to an elderly man on the subway absorbed in his phone. "Impossible. My husband is pure-hearted. For 14 years, he has had minimal interaction with other women." Yet, as the thought of Lu Yishuang crossed her mind, doubt crept in. Could they truly be involved? When Shu Yao's message followed swiftly, "Sister, are you certain? Given your husband's status, he likely attracts the attention of many young, beautiful women. Would he truly be able to resist?" Jiang Liu fell silent, contemplating the implications. After a moment, she posed, "What about the remaining 10%? The reply was immediate, a lack of love. The weight of these words struck Jiang Liu like a thunderclap. How could love be so easily extinguished? Was there truly no hope for reconciliation? Overwhelmed, she tossed her phone aside, burying her head in her soft pillow, whispering, "Husband, I do not wish to lose you." Meanwhile, when Shu Yao, with her expertise, began to piece together the likely reasons for the marital strife. "Dear sister, my assertions are not absolute. If your statuses are comparable, it may indicate infidelity. However, if he feels inferior in this relationship, could it be your cold demeanor that leads him to believe he is undervalued?" Their history as childhood friends had evolved, yet one had ascended to the heights of a powerful CEO, while the other faded into obscurity, undoubtedly causing discomfort. Of course, if he were a man accustomed to relying on his partner, the narrative would differ. Yet, it was clear that Lin Che was not such a man. Curiously, when Shu Yao pondered why, despite her immense success, Jiang Liu feared divorce so profoundly. Was this the essence of true love? After a brief respite, Jiang Liu returned to her phone, responding with newfound clarity. "Indeed, I must have neglected him." When Shu Yao, drawing upon her psychological training, offered a straightforward solution. "You might consider rekindling the passion you shared in your youth, fulfilling the responsibilities of a loving partner. A man's heart can be easily softened. With tenderness, he will inevitably be moved by your affection." A revelation dawned upon Jiang Liu. Though she had shown warmth that day, it contrasted sharply with her previous icy demeanor. Leading her husband to believe her change was a reaction to his divorce proposal. Thus, she resolved to maintain this affectionate stance, dispelling his doubts and gradually reigniting their romantic connection. For instance, the decision to sleep apart had been a pretense. She had distanced herself after late nights at work, unwilling to disturb him, yet her pride had also played a role. The proud CEO had never been one to concede easily, which had fostered their current estrangement. Her first step was to make an effort to share a bed once more, reminiscent of their youthful ardor. They would cling to one another, reluctant to rise even as the sun climbed high in the sky. In their youth, they had quarreled, yet one would always relent, soothing the other until the matter passed. With age, however, they had both grown obstinate, unwilling to yield, resulting in their current coldness. Husband, if the fault lies with me, allow me to be the one to apologize. Jiang Liu felt a sense of clarity wash over her. Thank you, Dr. Wen. I shall endeavor to win back my beloved, and may you find your true love as well. When Xu Yao smiled at the uncharacteristic message from the usually aloof CEO, she scrolled back through their chat history, pinning a name that had eluded her for 5 years, Lin Che. From abroad to home, traversing from the dreary streets of Paris to the vibrant chaos of Beijing. He was her savior, her redemption for the years to come. On the second day of the new year, Jiang Liu awoke with a singular purpose, to prepare breakfast for Lin Che, fulfilling her duties as a wife. However, to her dismay, she discovered he had already left. On the table lay 2 boiled eggs, a bowl of 8 treasure porridge, and a divorce agreement he had signed. In a fit of frustration, she tore the contract into pieces and discarded it. He still loves me. He made breakfast for me. Knowing her husband was aware of her poor appetite and busy schedule, he would always prepare 2 eggs for her whenever she returned home late. This simple yet nutritious breakfast was far more beneficial than any bread or fried eggs. Reflecting on her earlier conclusions, she resolved to return home early that evening, prepare dinner, and set the bed for 2 once again. After all, her husband had never insisted she sleep in another room. That night marked the beginning of their journey back to shared slumber. Lin Che arrived at the psychological clinic as promised, always punctual, half an hour early. Within the therapeutic environment, he could relinquish the burdens of work and the trivialities of daily life, akin to a man seeking respite after a month of toil. Upon his arrival, he noticed when Xu Yao emerging from the back room. Strangely, she was not clad in her usual Dr. S attire, but in casual wear adorned with unique patterns. The soft pink hue infused the air with a hint of sweetness, causing Lin Che to feel inexplicably rejuvenated, stirring a sense of romance within him. This was the advantage of Wen Xu Yao as a psychologist. She understood how to use psychological cues to evoke feelings of attraction in others. Even the decor of the therapy room was meticulously arranged to create a warm, homely atmosphere. Lin Che sensed something was amiss. The room felt distinctly different from his previous visits. Having met Wen Xu Yao 6 months prior due to his mother's heart condition, he had grown accustomed to the clinic's unchanging decor. Yet today, everything felt transformed. Dr. Wen, is there an important guest to be received here today? Lin Che inquired with a shadowed gaze. He had once been a bright and cheerful young man, but life had dulled his edges, leaving only the remnants of that youthful exuberance behind. When Xu Yu moved a round stool closer and took a seat opposite Lin Che, I have found that this proximity aids in your treatment. I approach every patient with the unwavering intention of achieving their complete recovery. She positioned herself quite close to Lin Che, her long legs nearly resting between his. This involuntarily caused him to lean back, but he was seated in a fixed chair, unable to retreat further. Clad in tailored white trousers that did not add bulk, her tall and slender figure accentuated her elegance. She extended her knee and lower leg toward Lin Che while leaning forward to listen to his heartbeat with her stethoscope. The warmth of her breath brushed against his face. Donning glasses added an air of restraint to her demeanor. Her previously gentle visage now bore a hint of aloofness, enhanced by the frames. Her gentleness stemmed from her professional demeanor, cultivated through years of practice. Yet, with a substantial family enterprise and years of study at prestigious universities abroad, she was exceptionally intelligent. Her soft nature did not imply a lack of resolve when pursuing her ambitions. She became decidedly more assertive when chasing her goals. Lin Che felt a flush creep to his cheeks, acutely aware of her white trousers brushing against his thigh. His wife, Jiang Liu, exhibited a cool demeanor toward outsiders, but in their private moments, they shared a tender closeness akin to young lovers. The sensation brought forth by the doctor was starkly different, particularly with that striking contrast of restraint. Dr. Wen, I assure you, my heart is in good health. One hand pressed against his shoulder while the other held the stethoscope to his chest, their limbs entwined. It was undeniable that a gentle woman with purpose could exert considerable effort. Your mother has a history of heart disease, which may be hereditary. I must examine you to preemptively address any concerns. Her reasoning was compelling. leaving Lin Che with no grounds for argument. "Oh, very well. Thank you, Dr. Wen." At that moment, when Shuyu, leveraging her keen intellect, discerned his heartbeat through the stethoscope. As her leg brushed against his, she noted the rapid thumping of his heart, suggesting that she still held a certain allure for him. Lin Che inwardly chided himself. Of course, with such a captivating approach, what man could resist? Shortly thereafter, when Shuyu presented a questionnaire, "Mr. Lin, are you married?" Lin Che's eyes widened in surprise. He had visited numerous times before, yet such a question had never been posed. "What brings this on today?" When Shuyu adeptly explained, "I have observed that your psychological issues have persisted, likely not solely due to your own circumstances, but also influenced by familial and career pressures. I am eager to identify the root cause and work through it with you." Her articulate expression reflected a profound knowledge base, delivered with an air of composure. She exuded confidence, believing that once she set her sights on something, she could master it. Although Lin Che found her inquiry peculiar, he had always regarded Dr. Wen favorably. Perhaps this was a new facet of her treatment approach. After some contemplation, he decided to disclose the truth. "I'm getting divorced." Chapter 9. Dr. Wen as the hunter. Waiting for her prey, Lin Che wished to shield Jiang Liu from any misinterpretation, attributing the blame solely to himself. "The divorce is my fault. I'm unworthy of her. My wife, no, my ex-wife, is the most wonderful woman in the world. It is entirely due to me that we have parted ways." When Shuyu paused, taken aback. As a psychologist, she had encountered many patients from troubled households, yet none had so openly accepted blame, deflecting all responsibility onto themselves. Lin Che's willingness to shoulder the fault and defend his ex-wife painted the image of the gentle man she had long envisioned in her mind. Over the past 5 years, she had crafted a mental image of the type of man he was, cautious of being hurt by the reality of his character. It was akin to the trepidation felt by online acquaintances when meeting in person. Yet now, in their first encounter, he surpassed her imaginings in every regard. "From your narrative, it appears you bear the weight of guilt in your previous relationship, which has contributed to your depression. As your doctor, my advice is to expedite your healing by moving on from that chapter of your life. You were married, and regardless of past mistakes, it is now concluded. You must emerge from this guilt and look forward with confidence." Her voice, imbued with warmth and magnetism, evoked memories of his mother. With his father having passed away early, his mother had persevered to raise him, always yearning for him to have a child of his own. Yet, at 28, he found himself childless and professionally stagnant. Lin Che sighed heavily. For years, Leo had expressed reluctance to have children, perhaps seeing him as unworthy. In light of this, Dr. Wen's assertions resonated with him. Within relationships, guilt often intertwines between partners. Lin Che had once sacrificed his startup to save Jiang Liu, after which he had borrowed substantially from her. In truth, no one owed anyone anything. Since she no longer valued him, it was time for the marriage to conclude. "Thank you, Dr. Wen." After a prolonged moment of reflection, Lin Che began to regain his composure. It was not only time to rekindle his emotional life, but also to revive his professional endeavors. A man must rely on himself. Thus, he resolved to accept Lu Yishuang's investment. When Shuyu proceeded to ask Lin Che several more questions, all indicative of her genuine concern. As a doctor, Lin Che harbored no doubts regarding her inquiries and answered diligently and honestly. When Shuyu began to grasp Lin Che's background, he was a graduate of a prestigious 985 university and had embarked on entrepreneurial ventures post-graduation. 5 years ago, he was negotiating a significant partnership in Paris when he sacrificed his dream to assist his wife, subsequently facing a series of entrepreneurial failures while maintaining his work ethic. Many would have succumbed to complacency, living off their spouse's earnings, yet Lin Che did not. When Shuyu felt her perception of him solidifying into a more vivid and admirable portrait, she carefully stored his information and handed him a book on psychological therapy, contemplating how their relationship might progress further. Before she knew it, the morning had slipped away as Lin Che sat quietly, engrossed in the book, occasionally sipping coffee. The radiant sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden hue upon Lin Che. He still resembled a big boy, much like the passionate youth he was during his university days. However, there was now a profound sense of composure about him. As noon approached, Lin Che gathered his books and informed Dr. Wen, "I have matters to attend to this afternoon, so I shall not return." He intended to converse with Lu Yishuang later in the day. Dr. Wen Shuyu smiled gently. "You usually spend the entire day here. Is today truly that significant? Furthermore, your mother hasn't come in for a checkup in quite some time." Lin Che rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of his busyness over the past few days. "I'll find time to come by tomorrow instead." Dr. Wen Shuyu refrained from suggesting they share a meal or from insisting he stay. She understood Lin Che's temperament well. Any overtures would only raise his suspicions. Thus, everything must proceed discreetly. As Lin Che prepared to leave, Dr. Wen Shuyu suddenly mentioned, "This hospital has an affiliated nursing home, and I know the director. Would you like me to apply for a discounted bed for your mother? She could stay here and receive care." Lin Che's eyes brightened at her words. His mother had been living alone, and although he had suggested several years ago that she find companionship, nothing had come of it. He hesitated to suggest a nursing home, fearing she would view it as an unnecessary expense and a loss of freedom. He had purchased a house not far away for her, but she preferred the countryside, feeling out of place in the city and returning home after just a couple of days for her medical appointments. With Lin Che's hectic schedule, he couldn't visit her daily. If she could stay at the hospital with nurses to care for her and treatment for her heart condition, it would alleviate his worries. Is that really possible? The primary obstacle to having his mother in the hospital was the cost. While Lin Che could afford her medical bills, his mother had always been frugal, believing that even a single day in the hospital was exorbitantly expensive. She was reluctant to stay even for a day. This private hospital had a dedicated wing for elderly care, specifically for the relatives of officials and affluent families, which made it quite profitable. Yet, such places were not easily accessible unless one had connections like Jiang Liu. To his surprise, Dr. Wen claimed to know the director. "Are you speaking the truth, Dr. Wen?" Lin Che's excitement was palpable. Dr. Wen Shuyu tilted her head slightly, her sweet smile radiating warmth. "I must confirm this, as the director is a distant relative of mine, and it may not be straightforward." She had spoken untruthfully. The director was indeed her mother. Not only could she secure a bed for Lin Che's mother, but she could also arrange accommodations for Lin Che's family and even his ex-wife without difficulty. Dr. Wen Shuyu refrained from voicing this, for she had resolved to pursue the man before her and was determined to put forth her utmost effort. This approach would evoke gratitude from him. Indeed, Lin Che expressed his thanks profusely. "Thank you, Dr. Wen, this is wonderful, truly wonderful. Thank you." Dr. Wen Shuyu responded with a gentle smile, as soothing as water at a comfortable 37 degrees, invoking no sense of awkwardness. "It will be best if you return tomorrow." The most astute hunters patiently await their prey to take the initiative. She would not regard Lin Che as her quarry, but rather present herself in the finest form of a hunter to captivate him. Unbeknownst to Lin Che. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude no fewer than 10 times before exiting the hospital. In the office of Lu Mu Venture Capital, Lu Yixiang, clad in a fitted skirt that accentuated her curves, revealed her exquisite legs encased in black stockings beneath her tailored blazer. This ensemble stirred the passions of any man who laid eyes upon her. She was engrossed in research on a foreign company when her assistant entered, delivering a report. "President Liu, Mr. Lin from Casio wishes to see you." Chapter 10. An investment from President Liu. Casio was Lin Che's studio, the science gaming company, aimed at developing a major IP game. Lu Yixiang smiled wickedly upon hearing this. "Tell him to wait a moment. I am in discussions with a client." Finally, he had arrived. She had moved her office upstairs over 6 months ago, and this was Lin Che's first visit. Lu Yixiang's lack of urgency to meet him stemmed from 2 reasons. First, to test his patience, and second, to retouch her makeup after a meal had marred her lipstick. Lin Che waited in her lavishly decorated office, reminiscent of the hedonistic days of their university years. During that time, Jiang Liu was the president of the student council, while Lin Che and Lu Yixiang served as vice presidents. They were widely recognized as a couple, but Lu Yixiang was determined to win Lin Che's heart for herself. Unlike them, Lu Yixiang was a wealthy heiress, spending extravagantly during their university days, often financing student council activities herself. In her pursuit of Lin Che, she had even gifted him luxury cars, but he had resolutely declined, drawing a line between them on the confession wall. This incident had fueled her resentment, yet her feelings of love remained intertwined with hatred. Lin Che would not have sought her out unless he were in dire straits. However, he had come to understand that in the past, he had Jiang Liu and a wife to consider, necessitating caution. Now on the brink of divorce, there was no need for such restraint. After a brief wait, Lu Yixiang emerged from the back room, her long legs striding confidently in high heels. Her figure was breathtaking, surpassing even that of a model. The fitted skirt accentuated her curves, and her ample bosom was enticingly visible. Frequently clad in black stockings, she had a mesmerizing effect on male counterparts during business discussions. "Mr. Lin, what a rare visit. After being neighbors for half a year, you finally decided to come see me." Lu Yixiang held a wine glass filled with vibrant red wine, crossing her legs as she settled onto the adjacent sofa. Lin Che avoided her gaze, placing his project proposal on the table to begin his presentation. "Yixiang, this is the game project I initiated at the beginning of last year. Over the span of 10 months, We currently have 13 employees and plan to. Before Lin Che could finish, he was interrupted. Lu Yixiang gazed at him with a playful smile. Mr. Lin, do we consider our relationship today as one of classmates or investors? Lin Che hesitated for a moment before responding. It is a relationship of investment and being invested in. He was reluctant to exploit their past camaraderie, despite their previous conflicts. That period remained one of his most cherished memories, and he wished to preserve the purity of that time. Upon hearing this, Lu Yixiang's smile faded as she elevated her long legs, encased in black stockings. Then why did you call me by my name? It should be President Lu. Her slender legs swayed slightly, the delicate high heels accentuating her allure. Lu Yixiang was a woman of formidable strength, fully aware that despite her affection for him, he would not be easily swayed. No matter how kind she was to him, he would remain indifferent. Much like during their university days, adorned in luxury vehicles and designer attire, he was unable to be swayed by lavish gifts, even as a struggling student. Now, he was even less susceptible to mere kindness. This was precisely why Lu Yixiang was so resolute. She needed to entice him at every turn while refraining from indulging him excessively. Lin Che licked his parched lips. Over the years, he had sought numerous investments, invariably encountering similar scenarios, which he had long since grown accustomed to. However, with Lu Yixiang, the situation was distinctly different. She was a classmate, someone who had once pursued him. Their relationship had nearly ventured into a romantic territory, rendering it particularly delicate. Lu Yixiang, take a look at our company's current status, including employee conditions and project progress. Lin Che pushed the project proposal toward her. Yet, Lu Yixiang remained disinterested in the documents. Her legs crossed, hands delicately clasping a glass of red wine, reclining on the sofa with her starry eyes fixed on him. I want you to elaborate, she insisted. Lin Che nodded in compliance. Very well. He then began to expound on his project with fervor, akin to how he would present to other investors. Yet, Lu Yixiang absorbed none of it, her mind drifting back to their university experiences, particularly the student council hiking and camping trip. That night, they had become separated from the group amidst a thick fog, only to be caught in the rain, drenched and vulnerable in the early spring chill. The risk of hypothermia loomed over them, forcing them to huddle together for warmth. When they finally stumbled down the mountain, Lu Yixiang twisted her ankle, leaving her unable to walk. Lin Che had carried her for a spell, but the treacherous terrain and the exhaustion from a day of hiking proved too much. To remain there overnight would have likely resulted in dire consequences, he had proclaimed, deciding to descend alone in search of help. He had stripped off whatever clothing he could spare for her, leaving in only his shirt and trousers. Yet, after he departed, he never returned. Alone in the rain and fog, Lu Yixiang had waited, ultimately rescued by her affluent father, who mobilized a small army to locate her. Following that incident, Lin Che and she had grown distant. Lu Yixiang had longed for an explanation from him. Yet tumultuous conflicts with Jiang Liu and subsequent disciplinary actions against their student council had stifled her inquiries about his whereabouts and whether he had intended to save her. 8 years have swiftly passed, a fleeting span that had witnessed countless individuals enter Lu Yixiang's life, yet none had managed to penetrate the fortress of her heart. I have concluded my presentation. What are your thoughts? Lin Che's voice broke through her reverie. She feigned annoyance, responding, not impressive. Lin Che lowered his gaze, falling silent. They were, after all, old adversaries. It seemed collaboration was not in the cards. Thank you, Lu Yixiang, for your time. I shall take my leave now. He rose, clutching the project file, only to find Lu Yixiang's stiletto heel snagging his trousers. I didn't say it was unimpressive. I merely said it was not impressive enough. Why the rush? Lin Che reluctantly resumed his seat. I currently bear a debt of $1.5 million, and with project expenditures and employee salaries, I estimate needing around $7 million. However, rest assured, should this project succeed, with the IP generating substantial sales, the revenue could surpass $1 billion, yielding profits that could be divided equitably, ensuring your investment remains secure, he pledged earnestly. Yet Lu Yixiang merely chuckled. Was she truly concerned about such trifling sums? 500,000 was but a pittance, barely sufficient for her monthly expenditures. You may invest, but under one condition. Lin Che's interest peaked. What condition? If it pertains to equity, we can certainly negotiate. Lu Yixiang smiled lightly. My stomach is rather delicate, requiring a daily breakfast. Until I recoup my investment, you must prepare breakfast for me daily, with a variety that caters to my palate. Lin Che pondered for a moment. He had previously prepared breakfast for Liu, so accommodating Lu Yixiang seemed manageable. However, he reminded himself that today was the day he planned to divorce his wife, making it unlikely he would continue this habit thereafter. So just breakfast then? He concluded, finding her terms relatively reasonable, albeit lacking in the air of a conventional business partnership. unless you wish to prepare lunch as well. Lu Yishuang teased, her foot playfully toying with her stiletto. Lin Che recognized her jest and coldly pushed the contract toward her. I would prefer that the terms surrounding breakfast remain confidential. I would not want any misunderstandings. Lu Yishuang, reveling in her cunning, replied with delight, of course. Her claim of a delicate stomach was merely a pretext. She was well aware of Jiang Liu's similar affliction. During their university days, Lin Che had routinely delivered breakfast to the girls' dormitory, a spectacle that had drawn crowds of admirers each morning. Lu Yishuang longed for a time machine to relive those days, to offer Lin Che a love potion, basking in the envy of all the girls. Yet now, stealing Lin Che away would suffice to evoke a twinge of envy in Jiang Liu, fulfilling her vanity to a significant extent. For Lu Yishuang, her perennial rival had always been Jiang Liu. After signing the agreement, Lu Yishuang inquired, "When do you plan to divorce?" Lin Che refrained from providing a definitive answer, deeming such matters personal and outside the realm of their business dealings. He stood, prepared to depart as if he had drained all that was necessary and was now ready to leave without a trace. Suddenly, Lu Yishuang felt her demands were too lenient. "As a friend, you should at least share this with me." Lin Che shook his head. "This is an office matter, strictly business, devoid of personal entanglements." He genuinely wished to avoid disclosing his impending divorce from Jiang Liu, fearing it would only invite further complications. Upon returning to the office, his assistant, Li Meng, entered Lin Che's cubicle with a furrowed brow. Given their small team of about 10 all-technical staff, Li Meng also served as Lin Che's assistant and the company's accountant. "Boss, we're out of funds again. Can today's salaries be dispersed?" She felt a pang of guilt witnessing her boss, already burdened with loans, struggling to pay their wages. While she could forego her salary out of gratitude for Lin Che's kindness, her responsibilities as an accountant compelled her to consider the welfare of the other employees. Lin Che retrieved a card from his pocket. "Here, it contains $1 million. Use it to cover the salaries." Li Meng was taken aback upon receiving the card, and an inexplicable wave of sorrow washed over her. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "Boss, you wouldn't have sold your house just to pay our salaries, would you?" Lin Che laughed. "What a ridiculous notion. Sell my house. I don't even own one. That grand villa belongs to Jiang Liu." After the divorce, Lin Che had no intention of claiming any of her assets. Throughout the years of consecutive entrepreneurial failures, the debts he accumulated were all filled by Liu. She had already repaid him for what she owed. Aside from driving a car and retrieving his clothes, Lin Che possessed nothing else. As for housing, he'd simply reside in the office for the time being, planning to return to his mother's home during the holidays. "You little rascal, why worry so much? Just go distribute the money." Li Meng understood that her boss had their best interests at heart. Even though his demeanor could be quite cold, she was not afraid, for he never truly lost his temper. He often employed this tactic to frighten them, like a playful tease. However, with the money in hand, Li Meng felt a gnawing unease, suspecting that her boss had engaged in some illicit activity to acquire it. After all, just yesterday, he had been fretting over financial matters, and today he returned with the funds after a brief outing. Adding to her unease were the two stunningly beautiful women from the previous day, one a distant flower, pure and aloof, the other alluring and seductive. When the two beauties graced the office, the eyes of all the men seemed glued to them, as if their souls had been captivated. Moreover, one of the enchanting women appeared to be associated with the investment firm upstairs. It seemed that Lin Che was acquainted with her, yet she had been working there for half a year without any sign of the investment boss. How had he suddenly managed to resolve everything? Was it possible that such a handsome man as Lin Che had resorted to selling himself? He was arguably the most striking man Li Meng had ever encountered, with slightly long hair, pronounced brows, and deep-set eyes that radiated a brooding charm, reminiscent of Tony Leung. Even with the passage of time etched upon his features, his allure remained undiminished, perhaps even intensified for young women like them. Li Meng shook her head, feeling helpless. After all, it wasn't just her own salary at stake, it was also that of her colleagues. Upon returning to their team's workspace, she was greeted by Sun Jiahao, a tech-savvy individual. "Hey, Meng, how's it going? Did the boss manage to borrow the money?" Li Meng decided to play along, lowering her head and feigning disappointment. The boss said to wait a few more days. She wanted to gauge their sentiments towards Lin Che. Sun Jiahao scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. "Well, the boss has been quite good to us. It's hard to find such a relaxed and enjoyable work environment elsewhere. I suppose we'll have to wait a bit longer. But I have a girlfriend to support, so I might only manage a month or two." Another colleague, Wang Tian, chimed in, "Yeah, jobs are hard to come by nowadays. I'm older and have kids to care for. I can stretch it to a maximum of 3 months." Everyone began expressing their thoughts, and without exception, they chose to believe in Lin Che, willing to wait for him to secure the funds. The shortest duration of patience was over a month. while the longest stretched to half a year. It was worth noting that for these reclusive men, a month without pay could mean going hungry, possibly subsisting on instant noodles daily. Yet, they were all willing to wait for Lin Che, demonstrating just how admirable he was. By the way, wasn't that stunning woman from the investment firm upstairs? Why doesn't the boss go seek her out? Perhaps their relationship is strained. He has never gone up there. The last few times she came, he sent her away. Did you all notice the other beauty? I feel like I've seen her before. She appears to be Jiang Liu, the female tycoon. How is that possible? I'll concede that our boss is more handsome than Wu Yinzu, but he can't possibly attract the attention of a female tycoon. The group engaged in a lively discussion, but no conclusion was reached. Just as their spirits began to wane and they returned to their workstations, Li Meng sensed the moment was ripe. With an air of mystery, she produced the bank card. Hee, I was just teasing you all. The boss has money. It took a moment for the others to comprehend. Ah, Ming, you've learned to deceive us just like the boss. How outrageous. A bunch of handsome men have been outsmarted by you. Lin Che worked late into the night, waiting for the other employees to leave. As the last of them departed, Lu Yishuang entered, her delicate high heels clicking rhythmically. She moved through the office as if it were her own. Upon seeing her, Lin Che was enveloped by a delightful fragrance. Lu Yishuang had an exquisite figure, especially her long legs tightly encased in black stockings, both slender and straight. Although they were remarkably thin, they were far from bony, thanks to her curvaceous backside. Lin Che, after stealing a glance at her, began to gather his belongings. I'm leaving. You shouldn't come here unannounced. He couldn't fathom why someone as exceptional as Lu Yishuang, beautiful, with a privileged background and considerable talent, remained single. Even if she didn't desire a partner of equal capability, she could easily find a younger man willing to marry into wealth. Nowadays, how many university students were vying to marry wealthy women? Lu Yishuang approached his desk, her fitted skirt brushing against the corner as she sat, her legs blocking Lin Che's only exit. The office was small, and his cubicle was even more cramped, with his desk pressed against the wall, leaving only one side accessible. Now obstructed by Lu Yishuang's long legs, her bright eyes and full lips, adorned with a vibrant red hue, framed by cascading waves of hair, gave her an almost enchanting appearance, reminiscent of a siren. Noticing Lin Che's awkwardness, she smiled playfully. You still maintain that innocent demeanor from university. Back then, it was understandable since you had Jiang Liu, you had no such needs. But now that you're on the verge of divorce, and given my research, she rarely returns home. Why do you persist in this way? Lin Che's gaze fell upon her alluring legs, his thoughts wandering to the tempting high-heeled shoes adorning her elegant feet. He wanted to pull her closer, but felt a twinge of shyness. Whether I divorce or not is a matter between us, and even if we do part ways, it has nothing to do with you. Lu Yishuang felt a pang of distress at his words. Did this mean she could never measure up to Jiang Liu? Not even as a substitute? Am I not as beautiful as she is? Lu Yishuang asked, her brows slightly furrowed in indignation. Lin Che shook his head. No. You are stunning. Both of you are the most beautiful women I have ever seen. Lu Yishuang felt a slight relief wash over her. At least you possess some conscience. But am I not as caring as her? Lu Yishuang pondered, believing that a man who deeply loves a woman must have his reasons. If she was as beautiful as Jiang Liu, then it couldn't merely be a matter of looks. She needed to identify the discrepancies between them and strive to bridge, even surpass them. Lin Che contemplated for a moment. Neither woman was particularly nurturing. Jiang Liu had poured all her talent in her career, and he himself was no cook. Every day, it is Lin Che who prepares breakfast, calling her to rise and partake. Over the years, she has scarcely remembered festive occasions, sometimes even forgetting their wedding anniversary. She has never gifted herself anything of significance. What Lin Che truly desires is not a mere object, but the heartfelt intentions of Jiang Liu. Just yesterday, she had insisted on dragging him to the basement to admire luxury cars and designer watches. Surely, this was a form of compensation for his earlier mention of divorce. As for the wealthy second-generation heiress and investment mogul, Lu Yishuang, she is hardly the kind of person who could show affection. It would be a feat if she learned to care for herself. Lin Che candidly expressed his thoughts. You two are cut from the same cloth. Neither of you knows how to love. Lu Yishuang was momentarily taken aback, silently noting this observation. For Lin Che to voice such a sentiment, it undoubtedly struck a chord with her most tender emotions, representing a pivotal breakthrough. Lu Yishuang intended to inquire further, but Lin Che obstructed her path with a file folder, nudging aside her long legs. With a sudden flick, Lin Che extinguished the lights, plunging the room into darkness. I'm leaving, he declared at the door. Suddenly, a sultry figure lunged towards him, pinning him against the door. In the obscurity, soft, fervent lips pressed against his. Lin Che was taken aback. Wait, is this how forward things have become? He had been caught off guard by Lu Yishuang's bold kiss, which was both commanding and passionate. It had been many years since he had experienced such fervor with Jiang Liu. He had even forgotten that kissing could evoke such overwhelming emotions. It wasn't until the luxury car exited the underground parking lot that he snapped back to reality. Damn it, I've been assaulted by that crazy woman. Should he report this? After much deliberation, he decided against it. There was no evidence, and speaking out might only lead to ridicule. He adjusted the rearview mirror to examine the lipstick imprint on his lips, pulling out a moist tissue to carefully wipe it away. Although he often found himself home alone, with Jiang Liu likely absent, he felt uncomfortable sporting the mark of another woman. Upon returning to the garage, he lingered in the car for a while. At his age, he relished the tranquility of solitary moments spent in his vehicle. After listening to a couple of songs, Lin Che picked up his laptop bag and made his way home. As he opened the door, darkness enveloped him. Just as expected, no one was home. He switched on the lights, changed his shoes, and was about to prepare a meal when he discovered a feast of 4 dishes and a soup laid out on the dining table. Has the housekeeper been here? At that moment, Jiang Liu appeared at the top of the stairs, clad in a silk nightgown, her legs adorned with sheer stockings, exuding an alluring charm. Especially as she struck a teasing pose, arching her hips and gently bending forward to adjust her stockings. Darling, why are you home so late today? Lin Che gazed at her, his primal instincts ignited. He smirked slightly. Why are you home so early? And why are you dressed like that? Jiang Liu approached slowly, the fragrance of shampoo and body wash mingling with her natural scent. At this moment, she was more enticing than any woman in the world. I finished work early today and rushed back to prepare dinner for you. Is there a problem? Lin Che was momentarily speechless. You, the chairwoman of a Fortune 500 company, finished work early? And it's not even 9 yet. Dressed like this? In the past, even when Jiang Liu returned home, she would be in professional attire. When it was time for bed, she would shower and slip into her pajamas. But today, she was clad in an alluring silk nightgown and sheer stockings. This could hardly be called sleepwear. It was as thin as gossamer, revealing the scenery beneath. Jiang Liu softly remarked, I was covered in cooking oil and fishy odors. So I want to take a shower. Come, darling, I haven't eaten either. Let us eat together. She hurriedly lifted the lids off the dishes, steam wafting up from the recently heated meal. There were 4 dishes and a soup, braised pork ribs, steamed pork, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, pan-seared steak, and black-bone chicken ginseng soup. None of the dishes were overly spicy, as both of them preferred milder flavors. Jiang Liu had learned from a chef in the company cafeteria all day, bringing back mostly semi-finished products. Did you make all this? Lin Che asked, astonished. Jiang Liu playfully glared at him. Oh, come on, darling, why are you so surprised? I'll cook home-cooked meals for you every day from now on. Here, let me serve you some soup. As she bent down to ladle the soup, her silk nightgown slipped down slightly. Ah, darling, my dress. Jiang Liu feigned a gasp. There is a button at the back. Please help me fasten it. Chapter 13. I am preparing for pregnancy with Lin Che. Lin Che glanced at her. At that moment, Jiang Liu struck an incredibly seductive pose. Leaning over the table with her pert backside raised, her delicate feet encased in sheer stockings resting in pink slippers. The top button of her silk nightgown had come undone, and she remained in a forward-leaning position, hesitant to straighten up to avoid the garment slipping from her shoulders. Lin Che slowly circled behind her, gently extending his hand. A barely perceptible smile graced Jiang Liu's lips. She had researched many strategies today. In a long-term relationship where the spark had faded, one should employ flirtatious actions to rekindle the passion. Hence, she had adorned herself in such provocative attire, and at just the right moment, her dress had slipped. However, in the next moment, Lin Che merely leaned down to take the bowl and spoon from her hands, softly saying, you can fasten it yourself. Jiang Liu's beautiful eyes revealed a glimmer of disappointment, but she was not ready to concede defeat. Darling, I can't reach the top button. I didn't fasten it properly earlier. Could you please help me? She recalled the playful little gestures they used to share in their youthful romance. Gestures that had faded over time. Lin Che, finding it hard to refuse such a modest request, set down the bowl and slowly moved behind Jiang Liu. Despite his best efforts to avoid touching her, fastening the top button of her nightgown inevitably resulted in contact, especially as Jiang Liu deliberately leaned closer into him. The warmth of her body was something he had not savored in a long time. In the past, Jiang Liu had failed to cherish these moments. Now, she intended to savor them fully. The intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, and the softness of her skin brushed against him. Lin Che hastily secured the button, then quickly withdrew his hand, as if it had been burned. Let us eat. They sat across from each other, the only sound being the soft clinking of utensils. After sipping some soup, Lin Che inquired, Leo, have you signed the divorce agreement? At the mention of this key phrase, Jiang Leo's body trembled. Darling, it was my fault before. I will change. Can we take some time to ease things? The crux of the matter was that Jiang Leo had torn up the divorce agreement. Just seeing that document irritated her. Having been given a second chance at life, she was determined to hold onto the one who loved her most. Without signing the divorce papers, Lin Che found himself at an impasse. He simply could not comprehend the significance of prolonging their predicament. It would be far more prudent for them to part ways and lead their separate lives post-divorce. Just then, Lin Che's phone rang. Hello, Mom. I'm dining with Liu. No, how could we possibly get divorced? Please don't jump to conclusions, Mom. Lin Che's mother, Li Xiulian, held a deep affection for her daughter-in-law, Jiang Liu. She often remarked that marrying Jiang Liu was the happiest event of their lives. Given the elderly woman's fondness for Liu, Lin Che dared not mention the prospect of divorce to her. After all, his mother's heart was already frail. What if she were to suffer a setback upon hearing such distressing news? On the other end, Li Xiulian broached the subject of grandchildren. Dear, you're both 28 years old now. Why is there still no news? Is there something wrong with you? If there were any issues, they needed to be addressed promptly. There was no room for embarrassment. The depth of her affection for her daughter-in-law was evident in her immediate suspicion of her son rather than Liu. Lin Che's expression soured with impatience. Mom, what are you talking about? Me perfectly fine. If you're fine, then why aren't you two having children? Is it Liu who doesn't want them? Lin Che, wishing to shield Jiang Liu from overhearing, covered the phone and said, It's not that, Mom. We just haven't considered it yet. No sooner had he spoken than a heavy panting came from the other end. Lin Che, you're driving me insane. My heart is beginning to ache. You're already 28. You're not a child anymore. If you wait a few more years, the risks of childbirth will double. Alarmed, Lin Che sprang to his feet. Mom, are you all right? I'm driving you to the hospital right now. He believed it best to take her to Dr. Wen's clinic. He had intended to go tomorrow, but after hearing his mother's distress, he felt compelled to act immediately. Li Xiulian regained her composure and said, This ailment of mine has all been brought on by you. Lin Che udard. All right, Mom, I'll take you to the hospital tomorrow. You really should have a caregiver with you. Caregiver? They cost money, you know. I'm just fine. Where's Liu? I want to speak with her. With no other choice, Lin Che handed the phone to Jiang Liu. She had been listening to the conversation and felt a surge of joy. Indeed, in his mother's eyes, their marriage could not end in divorce. Jiang Liu decided to exploit this connection. Hello, Mom, have you eaten? Are you feeling all right? Lin Che and I are planning to bring you over. If they could have the elderly lady stay with them, it will be interesting to see if Lin Che dared to mention divorce again. Li Xiulian responded warmly. Me perfectly fine. I would want to intrude on your young couple's life. However, Liu, you're not getting any younger. If you wait too long, the risks of childbirth will increase, so you must act swiftly. If there are any health concerns, do see a doctor. This is no trivial matter. Jiang Liu slyly glanced at the bewildered Lin Che, smiling as she said, Mom, don't worry. We're both in good health. Lin Che and I are actually planning for a baby. Lin Che nearly spat out his drink in shock. He hurriedly gestured for her to stop talking and to hang up the phone. He had intended to gradually reveal his desire for divorce to his mother, allowing enough time for her to adjust before making the actual proposal, so that her reaction wouldn't be too extreme. But Jiang Liu had gone ahead and blurted out that they were planning for a baby, nullifying all his careful groundwork and igniting his mother's interest in the matter. One could easily hear the delight in her voice. Yes, planning for a baby. You must take good care of yourselves, eat well, and exercise more. Starting tomorrow, I'll prepare nutritious meals for you both every day, and I'll go home at night so as not to disturb your married life. In truth, now that Li Xiulian was retired and her daughter-in-law was so capable, financial concerns were no longer a burden. With her days largely free, she had developed some psychological issues. If she could spend her time preparing meals for her daughter-in-law, she would be more than happy to do so. Jiang Liu felt a rush of triumph, but replied, Mom, that's not necessary. We can cook for ourselves. I've been learning to cook lately. Li Xiulian was resolute on the matter. It's fine. I'm just looking for something to do. As long as you don't mind my cooking. Seeing her plan succeed, Jiang Liu cast a careful glance at Lin Che. He waved his hands, signaling her not to agree to anything. They were on the verge of divorce. Having his mother prepare meals for baby making would only make the eventual blow more severe. Mom, how could I possibly dislike your cooking? I actually enjoy it. On the other end, Li Xiulian was beaming with joy, repeatedly saying, all right, then I'll start learning how to make nutritious meals for baby making from online videos. As the situation spiraled out of control, Lin Che snatched the phone away. Mom, please don't meddle. You'll only exhaust yourself. Liu and I have our own plans. He quickly explained. If it didn't clarify, When the time came to actually divorce, his mother would likely be in shock. After all, one moment, she was eagerly anticipating a grandchild from her daughter-in-law, and in the next, he would be announcing his intention to divorce. What elderly person could withstand such a blow? Moreover, his mother had a heart condition. Yet, his words were met with resistance from the elderly woman. What are you saying, you little rascal? Liu has already told me that you too are planning for a baby. Are you unwilling because you have someone else? In Li Xiulian's eyes, her son and daughter-in-law had known each other since high school. Although they had been called to parent-teacher meetings back then, she had seen that Jiang Liu truly loved him. A bright and clever girl, excelling in her studies and possessing beauty. If they missed this opportunity, they might never find another like her. Thus, she had discussed with her husband, allowing their son to make his own decision as long as it didn't interfere with his studies. Eventually, both of them gained admission into a prestigious university, becoming the envy of their high school. Their story was still recounted fondly among their classmates. The elderly lady was undoubtedly grateful that she hadn't intervened back then. Subsequently, her son and daughter-in-law embarked on their entrepreneurial journey. However, her son faced repeated setbacks while her daughter-in-law soared to great heights. Initially, she feared that her daughter-in-law might lose interest in her son. But now that her daughter-in-law had expressed a desire to plan for a baby, and with such a positive attitude, it was clear that they were still very much in love. This reassured Li Xiulian immensely. All right. We'll talk more tomorrow when I come to take you to the hospital, Lin Che concluded, hanging up the phone and glancing at the elated Jiang Liu. At that moment, she appeared as joyful as a young girl, swinging her delicate legs on the chair. Lin Che, sitting across from her with a stern expression, said, "What was that about planning for a baby? It's been ages since we've been intimate." Jiang Liu lifted her gaze, her starry eyes fixed on him, devoid of any trace of the aloof, high-powered CEO persona. Now, she was simply a clingy wife. "That's exactly what I was thinking, darling. Let us start tonight." Lin Che nearly spat out his soup in shock. "You've lost your mind. Just days ago, you were an icy, unapproachable flower, refusing to return home. I send you messages, and you wouldn't even see them sometimes. In recent days, she has suddenly taken on a rather peculiar demeanor. Not only does she refuse to divorce, but she even entertains the fanciful notion of preparing for a pregnancy. Lin Che believes that she must be quite shaken by the prospect of divorce, leading to her somewhat erratic mental state. After all, she has navigated life smoothly, having only known him in matters of the heart, and has never experienced relationships with others. She is merely afraid to take that leap. It is not that she truly wishes to rekindle their romance, or that she still harbors love for him. After completing his work, Lin Che took a shower and prepared to retire for the night. Although his career has faced challenges in recent years, he has remained dedicated to fitness. Maintaining a well-toned physique with 8-pack abs, neither too lean nor too heavy, still as handsome as in his youth. Draped in a towel, he returned to his room, only to discover Jiang Liu seated at the edge of his bed, applying body lotion. Although she had already bathed and applied lotion earlier, she suddenly conceived a clever idea for interaction. She wanted him to assist her with the application of the lotion. Thus, she decided to shower once more. This sort of interaction was akin to the earlier instance, where she had him fasten the buttons of her silk nightgown. Jiang Liu had learned the art of coaxing him. Asking for a hug or a kiss would undoubtedly be fruitless, as his heart had grown cold due to her previous indifference. Therefore, she resolved to initiate small gestures that would gradually rekindle their relationship, proposing actions that he would find hard to refuse and that would foster intimacy. Upon seeing Lin Che enter, she revealed her smooth, toned arms, her chest sturdy and appealing, with her 8-pack abs inviting a touch. The memory of being embraced by this body each night left her with a deep sense of regret for the choices she had made. It was entirely her own doing, and now she was determined to win back her husband. Jiang Liu immediately sprawled across the soft bed, her still damp hair cascading over her fragrant shoulders. With a slender waist and shapely hips, her long legs, as white as porcelain, moved gracefully. The sheer nightgown barely covered her thighs, and her legs were adorned with delicate stockings, rendering her attire more alluring than if she were entirely unclothed. Her figure was captivating, and the thought of holding her in his arms filled Lin Che with a sense of bliss. Feigning surprise at Lin Che's entrance, Jiang Liu playfully lifted her head. "Darling, I can't reach my back. Could you help me apply the lotion?" Lin Che furrowed his brow. It had been several months since she last entered his room. What prompted this unusual behavior? She didn't even greet him, but went straight to his bed. No, that was an inaccurate portrayal. This bed was theirs to share. However, due to Jiang Liu's prolonged absence from home, she had tacitly allowed him to occupy the entire bed. This room had effectively become his territory. Was she here to assert her claim and reclaim her right to reside in this space? After all, it was the largest, brightest, and most comfortable room in the villa. If she were to voice her desire, Lin Che would undoubtedly move out without hesitation, as it was her villa. Lin Che approached the bed, still frowning. Don't you apply lotion every day? Why is it that today you can't reach? He jested. Is there anyone else who applies it for you daily? Jiang Liu's little ruse had been uncovered. She looked at Lin Che with a pitiful expression. Darling, I had a tiring day at work and cooking. I just don't want to move. Please help me, won't you? Her eyes resembled those of a comic book heroine, large and expressive, on the verge of tears. A sight that could soften the heart of anyone who beheld her. Lin Che found himself unable to resist, especially after having enjoyed the meal she prepared for him. Move it a bit, he said coldly. Initially, Jiang Liu had sprawled at the edge of the bed to seem endearing, leaving Lin Che without a place to sit. Oh, hearing that he indeed agreed to assist her, she hastily nestled deeper into the bed, her soft, delicate body sinking into the plush comforter. The fabric draped in a way that hinted at her form, and under the soft light, her skin appeared even more luminous, more delicate than porcelain. Just as Lin Che was about to reach for the lotion, a thought struck him. Do you have any disposable gloves? Upon hearing this, Jiang Liu's expression soured instantly. Darling, do you truly despise my body so much that you need to wear gloves? Lin Che replied honestly, no. I just thought it might be inappropriate given that we are on the verge of divorce, and such intimate contact could be problematic. Jiang Liu wriggled, her arms and legs moving like a swimmer's strokes. No, darling, I'm sensitive. I'm allergic to those inferior disposable things. In truth, she was not sensitive at all. Occasionally, when on business trips with her assistant, she would have Chan apply lotion for her while wearing gloves. But today, she resolutely refused to let her husband wear gloves. She needed the warmth of his palms against her skin. With no other choice, Lin Che evenly spread the lotion on his hands and gently lifted the hem of Jiang Liu's nightgown. Chapter 15. Darling, help me apply the body lotion. Her alabaster skin revealed itself in generous swathes, exquisitely delicate. Under the soft lighting, it appeared to glow with a faint pink sheen. Lin Che's palm pressed against her skin, his hands slightly calloused from years of work, almost threatening to mar her infantile softness. It was worth noting that the skin of a billionaire female executive was of great value. Her entire being was insured for billions. Even minor ailments could lead to substantial claims from the insurance company. Jiang Liu let out a soft murmur. Lin Che quickly switched to his other hand, tenderly smoothing the lotion across her back. Every minute movement was meticulously noted by Jiang Liu. She suddenly recalled her past life. Although the male executive who pursued her appeared gentle and attentive, his gestures were all carefully orchestrated, pulling out her chair at meals, reminding her to dress warmly according to the weather, and so forth. Such actions were obviously insincere and calculated. Only her husband, who had loved her for 14 years, truly cared for her, protecting her in the minutiae of life. He was cautious not to hurt her delicate skin, carefully avoiding the calluses on his hands, gently gliding over her back, allowing the lotion to seep into every inch of her skin. Jiang Liu lay on his pillow, inhaling his scent, slowly savoring the warmth of his hand radiating across her back. She had missed such a tender moment for far too many years. In her previous life, she and her husband had been estranged for 4 years, and after their divorce, it took another 3 years before she experienced reincarnation. Adding the 4 years of estrangement in this life, it amounted to an agonizing 11 years. The realization struck Jiang Liu with intense heartache. It had been so long since she had shared such intimacy with her husband. It was all her fault. In this lifetime, she vowed to make amends. Jiang Liu relished each passing moment, the taste of happiness so exquisite that she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Just as she was on the verge of drifting off to sleep, a gentle male voice beside her asked, "Are you going to sleep here? You stay in this room, and I will go to the adjacent one to fetch your quilt and pillow," Jiang Liu murmured as she slowly awakened, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Her long lashes fluttered, and her countenance bore no resemblance to the aloof and regal demeanor she exhibited during the day. Instead, she appeared like a charming, affectionate girlfriend. She gently wrapped her soft hands around Lin Che's arm. "Darling, can we sleep together? I want you close." Lin Che decisively withdrew his hand. "After all this time, I have grown accustomed to sleeping alone. Your presence beside me disrupts my rest. You can stay here. I shall retire to the next room." He then proceeded to the adjacent bedroom, gathered her pillow and quilt, and laid them beside her on the bed. When he attempted to reclaim his own pillow and quilt, he found them firmly clutched by Jiang Liu. "No, I must hold on to your pillow while I sleep. It smells delightful, and it helps me dream," she insisted. With no alternative, Lin Che rummaged through the cupboard for a spare quilt and pillow. He found himself pondering the peculiar transformation Jiang Liu had undergone over the past few days. How had she so swiftly transitioned from the icy, indifferent wife to the sweet, endearing partner he had known 7 years ago? Surely, she had not lost her wits. Her actions suggested otherwise, revealing a more cunning side. For instance, today she had effortlessly coaxed him out of her room, seizing the right to the space without any resistance. She remained the astute CEO he had always known. Lin Che chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Why resort to such tactics? If you wish to return to my side, I would have complied without hesitation. Why not simply express your desires? It appeared that the fundamental trust between them had eroded. As Lin Che lay on his side in bed, his mind drifted back to his projects. He had lost count of how many he had embarked upon, perhaps the 12th or 13th. Each endeavor demanded his utmost dedication and effort. Yet the outcomes were invariably disappointing, either unappreciated by the market or suppressed by competitors, leaving none to flourish. His once proud spirit had been thoroughly humbled. Now, he merely aspired for his current project to achieve at least a mediocre level of success, even if it meant incurring losses. He yearned to create a genuine game IP, in stark contrast to the exploitative, shoddily made games that dominated the domestic market, which seemed solely focused on profiting from unsuspecting players. He was an entrepreneur with ideals and ambitions, determined to see even a single gaming project through to completion and to nurture its growth, ultimately expanding into a legitimate technology company. While contemplating his plans, his phone buzzed unexpectedly. It was a message from Dr. Lin. Lin Che, ever respectful of her guidance, quickly glanced at it. Mr. Lin, considering the brevity of your treatment session today, I recommend reviewing the content from this morning tonight. Such therapy is beneficial for psychological development. After reading her message, Lin Che felt no qualms. It was reassuring to know that Dr. Lin was a renowned psychologist with experience from prestigious universities abroad. He swiftly typed a response. Thank you. Dr. Lin, I appreciate your concern for your patients, even at this late hour. A prompt reply came from her. You're welcome. I treat every patient as family, dedicating myself to their care. Others were merely patients to her, but Lin Che held a special place. At that moment, Lin Che sensed something unusual about Jiang Liu's behavior and decided to inquire with Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin, may I ask, if my ex-wife suddenly starts treating me well, what might be the reason? On the other end, after finishing her shower, when Shuyu reclined on her bed, draped in a wine-red silk nightgown, her long hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, exuding an air of elegance and gentleness. As she read Lin Che's message, her brow furrowed at the mention of his ex-wife. Hadn't they divorced? After a moment's thought, she replied, could it be that she has done something to wrong you? Perhaps she now feels guilty and wishes to make amends. This was one possibility, but when Shuyu subtly guided the conversation in this direction, hoping Lin Che would reject his ex-wife with greater resolve, Lin Che mulled over her words. I doubt my wife would betray me. After all, we have been together for so many years. If there was someone else, I would have noticed. It seems she acknowledges her past indifference towards me and wishes to atone. Yet, over the years, Lin Che had made several attempts to salvage their marriage, all of which had been met with indifference. Thus, he had resigned himself to acceptance. Before drifting off to sleep, he sent one final message. Regardless of her intentions, we are finished. Thank you, Dr. Lin. Tomorrow, I will take my mother to the hospital for treatment, and I will also come to see you. You will be there, correct? After a brief pause, when Shuyu replied, I will be. Her mature and graceful demeanor required no extensive response. A single word sufficed to pique interest. Lin Che responded, thank you, Dr. Lin. As Chapter 16, titled The CEO's Covert Plan, unfolded, Lin Che intended to type good night, but hesitated, aware that sending such a message to another woman at night might be misconstrued. In truth, he harbored no ulterior motives. It was merely a habitual gesture to bid good night, much like he would do with his employees or assistants at the end of the day, a simple courtesy. Yet, communicating with Dr. Lin led his thoughts to stray toward the complexities of romantic relationships, perhaps due to their shared age. Dr. Lin did not reply further, and soon Lin Che turned off the light. After a while, he checked his phone again, confirming that she had not messaged him. He switched his phone to Do Not Disturb and fell into slumber. Meanwhile, when Shuyu also prepared for bed, the day's plans had been successfully executed. She had intentionally stirred Lin Che's interest, compelling him to reflect on the events of that morning, thereby strengthening their emotional connection. This was a psychological technique to foster attachment. However, when Shuyu felt a twinge of guilt, during her studies in psychology, she had vowed never to manipulate others with her knowledge, only to heal. Yet with Lin Che, she could not suppress her desires. He was her only lifeline during her most desperate times, the solitary beacon of hope amidst the cold streets of France, where she felt utterly alone. She battled profound psychological turmoil, grappling with a severe mental illness that often drove her to contemplate ending her suffering by leaping into the icy river. But Lin Che had not given up on her. He had driven back 3 times after noticing her distress on the bridge, returning to ensure her safety, and uttered words that warmed her soul. The happiness of each day is to draw closer to what you love. If you cannot attain it, then take a moment to rest. These words had enveloped Wen Shuyu in warmth, illuminating her path forward. Indeed, her life is already quite lavish, with family circumstances surpassing those of 99 of people. Her own attributes are also of the highest caliber. Why must she relentlessly pursue that outcome? She merely needs to gradually draw closer to her ultimate goal, and in doing so, she would become the happiest person each day. Even if she never attains it in her lifetime, as long as she walks the path towards happiness. Her final moments should not be filled with regret, but rather with gratitude for having spent her life in the relentless pursuit of joy. Now, she has found a new objective, Lin Che. After years of searching for him, she never expected that it would come so effortlessly. Perhaps the matchmaking deity is indeed pulling the strings for them. If there were no destined connection, how could such a marvelous experience occur in a foreign land? Since he is divorced, then Wen Shuyu, regardless of her methods, is merely a pitiful soul seeking the affection of her beloved. She cannot be deemed a villain, much less a wicked person. Thus, she first undertakes mental fortification to alleviate her psychological burdens. Just as she is about to drift into slumber, her close friend Zhang Liu sends a message. Sister Wen, I must ask you one more thing. If he has already applied body lotion for me, how could he possibly resist sharing a bed with me? Zhang Liu tosses and turns, unable to sleep, pondering this matter. Does she not consider herself attractive? No. When she gazes into the mirror, Zhang Liu envisions marrying someone just like herself. This is not narcissism. Rather, it is a self-assessment through the discerning eyes of a multi-billionaire female executive, recognizing that her physique, appearance, and character are all of the utmost excellence. Could it be that his physical condition has deteriorated? In their youth, he was so vigorous. During their university days, when finances were tight, they would only book a hotel room for one day, from noon on the first day to noon on the next. They would indulge in intimacy after lunch, have afternoon tea, enjoy dinner, and again before sleep, with one more encounter upon waking the next morning. As they hurried to leave, dressed and ready, they would share one last tender moment. Each time, it was Zhang Liu who begged for mercy, unsteady on her feet. How could he now be as steady as an old dog? Surely he wouldn't cheat outside, but even if he did, he wouldn't find someone as good as her. The more Zhang Liu thinks, the more absurd her thoughts become, even considering the possibility of Lin Che's infidelity. She quickly dismisses such notions. After all, they have known each other for 14 years, and their characters are well understood. He is certainly not the type to betray. Unable to make sense of it, Zhang Liu turns to her psychologist best friend for help. But when Wen Shuyu sees this, she cannot help but laugh. My dear sister, you are a domineering female CEO. Why not take a page from those romance novels and directly pin him against the wall? After all, he is your husband, and it's not a crime. Wen Shuyu is also curious about what kind of extraordinary being this billionaire's husband must be to captivate the aloof female executive so profoundly. Zhang Liu sends 3 question marks, expressing her utter shock. Sister, I thought you were gentle and elegant, the psychologist, and wouldn't indulge in such domineering romance novels. You have truly astonished me. Wen Shuyu replies with a laughing emoji. However, upon deeper reflection, Zhang Liu realizes her best friend is indeed correct. The root of her issues with her husband lies in her own indifference, which has encased their relationship in a thick layer of ice. What she must do is to warm their emotions. Yet, warming them with her body would be a slow process. Instead, why not ignite a fire, making it more intense and accelerating the warmth? If he won't sleep with her, cannot she go find him? Once he is asleep, she could sneak in his bed. After all, they have lived together for so many years. He surely wouldn't kick her out. But for tonight, she decides to let it go. She will start tomorrow. Inspired by her best friend, Zhang Liu quickly sends a message of gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Wen. You are truly a miraculous healer. Wen Shuyu is left in a state of confusion. The following day, Lin Che rises early, preparing 3 servings of breakfast. He consumes one and sets aside another for Zhang Liu. Although they are to be divorced, he still resides in her home, and Lin Che wishes to avoid any sense of indebtedness. Knowing Zhang Liu has a delicate stomach, making an extra breakfast is of little consequence, especially for someone he has loved for 14 years. Even if they are divorcing, she still counts as half a family member. Just as he is about to leave with the thermos, Zhang Liu appears sleepily at the top of the staircase. Husband, why are you up so early? I want to make breakfast for you. Lin Che noticer. After 14 years, he knows well how much she loves to sleep in. Back in school, she was too lazy to fetch a meal, relying on Lin Che to bring it to her. Not to mention cooking for herself now. At first, they had hired a maid, but soon realized it was inconvenient. Being young, they could not tolerate the presence of an elderly person in their home. I'm off to work. Breakfast is on the table. Remember to eat on time. Your stomach is fragile, Lin Che states before heading out. Jiang Liu, barefoot, rushes over and hugs him from behind. Husband, I love you so much. Let me help you with your tie. Chapter 17. Husband, I will certainly make amends. Jiang Liu had thought carefully the night before. She must treat her husband well to win back his heart, particularly by preparing breakfast for him every morning and neatly tying his tie. However, she overslept. Yet, upon waking to find that her husband had made breakfast for her, her heart swells with joy. He truly loves me, so she too must reciprocate. Husband, let me adjust your tie for you. Standing at 185 centimeters, Lin Che towers over Jiang Liu, who is 170 centimeters tall. Her head reaches just to his nose, but without shoes, she must stand on tiptoe to reach him, only to have Lin Che gently capture her delicate wrist. No need, I've already adjusted it in the mirror. Lin Che cannot fathom her intentions. It was only in the early days of their marriage that they were both busy yet would rise early together, and Jiang Liu would help him with his tie. As time passed, they became engrossed in their own lives, often sleeping at different times, and they even separated their rooms. Mornings rarely saw them together, let alone engaging in such intimate gestures. No, it's a must. Husband, the aloof female CEO pouts. With no other choice, Lin Che stands expressionless. Jiang Liu diligently unravels his tie and slowly reties it. She begins to relish this moment, feeling as if she has reverted to her youth, back to the days of their passionate romance. During their university years, she would happily prepare a large cup of warm water for him while they studied together. Though it was a small act, it was filled with their mutual affection. After finishing the tie, Jiang Liu suddenly embraces Lin Che tightly. Husband, good morning. Drive safely on your way. Lin Che finds her behavior quite peculiar. It seems as though my wife, the esteemed CEO, has suddenly become somewhat unhinged. Nevertheless, upon observing her bare feet resting against the floor, Lin Che felt a slight frown crease his brow. He had previously cautioned her about her delicate stomach, particularly emphasizing that her feet should not be exposed to the cold. Why, then, did she persist in walking barefoot? Consequently, Lin Che retrieved a pair of cotton slippers from the nearby shoe cabinet, set the insulated lunchbox aside, and bending down, gently slipped them onto her exquisite feet. Jiang Liu's feet were remarkably attractive, even more so than her skin, which appeared both tender and smooth. Cradling them in his hands felt akin to holding a piece of porcelain, delicate, sleek, and devoid of any flaws. In this moment, Lin Che transcended the boundaries of their marital relationship, tending to her with the care of a close relative. In truth, the house was equipped with underfloor heating, making the floor warmer than the surrounding air. The ground was also impeccably clean, and Jiang Liu cherished the sensation of her bare feet against it. Yet, Lin Che felt compelled to remind her each time he noticed. As he knelt to adorn her feet with slippers, warmth blossomed in Jiang Liu's heart. However, her gaze fell upon the insulated container, prompting her to ask with a hint of confusion, Darling, haven't you eaten? Are you taking food to the company? It was rather unusual for him to carry a meal. After all, his studio was his own, allowing him the freedom to come and go as he pleased without the necessity of preparing a lunch. Having secured her shoes, Lin Che picked up the lunchbox. Not wishing to evoke any misunderstandings, he offered a simple explanation. I'm made extra, so I'm taking it to share with others at the office. Initially, Jiang Liu thought to herself how kind-hearted her husband was, but a nagging doubt crept in. After all those years of preparing breakfast, how much could he possibly make? Surely, he had intended to prepare more from the outset. For whom, then, was he bringing food? The more she pondered, the more uneasy her heart became. Could it be that Dr. Wen was correct? Had he truly developed feelings for someone else? A pang of anguish pierced Jiang Liu's heart. In the past, when she had been preoccupied with work and had grown distant from Lin Che, she had entertained such thoughts, albeit with a sense of hope that the bond forged over 14 years of love would prevail. She understood his character well enough to believe he would never stray. Hence, her indifference seemed inconsequential. Yet, she now realized that her work was merely a supplement to her life, while love formed its very foundation. Her career had flourished, yielding wealth that could span several lifetimes. Why, then, should she expend so much energy on her profession? It was time to mend her relationship with her husband, establish a solid foundation for their life together, and eventually welcome a few children into the world, thereby leaving no room for regret. Regrettably, she had come to this realization too late, especially given her previous failure to appreciate the importance of their bond, which had ultimately led to their divorce and a tragic outcome. In this lifetime, she vowed not to repeat those mistakes. Jiang Liu understood that her aloofness had likely sown the seeds of doubt in Lin Che's heart. It was all her fault. Therefore, She must reclaim his heart. Watching him depart, she murmured softly, "Darling, I promise to make amends. You mustn't leave me." Once back at the office, Lin Che organized the day's tasks before ascending to the upper floor. A well-dressed man, carrying an insulated lunchbox, visiting another investment firm, seemed rather peculiar. Lin Che had plans to pick up his mother shortly and take her to a private hospital to see if she could be admitted. After addressing his mother's needs, he intended to consult Dr. One for treatment. The recent therapy had yielded significant improvements for Lin Che, alleviating his previous despondency regarding work and disappointment in love. He had come to understand that one's capabilities are often dictated by fate. Destiny had granted him one opportunity for success during his first entrepreneurial venture. Although he had to sacrifice that success to save his wife, every subsequent failure felt like a penance for that initial triumph. Yet, Lin Che held no regrets. He realized that even if he had squandered his solitary chance at success, every effort thereafter led him toward failure. But, given the circumstances, why should he allow anxiety to consume him? He had sustenance, drink, and good health, attributes that placed him above many others. Even if his ultimate ambitions culminated in failure, he still relished the journey of exploring the unknown. Moreover, along this path, he had provided for a multitude of equally lost young individuals, serving as their pillar of support. If he faltered, he would not only jeopardize himself, but also his beloved employees. Thus, as long as he persevered, he would continue to walk this path and ensure timely salaries for them. At the very least, he was contributing to the world. Lin Che might not be a successful entrepreneur or a flawless husband, but he was undoubtedly an exceptional boss. His employees feared the collapse of the company more than they worried about their own paychecks. That sense of worth was sufficient for him. As for matters of the heart, he believed that was up to fate. He simply needed to follow his heart and perform his duties well. At that moment, an employee emerged from the office, exclaiming, "Hey, aren't you Lin, the boss from the studio downstairs?" Lin Che nodded, feeling a bit bashful. "Excuse me, is General Liu in?" The employee shrugged, saying, "General Liu's father has arrived." Lin Che frowned. He recalled Liu Yishuang's father as a rather imposing tycoon. During his university days, the man had been exceedingly generous, even donating an entire building to the school, ostensibly to declare that his daughter, Liu Yishuang, was not to be trifled with. Since then, the school had treated Liu Yishuang with great care, benefiting from the influence of such a prominent figure. After graduation, Lin Che had seldom inquired about her life. Now, it was clear that the father and daughter had important matters to discuss, so he decided not to intrude. Just as Lin Che turned to leave, a heated argument erupted from the office behind him. "Dad, I've told you I have someone I like. Stop trying to introduce me to those dubious second-generation wealthy types. We live in a society governed by law. Don't impose your outdated notions on me. Arranged marriages are illegal." As Liu Yishuang's voice rose in protest, her employees hastily vacated the area, some heading to the restroom, others fetching water, and a few retreating to the corridor for a smoke. Seated at their desks, the employees suddenly thought, "Wow, this computer is really a computer." A portly man adorned with a large gold chain and dressed in a suit appeared. "Daughter, you're already 28 and still haven't made any moves. I'm worried," he implored. "If you have someone you like, bring him to meet Dad. He must pass my inspection. Otherwise, you might get deceived." Liu Jiangwo spoke earnestly. Although he had other children, Liu Yishuang was his only daughter with his first wife, and his greatest desire was to see her happily married, especially regarding her future. In his eyes, one must either seek a well-matched, wealthy heir or a penniless son-in-law. Otherwise, any other suitor could easily become a fortune hunter. Now that his daughter has reached the age of 28, as a concerned father, he feels an urgent need to intervene. After attempting to reach her via phone calls and text messages without success, he has come directly to her office. Liu Yishuang is exceedingly vexed. She believes her father should manage his own marital affairs before meddling in hers. Moreover, his appearance in her office is quite inappropriate. Their argument has attracted the attention of everyone in the company, making her feel embarrassed. "All right, Dad, please go back. I still have work to do." However, Liu Jiangwo, her father, is resolute this time. With a furrowed brow, he insists, "No, unless you introduce your boyfriend to me. You'll accompany me back to meet the heir of the Fu family." Liu Yishuang lets out a resigned sigh. Her inherently proud and free-spirited nature makes her want to retaliate against anyone who dares to provoke her. Yet, she cannot bring herself to confront her father. If this were a few years ago, when she was younger and he was not much older, it would have been easier. But now, as he approaches 60, she fears that pushing him away would appear disrespectful. Just as she is grappling with her dilemma, she turns and spots Lin Che, his robust figure silhouetted against the light, holding a thermos. Clearly, he has come to bring her breakfast. A spark of joy ignites in Liu Yishuang's eyes as she calls out, Lin Che, Lin Che, on his way back to his office, pauses in surprise at the sound of his name. He wonders what Lu Yishuang is up to. Were their familial disputes not sufficient that she would summon him? Was she expecting him to intervene? Staring in bewilderment, he turns back. What is it, Ms. Lu? To his astonishment, Lu Yishuang dashes over and embraces his arm, transforming from a decisive businesswoman into a soft and affectionate partner. With a radiant smile, she clings to Lin Che's arm, and they appear remarkably well-matched in height and looks. Any candid photograph of them could easily serve as a promotional image for a couple. Before Lin Che can fully process the situation, Lu Yishuang confidently declares to her father, "Dad, this is my boyfriend, the only one I care about." An employee who had just been speaking to Lin Che suddenly splutters water, shocked by the revelation. The boss's boyfriend? This is monumental news. The office falls silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Lu Yishuang runs an investment firm, and her office is filled with investment analysts, leading to a relatively casual work environment. However, her decision to establish the company in such an expensive location 6 months ago was puzzling to them. It seemed she had meticulously planned to set up her company above the one belonging to her beloved, all while keeping it a secret from her colleagues. Though Lu Yishuang appears charmingly carefree and unrestrained, she remains discreet and cautious in the presence of the one she holds dear. At this moment, Lu Jiangwo stands in the center of the office, hands clasped behind his back, momentarily at a loss for words. His previous requirements for a son-in-law were simple: either someone of equal social standing to prevent the loss of family wealth, or a son-in-law who could not take any money away. Yet, the man before him appears both refined and charming, dressed in a suit and standing tall, albeit with a somewhat melancholic expression. This situation exceeds Lu Jiangwo's expectations. "Daughter, arrange for a private room. I need to have a word with him," Lu Jiangwo states, turning towards the inner office. Lin Che is bewildered to find himself suddenly labeled as Lu Yishuang's boyfriend. Lu Yishuang, what exactly are you doing? He thinks, especially since he is still married and would never engage in infidelity. He reflects on the years of their innocent camaraderie, recalling only a singular instance during their college days when they sought warmth in each other's company after getting lost during an expedition. Since then, he had consciously distanced himself to avoid any misunderstandings. Recently, however, upon hearing rumors of his impending divorce, she had begun to reach out to him more frequently. Lin Che acknowledges her alluring physique and sharp intellect. She is indeed a captivating beauty capable of stirring a man's passions. Yet, even if he were to divorce, he has no intention of diving into another romantic relationship in the near future. He cannot allow Jiang Liu to think that his divorce was due to an affair, as it is solely a result of their dwindling feelings and incompatible life perspectives. Now, with Lu Yishuang's unexpected maneuver, he finds himself cast in the role of the villain responsible for his divorce. But then Lu Yishuang leans closer and whispers in his ear, "Minister Lin, do me a favor and keep this from my father. Once it's settled, I'll increase your investment." The title Minister Lin harks back to their time in the university student council, where both held positions of responsibility. She playfully used it then, and it has since stuck. The moment she utters it, Lin Che feels transported back to the carefree days of their youth. He vows that his motivations are not financial, but rather aimed at ensuring his employees prosper. He has long been aware of Lu Yishuang's father's character, wealthy and generous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have donated an entire building to the university in one go. Playing along with the ruse poses no issue, as he knows their relationship cannot possibly progress further. Yet, he ponders whether he should portray himself as less admirable or more outstanding. If he presents himself too favorably, her father may take a liking to him and approve of the union, making it difficult for him to extricate himself. Therefore, he resolves to tarnish his image a bit. The two of them make their way to Lu Yishuang's office, but she is promptly ejected by her father. "Sit," Lu Jiangwo commands, gesturing towards the sofa opposite him, where Lu Yishuang often lounges while scrolling through her phone and watching short dramas. As Lin Che settles into the seat, Lu Jiangwo cuts straight to the chase. "How much do you want to leave my daughter?" Lin Che responds, "That's not," genuinely taken aback, realizing he has stepped into a melodramatic scene akin to a cliché romance novel. Intentionally playing the part of a less desirable suitor, he retorts, "What amount do you have in mind?" Lu Jiangwo is momentarily stunned. He has encountered many suitors over the years, some of whom he could immediately tell were after money. Yet, when he broached the subject of a monetary figure, they at least pretended to express genuine affection, claiming, "My love for your daughter is true. You cannot tear us apart. Our bond is worth more than any sum of money." Upon hearing such declarations, Lu Jiangwo would merely smile. Having lived nearly 60 years and consumed more salt than they have rice, After decades of navigating the turbulent waters of commerce, there is scarcely a heart or a mind that Lu Jiangwo has not encountered. Faced with men who express their sincerity so readily, he often finds it beneath him to engage in dialogue, opting instead to send his lawyer to negotiate. Ultimately, everything resolves at a price deemed appropriate. However, the man before him exhibits an unusual demeanor, eschewing pretense and directly inquiring about the monetary sum he could receive. This provokes a laugh from Lu Jiangwo, who reclines in his chair with an air of disdain, crossing his legs as he gazes at Lin Che with a condescending expression. Are you not concerned about hurting my daughter's feelings with such words? He begrudgingly admits that Lin Che is undeniably handsome. No wonder he has captivated his daughter. Yet, a man who speaks so bluntly about money is hardly trustworthy. But Lin Che swiftly counters, is it not equally hurtful to demand a price from your daughter's suitor? This retort leaves Lu Jiangwo's face a shade of deepening anger. As a prominent tycoon, he has never before been so audaciously challenged. The suitors of his daughter have always approached him with the utmost caution, yet this man displays an alarming boldness, devoid of any semblance of decorum. Surely, he must have been emboldened by his daughter's encouragement. Otherwise, he would not dare to speak so freely. In truth, Lin Che muses, you old fool. I'm merely gauging how far I can push you. After all, he has no intention of pursuing a relationship with Lu Jiangwo's daughter. As long as he remains free from entanglements, it suffices. His daughter merely requires him to perform a role, and in return, she will invest in him, thus allowing him to profit from his acting. Lu Jiangwo shifts his position, crossing his other leg. What is your current occupation? He is keen to assess Lin Che's capabilities. A man who dares to speak to him in such a manner must possess some measure of skill or come from a wealthy background, having been raised in privilege. If he is indeed a rich heir, Lu Jiangwo might consider him seriously. Lin Che candidly replies, "I operate a small studio downstairs." Lu Jiangwo inquires, what is its valuation? Lin Che answers honestly, there is no valuation. Survival remains uncertain. Lu Jiangwo is momentarily taken aback. How does this man possess the audacity to speak so frankly? The previous suitors had all inflated their worth to the heavens. He cannot help but wonder about Lin Che's familial background. Then what does your family do? Lu Jiangwo asks again. Lin Che responds truthfully, my father passed away early, and my mother was a factory worker. She is now retired. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangwo is slightly taken aback. Coming from such a humble background, how could he presume to pursue his daughter? Yet, Lin Che's sincerity resonates with him. In the realm of business, where deceit is rampant, he values such honesty greatly. Thus, he concludes that Lin Che belongs to a different category, not a wealthy heir seeking to exploit the Lu family. Would you consider becoming a son-in-law? Any children born to you would be raised by the Lu family and bear our surname. Lu Jiangwo proposes. Lin Che se ais widen. Just moments ago, he was asked how much it would take to leave his daughter, and now they are discussing the prospect of marriage? He shakes his head. Uncle, you are overthinking. I am who I am, with my own life. The implication is clear. He refuses to become a son-in-law. Lu Jiangwo nods in frustration. Very well. The young man has principles. Then there is nothing more to discuss. In truth, there was never anything to discuss. At that moment, Lu Yishuang bursts into the room, a plate of freshly washed fruit in her hands. The rebellious daughter, known for her fiery temperament, has prepared this simply because one of the two men in the office is her father, and the other is the man she has adored for 7 or 8 years but has never been able to claim. In her youth, encountering someone so breathtaking means a lingering infatuation that colors her perception of everyone else. In the days to come, regardless of who she meets, comparisons to him will be inevitable. Lin Che stands as the most dazzling figure from her youth, illuminating her life like a brilliant sun. Without him, even the brightest moon and the most radiant stars seem insufficient, for his brilliance renders her incapable of adjusting to a life devoid of him. How is the conversation going? Gentlemen? Lu Yishuang asks eagerly, her eyes filled with anticipation. If she could secure her father's approval, it would open new possibilities for her and Lin Che. After all, he was soon to be divorced, and she was ready to pursue him without hesitation. In her eyes, he is perfect, and she believed her father must see it too. Yet, to her dismay, both men respond in unison. Lu Jiangwo, not well. Lin Che, the discussion has collapsed. Lu Yishuang, well, I suppose I should not have held out hope. To Lu Jiangwo, the qualities he values in Lin Che are not based on any singular attribute, but rather a systematic evaluation of his strength, family background, character, and temperament. However, Lin Che's current circumstances and modest background lead him to dismiss him outright. Though Lu Jiangwo appreciates Lin Che's honesty and lack of flattery, the refusal to consider the prospect of him marrying into the family leaves no room for negotiation. Lu Yishuang, who initially harbored a glimmer of hope, now casts aside all pretenses, slamming the plate of fruit onto the table. Folding her arms defiantly, she declares, "Father, I am only interested in him. Regardless of your discussions, I have eyes only for him." Lu Jiangwo's blood pressure rises in frustration. "Daughter, he is only after your money. You must not fall into his trap. I have seen many like him, and you will surely regret it." Lu Yishuang retorts impatiently, "Father, you don't understand. If he were truly after my wealth, he would have eagerly accepted my advances when I pursued him. Besides, his ex-wife, Jiang Liu, is a billionaire CEO." Lu Jiangwo slams his hand on the table. "No, I absolutely do not approve of this relationship." Lu Yishuang's stubbornness flares up. "Father, whether you approve or not, I shall only marry him." Chapter 20. From now on, you will cherish Lin Che. Lu Jiangwo, exasperated, clutches his chest and exclaims, "You are driving me to madness. My blood pressure. Where are my medications?" He retrieves a box of pills and hastily takes two. "Water, water." Lin Che, standing near the water cooler, courteously fills a paper cup with warm water and sets it on the table. He begins to make his exit. "I have matters to attend to, so I must leave. I need to take my mother to see a doctor and then visit Dr. Wen myself this afternoon." He has no time to waste in this theatrical exchange. This is the first time Lu Jiangwo has encountered someone so dismissive of his authority, especially someone who aspires to date his daughter. No, absolutely not. Once Lin Che has departed, Lu Jiangwo lays his cards on the table. "Daughter, do you know what he just asked me? He had the audacity to inquire how much I would pay him to leave you." Lu Jiangwo clearly misinterprets the conversation, forgetting that it was he who was asked the price to let Lin Che leave his daughter. Now, the tide has turned against Lin Che. Yet Lu Yishuang knows he is not that kind of person. He is certainly not one to be swayed by monetary concerns. Lu Yishuang hastily retrieved the thermos that Lin Che had brought. "Dad, he's not like that. Just look at how considerate he is, bringing me breakfast." Lu Jiangwo scoffed. "If mere thoughtfulness could win my precious daughter's heart, then every man in the country would be considerate and make breakfast." Lu Jiangwo was all too familiar with the tactics men employ to court women. Having been married 6 times, he understood the complexities that came with such relationships. However, Lu Yishuang remained unfazed by her father's skepticism as she placed the thermos on the table and turned away in frustration while seated on the sofa. "I don't care. I like Lin Che. When you asked me who I liked earlier, I am telling you now, I like him, whether in the past or the future. He is the only one I will ever love." During a hiking trip organized by the student council, she had twisted her ankle. Amidst the dark, foggy night, with a light drizzle in the air, she and Lin Che had huddled together for warmth. Lin Che then carried her on his back down the rugged mountain path. He stumbled several times along the way, his clothes torn by branches, his skin marred with numerous scratches, yet he remained silent and resolute, carrying her down the mountain. Ultimately, he had to stop midway, completely exhausted. Had they spent the night on that rainy mountain, they might have succumbed to the cold. It was Lin Che who had given her his own jacket and entrusted her with the only reliable flashlight. Then he dashed into the night, seeking help, but he never returned, leaving her without any explanation. Once back at school, their encounters became infrequent, and soon after, she graduated and went abroad. Lu Yishuang had thought she had completely given up on him, but many years later, she realized it was not Lin Che she had forgotten, but rather her own heart that had withered. A heart that has died can only be revived by the one who caused its demise. For all these years, Lu Yishuang had refrained from seeking a boyfriend, quietly keeping an eye on Lin Che. She watched him graduate, marry, embark on a business venture, sell his hard work, save Jiang Liu, witness their passionate romance, and observe the slow deterioration of their feelings. She saw him host guests in his towering buildings, only to watch them crumble. Finally, she glimpsed the possibility of a future with him, a glimmer of hope worth seizing with all the fortune of her life. Lu Jiangwo felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. "Daughter, you sigh." Seeing his daughter secretly wipe away her tears, the heart of a father could not remain hardened. Yishuang was his only child with his first wife, his most cherished daughter. No matter the cost, be it 100 million, 10 billion, or even 100 billion, he wished for her happiness. Yet his daughter, born with an innate pride and an indomitable spirit, looked down upon everyone. Yet here she was, shedding tears for a poor boy. Truly, the Lu family owed that boy something. "All right, I will investigate his background when I return, and then we can make a decision." Lu Jiangwo stood up, the keys at his waist jingling. Only then did Lu Yishuang dry her tears, feeling somewhat better. As long as her father did not oppose her feelings, she would be content. If he did, she would simply refuse to return home, even going so far as to deny her father. "I don't care, I like him." As a dominant female boss, she only displayed this kind of vulnerability in front of her father or Lin Che. "All right, we will discuss this later." Dad will head back now. Watching her father walk out, Lu Yishuang felt a surge of satisfaction. She had managed to hit 2 birds with 1 stone. First, her father had come to pressure her into blind dates, but she had cleverly sent him away, ensuring he wouldn't dare bring it up again. Second, she had Lin Che accompany her in a pretense of a romantic relationship, thereby nurturing their bond. Perfect. Opening the breakfast Lin Che had brought, she found a cup of soybean milk and a sandwich. Lin Che had separated the boiled egg and soybean milk, aware of their conflicting nutritional properties. Just like pairing boiled eggs with millet porridge and sandwiches with soybean milk. All nutritious and healthy. Lu Yishuang took a sip of the soybean milk. It was thick and rich, infused with yellow beans, black beans, red beans, black sesame, red dates, and peanuts. He had soaked them every night, previously preparing them for Jiang Liu. Now, it was merely a matter of adding an extra cup of water. She then tasted the sandwich, a soft bread filled with fresh vegetables and tomato slices, complemented by ham. Lu Yishuang squinted in delight as she finished it, licking the cream off her fingers. The flavor was sheer bliss. Jiang Liu, that wretched woman, truly did not know how to cherish it. Well, if she didn't appreciate it, then it would be left to me to treasure. Mom, how is your heart feeling lately? Are you experiencing any discomfort? Lin Che returned to his hometown to pick up his mother. Li Xiuyan had always lived in their hometown. Lin Che had bought her a nearby house, but she refused to move in, unable to adapt to city life. Sitting in the passenger seat, she carried a thermos. So, if you hurry up and have a child with Leo, I won't have any ailments. I'll feel perfectly fine. Li Xiuyan was perplexed. These 2 children had been in a relationship since high school, remained together in college, and married after graduation. Their child was far more intelligent than them, attending a prestigious university, leaving their life planning to them. Yet, despite being married for 7 years, why was there still no news of child? Li Ziyulian had pondered whether there was a problem in their marriage or if one of them had strayed. However, when she last spoke to her daughter-in-law Leo, her attitude had been exceedingly pleasant, even mentioning she was preparing for pregnancy. Now, as a businesswoman, her unwavering kindness towards Lin Che indicated her loyalty. Could the issue truly lie with her son? As Lin Che drove, he reassured her, Mom, we both have plans. You need not worry. He had intended to gradually reveal his desire to divorce Jiang Liu, but was at a loss for words. It pained him to disappoint a mother filled with anticipation. Chapter 21. The daughter-in-law has made the arrangements. Li Xiuyan gazed out at the retreating scenery, aware that her son was taking her for a medical checkup. She knew her own body well enough. It wasn't anything serious, merely requiring timely medication and regular exercise. Son, just seeing you eases my mind. This is the chicken soup I made from our free-range chickens, entirely organic and healthy. Take it to Leo. She has a weak stomach and is prone to cold. I added ginger to ward off chill, and in winter, she should keep warm. Knowing her children were busy, she decided not to visit. Just drop me off by the roadside, and you can take a taxi back. It's good for you to get some exercise. Lin Che did not heed her words. Mom, it's time. The doctor has reminded me about the checkup. Also, didn't you want to prepare some nutritious meals for your daughter-in-law? The nursing home is close by, so you can cook at home, and I will rest easy. Li Xiuyan was unwilling to accept the first part of his statement. Why would a person, in good health, choose to reside in a nursing home? What a waste of money. After all, money does not come easily. Yet, in the latter part of the conversation, she mentioned the proximity, allowing her to prepare nutritious meals for her daughter-in-law during her pregnancy, which caused her resolve to waver. The nursing home was no longer an option. It was better to return to the house her son had purchased. All she wished for was to witness Liu safely conceive and give birth to a robust baby boy, which would bring her immense satisfaction. Lin Che did not elaborate further. He drove his mother to the hospital, where they conducted a thorough examination and confirmed there were no significant issues. However, Lin Che found himself at a loss as to what to do next. Yesterday, Dr. Wen had mentioned her acquaintance with the hospital director and that she would arrange a living space resembling a nursing home for them today. Knowing Dr. Wen was busy, he refrained from inquiring. After a brief wait, a nurse's assistant clad in a white coat approached. Mr. Lin, is that you? Lin Che quickly stood up. Yes, that's me. The nurse politely gestured to one side. Hello, Mr. Lin. Dr. Wen sent me to guide you this way. All right, thank you. The nurse's assistant then led Lin Che and his mother to another area, which was separated from the hospital by a vast garden, clearly showcasing 2 distinct styles. So, where are we going? His mother asked. The nurse's assistant explained warmly. Annie, this is the nursing room Mr. Lin has prepared for you. Each day, a nurse will monitor your blood pressure and remind you to take your medication. Aside from that, this will serve as your private residence. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuyan attempted to turn back. No, son, you're wasting money again. Places like this must be exorbitantly priced. In truth, Lin Che was unaware of the costs involved. He hadn't made any payments yet. He He only knew that Dr. Wen was acquainted with the director, but such connections still required financial resources. It was impossible to obtain services without expense. The nurse's assistant, of course, was aware of this. Such high-end private nursing homes were designed for the families of the wealthy or political figures, with prices starting at over $100,000 a month for a single occupant. Each resident would have their own spacious 100-square-meter room, in addition to housekeeping and meal preparation services. For the affluent, such prices were hardly considered steep. Lin Che had no choice but to say, "Mom, the payment has already been made. If we don't stay, they won't refund us." The elderly lady, though aged, was not foolish. She insisted, "Impossible. I refuse to believe they want a refund. If they don't, we'll take legal action." The elderly woman was incredibly stubborn and possessed a clear mind. Refunds were only impossible for custom-made items. Since she hadn't yet moved in or utilized any services, it was unreasonable to expect no refund. In a moment of desperation, Lin Che added, "Mom, this is arranged by your daughter-in-law, allowing her to prepare nutritious meals close by." Understanding his mother's obstinacy, he knew she would find it difficult to accept his words. However, if it were Jiang Liu making the request, she would certainly comply. Upon hearing this, Li Xiulian's mood brightened instantly. "Oh, my daughter-in-law arranged this for me? Then I must stay. I can learn to prepare meals for her every day through video calls." The nurse opposite them appeared somewhat bewildered. The room was clearly booked with the assistance of Dr. Wen, who was the daughter of the hospital director. Could it be that the handsome gentleman before her was actually Dr. Wen's boyfriend? The nurse's demeanor shifted to one of greater friendliness. "Auntie, here, let me help you with your bag." The elderly lady handed her bag over, thinking that the nurses here were quite nice. "Mom, let us go. We shouldn't delay the nurse's work." All right. Lin Che helped his mother settle into the room, confirming that the environment was satisfactory, which put his mind at ease. He then proceeded to Dr. Wen's office, where she was clad in a white coat, attending to patients. It was undeniable that even in her doctor's uniform, she exuded elegance, creating a striking contrast. Many young men fancied having their girlfriends don such attire. Lin Che instinctively compared her to Jiang Liu. The latter seemed utterly mismatched in such clothing, considering her commanding presence as a high-powered CEO. Yet, under Lin Che's encouragement, Jiang Liu had donned similar outfits on numerous occasions. Her icy demeanor, when wearing a bespoke, alluring doctor's uniform, imparted an air of purity. However, once she became engrossed in expanding her company, she ceased wearing such attire. It seemed she had grown indifferent towards herself. Lin Che chose not to intrude upon her space. Love is reciprocal. Unilateral affection cannot yield a positive outcome, and may even hasten the demise of a relationship. Despite his meticulous efforts to maintain their bond, they ultimately faced the prospect of divorce. He stood in the corridor, lost in thought, gazing at Dr. Wen from a diagonal angle, contemplating many things. It wasn't until the last of the patients in line vacated that when Shuyu stood before him, prompting him to snap back to reality. "Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Is your mental health acting up again?" Lin Che hastily shook his head. "I'm sorry, Dr. Wen. I was lost in thought. Are you finished with your duties?" When Shuyu glanced around and shrugged. "Well, it's noon. Time for a break." Lin Che checked his phone and realized it was already past 12. He quickly apologized. "I'm sorry for interrupting you at lunchtime." Dr. Wen, ever gentle, responded, "It's all right. I was about to have lunch. Would you like to join me?" Lin Che pondered for a moment. Dr. Wen had gone to great lengths to secure such an excellent therapeutic arrangement for his mother. According to the nurse, entry into this private hospital-esque nursing home was not simply a matter of wealth. Qualifications were scrutinized. It appeared Dr. Wen truly had a connection with the director, and he appreciated her efforts. "Dr. Wen, thank you for arranging such a great care position for my mother. I'd like to treat you to a meal." Dr. Wen smiled. The midday sun illuminated her stunning features, imparting a sense of warmth and comfort, devoid of any aggression, radiating like a gentle moonlight in his heart. "No need." She declined. "Yes, there is," Lin Che insisted firmly. Dr. Wen raised an elegantly arched brow, her golden-rimmed glasses lending her an air of restraint. With her hands tucked into her coat pockets, she accentuated her waistline. "Very well, I'll go change." Chapter 22. Dining with Dr. Wen in a high-end restaurant. Dr. Wen appeared exceptionally elegant and appropriate, embodying the essence of a sophisticated woman. Clad in a white blazer paired with impeccably draped white trousers, complemented by her golden-rimmed glasses, she resembled a character stepped right out of comic. Her tall stature accentuated the high-class aura of her outfit. Lin Che ordered an array of gourmet dishes to treat her, and then produced a stack of cash, placing it on the table. "Dr. Wen, here is 100,000 yuan. I've inquired about the cost. It's 10,000 per month for each resident in the nursing home, and Entry ISNT simply a matter of affluence. I'm grateful for your assistance in securing this position for me. However, the monthly expenses for living here will still need to be paid by me. My finances are tight, so I can only cover 1 month for now. Please accept this. Lin Che had never been one to take advantage of others. The currency of human connections is distinct from the funds required for hospitalization. Securing a bed for oneself in a hospital is a matter of personal relationships, not something that can be quantified in monetary terms. Hence, Lin Che is inclined to treat Dr. Wen to a meal. Moreover, if he were to frequent the hospital in the future, he would similarly extend such invitations. He is aware that Dr. Wen likely comes from a well-off background, and she might not regard his invitation as significant. However, whether she accepts or declines the offer is ultimately her choice. As for the hospital expenses, he feels a steadfast obligation to cover them. Wen Shuyu purses her lips, glancing at the substantial sum of money on the table, and chuckles softly. This amount barely constitutes a fraction of her earnings, and it holds little allure for her. Her family bears a sense of guilt towards her, particularly when she requested a spot in a rehabilitation center from her mother. Without hesitation, her mother granted her request without spending a single cent. Lin Che, on the other hand, is her greatest benefactor. When she was alone abroad, beset by severe mental health issues and on the brink of ending her life by jumping into a river, it was Lin Che who saved her. Wen Shuyu vividly recalls that frigid, dark night. It was still early morning when she chose a secluded spot, preparing to leap from the bridge into the icy waters below. Seeking to end her torment, a car passed by her from behind. With no ill intentions, she intended to wait for it to leave before taking the plunge, so as not to leave the driver with a haunting memory. Yet, the vehicle slowly glided across the bridge, disappearing around the bend. Once again, she climbed onto the stone railing on either side of the bridge. The car returned, making 3 trips back and forth. On the last occasion, it came to a steady halt beside her, and the window rolled down to reveal a strikingly handsome face, imbued with vitality. Lin Che's encouraging words still resonate in her mind. One does not necessarily have to succeed. If it becomes too burdensome, it's perfectly acceptable to take a break. At that moment, when Shuyu, shrouded in shadows, was already in tears, covering her face to conceal her distress from him. Consequently, Lin Che did not recognize her, but she indelibly etched his visage into her memory. She searched for him for a long time, inquiring within the circles of her study abroad in France, but to no avail. Eventually, she returned to her homeland and began working as a psychologist in her mother's hospital, resigned to the belief that she would never encounter him again. Yet, one day, a familiar yet distant voice echoed in her office. That voice had resonated in her mind countless times, offering a lifeline during her nightmares. After a long day of attending to patients, when Shuyu turned and beheld the man who had rescued her from the clutches of death and who could potentially heal her for the rest of her life, her heart skipped a beat, momentarily stolen by Lin Che. She gazed quietly at the 100,000 yuan on the table and nodded affirmatively. She understood the psychology of Lin Che all too well as a psychologist. If she were to reject this money, it would instill a sense of unease within him, prompting him to ponder endlessly why he had assisted her without reason. In the absence of resolution, he might leave the hospital with his mother, and she may never see him again. When Shuyu could not afford to gamble on such uncertainty. If she were to recount her experiences to Lin Che, then what? Their shared history would be limited to that single encounter. To him, she was merely a girl he had comforted one sleepless night abroad. Someone whose life he had perhaps saved, but whose significance he might not fully comprehend. Thus, she refrained from taking that risk. Would her revelation draw them closer or create a chasm? All she desired was to be his psychologist, subtly employing her understanding of the human psyche to cultivate a dependency in him, one that he could not easily sever. "Mr. Lin, do you have any engagements this afternoon?" she inquired. Since Lin Che had mentioned he would visit her today, when Shuyu decided to take the afternoon off, though she would not disclose this to him. This way, she could fulfill her role as his personal physician, allowing for more intimate interactions that could swiftly enhance their rapport. As psychologist, she possessed a wealth of psychological insights, all of which could be applied to Lin Che. This was not deception. It was merely a common social practice. For instance, when on a blind date, would one intentionally showcase their flaws or laziness? Certainly not. Everyone endeavors to conceal their shortcomings while accentuating their strengths, which does not constitute deceit. When Shuyu's psychological suggestions were not about distorting the truth, but rather about amplifying the facets of herself that might intrigue Lin Che, thereby drawing him closer. In truth, she was merely a hapless romantic, yearning for pure love. Lin Che pondered for a moment before replying, "I have no plans this afternoon. I've taken a day off. I wish to heal my body and mind before gradually pursuing my career. I want to emulate my ex-wife, who devoted all her energy to her career, neglecting the essence of life itself. When Shuyi was slightly taken aback by his words, it is not often that someone of his age possesses such clarity. Her profession as a psychologist afforded her a deeper understanding of emotional matters, allowing her to grasp the profound meaning behind his statement. Nevertheless, she silently noted Lin Che's perspective, recognizing the value of prioritizing life over work-related discussions. Should Lin Che be a workaholic, she would engage him more on professional topics. Thus, she resolved to steer clear of work-related conversations in their future interactions. Soon, the lavish meal Lin Che had ordered arrived. They were dining at a Franco-Chinese restaurant, where he had chosen a blend of Chinese and French cuisine. Aware of Wen Shuyao's educational background in France, he thoughtfully selected some French dishes. Yet he also worried that she might not find them palatable, thus ordering some more familiar Chinese fare as well. Lin Che was always meticulous, which complemented his personality, contrasting with the aloof yet somewhat carefree demeanor of the female CEO, Jiang Liu. Observing the French cuisine before her, Wen Shuyu smiled gently. "How did you know I enjoy French food?" Lin Che had not anticipated such a direct question and responded candidly. "I perused your profile and noted your academic experience at a Parisian institution, leading me to believe you might be accustomed to French cuisine." He added with a hint of playfulness, "Primarily, I thought serving you standard Chinese fare would not adequately convey my gratitude." Wen Shuyu chuckled at his earnestness, covering her mouth in amusement. "Lin Che, you truly are quite the character. It seems you never conceal your thoughts, expressing them with utmost honesty." In Wen Shuyao's eyes, such character traits are nearly perfect. She possesses a keen sensitivity to psychology, which allows her to instantly detect the telltale signs of deceit whenever someone lies. Over time, this has fostered a profound disdain for those who engage in dishonesty. Conversely, Lin Che's sincerity shines through his every word. "Mr. Lin, was it truly necessary for you to voice that? Had you kept it to yourself, I would have been genuinely astonished to learn how much you value me. It would have been an honor. Yet, upon your utterance, it feels rather peculiar," Wen Shuyao remarked, tilting her head slightly. The rich hue of her turtleneck sweater accentuated her fair, swan-like neck, while her impeccable head-to-shoulder ratio exuded an air of elegance and intellect. The slight pucker of her lips and furrowed brow, accompanied by her gentle head tilt, added an endearing charm, further enhanced by her restrained golden-rimmed glasses, bestowing upon her an aura of refined nobility. Lin Che found himself amused. "I never anticipated that Dr. Wen would think this way. I merely spoke the truth. In business, sincerity is often a powerful weapon. Yet, there are many instances where it can become one's fatal flaw. When you are honest with others, but they exploit your vulnerabilities for their gain, ruthlessly trampling upon them. Not everyone is sincere." Having faced multiple entrepreneurial failures, Lin Che had encountered not only opposition from adversaries, but also betrayal from friends. Nevertheless, he had never relinquished his commitment to honesty. With her hands crossed, Wen Shuyao gazed at him with deep, gentle eyes reminiscent of tranquil springs. "Given your numerous setbacks, why persist in being sincere?" she inquired, her anticipation palpable. Her eyes sparkled with a hidden depth of emotion. Yet, amidst the plethora of sentiments, the profound love she harbored was the one she longed to express, albeit carefully concealing it from Lin Che. As Lin Che bit into a piece of steak, he replied, "My father instilled in me the value of sincerity from a young age. It has brought me numerous rewards, such as my ex-wife and a particular success I achieved. Therefore, there is no need to abandon sincerity just because it has once led to betrayal." His words, straightforward and unembellished, resonated with clarity, devoid of any deliberate emphasis. However, they lingered in Wen Shuyao's mind long after he spoke. After a period of contemplation, she casually posed the question that weighed most heavily on her mind. "Mr. Lin, have you ever been to France?" Lin Che nodded naturally. "Yes, I have for business purposes." He struggled to recall the exact date, as it was during his first entrepreneurial venture aimed at securing a partnership. He spent nearly a week there, engaged in discussions that stretched late into the night. As the boss during his initial foray into entrepreneurship, Lin Che felt immense pressure. On sleepless nights, he would drive aimlessly to relieve his stress. When Shuyao's mind raced, and she feigned nonchalance as she asked, "Did you meet anyone from home while you were there?" Lin Che frowned slightly, pondering the frivolity of the question. After a moment, he replied, "Yes, I encountered many compatriots. I believe that wherever one travels, as long as it is suitable for living, one is bound to meet fellow countrymen." He sensed something unusual about Dr. Wen that day. Perhaps it was his abrupt invitation for a lavish meal that had stirred her thoughts. To clarify, Lin Che quickly added, "Dr. Wen, please do not overthink it. I simply wish to express my gratitude for your assistance in finding a suitable place for my mother as convalescence." There are no ulterior motives. He valued her expertise and wished to maintain this newfound friendship, particularly as she was the first doctor among his acquaintances. As a discerning businessman, Lin Che understood the significance of such relationships. When Shu Yao elegantly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, though a hint of disappointment flickered in her gaze. She had hoped for him to harbor other intentions. Logically, given Lin Che's divorce and her own commendable qualities, could he truly be devoid of any ulterior motives? In the afternoon, Lin Che reclined in the consultation room, while Wen Shu Yao shared anecdotes, gauging his responses to construct his psychological profile. Subsequently, he settled beneath the expansive window, basking in the winter sun's warmth while engrossed in a book. Wen Shu Yao relished this serene moment, but it was abruptly disrupted by the arrival of a woman. A woman adorned with earrings, impeccably dressed, and carrying an expensive handbag stormed into the consultation room, immediately directing her ire at Wen Shu Yao. Wen Shu Yao, what have you said to our mother this time? Why does she grant you special privileges at the hospital? You explicitly stated that aside from this job, you would sever all ties with the family. Are you still coveting the Wen family's fortune? Startled by the commotion, Lin Che sat up, while two nurses attempted to intervene, but were forcefully pushed aside by the woman, who then locked the door. Only the three of them remained in the room. As the nurses outside hesitated to breach the door, aware that any damage would incur costs they'd rather avoid, Lin Che was bewildered. Was this a case of a patient causing a scene against a doctor? Yet, the woman's mention of Wen Shu Yao's mother left him perplexed. He turned his gaze back to Dr. Wen, who was visibly struggling to contain her anger, her body trembling beneath her coat. It was the first time he had witnessed her so incensed during the 6 months he had been receiving treatment. Lingwe, I'm currently occupied with a patient. Please refrain from causing a scene and leave. The intruder was revealed to be Wen Lingwe, the child mistakenly swapped with Wen Shu Yao during their youth. Wen Shu Yao was the genuine heiress, having reclaimed her rightful place in the Wen family only after entering university. Consequently, the Wen family felt indebted to her and showered her with gifts. However, the faux heiress, Wen Lingwe, was well aware that a child who cries will be fed. Ever since Wen Shu Yao acknowledged her lineage, Wen Lingwe had made a ruckus, even threatening to go public with the matter. Fearing scandal, the Wen family consistently acquiesced to her demands, believing that since she had grown up in their household, she had formed a deep emotional bond with them, and thus treated her as a daughter. This dynamic had led to a rivalry between the two daughters for the family's affection, primarily instigated by Wen Lingyue's antics. Chapter 24. An even more masculine charm, Wen Shu Yao, who already possessed an impressive academic background, had financed her studies abroad through her scholarship. Therefore, she had little connection to her biological family. However, once her bloodline was acknowledged, her family insisted on compensating her. She had not made any outrageous demands, merely requesting to set up a clinic in her biological mother's hospital. Until now, she had not solicited anything else, nor had she accepted any monetary assistance from her biological family, as her own earnings sufficed. Wen Shu Yao is not one to squander money frivolously. Although she pursues high-end fashion, adorning herself in designer labels and exhibiting a discerning palate when it comes to food, she refrains from purchasing items of little significance. Her wardrobe comprises only a few select outfits, and she does not carelessly discard items that remain intact. Her sole reason for obtaining a position at a nursing home was to pursue Lin Che, leveraging her mother-s status. Yet, the counterfeit heiress, Wen Lingwe, has the audacity to exaggerate this situation and tarnish her reputation, suggesting that if she has committed such an act once, she will do so again. If she can secure a privilege from her mother this time, she might dare to demand family assets next. As Wen Lingwe enters, her eyes immediately land on Lin Che. You need to leave, she asserts, not wishing for her family's affairs to become public knowledge. However, Lin Che is not one to indulge her whims. As he undergoes treatment, she barges in and begins to hurl insults at Dr. Wen, displaying utter disrespect towards both him and the doctor. Lin Che, not lacking in moral integrity, recognizes the care Dr. Wen has provided him. When danger arises, he feels compelled to stand up for her. Rising from the treatment apparatus, Lin Che, standing an impressive height of 185 meters, instantly obstructs the impolite young woman who stands at a mere 165 meters. Though she is considered attractive, at least among the ordinary, before Wen Shu Yao, she resembles a servant encountering royalty. This disparity stems not only from her looks, but also from an innate grace coupled with cultivated refinement. As Lin Che approaches, the young woman instinctively takes a step back, her eyes narrowing in apprehension. What do you want? I am the eldest miss of the Wen family. Lin Che, perplexed by her declaration, wonders about Wen Shu Yao's status. Are they both heiresses? Yet, how could sisters quarrel in such a manner? He dismisses her with a stern expression, stating, I do not care who you are. First and foremost, you have interrupted my treatment. I have paid for this time, and your intrusion has cost me. Secondly, this is a hospital, and anyone should know that loud disturbances are unacceptable. If you continue to shout, I will call the authorities to escort you out. Lin Che refuses to lower himself to her level. Engaging in a petty argument would only make him akin to a dog fighting another dog. He presents facts and reasoning, each statement irrefutable, leaving Wen Lingyue fuming, her face flushed with anger. In a fit of rage, she swings her handbag towards Lin Che's chest. However, with his tall and imposing stature, he easily intercepts the motion. Infuriated, Wen Lingyue notes that this robust man does not appear to be a patient. She glances at Wen Xiao, who today is not clad in her usual white coat, but rather in a high-neck sweater and a chestnut-long coat, paired with elegant white trousers. The gold-rimmed glasses perched on her oval face elevate her appearance to new heights. This is no mere medical visit. It is an ostentatious display. Suddenly, a realization dawns on Wen Lingyue. So, you are having a clandestine rendezvous during work hours, Wen Xiao? I will report this to my mother and ensure the entire hospital knows. Let us see how you continue to hold your head high here. Wen Xiao recognizes Wen Lingyue's erratic behavior. She has taken a day off, and whatever she does today, others cannot criticize. Yet, in today, as society, the loudest voice often prevails. The more unruly one is, the more sympathy they seem to garner. Should Wen Lingyue truly begin to scream and shout outside? Even with her day off, Wen Xiao would find it challenging to justify herself. Come back here. Wen Xiao reaches for Wen Lingyue's arm. However, Wen Lingyue, accustomed to playing the bully in her affluent upbringing, shows no restraint even towards the true heiress. With a forceful flick of her handbag, she aims directly for Wen Xiao's flawless face. Though she might claim it was unintentional, her intent is undoubtedly malicious. Wen Lingyue has long harbored jealousy towards Wen Xiao's extraordinary beauty, and this aggressive action is a manifestation of that envy. The handbag, adorned with numerous small trinkets, could cause significant harm to Wen Xiao's delicate visage, potentially resulting in disfigurement. Furthermore, Wen Lingyue could conveniently argue that she was merely defending herself, thus evading responsibility. With a loud slap, Wen Xiao gasps in surprise. Eagerly, Wen Lingyue turns to witness the downfall of her rival, anticipating the sight of the so-called ugly duckling losing her beauty. Yet, upon turning, she finds the same man standing between them once more. He raises a single hand, effortlessly blocking the forceful swing of the handbag. The trinkets strike Lin Che's hand, causing blood to flow and pain to throb through his bones. Still, he remains silent, his hand steady and unwavering, his gaze icy as he locks eyes with the woman. Wen Lingyue, now frightened, clings to her defiance, raising her chin and declaring, I don't know. I didn't see anything. He ran into me. It is a pity that she possesses such a mouth, devoid of any coherent reasoning. Lin Che coldly retorts, Dr. Wen, please call the authorities. She is already disturbing the peace of the hospital. Oh, Wen Xiao quickly retrieves her phone. It is at this moment that Wen Lingyue begins to panic. Call the police? Over such a trivial matter? Then she turns her ire towards Lin Che, attempting to provoke him further. And you, a grown man, calling the police over a mere scratch? Are you not a man? Do you lack any spine? Were it not for his cultivated demeanor, Lin Che would have erupted in a torrent of curses. Instead, he maintains his composure, albeit with an edge of coldness. Firstly, I do not require your judgment. Secondly, while your assault may be minor, causing a disturbance in the hospital is a serious offense. And as for my masculinity, would you like me to prove it to you? His crude remark leaves both women stunned. Wen Lingyue stands frozen, looking up at the man as if she were the Monkey King before Buddha himself, suddenly feeling a tremor of fear. She, the eldest daughter of the Wen family, is accustomed to being revered by men in the capital, yet here stands one who treats her with such bluntness. She realizes that provoking this seemingly reserved man could lead to dire consequences. Honest men do not lose their tempers easily, but when they do, they can be the fiercest opponents. Fearful, Wen Lingyue falls silent. Meanwhile, Wen Xiao is equally astonished. Throughout this past 6 months, Lin Che has consistently exuded an air of poise and nobility. Today, however, he has shown a willingness to resort to violence for her sake, uttering curses in defense of her honor. Rather than diminishing his image, it enriches her perception of him, rendering him even more complex and compelling, truly exuding masculinity. Chapter 25. No reconciliation. When Xiao's understanding of Lin Che deepens, he is more grounded, embodying the responsibilities of a man, surpassing the ideal she had envisioned in her mind. Originally, there was a concern that if she truly encountered that person, it might tarnish the sacred impression she held of him in her heart. However, after a prolonged period of interaction, Lin Che not only failed to disappoint her, but instead consistently brought her unexpected joy. He was, in every conceivable way, the epitome of her ideal partner. At this moment, the call finally connected. Hello, I need to report an incident. This is Tina Hospital, and there is someone causing a disturbance. After making the report, when Shu Yao noticed Lin Che's hand was still bleeding, prompting her to hurriedly retrieve iodine swabs and band-aids. Are you all right? Is your bone intact? Skin-deep wounds are not alarming, but I fear for any damage to the bone. Lin Che shook his head. I'm fine. When Shu Yao grew anxious. With so much blood, how can you say you're fine? You mustn't use your hand to block next time. The fingers are far too fragile. She carefully placed a pillow on the table, set Lin Che's hand upon it, and gently wiped away the blood from his knuckles. A large patch of skin had been lifted, and the sight caused Wen Shuyao immense heartache, even though he did not suffer the injury on her behalf. Her heart ached for him, for he was the one she cherished deeply. Moreover, Lin Che had indeed shielded her from harm, had he not protected her from these injuries. The horrific sight of them marring her exquisite face would have been catastrophic, utterly destroying a masterpiece of beauty. Wen Shuyao was genuinely distressed now, her hair slightly disheveled. A few strands fell from her temple, obscuring her cheek, yet this scene only enhanced a sense of fragmented beauty. A rarity for someone as image-conscious and elegantly poised as Wen Shuyao. It stemmed solely from the fact that Lin Che was the one hurt. Even a mere scratch on his hand resonated deeply within her heart. Lin Che held a significance that outweighed even her own. Meanwhile, when Ling Wei, who had been watching in a daze, was bewildered. Who on earth is this man? She pondered. How could a mere patient render a proud young lady like her so submissive? To one Ling Wei, Wen Shuyao's treatment of Lin Che was nothing short of demeaning, a display of supplication. She could not fathom the man's identity that could transform her sister in such a manner. Yet, a flicker of delight danced within her. If Wen Shuyao were to marry off early, then she would lose her standing in the competition for the family fortune. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived, escorting them all to the station to clarify the situation. After Lin Che explained, the officers turned their attention to Wen Lingwei. Do you not know the hospitals must maintain order and cannot tolerate disturbances? Moreover, you physically assaulted one of the patients. Wen Lingwei protested indignantly. Is that little injury even worth mentioning? A grown man should not be so pathetic. Before Lin Che could respond, the officers stepped forward in indignation. Regardless of the severity of the injury, once you lay hands on someone and disrupt the hospital's order, it is unequivocally wrong. What do you propose we do? Wen Lingwei, her expression sour, crossed her arms and looked away. Let us settle this privately. He merely seeks to extort some money. How about 10,000? Would that suffice? Her audacity rendered the officers momentarily speechless. To be slapped and only sustain a superficial injury, yet offer 10,000 as compensation? That was merely her initial offer. Had she been a bit more assertive, a sum 3 or 5 times that amount would not have been out of the question. The officers silently wished for her to strike again, assured they would not charge her for assaulting a police officer. A modest settlement would suffice. Even if it was just 3 or 5,000, equivalent to nearly a month's salary. However, Lin Che clearly looked down upon such a trifling sum. I will not accept her money. This matter must be handled formally. In cases like this, there is no weighing of trivialities. Once it is brought to light, it becomes a weighty issue. Most importantly, Lin Che was assaulted while in the capacity of a hospital patient. Wen Lingwei could not escape the charges of disturbing hospital order and assaulting a patient. You are being unreasonable, Wen Lingwei exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Che. He paid her no mind. A bit of filthy money does not make you significant. Today's events will surely teach you a lesson. At that moment, a well-dressed woman hurried into the room. Oh dear, Lingwei, what has happened to you? The newcomer was Wen Shuyao's biological mother, Wen Yunmei. Their family business was predicated on merit, allowing both genders to inherit, thus necessitating the recruitment of male heirs when it came time for the female successor. Upon seeing her mother, Wen Lingwei burst into tears, clinging to her. Mom, I merely went to my sister's office to say a few words. And then she and that man began to bully me, claiming I had injured them. What a master of the act she was. Wen Yunmei, not fully grasping the situation, turned to Wen Shuyao with reproach. Shuyao, look at you. You should show a little more consideration for your sister. As the elder, you ought to be more forgiving. The head of the Wen family's words left Lin Che astonished. It became apparent that even a family patriarch could be so biased, immediately siding with one daughter while blaming the other, without even acknowledging the true victim, merely weighing the relationship between her two daughters. At this moment, Lin Che remained oblivious to Wen Lingyue's true status as an impostor. He simply found her mother's partiality towards the younger daughter rather excessive. On the other hand, when Shuyao offered no explanation, only displaying a bitter smile, revealing she was accustomed to being wronged. Thus, she refrained from entering the Wen household or entangling herself with them, choosing instead to earn her own living. However, in her desire to assist Lin Che's mother, she sought a position at the rehabilitation center. Unbeknownst to her, the false heiress, Wen Lingwei, misinterpreted this as an attempt to seize the family fortune and lashed out at her. Her biological mother, failing to discern right from wrong, was solely focused on maintaining balance between her daughters. In truth, it was not balance, but rather an inclination towards the younger daughter, as if uttering a single word against her would mean banishment from the Wen family, leading to a cascade of guilt. Both when Shuyao and Lin Che were disinclined to offer any explanations, it was the police who elucidated the entire situation. After hearing the account, Wen Yunmei sighed in relief. "Oh dear, I thought it was something serious. You frightened your mother." Turning to Wen Shuyao, she added, "Shuyao, this gentleman is your patient, since he has been injured. Let him receive some compensation, and I will cover it." When Shuyao glanced at Lin Che, aware that he would not swallow this slight. Therefore, she chose not to intervene. "Mom, I cannot make decisions on this matter. It was Lingwei who hurt Mr. Lin. Let her resolve it herself." Lin que interna le commended Wen Shuyao. "Well done, Dr. Wen." Subsequently, Wen Yunmei turned to Lin Che, inquiring if reconciliation was possible, raising the amount to even 100,000. The police nearby felt a pang of disbelief. That amount could rival their annual salaries, all for a mere scratch. Yet Lin Che remained resolute in his refusal. He desired nothing more than to see the spoiled young lady spend a few days in the police station. Seeing that Lin Che was unyielding, Wen Yunmei called Wen Shuyao aside. "Shuyao, what is the matter? He is your patient. How can he be more important than your sister? You must persuade him to let this go, and everything will be resolved amicably. You are sisters bound by blood. What is there to make a fuss about during the holidays?" Chapter 26. I just want to stand up for you. When Shuyu could no longer tolerate her mother's blatant favoritism, she resolutely declared, "Mother, Mr. Lin is merely my patient. I have no sway over his thoughts. Since you wish for reconciliation, let Lingwei approach him." In truth, when Shuyu understood that Lin Che did not covet wealth, what he sought was respect. This sentiment resonated with Wen Shuyu, as she herself held similar values. Wen Yunmei also perceived that Shuyu was just the doctor of that patient, with no deeper connection, and likely no meaningful conversations to speak of. Just as she was preparing to abandon the idea of persuading Lin Che, when Lingwei interjected, "Mother, my sister simply refuses to assist me. Just look at the outfit she is wearing today. It's evident that she has a special relationship with that man." When I entered her consultation room, I saw them engaged in an intimate conversation. Ling Yue's fabrications flowed effortlessly from her lips. Having been accustomed to deceit since childhood, her facade had become impenetrable, displaying no signs of dishonesty. It was clear that her intention in entering the room was directed at Wen Shuyu. At that time, Lin Che had been resting at a distance, and Lingwei had initially assumed he was just an ordinary patient, even contemplating urging him to leave. Little did she expect him to step forward to assist Wen Shuyu, which led her to speculate on their possible special connection. Wen Yunmei scrutinized her eldest daughter, who was clad in a high-neck sweater, a woolen coat, white trousers, and gold-rimmed glasses. She resembled a cool, aloof heroine straight from a comic book. This ensemble was decidedly inappropriate for a hospital setting. In fact, she had forgotten that when Shuyu had taken the afternoon off, it was her personal time, and she was free to dress as she pleased. Furrowing her brow, Wen Yunmei inquired, "Shuyu, what is the nature of your relationship with that man?" When Shuyu was on the verge of exasperation. "I'm not involved with him, mother. Why are you jumping to conclusions?" Her tone had grown noticeably impatient. She genuinely wished to sever ties with the Wen family. However, her biological family had accepted considerable wealth from the Wens, effectively selling her to them. When Shuyu now found herself without a home, her original family had cast her aside, and her biological family remained inaccessible. Thus, she lived in solitude, grappling with severe psychological issues. Otherwise, she would not have needed saving by Lin Che 5 years prior. At that moment, Wen Yunmei recalled that Shuyu had requested a placement in a nursing home. "Shuyu, I just remembered, a couple of days ago, you mentioned arranging a spot in a nursing home for someone important. Who is it for?" As a strong and astute woman, Wen Yunmei pondered that her newly acknowledged daughter had no ties to her biological family, which certainly didn't require her care. Thus, it was unlikely that there was an elderly individual in need of her assistance. When Shuyu felt a headache coming on, she did not wish to divulge her matters with Lin Che to her mother. Had it not been Lin Che's mother who required the nursing home, she would never have sought her mother's help for such a position. This singular request made Wen Shuyu feel indebted to the Wen family. "Fine, I'll speak to him and see if Mr. Lin can forgive Lingwei." Wen Shuyu was truly weary of the entanglement. She was a person who cherished tranquility and possessed profound knowledge. Discussing trivial matters vexed her spirit. Inside the isolation room, when Shuyu and Lin Che sat together. Dr. Wen, I notice your mother has been favoring your sister. They haven't caused you any trouble, have they? Lin Che still believed the sisters were biological siblings, with just a slight preferential treatment towards the younger daughter. Many families operate in such a manner, where older siblings are often seen favoring the younger ones, under the pretense of responsibility. In reality, such dynamics only exacerbate familial conflicts due to their inability to provide equal treatment. When Shuyu removed her glasses and pressed her fingers to her temples, her long, neatly arranged hair cascaded over her shoulders, and the warm sunlight bathed her coat, enveloping her in an air of elegant fragility. Lin Che watched her, reminded of a once prominent student whose composure shattered after a disappointing exam, evoking a sense of empathy. Doctor, are you all right? He inquired, his concern palpable. He instinctively reached out to support her delicate form, but halted midway, aware of the boundaries between genders, especially since he was not particularly familiar with Dr. Wen. Instead, he produced a pack of unopened tissues from his pocket. Doctor, here's some tissues. Take one if you need it. When Shuyu lifted her gaze, inhaling softly before extracting a clean tissue to dab at her slightly damp eyes. She was undeniably stunning, with a round, gentle oval face and rosy eyes that resembled a princess who had faced adversity. Once she donned her gold-rimmed glasses again, her previously soft visage took on a hint of assertiveness. I apologize, Mr. Lin, for presenting such an unflattering image. Lin Che shook his head. How could that be? He was bewildered. After all, the rationale was on their side. How was it that when Shuyu, after being summoned by her mother, returned appearing so pitiful and bullied? After a moment's hesitation, when Shuyu resolved to speak candidly. Mr. Lin, my family situation is quite complicated. Right now, my mother and that sister of mine are reluctant to escalate matters further. So Lin Che immediately grasped her meaning, interjecting, I understand, Dr. Wen. You need not elaborate. I will inform the police that we have reached an amicable resolution. His understanding left when Shuyu momentarily speechless. He had even anticipated what she wished to convey before she could finish her thought. Moreover, his consideration for her feelings was overwhelming. He had not even mentioned any other conditions. This profound empathy struck a chord in Wen Shuyu's heart. Throughout her life, she had encountered individuals motivated solely by greed and self-interest. The family that raised her had cast her aside for monetary gain, while her biological family merely utilized her, forbidding her from revealing her identity to avoid damaging the one family's reputation. Only Lin Che felt like an angel sent to redeem her. Lin Che continued, in truth, I had no intention of escalating the situation. A mere scrape on my hand is inconsequential for a man. However, witnessing your sister bully you to the point of distress compelled me to stand up for you. At the very least, she should learn a lesson and refrain from tormenting you in the future. His words left Wen Shuyu profoundly astonished. It was akin to that fateful night 5 years ago when Lin Che had appeared as an angel, rescuing her from despair. Now, his words felt like those of a deity, comforting her fragile spirit. Just moments before, Wen Shuyu had assumed Lin Che was unwilling to forgive due to his own grievances. Yet it turned out he was driven by a desire to protect her. In that fleeting instant, all her grievances and emotions surged forth, overwhelming her with a bittersweet ache. Tears began to blur her deep-set eyes, and even her slender waist trembled slightly. With her hands covering her face, she could not help but sob softly, much like she did 5 years ago. Chapter 27. Dr. Wen embraced her. When Shuyao had originally believed that the experiences of the past 5 years had fortified her heart to be as unyielding as stone. After all, throughout these years, no matter the discrimination she faced or the slander she endured, she had chosen not to compete or engage in disputes, simply striving to live her life well. Today, she felt relatively untroubled. However, Lin Che's concern unleashed a torrent of resentment she could no longer contain. What brings a person to tears may not always be the malice of others. Sometimes, it is a fleeting moment of kindness from another that can cause a wronged individual to weep profusely. Lin Che was perplexed, wondering if he had misspoken. Why had Dr. Wen suddenly burst into tears? After all, she was a psychologist, presumably with formidable emotional defenses. For the past 6 months, Lin Che had visited her clinic weekly for treatment. Regardless of how difficult her patients or their families were, Dr. Wen always greeted them with a smile, never allowing anything to penetrate her composure. Her demeanor was typically serene and gentle. This was the first time he had witnessed such a profound emotional upheaval from her. Lin Che instinctively checked to ensure the door was closed. He understood that someone like Dr. Wen valued her dignity. If anyone else were to witness her tears, it would surely create an uncomfortable situation for her. Fortunately, he had locked the door upon entering. He then pulled out a tissue, intending to help her wipe her tears. However, Dr. Wen's hands remained clasped over her face, her frail figure trembling against the table. As Lin Che gently brushed her fingers with the tissue, he asked, "Dr. Wen, are you all right?" In the next moment, when Shu Yao abruptly turned and threw herself into Lin Che's embrace, burying her tear-streaked face into his clothing, feeling his warmth and listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. After countless nights of being awakened by nightmares over the past 5 years, she had longed for this moment, yet it had come to fruition in a police station under the guise of a doctor and her patient. Lin Che was utterly bewildered, his mind racing. "Ah, Dr. Wen, I acknowledge your beauty, your long, slender legs, the high-necked sweater accentuating your delicate waist and ample bosom, paired with white trousers and a woolen coat exuding an alluring aura. The gold-rimmed glasses only heighten your appeal, but you cannot take advantage of me. I'm a married man. I cannot engage in such impropriety." Lin Che cautiously shifted his chair back, but Dr. Wen held him tightly, her face nestled against his chest, her delicate hands wrapped around his waist. This position was one he had only shared with Jiang Liu, and he had never experienced such intimacy with any other woman over the years. The last time he'd been kissed by Lu Yishuang had been an accident, leaving him utterly dazed. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself inexplicably seated in a car. But now, he was fully aware and with Dr. Wen's face pressed against his abdomen, the intense stimulation sent his heart racing. He wished to retreat, but Dr. Wen's grip was unwavering. This continued for approximately 2 minutes until a knock on the door interrupted them. "Ladies and gentlemen, how is the mediation going? This room is needed for others." Hearing the commotion, when Shu Yao quickly withdrew and turned away, Lin Che carefully offered her a tissue. "Thank you," she murmured softly, dabbing at the corners of her eyes before retrieving her makeup kit to touch up her appearance. Once she donned her glasses, she reverted to the aloof and composed demeanor of a high-ranking professional, her face still bearing traces of her earlier tears, but remaining breathtakingly stunning. The intimacy they had just shared lent her an even more alluring quality. Lin Che tidied his shirt, wiping away the remnants of tears before fastening his coat. "They are coming," he announced as he opened the door. The police officer stood outside, accompanied by the mother and daughter duo. "Mr. Lin, have you reached a decision?" the officer inquired. Lin Che glanced at the two women. Wen Yunmei appeared worried for her younger daughter, while Wen Lingyue was anxious about potentially spending days at the police station, fearing discomfort. Lin Che was reluctant to let her off the hook, unable to tolerate her entitled demeanor. However, since it would put Dr. Wen in a difficult position, he decided to relent. "Very well, I agree to mediation." Instantly, the mother and daughter appeared relieved. Ultimately, the Wen family agreed to compensate him with 10,000 yuan. Lin Che thought little of the money, but he figured there was no harm in accepting it. As they exited the police station, Wen Yunmei said to Wen Shu Yao, "Shu Yao, you haven't been home for a meal in ages. You should come back this weekend." Wen Shu Yao was reluctant to become entangled with her family, but felt unable to refuse. "I will see how my schedule looks. If I'm free, I'll return," she replied, though in truth, she had no desire to go back. Living alone was liberating, free from the burden of others' accusations and favoritism. Yet, the thought of living together with Lin Che filled her with happiness. However, she was still grappling with the aftermath of crying and embracing him in the mediation room, uncertain how to explain it. Meanwhile, when Lingyue chimed in with dissatisfaction, "Such drama. You need to find a time just to go home? Mom, look at me. I can return any time my mother wants me." When Lingyue was adept at vying for parental affection, the type of child who would cry to garner more love. When Shu Yao ignored her, after the mother-daughter pair departed, Lin Che turned and approached Wen Shu Yao. "Dr. Wen, just now." But when Shu Yao suddenly placed her delicate finger against Lin Che's lips, her fingers were slender and fair, with well-defined joints, and she wore no extravagant nails. Just a simple, healthy pink polish. With a tender gaze, her red lips parted slightly. "Mr. Lin, please don't speak of this. I beg you. Can we consider this our secret and never mention it again?" Lin Che took a moment to comprehend. She must have been seeking a source of comfort in her moment of despair, inadvertently using him as a pillow to shield her tears. And he was simply the only other person in the room, seated close by, which led to this misunderstanding. It felt akin to waking on a bus to find one's head resting on the shoulder of a striking stranger, who bore no disdain and silently tolerated your presence. Even as the bus passed your stop, Lin Che concluded that their relationship resembled this unfamiliar connection, one not born of romantic affection, but rather a beautiful misunderstanding. He nodded, his voice warm as the winter sun. "All right." Chapter 28. The wife is terribly afraid. Lin Che was oblivious to what was transpiring. When Dr. When declared that the two of them should no longer speak of their embraces, he felt a twinge of unexpected disappointment. He could not quite ascertain the nature of his feelings. Perhaps it was merely the dependency of a patient on their physician. The afternoon therapy session was disrupted by Ling Che, to which Wen Xiao apologetically remarked, "I am terribly sorry, Mr. Lin. It is entirely my thoughtless sister's fault. Since you have settled the full medical fee, you may reserve an additional afternoon next week, aside from your regular treatment hours. However, it would be prudent to inform me in advance so that I can arrange my schedule accordingly." Wen Xiao, with her hands tucked elegantly into the pockets of her trench coat, exuded a tall and graceful demeanor. Her stature rivaled that of Jiang Liu, likely exceeding 1.7 meters. Dressed in pristine white trousers, she appeared entirely pure and untainted, reminiscent of a saint stepping forth from the pages of a book. Her oval face bore a gentle expression, yet beneath her gold-rimmed glasses lay an undeniable allure. Lin Che felt as though the psychologist could truly peer into the depths of his soul, prompting him to avert his gaze slightly. "Very well. Once I select a time, I will inform Dr. Wen in advance. Thank you for your assistance." Lin Che expressed his sincere gratitude. Wen Xiao raised an elegantly arched brow and gracefully extended her right hand from her pocket. "Thank you for rescuing me today, Mr. Lin. You truly are my benefactor." At that moment, the sun shone brilliantly, casting a soft glow upon Wen Xiao's exquisitely sculpted visage. She finally voiced her gratitude for the life-saving act from 5 years prior, an opportunity long awaited. Her delicate, flushed nose and subtly thin lips added to her allure, enhancing her air of restrained beauty. Lin Che was momentarily captivated, nodding in astonishment. By the time he regained his composure, Wen Xiao had already driven away, leaving behind a lingering warmth in his hand. He glanced at his palm, now empty, yet still imbued with her fragrance. Upon releasing his coat, he lifted the inner lining to inhale the rich scent once more. A red sports car screeched to a halt at the roadside, and a leg that could very well take a man's breath away emerged from the vehicle. Jiang Liu stepped out, her high heels clicking against the pavement, while her cascading waves of hair danced in the wind. She radiated an ethereal purity, yet her long, slender legs and voluptuous figure added a striking charm that only heightened her allure. She was the embodiment of every man's dream, a white moonlight in their hearts. This was Lin Che's wife. In a flurry, she rushed over upon hearing that Lin Che had entered the police station. Today, she had only intended to spend a brief time at the office before hastily returning home to prepare a meal for him. With the temperatures soaring at home and the office not particularly cool, she had opted for minimal clothing, resulting in her bare legs being unadorned by any fabric as she made her way to the office. The urgency in her heart was unparalleled. As Jiang Liu stepped into the courtyard, onlookers and officers alike turned their heads, captivated by her presence. My goodness, those legs! And that car must be worth millions. She is undoubtedly a rich beauty. Jiang Liu's stunning appearance was simply breathtaking. Unlike Wen Xiao, who possessed a gentle beauty, Jiang Liu was a force of nature, commanding attention from every angle and evoking the idealized image of a beloved in every man's heart. After only a few steps, she spotted Lin Che and, without a moment's hesitation, sprinted towards him. At that precise moment, the wind picked up, tousling her hair and causing her dark red dress to billow gracefully. Almost losing her balance in her high heels, she fell perfectly into Lin Che's strong embrace. "Are you out of your mind?" Lin Che exclaimed, noticing her bare legs as she rushed towards him like a whirlwind. Jiang Liu ignored his concern, nestling against him and breathlessly replied, "Darling, you scare me to death. I heard you were taken to the police station, and I feared the worst. What if something had happened to you?" A wave of anxiety washed over her, bringing forth memories of past life. In that life, Lin Che had been gravely injured while rescuing her, bloodied and battered by those who had kidnapped her. She had witnessed him being bound and kneeling at the edge of a ship, moments before being thrust into the sea. Even in that dire moment, he had offered her a reassuring smile, devoid of resentment or regret, filled only with hope and relief that she would survive. That man, who had endured 2 years of silent treatment and 3 years of divorce, had truly captured her heart. In that fleeting moment, as she watched Lin Che tumble into the sea, Jiang Liu came to the profound realization that her heart had always belonged to him. She cared for him deeply, and the same sentiment reverberated back. Thus, any news concerning Lin Che sent her into a spiral of worry. She could not bear the thought of living alone, resigned to a life of solitude. All she desired was to walk hand in hand with the person she cherished the most, growing old together. In Lin Che se embrace. Jiang Liu finally felt grounded, no longer adrift like a leaf in the wind. Lin Che, perplexed by his wife's sudden change in demeanor, pondered what could have transpired. His visit to the police station was hardly a matter of great consequence. If it were, he would either be in a hospital or a morgue, not merely at the police station. Yet, seeing Jiang Liu clad so lightly tugged at his heartstrings. Are you attempting to elicit sympathy from me? He mused, connecting the dots with the exaggerated portrayals he'd seen in television dramas, where individuals feigned distress despite being entirely unharmed. However, Lin Che genuinely cared for Jiang Liu, feeling a familial concern. Liu, you're dressed so lightly. You should return to the car. If you catch a cold, won't you blame me? Jiang Liu clung tightly to his sturdy chest, pouting as she looked up at him with a playful tone. I could never blame my husband. Lin Che surveyed their surroundings. Many eyes were upon them, particularly those of individuals filing reports and several officers, all casting envious glances. The intensity of their stares felt as if they could pierce him. Most notably, Jiang Liu's figure was simply exquisite. Back in college, whenever they performed together or strolled hand in hand, they would attract the ire of every male student, even those with girlfriends, who cast him daggers from across the grounds. However, after their marriage, they had seldom appeared in public together, hardly even shopping for groceries. Lin Che surmised that Jiang Liu's status as a wealthy heiress made her cautious about revealing her husband's identity, and he was content with their low profile. Thus, public displays of affection had become a rarity. As they embraced for nearly 30 seconds, Jiang Liu finally felt the chill in her legs. Unable to suppress the shivering that ensued, Lin Che furrowed his brows and chided. Wearing so little, do you realize how cold it is? Why are you so enamored with vanity? He then removed his coat and draped it over Jiang Liu's shoulders, stepping forward slightly to shield her from the wind as they returned to the luxury car. In Chapter 29, the billionaire female CEO also possesses a captivating charm. Witnessing her husband consider her well-being in such a manner, especially after removing his own clothing to shield her from the chill, filled Jiang Liu's heart with secret delight. Upon reaching the car, Lin Che promptly escorted her to the passenger seat. With driving skills like yours, what vehicle can you handle? From now on, let your assistant take the wheel, he declared with a commanding tone, reclaiming his coat and donning it again before settling into the driver's seat. Are you heading home or to the office? Jiang Liu, still lost in her earlier joy, leaned against Lin Che's shoulder and cooed, wherever you go, I shall follow. Lin Che found himself at a loss against her charm. She resembled the affectionate young wife she had been 7 years prior, clingy and playful. Yet to Lin Che, this was merely a ploy to avoid the impending divorce, especially after 3 years of her indifference. It was only after proposing divorce on New Year's Day that she began to change, and it had only been a few days since. He reminded himself not to be swayed by the sweet allure of feminine wiles. However, Lin Che contemplated that he had little to do that afternoon. He could accomplish his work at home, where he had a computer, and it would allow him to delve deeper into his research. He also wished to give his employees a chance to relax, opting not to disturb them. Truly, he was the epitome of an ideal boss, ever mindful of his employees' comfort, even going so far as to lend them money for their salaries. Shall I drive us home then? Lin Che patted Jiang Liu's head, attempting to gently push her away. Yet, she clung to him like a hungry wolf, resisting all attempts to be dislodged. Yes, I want to go home with you, she replied in a soft, endearing voice. A stark contrast to her position as a billionaire CEO. As Lin Che reached for the gear shift, Jiang Liu obstructed his hand. You're blocking my way to change gears, he remarked. Jiang Liu nestled deeper into his embrace and suggested, then why not reach in and shift? Lin Che glanced down, realizing that the gear lever was nestled against her ample bosom, making it quite impractical to maneuver. That's enough. I need to drive. This is too dangerous, he insisted. Suddenly, Jiang Liu's embrace grew bolder. If you're driving, let me help you change gears, she proposed. Years of familiarity dulled Lin Che's reflexes, and he was momentarily taken aback as her delicate hand ventured toward his lap. Reacting swiftly, he grasped her neck gently, as one would a small dog, admonishing, Jiang Liu, can you not behave more decently in public? His tone was stern, revealing his frustration. Yet, Jiang Liu pouted and retorted, husband, we used to play like this when we were newly in love. Do you think I've become too old for you? Her eyes, full of innocence, attempted to feign seriousness. Lin Che waved his hand dismissively. Enough of such dangerous antics. You may not care for your safety, but I still value mine. He then shifted the gear, and a luxury car swiftly sped off under his command. Jiang Liu fastened her seatbelt, leaving a mark across her chest. Hey, husband, why are you suddenly so serious? Lin Che chose to ignore her, driving into the dimly lit underground parking lot, where few people were present before the end of work hours. Just as Lin Che unbuckled his seatbelt, Jiang Liu beat him to it, throwing herself into his arms. Husband, let me hold you for a moment. She reminisced about their early days with her first car, when they would steal kisses and embrace within its confines, such exhilarating moments. Lin Che, aware he could not push her away, resigned himself to her presence and began to check his phone. However, Jiang Liu was restless in his embrace. Her hands wandering. Lin Che, struggling to contain his impulses, found it increasingly difficult, especially with her alluring figure, her cascading waves of hair framing her smooth shoulders, her slender neck delicately exposed, and her cool fingertips brushing against him. The sharpness of her well-manicured nails occasionally grazed him, heightening his awareness. Suddenly, Jiang Liu froze. Having caught a scent she hadn't noticed before, both outside and in the car, due to the excitement. Slowly, she lifted her body and tugged at Lin Che's shirt, covering the loosened waistband. "Husband, what scent is that?" she inquired, her heart racing with trepidation as the aroma was unmistakably feminine. She found it hard to believe that Lin Che could betray her, yet curiosity gnawed at her. What kind of woman could possibly compare to her? Faced with Jiang Liu's probing question, Lin Che realized that any explanation would be futile. He had not discerned when Shu Yao's scent, perhaps due to his lack of sensitivity or because he had grown accustomed to it. Nevertheless, he had engaged in no infidelity. When Shu Yao had lunged at him, he had firmly rejected her advances, resolutely reminding himself that he was a married man and would never stray. Thus, in that moment, he felt justified. Yet, with Jiang Liu's inquiry, the situation became difficult to clarify, so he opted for a simpler explanation. "I went to the police station today because of a woman. She attacked my attending physician, and I intervened, taking the brunt of her aggression. That is likely when the scent transferred to me." Lin Che presented this account simply to maintain peace, knowing that nothing untoward had occurred with Dr. Wen. Jiang Liu pondered this for a moment and conceded that it did make sense. Her husband was unlikely to cheat. After all, he had been at the police station and not in any compromising situation. Instantly, her expression softened. "Oh dear, husband, I misjudged you. Will you punish me?" she asked, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation. In the early days of their marriage, they had incorporated playful punishments to enhance their intimacy, along with various delightful toys. Though these had long since gathered dust in the storage room. Suddenly, Jiang Liu felt a twinge of excitement. Today, returning home early with her husband, coupled with the guilt of her previous coldness, made her yearn for a chance to allow him to vent his frustrations on her, perhaps mending their rift. However, Lin Che coldly dismissed her suggestion with a curt, "You're delusional," before exiting the car. The light in Jiang Liu's eyes dimmed instantly. Perhaps she had hurt him too deeply. Yet, he had shown a reaction just moments ago, indicating she still held some allure for him. Regret washed over her. She had misjudged him and failed to trust him, not embodying the image of a good wife at all. Determined to rectify her mistake, Jiang Liu hurriedly flung open the car door and ran after him. "Husband, let me help you with the laundry. Hand-washed, exquisitely clean." The hands of a billionaire female CEO are indeed invaluable, yet she insists on personally doing the laundry for Lin Che, only to be met with a firm refusal. "No need, I could just toss it into the washing machine." As they enter the elevator, Jiang Liu seizes the opportunity to link her arm with her husband's. "Then I shall assist my husband with his underwear, for it seems they may have become somewhat soiled." Lin Che is tempted to retort with a curt "get lost." Even a billionaire female CEO possesses the charm to provoke desire. Chapter 30. The flower vase actress of the entertainment industry. Upon returning home, Jiang Liu hurries to the kitchen, eager to showcase the culinary skills she learned that day. She had previously instructed the housekeeper to procure the necessary ingredients and place them in the refrigerator. Tonight's dish, Angelica, ginger and lamb soup. With the weather being cold, it is the perfect remedy to warm their bodies. Moreover, lamb is a warming ingredient, beneficial for the kidneys and enhancing vitality. She wishes to conceive a child with her husband. Lin Che had initially intended to prepare dinner himself, but upon witnessing Jiang Liu's enthusiastic rush into the kitchen, he refrains from entering. His primary concern is Jiang Liu's erratic cooking skills, which often lead to the wastage of precious agricultural produce. At times, he is tempted to report the culinary disaster and have the incompetent cook penalized. Having grown up in a household that struggled financially, Lin Che developed a profound appreciation for food. Even now, when he is no longer in want, he never permits himself to waste a morsel. Lin Che changes out of his suit into casual attire, also replacing his underwear, which he deems unsatisfactory for the day. He tosses it into the washing machine and begins to wash his socks by hand. Afterward, he retreats to his room to continue working on his programming. Suddenly, a news alert pops up on his computer screen. Congratulations to Sun Yin for winning the Golden Flower Award for Best Actress. Staring at the name, Lin Che is momentarily taken aback, then instinctively clicks on the article. The media bestows high praise upon Sun Yin. At merely 25 years of age, she has become the youngest Best Actress in history. Despite her relative inexperience, having graduated from the Drama Academy at 20, her acting skills, while not at the pinnacle, are distinctly remarkable among her contemporaries. Yet, she bears an unflattering moniker, the flower vase of the entertainment industry. Her beauty, ethereal as that of a fairy, draws envy and disdain. Lin Che suddenly recalls the soft, delicate girl from 5 years prior, her large, expressive eyes, her smile revealing 2 prominent little canines, and the dimples adorning her heart-shaped face. She exuded sweetness and youthful innocence. At that time, she had been desperate, rebelling against her family's plans, and ventured alone into the bustling metropolis to forge her own path. At just 20, with her innocent and charming countenance, she had unexpectedly entered Lin Che's office. "Hello, I have nowhere to go. May I rest here for a while tonight?" She resembled a forlorn kitten, lonely and helpless. Lin Che, then in the throes of his first entrepreneurial venture, had a chaotic office. Devoting himself entirely to his startup, he sometimes slept there, wrapped in a sleeping bag, waking only to code. Thus, he candidly informed her of his situation. If she didn't mind sharing the office, she could stay. Sun Yan's face lit up with delight. "How could that be? I'm immensely grateful. I've asked no less than 10 companies, and none were willing to take me in. If you refuse me, I wouldn't dare approach another." She bowed repeatedly in thanks, oblivious to the fact that Lin Che could have been a nefarious character. To assuage Lin Che's concerns, she handed him her ID. "This is my identification. You needn't worry. It's genuine. I will stay here tonight without any ulterior motives. Once I am financially stable, I will repay your kindness manifold. Please keep my ID safe. There is no risk of me running away, though I may occasionally need it." Her sincerity took Lin Che by surprise. How could he possibly fear such an adorable girl? Hence, he did not take her ID. Yet, in an act of reassurance, Sun Yan insisted on placing her identification in his drawer. From that day forth, Lin Che tidied his office, discarding unnecessary clutter, and set up a small bed for her. He locked the door each night to ensure her safety, while he often resorted to sleeping in his sleeping bag outside when he couldn't return home in time. To avoid misunderstandings, he made it a point to return home daily. Sun Yan resided there for nearly 6 months. Then one day, she announced that she had landed a role in a film. Lin Che congratulated her heartily and treated her to a grand meal, ultimately returning her ID intact. From that moment on, the enchanting girl vanished from Lin Che's life. As he scrolled through the comments, he noted a plethora of detractors targeting Sun Yan. Her stunning beauty had undoubtedly spawned jealousy, with some fans of her family deliberately disparaging her. They claimed her receipt of the Golden Flower Award for Best Actress was the result of sleeping with the director. Lin Che could not abide such vitriol online and responded to a few comments. "Eat less salt. It seems you have too much time on your hands. Do you live by the sea? Why are you so nosy?" Yet, the sheer volume of Sun Yan's detractors rendered his efforts futile. He reminisced about that innocent, pure girl. Her large, expressive eyes, her smile showcasing those pointed little canines, and her soft dimples, a picture of sweetness, the epitome of every man's ideal. He wondered, after 5 years, whether she had succumbed to the corrupting influences of the entertainment industry. Grabbing his phone, he navigated to Sun Yan's contact, scrolling through their chat history. The last message was from last year's National Day, where she wished him well, accompanied by a fireworks emoji. Lin Che had replied simply, adding a note of encouragement. Further back was a message from Qingming Festival. Lin Che understood that as her status ascended, their relationship would inevitably grow more distant. In the early days, they would converse frequently during each holiday, with Sun Yan often appearing lost and anxious. Lin Che provided her with unwavering support, frequently inquiring if she had enough to eat and if she was comfortable, often sending her red envelopes. Gradually, as Sun Yan became more engrossed in her burgeoning career, their conversations dwindled, especially when she just exited the chat. Lin Che suddenly recalled that she had not sent herself a message for significant occasions like New Year's Day this year. During the previous 4 years, she had never forgotten. It seemed she was trying to avoid misunderstandings. Now that she had become a prominent star and an award-winning actress, her status continued to rise. Any message from her would be explosive news. Thus, Lin Che glanced at her phone, exited the chat interface, and locked the screen, returning to her program analysis. She did not wish to burden Sun Yan with any complications. It was perhaps best for them to maintain a respectful distance. Just then, her phone lit up unexpectedly. Fearing it might be an important message from her staff, she took a quick look, only to find it was her stunning profile picture. Sun Yan? Chapter 31. The award-winning actress becomes a sensation backstage at the Golden Flower Awards ceremony. Sun Yan donned a flowing white gown that trailed along the floor, the fabric billowing like ethereal clouds and creating an elegant arc adorned with delicate crystals. It resembled a galaxy of stars. Her figure was graceful, with a long, elegant neck, and captivating collarbones. Each step she took on the stage was a photograph in the making, especially as her assistant reviewed the recent pictures. The spotlight cascaded like a dazzling galaxy, transforming the stage into a dreamlike realm. Standing at the center of the stage, she became the focal point of the world. Her long, exquisite legs emerged from the gown, the side slit rising almost to her thigh, as she shyly raised her hand to shield her face. The pose only enhanced her enchanting allure. Once backstage, she hastily snapped a photo with her trophy, eager to share it with the person she had long wished to impress. "Boss Lin, I finally did it," she sent, her fingers trembling with excitement, though a hint of uncertainty lingered in her heart. It had been 5 years since she last saw him, and she wondered if he had married. With still some time before the workday concluded, he was likely engrossed in coding. Over the years, Sun Yin frequently asked her assistant for news about Lin Che. She discovered that the project he had been working on during her stay, which he had been eager to transfer at a low price for personal reasons, was a half-finished endeavor. Consequently, it had been valued at a fraction of what it was worth. To aid her benefactor, Sun Yin reluctantly sought help from her family. It was the first time she had lowered herself to ask for assistance since her estrangement from them. To secure the funds necessary to purchase Lin Che's project at a higher price, she signed an agreement with her family, committing to endure 5 years away from home. Regardless of her success or failure in that time, she had to return home to accept their arrangements when the time was up, possessing an indomitable spirit since childhood. Sun Yin had taken steady steps over the past 5 years. Now, having received the prestigious Golden Flower Award, she had proven herself. Yet, due to the agreement made 5 years prior to assist Lin Che, she was compelled to return to the Su family. Life in the entertainment industry was undeniably exhausting. Although she relished the experience, her body indeed required rest. This time, as she fulfilled her family's agreement, she planned to take a brief respite in the capital. However, in her heart, she would never acquiesce to their demands. At that moment, her assistant, Zhang Hong, reminded her, "Yin Yin, we have a banquet tonight. You should quickly change into another outfit to attend." Sun Yin waved her hand dismissively, expressing her reluctance. I know, don't disturb me. I have important matters to attend to." Zhang Hong observed Sun Yin's stunning appearance, but she was wholly absorbed in messaging on her phone. As someone who had been through similar experiences, she could distinctly sense the romantic aura surrounding Sun Yin. Yet, as a rising star and freshly crowned actress in the entertainment scene, she absolutely could not afford to engage in romantic entanglements. Most of her 1 million fans were infatuated with her looks. If they learned that Sun Yin was in a relationship, it would undoubtedly lead to a swift conversion to anti-fans. Such was the reality of the entertainment industry. To become a star and earn the adoration of fans, one must maintain privacy in their personal life, particularly for beautiful actresses. Consequently, many stars engage in clandestine romances, fearful of public exposure. Zhang Hong knew that Sun Yin had always harbored feelings for a certain man. Yet with her busy schedule filled with filming and her phone often in Zhang Hong's possession, they hadn't been in frequent contact. She assumed that now, after winning an award, Sun Yin was eager to share her joy with the one she adored. Zhang Hong could only offer reminders, but felt powerless to prevent it. Yin Yin, as a major star, you must exercise caution. Never allow rumors of romantic liaisons to circulate. Furthermore, be meticulous with your wording and messages. If anything were to be leaked, it could severely impact your reputation and career. The entertainment industry was rife with individuals whose secrets had been exposed by their partners. Even married couples, when faced with conflicting interests, had their relationships laid bare. How much more precarious was the situation for those merely dating? Sun Yin, being so innocent and naive, had never experienced love and could easily lose herself in a romantic relationship, potentially falling prey to deceitful men. "Oh, Hongjia, I understand. You go ahead to the banquet. I will join you shortly." Zhang Hong felt a weight in her heart. Ultimately, she decided it was necessary to share her concerns with the pure-hearted Sun Yin. Leaning closer, she whispered in Sun Yin's ear, "Yin Yin, at tonight's celebration banquet, the esteemed judge, Master Shunichen, will also be attending. If they offer you drinks, try to limit your intake." Upon hearing Shunichen's name, Sun Yin froze. She was all too familiar with him, the scion of the Shun family in the capital, wielding significant influence in the entertainment industry. How else could he have become a judge at such a young age? He had leveraged his family's resources to star in several major productions. While his acting skills were mediocre, his strikingly handsome face had captured the hearts of countless young women. Moreover, he was notoriously lecherous. Any female star or artist he set his sights on was invariably at his mercy. Most importantly, the Shun family was affluent and powerful, allowing him to engage in fleeting encounters without consequence. A significant portion of the entertainment industry had fallen victim to his charm. Not long ago, they had collaborated on a short drama, which had drawn Shunichen's attention to Sun Yin. Despite his previous attempts to convey his interest, Sun Yin had remained indifferent. Following her award win, she initially believed he would not vote for her. However, it was of little consequence, as she had secured the award by an overwhelming margin. Yet, Lin Che had cast his vote for her, thus necessitating his invitation to the celebration banquet. Sun Yin was acutely aware of his lingering interest in her, especially after witnessing her in the high-fashion gown on stage, which had rendered him utterly captivated. "I will be cautious tonight," Sun Yin assured her manager, Zhang Hong. "However, I am not someone he can easily manipulate." Despite her estrangement from her family, they still provided her with some support due to the agreement made 5 years ago. Given Lin Che's status as a prince of the capital, he undoubtedly knew of Sun Yin's family background. While the Su family could not rival the Shun family, he would need to tread carefully if he intended to pursue her. "All right, Yin, as long as you're mindful." Zhang Hong had been by Sun Yin's side for 5 years, serving as her manager from the very beginning. Naturally, she was well aware that Sun Yin had a significant background supporting her. However, that background had never made its presence known. Otherwise, considering Sun Yin's stunning beauty, had she been alone in the cutthroat entertainment industry, she would have undoubtedly faced disgrace by now. Yet, Zhang Hong was fully cognizant that Sun Yin remained untainted. After Zhang Hong departed, Sun Yin noticed that Lin Che had yet to respond, prompting her to prepare for a change of clothes. Just as she stood up, her phone buzzed. "Congratulations, su superstar. I suppose I can no longer aspire to your heights." Lin Che had also attached a playful panda emoji covering its eyes. Upon reading the message, a smile involuntarily graced Sun Yin's lips. "No worries, Boss Lin. If you ever find yourself in need, I shall take care of you." Chapter 32. I shall take care of you. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Yin finally sent the message. In truth, during her time residing in Lin Che's office, their camaraderie had been quite relaxed. 5 years prior, Lin Che was 23, and Sun Yin was merely 20. They were akin to university students, with one being the senior and the other junior by 3 years. As they spent more time together, a cheerful atmosphere flourished. Sun Yin, as the younger one, often teased Lin Che. For instance, she would quip, "Today I reside under the roof of Boss Lin. Should he achieve success, he shall reward me handsomely." Sun Yin even fantasized that if one day Lin Che's company were to falter, she would arrive in her flashy car, declaring, "I shall take care of you." Such a thought was utterly exhilarating. She had already fulfilled one of the conditions. The luxurious car was ready. The only remaining condition hinged upon Lin Che's career facing ruin. Ahem, she was only jesting. Sun Yin did not possess such a malicious heart. Meanwhile, Lin Che chuckled at Sun Yin's message, finding her as endearing as ever, the same carefree girl she had been. 5 years ago, she had vowed to succeed and become a household name across the nation. Now, she had finally achieved that success without disdain for herself, still able to casually utter her old catchphrase, "I shall take care of you." Lin Che felt a deep sense of satisfaction, reassured that he had indeed defended Sun Yin against the trolls earlier. He did not take her words to heart, perceiving them merely as playful banter, and replied courteously, "All right, now that the superstar has made it big, when shall you treat me to a grand meal upon your return to the capital?" Lin Che's response was purely a formality, akin to the customary farewell remarks exchanged when guests depart, such as, "Come again next time. I promise to treat you." These words, once spoken, often faded into silence, a mere continuation of their past sentiments. Yet, life's myriad changes had rendered such promises unfulfilled. To his surprise, Sun Yin replied swiftly, "Sure, Boss Lin. Can you guess where I am now?" Lin Che furrowed his brow at the message, and then recalled that she was attending an awards ceremony today, which was indeed being held in the capital. Sun Yin's excited fingers quickly typed back, "Exactly. I'm in the capital, heading to the Royal Grand Hotel. I'll be attending a banquet shortly. Let us chat later." She then proceeded to change her attire. However, in between changing, she placed her phone on the wardrobe, periodically glancing at it to see what Lin Che might send her. Lin Che was keenly aware that Sun Yin's status had transformed. She had become a top-tier national celebrity, and the banquet she was attending would undoubtedly be filled with all manner of luminaries. Unsure of what to say, he simply replied, "All right, stay safe. You have a low tolerance for alcohol. Try to drink less." Lin Che recalled how, during the time Sun Yin resided in his office, she would celebrate after earning money from filming by purchasing beer and barbecue. They would sit on the office floor, each with a case of beer, proclaiming grandly that they would not return until they were inebriated. In truth, Sun Yin had a low tolerance. Even a single bottle would leave her cheeks flushed and her eyes glazed over. She would be on the floor before finishing 1.5 bottles. Yet she remained oblivious, often boasting about her ability to down 5 bottles as a baseline. Lin Che could hardly fathom how such a beautiful woman could be so inexperienced with alcohol, yet crave it so intensely. After changing into her attire, Sun Yin read Lin Che's message and felt a pang of bittersweet nostalgia. So many years had passed, yet he still remembered her poor tolerance for alcohol. However, throughout her time in the entertainment industry, many who admired her beauty sought to ply her with drinks. Aside from her manager, Hong Jie, who genuinely cared for her and shielded her from excessive drinking, no one else had sincere intentions. Particularly those who wished to see her intoxicated were driven by a perverse fascination. Sun Yin quickly replied with a simple, "Okay," stepping out from behind the stage. She changed from her high-end white gown meant for the award ceremony into a fitted, thigh-slit evening gown. Sun Yin was not fond of such attire. She preferred the comfort of casual pants, reminiscent of a university student. Yet, whether for an award ceremony or a banquet, such outfits were prearranged, leaving her with no choice in the matter. At that moment, the black gown clung to her form, accentuating her curves and showcasing her remarkable figure. The strapless design highlighted her alluring décolletage, while the deep cut drew attention, making it hard to look away. Her slender waist, barely graspable, contrasted sharply with her voluptuous hips, creating a breathtaking S-curve. Unaccustomed to the high slit, Sun Yin felt a constant fear of exposure and instinctively adjusted her dress, yet her long, elegant legs remained exposed, glowing even paler under the lights. With each step, she exuded an irresistible allure. At the end of the corridor stood a man in a gray suit. Leaning against the wall, smoking, he was tall and handsome, every strand of hair meticulously styled, resembling a character straight out of a comic book. His presence emanated an undeniable aggressiveness. It was none other than Sun Yecheng, the scion of the Shun family and a prominent figure in the capital. As he watched Sun Yin approach in her high heels, Sun Yecheng turned, his gaze lingering over her long, flawless legs, which were exposed by the thigh-high slit of her gown. The sight was utterly tantalizing, and his unrestrained gaze was far bolder than that of any onlooker. Extinguishing his cigarette in a nearby bin, he leaned in and said softly, "Spend the night with me. Name your price, name your resources, choose as you wish." Sun Yecheng's audacity was remarkable, openly speaking in the corridor behind the award ceremony without a care for who might overhear. In the entertainment industry, where familiarity reigned, few dared to cross him. Even if others overheard, they would swiftly turn away, pretending they had not. But Sun Yin was unafraid. With her large almond-shaped eyes glaring at Sun Yecheng like a sworn enemy, she gritted her teeth and spat out a single word, "Leave." She then grasped her gown, pulling it down to cover the exposed skin of her thigh. She resolutely refused to allow the audacious man to behold any further parts of her body. Sun Yecheng chuckled softly to himself. In his status as the heir of the capital's elite, no female celebrity had ever dared to exhibit such defiance towards him. Those whom he had set his sights upon inevitably capitulated to his desires. Yet, there was one exception, Sun Yin. Sun Yecheng had been fixated on her for nearly a year. To win her affection, he had leveraged his family's resources to produce a television drama featuring both of them as the leading roles. The narrative was laden with numerous intimate scenes and physical closeness. However, Sun Yin steadfastly refused any close contact with Sun Yecheng, insisting on using a body double for all intimate scenes. In retaliation, Sun Yecheng resorted to purchasing trending topics online, maliciously tarnishing Sun Yin's reputation for employing a stand-in. Consequently, a significant portion of her detractors were incited by Sun Yecheng's machinations. Nevertheless, Sun Yin's brilliance and flawless figure rendered her irresistible. Despite having toyed with many artists, Sun Yecheng found himself irresistibly drawn to her, consumed by an insatiable desire. As he watched her glide past him, her slender waist, smooth and pale neck, elongated legs, and curvaceous form left him helplessly enthralled. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized her delicate arm, reminiscent of White Lotus. Chapter 33, Angelica. Sun Yin was well aware of Sun Yecheng's audacity, yet she never anticipated such boldness. A few crude remarks might be tolerable, but his audacity to lay hands on her was utterly unacceptable. In a swift motion, she retaliated with a resounding slap. The sound echoed as her palm struck the princely face of Sun Yecheng, leaving him momentarily stunned. It was the first time in his life that anyone had dared to strike him, and the force of the blow left a vivid red mark on his cheek. Yet, Sun Yecheng, captivated by Sun Yin's allure, was undeterred by the slap. His thoughts were consumed by the desire to possess her. "Very well, you have struck me. If you accompany me tonight, we shall consider this matter settled. However, should you continue to reject me, I assure you, there will be no place for you in this industry," he threatened with a chilling finality. He had encountered defiant artists before, yet they ultimately succumbed to his will. It seemed as though he had developed an obsession, Anyone who dared to defy him became a target for his conquest. The potent blend of his overwhelming desire for dominance and Sun Yan's enchanting physique rendered him utterly unable to resist. Yet, Sun Yan was unwavering. "This slap serves as your warning. Should you dare to touch me again, I shall kick you where it hurts," she retorted, casting a determined glance towards his groin, her resolve suggesting that she would not hesitate to act. After delivering her ultimatum, she forcefully yanked her arm from his grasp, revealing a distinct red mark upon her fair skin. With a resolute stride, she departed without a backward glance. Sun Yecheng's gaze lingered on her retreating figure, her alluring silhouette and flowing hair stirring a tempest within his heart. He touched his flushed cheek and retrieved a wet wipe to clean himself, muttering profanities under his breath. "Damn it, you think you're so tough? Just wait until we're in bed. We shall see who is truly hard." A wicked smile crept across Sun Yecheng's crimson lips. He was fully aware that Sun Yan would not yield to him. Thus, he orchestrated the evening's gathering meticulously, ensuring that everyone would assist in intoxicating Sun Yan. Once she was sufficiently inebriated, the others would conveniently excuse themselves, leaving her entirely at Sun Yecheng's mercy. The mere thought of enjoying her exquisite form in a matter of hours ignited a fervor within him. Meanwhile, Lin Che continued to refine his program. Yet a gnawing unease lingered in his heart, a sentiment that had arisen after conversing with Sun Yan. What was the source of this disquiet? Was it her sudden return to the capital? If so, he should have felt elated. Could it be concern for her safety? Yet, they had not seen each other in 5 years. During that time, she must have attended countless celebratory banquets. Why, then, did this occasion provoke such anxiety within him? Lin Che had always regarded Sun Yan as a sister, harboring no ulterior motives. His care for her had always been akin to that of a family member. With a sigh, he chastised himself for worrying unnecessarily. He was simply too compassionate, unable to bear witness to injustice or overlook those in distress. Whenever he encountered someone on the brink of collapse, Lin Che would exert every effort to encourage them, often providing material support without seeking recompense. Frequently, he did not even know their names. In his heart, Lin Che did not believe that doing good deeds would shield him from misfortune or grant him passage to paradise after death. He merely could not stand to see others suffer. His heart was too tender. Thus, over the years in business, he had faced numerous setbacks. First, he was too trusting, easily offering his sincerity. Second, he lacked the heart to dismiss employees when profits waned. Ultimately, he accepted that his life would remain as it was, modestly successful, with enough to eat and drink and the capacity to assist others. That was sufficient for him. A voice from outside interrupted his thoughts. "Dear, dinner is ready. Come down and eat." Jiang Liu called from upstairs, her voice jolting Lin Che back to reality. He realized it had been quite some time since he had heard his wife summon him for dinner. Almost 3 years, in fact, in the early days of their marriage. They would occasionally cook together and share evening meals. However, since starting his business, their time together had dwindled, making even shared meals a luxury. After completing the final segment of his programming, Lin Che descended the stairs and washed his hands. Jiang Liu embraced him from behind. "Darling, how fortunate I am. You can still savor the meals I prepare." Lin Che scoffed. "Your words sound almost like a curse. Do you wish for me to go without your cooking? Or shall I wait until my demise for you to offer my meals in my grave?" Jiang Liu quickly spat out a protest, then stood on tiptoe to seal his lips with hers. "Hush, you mustn't say such things. Come and taste the soup I made, Angelica and ginger lamb soup. The lamb serves to nourish, while the ginger warms the stomach. The essence of Angelica, dear, is to remind you that when the time comes, you must return home for dinner." Jiang Liu patiently explained. In truth, Lin Che grasped the meaning of the soup instantly, yet he was baffled by Jiang Liu's sudden transformation. A day or two of kindness could be understood, but this had persisted for nearly 5 days. Despite Lin Che having broached the topic of divorce multiple times, she had consistently rejected the notion. Now, with her behaving so well, he found it difficult to bring it up again. However, the shadow of failure loomed over Lin Che's perception of their marriage. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not approach love with the same confidence he once had during his first romance. Was their marriage destined to drag on endlessly? "Darling, come, drink the soup. I secretly tasted it earlier, and it is absolutely delightful," Jiang Liu urged, holding out a bowl as she brought a spoon to Lin Che's lips. He cast her a glance. She felt that the next words would be, "Come on, Delang, it's time for your medicine." Lin Che accepted the bowl from her delicate fingers. "I can drink it myself. It's too hot. I wouldn't want you to burn yourself." The latter part was added casually, for Lin Che had always been the nurturing type. Yet, Jiang Liu, overhearing this, felt a surge of joy. The toil of cooking was swept away by that single utterance. "My husband still loves me. He worried I might get burned. In the span of a meal, Jiang Liu was expressing a singular theme. Husband, I'm hungry, let us eat. It was as if her hands had a mind of their own, eagerly opening wide as she begged her husband to feed her. She was entirely devoid of the aloof demeanor of a high-powered CEO. In the intimate moments with her husband, her icy elegance transformed into a soft, endearing charm. On the other hand, Sun Yan found herself in a less fortunate situation. Ever since the banquet commenced, everyone seemed eager to toast her, particularly since she was the star of the evening. It was rather difficult for her to refuse. After all, the others were there to congratulate her on winning Best Actress. Declining would come off as impolite. Thus, when others raised their glasses, Sun Yan merely took a small, polite sip. However, even that modest effort could not withstand the onslaught of congratulations. Gradually, her face began to flush, and her vision grew hazy. Her manager and assistant, Zhang Hong, was growing anxious. But today, Sun Yan was the focal point, leaving him unable to shield her from the fervent toasts. Realizing she might be on the verge of getting intoxicated, Sun Yan summoned her last vestiges of awareness and fumbled for her phone. Her eyes, now glazed, struggled to focus on the screen. She recalled the family steward had contacted her earlier, inquiring whether she would return home to celebrate her grandmother's 70th birthday. Consequently, she selected the first contact and sent a message. Uncle Wong, please come to the Royal Grand Hotel to pick me up. I've been forced to drink. Just as she dispatched the message, someone approached her for another toast, compelling Sun Yan to lock her phone and set it aside. Unbeknownst to her, the message had been sent to Lin Che. Chapter 34. The Best Actress Gets Drunk. While washing dishes, Lin Che noticed the message and furrowed his brow. Uncle Wong? I don't share that surname. Did she send this to the wrong person? He hastily dried his hands and sent a message back. Nian Nian, what is wrong? Are you alright? Lin Che's use of Nian Nian wasn't meant to convey intimacy, but rather a brotherly affection. As they had grown close during the time, she stayed in his office. However, when the reply failed to come, Lin Che began to feel a sense of unease. Particularly alarming was her mention of being forced to drink. Recalling their earlier conversation where she had expressed her intention to celebrate at the hotel, everything began to align. Could it be that she was so intoxicated that she had lost her clarity of mind and sent the message to the wrong person? He quickly tidied up the dishes, then donned his shoes and jacket at the door. Better to be safe than sorry. Just then, Jiang Liu emerged from the upstairs bathroom, her figure enchanting as she descended. She intended to give her husband, who was diligently washing dishes, a tender embrace. To make herself more appealing, Jiang Liu had chosen an alluring ylang scented shower gel, having researched that such fragrances could pique a man's interest. After using it, she found the scent utterly delightful, even unable to resist kissing her smooth arms. But as she approached the staircase, she caught sight of her husband changing shoes at the door. Darling, where are you going? She asked, astonished. In her recollection, her husband rarely ventured out after returning home. Lin Che was the type who preferred tranquility. When at home, he'd likely watch a film or read quietly. He seldom engaged in social outings, especially in the evening. In the early days of their marriage, when career demands occasionally required him to socialize at night, Lin Che would display a distinctly disdainful expression. Yet today, from his perfectly chiseled profile, Jiang Liu could only discern urgency. She had only seen that expression once before, when his mother suffered a heart attack, prompting him to rush home. With bare feet and a swaying waist, Jiang Liu hurried down the stairs. Freshly bathed, she emanated a captivating fragrance, her skin smooth and delicate, her long, straight legs resembling those of a celestial being, especially in her whimsically translucent nightgown, where the contours within were subtly discernible. It was enough to enchant any man, even one as composed as Lin Che. Darling, it's so late. Where are you going? Jiang Liu was determined to share the bed with her husband tonight. Since he invited her to sleep, she would take the initiative. If he still refused, she would wait until the lights were out and quietly slip into bed. Surely he wouldn't be so harsh as to push her off the bed, would he? Jiang Liu understood her husband well. Even in the event of a divorce, he would never be so cruel. Lin Che did not wish to create misunderstandings, especially since they were not yet divorced. What would she think if he told her he was going to rescue a beautiful woman in the middle of the night? Surely, she would suspect infidelity. Yet Lin Che, with his strong moral compass, would never act inappropriately during their marriage. Their situation with my mother. I need to check on her, he offered simply as an explanation. For reasons unknown, he had found himself compelled to fabricate excuses lately. He had never been one to lie. He would attend social functions as necessary and had always been forthright with Jiang Liu about any close interactions with other women. However, a series of unusual women had recently entered his life. There was Lu Yishuang, who had suddenly moved into the apartment above him after 7 years of no contact since their university days. Then there was Dr. Wen, with whom he often found himself in ambiguous situations. As for Sun Yin, after she moved away, Lin Che had thought they would never have any further entanglements. Yet inexplicably, a series of unforeseen events had begun to unfold around him, none of which he had actively sought, but rather was forced to accept. For instance, Liu Yishuang's unexpected kiss after the lights went out was certainly not something Lin Che desired. He recalled how, during university, she had harbored feelings for him, occasionally resorting to tricks to elicit his attention. Lin Che had scolded her fiercely, but to no avail. Eventually, after he and Jiang Liu's relationship solidified, she had gone abroad. Thus, her influence was beyond his control. As for Dr. Wen, that too was an unforeseen incident. Lin Che felt he had no choice but to keep all of these matters concealed. Upon hearing Lin Che mention a situation with his mother, Jiang Liu felt a surge of anxiety. "Darling, wait for me. I'll change clothes too. Lin Che alte there. Don't fuss about it. You've had a long day. Just rest at home. My mother is fine. It's just her usual issue. Perhaps a bit of high blood pressure causing her some discomfort." Jiang Liu, upon hearing that Lin Che did not want her to go, felt a wave of distress. But Lin Che had already pushed the door open. The cold wind rushed in, lifting the hem of Jiang Liu's nightgown, revealing what lay beneath. Lin Che cast a glance and felt a surge of blood rushing through his veins. Jiang Liu's figure was nothing short of perfection. Despite having been married for so many years, every time he looked at her, it ignited the primal instincts of a man. Lin Che hastily shut the door, leaving only a narrow gap. "You should go upstairs and rest well. I'll be back shortly." He then firmly closed the door. Subsequently, Lin Che descended from the courtyard to the basement and got into his car. Recently, he had told Jiang Liu a few lies, which gnawed at his conscience. Having been raised with impeccable manners, he was plagued by guilt. However, the thought of having already initiated divorce proceedings assuaged his culpability regarding any further deceit. If he were to continue pretending to be a devoted husband while secretly cavorting with other women, that would indeed render him a scoundrel. Now that he had filed for divorce and had not engaged with any other women, his lies were merely intended to maintain a semblance of dignity for both parties. There was nothing inherently wrong with that. After a brief contemplation, Lin Che shook off the gloom that enveloped him. He quickly started the engine and set the navigation to the Royal Hotel. Sun Yin had achieved remarkable success, becoming a nationally renowned star. If anything were to happen to her, all her hard work would be in vain. Lin Che genuinely cared for her well-being. This young and beautiful girl, so innocent and charming, would undoubtedly suffer immense psychological pressure if she were to face any violation. Just the thought of the consequences made Lin Che's heart race. He truly regarded Sun Yin as a sister. Roaring out of the garage, the luxury car sped down the nocturnal streets. Inside the private room, glasses clinked amidst laughter. Sun Yin's face was flushed, her eyes dazed, and her steps unsteady as a group of older men incessantly poured drinks for her. "Yin Yin, you're a big star now. As your career flourishes, you must not act like a diva if I ever cast you in a film." With a rosy complexion, Sun Yin nodded, oblivious to the identities of those around her, repeatedly assuring, "I want tea, I want tea." "In that case, come on, Yin Yin. Let's have a toast." Sun Yin waved her hands. No, I can't drink anymore." At this moment, her manager, Zhang Hong, interjected with a forced smile, "Director Wang, allow me to drink on her behalf. She truly cannot take another sip tonight." The older man's expression shifted. "No, if she refuses to drink, it implies she looks down on me." Chapter 35. I want to bring all my honors and myself to him, unscathed. Upon hearing the older man's words, Zhang Hong hastily returned to her seat, donning a strained smile. The man held considerable influence in the industry, and she wished to continue her career as a manager. Offending him could jeopardize her prospects. The older man then covertly glanced at Shunny Chen, who lounged with one leg crossed over the other, swirling a goblet in hand. His piercing gaze fixated on Sun Yin's exquisite figure, like a ravenous wolf eyeing a delicate rabbit. A pang of regret struck the older man. Shunny Chen had compelled him to intoxicate Sun Yin, a request he could hardly refuse. Yet, the thought of Sun Yin's graceful body being toyed with by young Master Shen tonight filled him with a profound sense of injustice. His envy was almost palpable. He had long set his sights on Sun Yin, but despite numerous hints, she had never yielded to him. Now, with her rising status, she had slipped beyond his grasp, rendering his words ineffective. Yet, witnessing Sun Yin in a high-slick gown, her fair legs appearing delicately illuminated, and her smooth collarbone accentuating the deep cleft of her strapless dress, revealing an ample bosom, was a sight no man could resist. At this moment, Sun Yin's face was flushed, adorned with a smile. her cheeks displaying shallow dimples that were both sweet and intoxicating. Her small canine teeth were endearingly charming. Her peach blossom eyes, curved in mirth, resembled unopened jars of fine wine, captivating all who beheld her. Sun Yin exuded a unique contrast, her innocent, youthful visage juxtaposed with her alluring figure, rendering her irresistibly enticing. The older man mused that young Master Shun was rather stingy, wishing to monopolize the starlet entirely. If he were to finish and allow them a turn, it would be acceptable. Lamenting the unfulfillment of this wish, he resolved to indulge in the perverse notion of getting Sun Yin drunk instead. Come on, Yin Yin. If you want to honor me, you must finish this drink. The older man filled Sun Yin's glass with red wine. She could not refuse, forcing herself to swallow despite the rising nausea. After half a glass, she found it unbearable. I can't. I'll be sick if I drink more. At this juncture, Shunichen deemed it sufficient. Rising, he declared, since our star, Sun Yin, has had her fill, let us end this evening's banquet. Everyone may return home. I am quite familiar with Sun Yin. I shall escort her to her room. Having previously co-starred with Sun Yin in a drama, his claim of familiarity held weight. Yet, in terms of closeness, he could not compete with her manager, Zhang Hong. Desperate to save Sun Yin, Zhang Hong reached out to support her. Young Master Shun must be tired today. It's no trouble at all for me to take Yin Yin home. Yet, Shunichen shot her a glance that sent chills down her spine. Do you not comprehend my intention? I am taking Sun Yin home. His commanding presence was laden with an unspoken threat. With a face as sharp as a knife, his demeanor exuded an ominous aura. Gang Hong, unveiling to relinquish Sun Yin, offered a nervous smile. Young Master Shun, is that really necessary? Her voice trembled. She understood that if she allowed Shunichen to take Sun Yin to her room, her own integrity would be irrevocably tarnished. For years, rumors had circulated that Sun Yin had gained her status through her body. But only Zhang Hong knew the truth, that her ascent was solely due to her relentless efforts and an unspoken family background. After years of perseverance, she had finally achieved such a claim. Was it to be ruined on the very day her reputation was celebrated? As a woman, Zhang Hong recognized the significance of honor. Moreover, Yin Yin had a beloved whom she often murmured about in her sleep, a name she cherished. Sun Yin had frequently expressed her wish to present all her honors to him personally. Such love would surely compel her to offer her entirety to him. Was this night truly destined to shatter that boundary? Seeing Zhang Hong's resolve falter, her voice quaking, Shunichen merely uttered a single word. That solitary syllable caused Zhang Hong to involuntarily release her grip on Sun Yin's arm. She, too, had to sustain her career and had a family to support. She dared not offend the esteemed young Master Shun. Feeling trapped, Zhang Hong ultimately acquiesced with a strained smile. Very well. Young Master Shun and Yin Yin have recently completed filming together, so it's only fitting that you escort her home. Zhang Hong placed Sun Yin's delicate arm into Shun Yechen's grasp, her heart heavy with profound sorrow, as if she had committed an act of deep moral repugnance. At this moment, Sun Yin was inebriated, her consciousness clouded. She mumbled incoherently, Sister Hong, when I get drunk, you must take me home. I do not wish to drink with them. You must protect me. I want to deliver all my honors and myself to him intact. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong felt a pang of agony in her heart, but dared not confront the situation any further. She feigned ignorance and hurriedly exited the private room, her demeanor disheveled. Left behind were the dazed Sun Yin and Shun Yechen. As Sun Yin continued to murmur, Shun Yechen's expression darkened further. How dare you think of others? Today I, Shun Yechen, shall show you what it means to feel vulnerable. He seized her slender arm and began to lead her outside. Given the surveillance in the private room, even in his fervent desire, he would never commit an act of violation within those confines. In the corridor, surrounded by unfamiliar faces, Shun Yechen maintained a semblance of decorum, suppressing the urge to wrap his arm around Sun Yin's slender waist. Instead, gently steadying her arm to convey that he had not overstepped. He feared being captured in clandestine photographs or having his actions recorded by the hotel's cameras. Although Shun Yechen was accustomed to the industry and not overly concerned about being exposed by peers, the presence of numerous hotel staff and those monitoring the footage was beyond his control. Yet, the thought that Sun Yin, with her enchanting beauty, was his for the entire night made the sacrifice of patience worthwhile. The moment before happiness arrives is often the most exhilarating. Shun Yechen felt as though he had been celibate for 2 or 3 years. The pent-up desire for Sun Yin's body had driven him to the brink of madness. Just the night before, he had been entwined with another starlet. Yet, no matter her beauty, she paled in comparison to Sun Yin. Finally arriving at the hotel entrance, Shun Yechen eagerly swiped his card to unlock the door. You are about to be mine, he thought, recalling her previous rejections and the sting of her slap. Today, he would have her experience the ecstasy of being beneath him. Suddenly, a man appeared around the corner of the corridor, shouting, "Let her go." Shen Yechen's heart tightened as he pushed Sun Yin into the room. Despite his previous misdeeds, he feared unforeseen consequences given Sun Yin's temperament and current status. He glanced back to confirm if the man was indeed addressing him, only to find the surrounding rooms tightly shut, devoid of any onlookers. The man was indeed confronting him. Shen Yechen furrowed his brow, pondering who this stranger was. In the next moment, the man charged forward. Shen Yechen coldly retorted, "Who the hell are you?" But before he could receive a response, a fist struck his handsome face. Chapter 36. A Dramatic Tale of Suffering? Lin Che arrived at the hotel and inquired with several individuals, yet all were too fearful of crossing Shen Yechen to provide any information. The hotel staff, in particular, were reluctant to divulge the privacy of their guests. Eventually, Lin Che encountered a woman in her 30s who cautiously informed him of Shen Yechen's room number. This woman was Zhang Hong, burdened by guilt. Observing Lin Che's anxious demeanor as he sought information about Sun Yin, she sensed his concern for her. With a glimmer of hope, she revealed Shen Yechen's room number, hoping he might intercept them. Luckily, Lin Che ascended the stairs swiftly and managed to block Shen Yechen just as he entered the room. Bang! Another punch landed on Shen Yechen's face, which had been lightly dusted with foundation, causing blood to flow from his nose. Shen Yechen felt darkness closing in, stars dancing before his eyes. The metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth. He spat out a thick, bloody saliva. "Who the hell are you? Are you seeking death?" Shen Yechen had always been arrogant and accustomed to being untouchable. No one had ever dared strike him. However, Lin Che was undeterred, pushing him into the room and swiftly closing the door to prevent any commotion that might disturb others or tarnish Sun Yin's image. At such a moment, he prioritized her reputation above all else, refusing to allow her lifelong dream to be jeopardized. As he stumbled into the room, Shen Yechen wiped the blood from his nose with his sleeve and cracked his neck. Though he had trained in boxing, his slender frame belied his background. Caught off guard by Lin Che's unexpected attack, he swiftly shed his jacket and swung a fist at Lin Che. Lin Che, notiching Sunyan, saw her draped in a breathtaking high-slit gown, half reclining against the wall, her exquisite figure fully revealed. Due to her awkward position, the gown displayed an indecent view. Lin Che quickly removed his jacket and covered Sun Yin's abdomen, concealing her alabaster thighs. Just then, Shen Yechen's fist came crashing down. Lin Che, having hurriedly attempted to cover Sun Yin, was unprepared for the blow, which landed squarely on his chest. Pain surged through him, yet he maintained his fitness regimen over the years. However, against Shen Yechen, who had trained specifically in boxing, his resistance faltered. Fortunately, Lin Che's broader physique provided some protection against Shen Yechen's strikes. The two men exchanged blows in a tumultuous struggle until they both collapsed to the ground. Lin Che regarded Shen Yechen coldly, threatening, "Today, you're fortunate that you didn't harm her, or I would have dealt with you more severely." Blood trickled from the corner of Shen Yechen's mouth as he glared at Lin Che, incredulous that someone in the capital dared to challenge him, the young master. Yet, it was clear that tonight's plans were thwarted. Looking once more at Sun Yin, who lay inebriated, reminiscent of a beguiling seductress, he regretted not having taken the opportunity to engage with her in the private room. But now, it was too late for regrets. Lin Che, enduring the pain coursing through his body, leaned against the wall to rise, draping his clothing over Sun Yin once more. He found a mask at the door, and they both donned them before he assisted her down the stairs. Through the gaze of numerous onlookers, they traversed the hotel lobby and returned to his vehicle. Lin Che was not one to seek the limelight. As they walked through the lobby, countless eyes were upon them, causing his neck to flush with embarrassment. He did not desire to be a hero. However, when someone he cared for was in peril, he would not shy away. At this moment, Sun Yin began to awaken slowly, her enchanting eyes fluttering open, filled with a dazed allure. Her long lashes were as thick as a comb. "Where am I? Shen Yechen. I tell you, you cannot do anything to me. Hongjia, please help me back to my room." After a flurry of words, Sun Yin's vision gradually became clearer. To her astonishment, she discovered she was in a car. The vehicle was already in motion, with the night scenery receding around her. Sun Yin was startled, as her subconscious had been urging her to have her manager take her back to her room. It was a manifestation of her instinctual self-protection. But how did she end up in a car all of a sudden? Moreover, the quality of this vehicle was clearly not her own, as she usually traveled in a van. Could it be that the scoundrel Shen Yechen had taken her away? Clenching her fist, she turned her head. Upon seeing the man behind the wheel, her small fist froze in midair, her large, almond-shaped eyes wide with shock. Could it truly be her longed-for brother Lin? Sun Yin could hardly believe it, and quickly rubbed her eyes. Brother Lin, is it really you? I just dreamt of two stick figures fighting. It can't be you, can it? The instant she caught sight of Lin Che, her heart leaped with joy. It had been nearly 5 years since they last met. During those years, she had returned to the capital a few times, but her schedule had been exceedingly busy, making even a brief encounter feel extravagant. She never expected that their first meeting after 5 years would be under such inebriated circumstances. Sun Yin felt a twinge of shame, fearing that he would witness her drunken antics and smell the alcohol on her breath. Little did she know, Lin Che had already seen it all. He retrieved a sealed bottle of water from his side. Here, drink some water to dissipate the alcohol. Sun Yin cautiously accepted it, but as she twisted the cap, her delicate hands bore red marks from the effort. However, it wouldn't budge. Hee, Brother Lin, I'm so clumsy, Sun Yin said with a silly grin. Lin Che glanced back at her while driving, thinking how this silly girl was still the same as before. He then shifted to driving with one hand and took the water bottle with the other, using his teeth to grip the cap. He held it gently, careful not to touch the mouth of the bottle. But as soon as his teeth met the cap, a sharp pain shot through his gums. Lin Che couldn't help but exclaim, blood beginning to trickle from his mouth. It turned out that Sun Yechen had loosened his teeth. At that moment, Sun Yin noticed that the other side of Lin Che's face was swollen like a squirrel's. Panic surged within her. Brother Lin, what happened to you? Don't scare me. Sun Yin's heart raced, nearly stopping. After all, Lin Che was bleeding for no apparent reason, resembling someone gravely ill. A flurry of melodramatic novels raced through her mind. Could it be that the Lin Che she had yearned for was truly, gravely ill? Was this his final visit to see her? Were those heart-wrenching tales manifesting in her life? After years of hard work finally leading to her dreams, only to find her beloved had received a critical illness notice? But Lin Che spoke slowly. Who was that man you were with? His blows were truly ruthless. He nearly knocked my tooth out. Hearing Lin Che's words, Sun Yin's heart finally settled back in her chest. She patted her ample bosom and said, thank goodness, you scared me. She expressed her relief. But Lin Che misunderstood. What? I drove out at night to save you, and you're relieved? You're happy to see me beaten? Lin Che knew Sun Yin didn't mean that, but he just wanted to tease her. Sure enough, Sun Yin widened her clear eyes and shook her head vigorously. No, Brother Lin, I initially thought you were seriously ill, but now seeing your face so swollen, you should go to the hospital. Sun Yin's concern lingered. After all, Lin Che was the person she had missed for 5 years. It was a ridiculous way to reunite. Lin Che moved his lips to ask, who was that message meant for? At that moment, Sun Yin realized she had completely forgotten to ask about the important matter. She quickly glanced at her phone and lamented. How did I send it to the wrong person? I've wasted Brother Lin's evening. In Sun Yin's memory, Lin Che had always maintained a very regular schedule. Even when staying in the office, he adhered to a strict sleep routine. And after 5 years without seeing each other, they were somewhat strangers. Sending such a message out of the blue to have him pick her up at the Royal Hotel felt too abrupt. Lin Che joked, I knew once you returned, you would let your brother have a moment's peace. Are you planning to stay in my office from now on? With his serious demeanor, Lin Che appeared almost teacher-like when he spoke, and his employees recognized it as jest. Sun Yin's eyes sparkled as her dimples deepened, revealing her adorable little fangs. She was charmingly cute, yet her physique was striking, standing tall like a 17 or 18-year-old girl who had suddenly grown to over 7 meters. Though she seemed a bit silly, her figure was fully developed and alluring. Actually, I'll have some time to rest soon, so staying in Brother Lin's office wouldn't be a bad idea. Lin Che's remarks sparked a sense of amusement in Sun Yin as it echoed her own thoughts. However, Lin Che was alarmed and quickly replied, let us not, Su Daming, if you were to hide in my little office. Wouldn't your fans and haters come crashing down the walls? After hearing Lin Che's words, Sun Yin felt he was still as amusing as he had been 5 years ago, and she let out a silly giggle. But Lin Che suddenly furrowed his brow, driving with one hand while clutching his abdomen with the other. The pain from Sun Yechen's earlier blow was now intensifying into sharp cramps. Sun Yin became anxious again and hurriedly asked, Brother, what's wrong? Lin Che grimaced in pain, saying, that man hit hard. What's your relationship with him? Sun Yin pondered intently, shaking her cute little head as if her brain were filled with mush that needed to be shaken before use. You're not referring to Sun Yechen, are you? Sun Yin had completely forgotten the events from earlier, as she had been intoxicated in the private room. She only remembered being helped out and then drifting in and out of sleep. She vaguely recalled 2 stick figures fighting and had thought it was Lin Che who burst into the private room to rescue her. But how could he have so many injuries? And he claimed to have fought with that man? Upon reflection, it had to be Sun Yechen, especially since he had been persistently fixated on her body, even mentioning wanting her company before the banquet. Lin Che, not being familiar with the entertainment circle, naturally did not recognize Shen Yechen. Thus, he spoke candidly. You sent me just a single message, and upon my arrival at the hotel, I could not locate you. Eventually, a woman in her 30s informed me of your room number, and I hurried upstairs, only to find that he had already pushed you into the room. I couldn't discern who he was, just a man, rather handsome, who intended to take advantage of you. I promptly delivered a punch that sent him sprawling. Am I not handsome, brother? Lin Che concluded his jesting remark. Turning around, he noticed Sun Yin's eyes sparkling like stars, blinking with admiration as she gazed at him. With both hands clasped around Lin Che's right arm, she exclaimed, Brother, you saved my life. I shall devote myself to you. Lin Che assumed she was jesting, for this illustrious star had proclaimed 5 years ago that she would support him once she achieved prominence. 5 years prior, she was joking. Now it seemed she was still jesting. Hence, Lin Che retorted without a hint of pity, Get away. If others were to discover that the renowned Su intends to pledge herself to a penniless wretch like me, your fans would tear me to shreds. Lin Che was acutely aware of Sun Yin's numerous detractors. Yet, even the critics bore a semblance of affection, having developed a bond through their disdain. For instance, her detractors often criticized her for lacking decorum in her speech, offending fellow stars, and being the target of slander. However, their admiration for her beauty remained unassailable. Should they learn of Sun Yin's intent to devote herself to Lin Che, the impoverished soul, it was likely that both her critics and admirers would unite in a fervent outcry, threatening to execute him repeatedly. Sun Yan, resembling Akiten, rested her chin on Lin Che's arm and said, Oh no, they are merely critics. They chastise me daily, wishing for my demise. Yet, I possess a resilient spirit and confront them head on. I engage in daily banter with these detractors, honing my skills. When Sun Yin first embarked on her career, she was deeply concerned about her reputation. Whenever a critic assailed her, claiming her acting was subpar and that she merely blinked and frowned, she would earnestly attempt to explain herself. However, as time passed, she discovered that many of her critics were deliberately contrived by rival factions, seeking to nitpick her flaws. Some accused her of dressing too conservatively, questioning how anyone could see her, while others berated her for dressing too provocatively, suggesting she flaunted herself. Consequently, she grew weary of their opinions and decided to retort only when truly provoked. Underneath her trending topics, she often garnered the highest engagement, as she was genuinely confrontational. Upon hearing Sun Yin's words, Lin Che felt a pang of sorrow. The trial she had endured over the years must have been considerable. It was astonishing that such an endearing, somewhat naive girl had weathered it all. Seeing her innocent demeanor stirred an inexplicable sense of empathy within him. All right, where shall I take you tonight? I cannot possibly bring you back to my office, Lin Che jested. Sun Yin, with a cheerful smile, replied, That would be fine. Lin Che hastily declined. Let's not go there. When you stayed with me, that office was relatively spacious. Now it's so cramped that even I struggle to work there. Chapter 38, The Treatment. Hearing Lin Che's words, Sun Yin was momentarily taken aback. Over the years, she had kept an eye on Lin Che's situation and noted his repeated entrepreneurial failures. Furthermore, she had once aided him by persuading her family to purchase his first sold venture, solely to help him through his difficulties without any expectation of reciprocation or recognition. She merely wished to assist him silently, to repay his past kindness. Despite having heard that Lin Che had married, she could not ascertain the identity of his spouse. Sun Yin possessed a fundamental sense of morality. Although she cherished Lin Che, she understood that his marriage precluded her from any ethically questionable actions. The slightly intimate gestures earlier were merely a result of having consumed some alcohol and the excitement of their first meeting in 5 years, which made her lose some control. Now, regaining her composure, she released the hand she had been holding onto Lin Che. With a bittersweet smile, she reassured him, Indeed, Brother Lin, why do you need such a large office alone? A smaller one would save on rent, which is far more advantageous. Sun Yin fondly reminisced about the previous office and resolved to visit it when she had the chance. As she had developed an attachment to the place after living there for 6 months, which was also where they had shared joyful memories. Lin Che did not pursue that line of conversation further and inquired, So, Sun Yin, where should I drop you off? It was already 11 o'clock at night, and Lin Che wished to return home quickly to rest, especially with Jiang Liu awaiting him. Ultimately, he was still not divorced and could not afford to betray Jiang Liu. In truth, he was merely helping a friend out of a predicament tonight. It was nothing scandalous, save for Sun Yin's extraordinary status. Moreover, her remarkable beauty would complicate matters if he were to explain it to Jiang Liu, and Lin Che was not one to relish explanations. Sun Yin sent him an address. This is my residence in the capital. Please take me there. Everything I need is at home. Lin Che parked the car by the roadside, opened his navigation app, and began driving in that direction. The fact that Sun Yin entrusted him with her personal address was a testament to her profound trust in him, considering she was now a top-tier national celebrity. Having just won the Best Actress award, with her stunning looks and pure persona, she had garnered a significant following, and many paparazzi sought to capture glimpses of her private life. If her residence were to be exposed, it would not take until the following day for throngs of admirers to gather outside, attempting to photograph her home. Yet, Sun Yin felt no apprehension in sharing her address with Lin Che. Her trust in him was unequivocal. The property Sun Yin purchased was situated in an excellent location, right in the bustling district and among the most luxurious buildings in the area. Lin Che arrived within 10 minutes. The building was tall, not a villa, but rather a spacious flat with 1 unit per floor, exceeding 300 square meters, complete with a wraparound balcony and even a swimming pool. Each unit was valued at several tens of millions. The view of the river was exquisite. Lin Che actually preferred such residences over villas, which often had obstructed views. However, he was currently in dire financial straits. He could hardly pay his employees, let alone consider purchasing a property. Following Sun Yin's directions, Lin Che drove to the entrance of the underground parking lot. "All right, Sun Yin, your destination has been reached. Please exit through the right door and take your belongings with you," Lin Che announced. Sun Yin chuckled at his formality. "Lin, we haven't even arrived at my home yet." Lin Che shot her an exasperated glance. "I do not provide door-to-door service." However, to his surprise, Sun Yin suddenly grasped his arm and spoke with concern. "Your face is swollen like a pig's head, and you're still bleeding. Judging by your expression, I imagine your stomach has taken quite a beating as well. All of this is my doing. Let me provide you with some rudimentary treatment upstairs." Lin Che pushed Erazide. "No need. It's too late. I must return home." Sun Yin, aware of Lin Che's good character, seized his pulse point and remarked, "Look at you. How will you explain this to your wife? Surely, you cannot say that you injured yourself while rescuing a woman. Will your sister-in-law not give you a good scolding tonight? I fear Lin Ge may not even be able to share the bed with her this evening." Sun Yin's words struck a chord. After some contemplation, Lin Che acknowledged the validity of her statement. It was not merely the fear of his wife denying him the bed, but a genuine concern that Jiang Liu might misinterpret the situation. With the impending divorce, he could not afford to tarnish his reputation as a decent man. Finally, Lin Che nodded. "All right, I will go upstairs to clean up briefly before departing." After parking the car, he followed Sun Yin up to the 28th floor. "Aren't you afraid of living so high up?" Lin Che remarked with a grimace in the elevator. He always felt uneasy living at such heights, as if his body were suspended in midair, haunted by nightmares even in slumber. Sun Yin pondered for a moment before responding. "Living high up ensures privacy. From here, you can also see your former office." Lin Che paused, momentarily speechless, but Sun Yan continued. "The primary reason I purchased this place in haste was that it was the only available property. I had to act quickly." Lin Che raised his thumb in admiration. "Splendid. Absolutely extravagant." Upon entering the room, Lin Che was once again captivated by the allure of wealth. The spacious room boasted an unobstructed view, with floor-to-ceiling windows revealing the city's vibrant lights. The sensation was utterly distinct from residing in a villa, which exuded a sense of secluded charm with its flower-filled courtyard, allowing one to feel a serene retreat from the world. However, in this lavish apartment, the city's opulence was laid bare, evoking a sense of indulgent excess. Sun Yin dashed into another room to rummage for a first-aid kit, instructing Lin Ge, "Make yourself at home. The fridge is stocked. Feel free to help yourself." Lin Che responded affirmatively, but refrained from exploring the refrigerator, choosing instead to sit properly on the sofa. This was someone else's home, and despite their close relationship, he was determined not to overstep boundaries. After a while, Sun Yin emerged with the first aid kit, mumbling, "My father always reminds me to carry a first aid kit wherever I go. Surprisingly, it has proven quite useful. Come here, Lin Ge. Let me disinfect your wounds." Realizing that treating him while sitting side by side was impractical, Sun Yin grabbed a cushion and knelt on the floor to attend to him. "Oh, you needn't do that," Lin Che protested, wishing to prevent her from kneeling on the ground to treat him in his own home. However, Sun Yin pressed his raised hand down. "Lin Ye, please don't move. You were injured while helping me, and I feel a sense of guilt. Allow me to make amends. Otherwise, this guilt will weigh heavily on my heart." Hearing her words, Lin Che withdrew his hand, and Sun Yin began to treat his injuries diligently. She first applied alcohol to the swelling on his face, then fetched a cold towel for him to place on it. Chapter 39. The Struggles of Su Ying. Afterward, she examined Lin Che's bleeding gums, discovering only a slight bleed without significant looseness. He would still need to visit a clinic, as this injury might not heal on its own. Lin Che waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I'm fine to leave now. However, as he attempted to rise, he suddenly clutched his abdomen, grimacing in pain. Taking advantage of his distraction, Sun Yin cautiously lifted his sweater and gasped upon noticing the bruising on his abdomen. Lin Che hastily pulled his sweater down, wishing to conceal his injuries from her. He was well aware of his condition. The blow to his stomach had not harmed his organs, but his skin had certainly suffered. After all, he had been injured while aiding Sun Yin, and he knew that if she saw his wounds, her guilt would only deepen. Oh dear, how could you sustain such injuries? Sun Yin exclaimed, her heart aching. Lin Che was the person she cared for most, and upon her return, she had inadvertently caused him such distress. She felt as though she carried an aura of misfortune. Those closest to her always seemed to get hurt. Her mother had suffered, her father had suffered, and now Lin Che was no exception. Thus, Sun Yin was reluctant to return home, fearing the elderly woman would deem her a harbinger of bad luck. She felt a pressing need to carve out her own path in the world. Lin Che grasped her wrist and smoothed out his sweater. It's nothing serious, just a bit of bruising beneath the skin. A few days of rest will suffice. He wished to alleviate her worries, so he bore the pain in his abdomen and said, but Sun Yin was undeterred, tugging at Lin Che's arm and pulling him back onto the sofa. Lingu, rest assured I won't harm you. Having lived alone for so long, I have learned some medical knowledge to care for myself. You were hurt because of me, and if I remain unaware of your condition, it will leave me feeling profoundly uneasy. Sun Yin spoke with remarkable ease, yet Lin Che discerned the underlying sorrow in her words. This young girl, not yet 20, had ventured into the world alone, demonstrating immense courage. She must have endured great hardship within her family for her relatives to allow her to navigate life independently. Lin Che vividly recalled the 20-year-old Sun Yin, slender and wide-eyed, timidly approaching him in his office, asking, "Boss, may I stay with you for a few nights? I have nowhere else to go, and my funds are only enough for food." How much bravery it must have taken her to utter those words. He had even seen tears welling in her eyes. Being soft-hearted, he had readily allowed her to stay. 5 years had passed, and she had grown stronger and more independent. While he felt sympathy for her, he also found solace in her resilience. "Oh, it's nothing serious. Let us just clean the wounds." Yielding go Sun Yin's insistence, Lin Che reluctantly released his sweater, permitting her to kneel before him on the cushion and tend to his injuries. As Sun Yin uncovered the bruise on Lin Che's abdomen, she dipped a cotton swab in iodine and carefully applied it to the surface. Lin Che felt the coolness and instinctively tightened his abdomen. Noticing his reaction, Sun Yin worried that she might have applied too much pressure, so she quickly halted her movements. "Does it hurt? Perhaps we should go to the hospital for an examination." She was genuinely concerned about Lin Che sustaining internal injuries. Yet, he was aware of his own body and waved his hand. No, it's nothing. It's just a little itchy when you apply it, not painful." Upon hearing this, Sun Yin suddenly laughed. "Haha, Lingu, your belly is quite adorable, with abs, and yet you're sensitive to tickling. Your sister-in-law must be very fortunate." After meeting with Lin Che, Sun Yin frequently mentioned her sister-in-law, primarily out of envy. What kind of woman could possibly win the affection of such a remarkable man like Lin Che? Sun Yin was not the sort to harbor ill intentions. She merely wished for Lingu to lead a happy and fulfilling life. If he had a woman who cherished and loved him, she felt she need not involve herself excessively, content instead to make silent contributions from the sidelines. In fact, when Sun Yin first moved into Lin Che's office, she had already heard the news of his marriage, which is why she refrained from pursuing him fervently. On one hand, she would never want to disrupt someone else's marriage, and on the other, she lacked the means to support herself at that time and did not wish to burden Lin Che. Sonia empecé a estar resiliente espíritu. She longed to become strong enough to protect those she cared about most. Thus, she often fantasized, if one day Lin Boss's office were to close at that very moment, she would arrive in her luxurious car, presenting him with a bank card. Or, if his marriage were to falter and he faced divorce, she would appear in a wedding gown, sweetly proclaiming, "I will take care of you." Sun Yin only desired to be the hero who could turn the tide in Lin Che's life. Yet, heroes typically emerge in times of crisis. For the most part, she was content to observe him enjoying a harmonious life, choosing to remain a mere backdrop. Lin Che remained silent. He was on the verge of divorce with Jiang Liu, but sharing this with Sun Yin held no significance. He had no desire to elicit sympathy from her, nor did he wish to gain anything from her, rendering such a conversation unnecessary. He shifted the topic, inquiring, "What happened today with that person?" Upon mentioning Shun Yeqing, Sun Yin's anger flared. "He, the infamous young master of the Shun family in the capital, once collaborated with me on a project and attempted to coerce me into bed. I'm not a loose woman." I slapped him across the face. "So, He might use tonight's banquet to get others to intoxicate me, hoping to violate me. Sun Yin spoke truthfully, as there was no need for concealment, especially in front of her Lin Ge. After listening, Lin Che fell into silence for a few seconds before gently stroking Sun Yin's head. As a top-tier celebrity, her hair was exceptionally well-maintained, thick and lustrous, cascading like a waterfall over her smooth, delicate collarbone. She was still clad in a strapless dress, exposing her shoulders and accentuating the fair expanse below her collarbone. You must have endured a great deal over these past 5 years, Lin Che asked, genuinely concerned. His touch was tender, akin to a brother affectionately patting his sister's head, exuding an air of indulgence. However, the usually strong Sun Yin felt a sudden pang of sorrow at his words. A tide of emotions surged within her, and her throat tightened with difficulty. Every step she had taken over the past 5 years replayed in her mind like a slideshow, each hardship and every ascension. The tenacity of this stubborn girl, unwilling to submit to others, made her journey all the more challenging. Sun Yin never bowed to the vitriol of her detractors. Her heart had hardened like stone. She could respond to insults with stoicism, yet Lin Che's unexpected concern caused her emotions to swell uncontrollably. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like a breach dam. Chapter 40. Can you give me 3 more seconds? Sun Yin rimand resedot, merely lowering her head to conceal her expression from Lin Che. As she tended to his wounds, her tears dripped onto his lap. Lin Che's heart ached at the sight, but there was no tissue nearby. He clenched his sleeve, wishing to offer her some comfort. Suddenly, Sun Yin stood and hurried to the restroom, softly sobbing as she went. Lin Che sighed softly, refraining from immediately comforting her. He sat on the sofa for 3 to 5 minutes when suddenly his phone buzzed with a message. Upon checking, he saw it was from Jiang Liu. Honey, is everything okay? When will you be back? Lin Che glanced at the closed restroom door, envisioning Sun Yin, fragile and seated on the toilet, her figure reflecting within. Initially, he had not intended for her to tend to his injuries, planning to return home directly. However, given the unexpected turn of events, his sense of responsibility prevented him from leaving immediately. He composed a reply. I'm a bit busy here. You should go to sleep. Don't wait for me. He thought to himself. Given that they sleep in separate rooms, why was she so concerned? In the past, when he was late returning home, she never sent messages explaining. Yet, since she had inquired so kindly, he responded amicably. Moments later, Jiang Liu sent another message. Honey, I'll wait for you no matter how late it is. She included a heart emoji. Lin Che glanced at the message, uncertain of how to reply, and ultimately chose silence. Putting his phone away and stepping outside the restroom, he gently knocked. Yin Yin, are you all right? Lin Che could imagine the many grievances Sun Yin must have faced on her own, but he hadn't anticipated the extent of her suffering. Merely asking how she was doing had evoked such a profound sadness in her, leaving him feeling equally troubled. Inside the restroom, Sun Yin sat on the toilet, her long, fair legs visible beneath her high-slit dress. As she softly sobbed, her chest rose and fell. Wiping her tears, she cleared her throat, striving to maintain her composure. Lin Ye, I'm fine. You should go, she insisted. Your sister-in-law must be waiting for you at home. Sun Yin did not wish to disrupt someone else's family. Just like tonight, she had not intended to send a message to Lin Che. She had meant to contact the butler of the Su family. In the entire Su household, the only ones who cared for her were a longtime butler and her paralyzed father. Thus, sensing potential trouble at the banquet, she had asked the butler to pick her up. However, in her drunken haze, she had mistakenly messaged Lin Che instead. Fortunately, he had arrived in time to save her from Shun Yeqing's clutches. Had it not been for Lin Che, she could hardly bear to imagine the fate that awaited her. If her body had been sullied, how could she continue living? Her beliefs would shatter, and all her hard work would be in vain. She wished to silently protect Lin Che with all that she had. Lin Che, of course, could never abandon her. Although Sun Yin appeared strong, she was easily moved by emotions. In her current state, with no one aware of her high apartment, what if she did something foolish? Lin Che knocked on the door once more. Yin Yin, come out so I can see you before I leave. Inside, Sun Yin replied, I'm really fine. Lin Ge, you should go. The more she insisted, the less Lin Che could bring himself to leave her side. He knocked again. If you don't come out, I might just have to come in. Don't blame me for being inappropriate then. Sun Yin was not genuinely occupied with attending to her personal needs. Rather, she sought to ascertain her condition by peering through the door. She hastily wiped away her tears and adjusted her attire before rising to the door and turning the handle. Upon opening it, she greeted Lin Che with a smile, one that resembled a facade of cheerfulness after enduring considerable distress. Brother Lin, I assure you I am perfectly fine. Please, do not linger. You wouldn't want to leave your wife alone in an empty room, she said, her heart heavy with sorrow. Deep down, She longed for Lin Che to remain by her side, to be the comforting figure she desired. Yet, the unfortunate truth was that they had missed their chance. By the time she stepped into his life, he was already wed. Lin Che assessed her demeanor and deemed her to be in acceptable spirits. He extended his thumb and gently brushed away the remnants of her tears. My dear star, you are stunning and prosperous, in the bloom of youth. Why dwell on sorrowful matters? Look to the future. At just 25, you ought to seek a handsome boyfriend who cherishes you. You both deserve to orchestrate a magnificent wedding, dazzling your critics and leaving them in awe. Lin Che genuinely wished for Sun Yin to thrive, to forget her woes, and to embrace a hopeful outlook on life. He was a tender-hearted individual, yearning for the happiness of everyone around him. However, he lacked the capacity to influence the world. He could only affect those within his immediate orbit, encouraging them to find joy in their days. Sun Yin found herself breaking into a smile at Lin Che's words. His humor and concern were as charming as ever. With a boldness that was characteristic of her, she opened her arms to embrace him. Yet, Lin Che instinctively took a step back. What is wrong, Brother Lin? Are you afraid your wife will discover me? I am not your mistress. I'm merely a single woman, and I wouldn't consent to be a third party, even if asked. I simply wish to embrace an old friend. Isn't that customary? And if you regard me as a sister, should not family members share a hug upon reunion? Lin Che. Very well. To embrace the illustrious Sun Yin is a dream for millions of fans. I shall fulfill that dream for them, he said with a grin. Opening his arms wide, Sun Yin boldly stepped into his embrace. As their arms enveloped one another, she instinctively tightened her grip, yearning to conceal her genuine emotions beneath a facade of nonchalance. Yet, her heart ached to express her true feelings, to hold Lin Che sincerely, to kiss him, to share a bed with him. Since she could not achieve that, she resolved to savor the moment a little longer. 10 seconds, 9, 5, 3, 2, 1. Sun Yin silently counted in her mind, wishing for those fleeting seconds to stretch into eternity, longing to exchange her earnings for this ephemeral moment. But ultimately, it was a fantasy. Although Lin Che sensed something amiss, he, as a gentleman, could not bring himself to push Sun Yin away. He gently patted her back, offering solace. All right, Brother Lin. Grant me 3 more seconds, she implored softly. Lin Che remained silent, carefully attuned to the warmth of her breath brushing against his ear. 3, 2, 1, she exclaimed, stepping back, releasing the man she adored. His precious 13 seconds had been 5 years in the making, yet it was not as lovers, but merely as friends that they embraced. Chapter 41. I will protect Brother Lin. After parting from Lin Che, Sun Yin could not help but turn away to wipe another tear. She jested, my eyes are just a bit allergic. Lin Che remained quiet, seemingly aware of Sun Yin's feelings towards him. Yet, he understood that a relationship between them was implausible, though there was merely a 3-year age gap. The disparity in their social standings loomed large. Lin Che had already married the esteemed CEO, Jiang Liu, and recognized that their status was incompatible, which would inevitably lead to an unhappy marriage. Meanwhile, Sun Yin had ascended to the pinnacle of stardom, having won a prestigious award for her acting prowess. Surpassing many societal barriers, Lin Che regarded her solely as a sister. Very well, I shall take my leave. You should rest well, he stated, adjusting his clothes. At that moment, Sun Yin's rationality returned, and she recalled the matter of Shun Yeqing. Brother Lin, that scoundrel Shun Yeqing wields considerable power and may seek retribution against you. Vivid memories of her dream surfaced, where 2 stick figures engaged in a fierce battle, resembling Lin Che and Shun Yeqing. Seeing Lin Che so severely injured, she knew Shun Yeqing must have been hurt as well. The Shun family held significant sway in the capital, and the pampered heir would surely seek vengeance after having his plans thwarted and being bested in a fight. However, Lin Che remained undaunted. I acted in defense. If he sought to violate you, the hotel's surveillance cameras bear witness. I would have reported him had I not feared it might tarnish your future. The police would undoubtedly take action, given his intentions. Yet, such news would erupt into a scandal, causing irreparable damage to your career and reputation, even if you were not harmed. Thus, despite my injuries, I believe it best for this matter to remain unresolved for your sake. Sun Yin nodded in agreement. All right, Brother Lin, should he dare to harm you, I will ensure he faces my wrath. She clenched her fist, her eyes sparkling with a blend of cuteness and determination. I promise to protect you, Brother Lin. Now that I am back, no one can bully you. The warrior maiden returns. No one shall oppress my beloved Moonlight. Sun Yin exhibited a touch of youthful exuberance. It was then that Lin Che took his leave. Once in his car, he glanced at his reflection in the rearview mirror. The swelling had subsided, yet traces of discomfort lingered. He examined his teeth, there was a slight looseness. He resolved to visit the clinic the following day. As for his external injuries, they were concealed from public view, and since he shared a separate room from Zhang Liu, he could afford to wait until he healed. Upon returning to the garage, he noted that it was already past midnight. As was his custom, he listened to a couple of songs in the car. It was late, and knowing Zhang Liu was meticulous about her appearance, he assumed she had retired for the night. He ascended via the private elevator, quietly opened the door to avoid waking her. The house was shrouded in darkness, and Lin Che sighed in relief. He shed his clothes and stepped into the shower. Afterward, he proceeded to his side room. Since he began sleeping in the side room the previous day, he had not felt any discomfort. The villa was vast, and although termed a side room, it bore little difference from the master bedroom, save for its slightly smaller size. The abode remains undeniably comfortable. Lin Che, weary from the day's endeavors, felt disinclined to even switch on the lights. He instinctively reached for the bed and lay down, only to discover the quilt weighed heavily upon him, as if it were enveloping another presence. Lost in his own thoughts, he was momentarily startled, but then clarity dawned upon him. The villa's security was impeccable. It was inconceivable for anyone to have entered. Thus, only one possibility remained. With a click, Lin Che illuminated the room. In that instant of brightness, he inadvertently roused Zhang Liu, who had been blissfully dreaming, ensconced in her husband's embrace, engaged in intimate reveries. She clutched the quilt tightly, relishing the scent of her husband that lingered within its folds, akin to being cradled in his arms. However, her serene dreamscape shattered as the room flooded with light, jolting her awake. She shielded her eyes with the delicate back of her hand and, through her drowsy gaze, beheld a man clad only in a bath towel, standing robustly at the side of the bed. His long eyelashes fluttered, framing a visage that was both ethereal and alluring. Her soft lips parted slightly. "Husband, you finally returned. Is mother all right?" Zhang Liu extended her arms, yearning for Lin Che's embrace. Lin Che, maintenino a nonchalant demeanor, replied, "Nothing amiss. Why aren't you in your own room?" He pondered the peculiar behavior of this woman who had banished him from the master bedroom only to now invade his side of the bed. Yet, her demeanor was so endearing, akin to a frog gently simmering in warm water, that he found himself unable to muster any ire. "Please, darling, I can't sleep alone. I want to be with you," she implored, her tone sweet and beguiling. Since her rebirth, Zhang Liu had not shared a bed with Lin Che. In both her past and present lives, it had been years since they had slept side by side. After a heartfelt conversation with her close friend, she resolved to restore their nocturnal companionship. Anticipating this evening had consumed her thoughts throughout the day. She had initially intended to stealthily slip into his bed once he was asleep, but if he were to dismiss her, she would resolutely cling to him like a leech, refusing to be cast away. Yet, her plans were thwarted as Lin Che had temporarily departed due to his mother's affairs. Impatient for the morrow, she audaciously occupied his side of the bed, intending to await his return in all her splendor. However, she had inadvertently succumbed to slumber. Fortunately, fate smiled upon her. Lin Che returned post-bath and climbed into bed, rousing her from her dreams. Thus, there was no chance he could leave. He must acquiesce to her desires. Lin Che found himself bemused by the situation. "You've been sleeping soundly for 3 years without fear, yet the moment a divorce agreement is mentioned, you begin to regret?" He glanced down at Zhang Liu, whose wide, innocent eyes belied her status as a formidable businesswoman, revealing instead a captivating enchantress. She wore a semi-transparent nightgown, and beneath it, she had donned nothing else for comfort. As she hugged her legs, her flawless skin and delicate collarbones were entirely unveiled, her lustrous hair cascading over her smooth back. Her beauty was nothing short of a goddess in the dreams of men. Her features were strikingly defined, embodying a sultry allure. Yet in her drowsy state, illuminated merely by the lamp's glow, she rivaled even the most meticulously edited photographs of celebrities. Coupled with her icy demeanor as a high-powered CEO, it was unfathomable to imagine the sheer pleasure of having such a beauty beneath him. However, Lin Che, despite his yearning, could not overlook the tribulations of the past 2 to 3 years. Thus, he resolutely pushed her hands away. Just as he prepared to extricate himself, Zhang Liu, undeterred, seized his towel, causing it to fall away. She feigned astonishment, covering her eyes as if she had never encountered such a sight before. Lin Che, imperturbed, had long grown accustomed to her antics. He turned, coldly demanding, "Return it to me." He reached out, but Zhang Liu, clutching the towel, rolled away, retreating to the corner of the room. "No," she declared, her tone reminiscent of a petulant child, devoid of any semblance of her usual composed demeanor. Irritation flickered in Lin Che's eyes as he knelt on one leg upon the bed, one hand supporting him while the other attempted to reclaim his towel. However, Jiang Liu, cunningly anticipating his move, waited for the precise moment to strike. As his hand reached for the towel, she swiftly wrapped her arms around his waist, leveraging her weight to pin him down. With a deft roll, Lin Che found himself beneath her. In a moment of mischievousness, she extinguished the room's light. Lin Che, momentarily caught off guard, realized he had fallen victim to her cunning. Jiang Liu, though slender, possessed an alluring fullness in all the right places, making her difficult to dislodge. She clung to him like a sloth, her warm, smooth skin contrasting with the cool texture of her nightgown, creating an oddly pleasant sensation. Get off, he attempted to assert, but the intoxicating fragrance of her essence enveloped him, a scent devoid of any artificiality, only the pure aroma of Jiang Liu. In the darkness, she lifted her head from his sturdy chest, shaking it gently. Husband, I wish to sleep with you. Lin Che felt an urge to kick her away, but refrained, recognizing it would not align with his persona. If you continue this way, I will have no choice but to sign the divorce agreement tomorrow. Upon hearing Lin Che's ultimatum, Jiang Liu reluctantly rolled off him. Yet, with a shrewd maneuver, she positioned herself beside him, preventing his escape. Darling, let us reach a compromise. I want to impose upon you, but you cannot leave. You may quietly sleep in this bed, and I shall remain peacefully by your side. Jiang Liu, displaying remarkable intellect, understood that when dealing with a challenging situation, one must employ a conciliatory approach. She merely wished to share a bed with her husband, knowing he would likely object. Thus, she exaggerated her desires, hinting at their shared intimacy, ensuring he would relent to her presence beside him. Indeed, Lin Che found himself unable to resist her charm, conceding, fine, but don't move around excessively tonight. We shall establish boundaries, akin to drawing a line between school desk mates. Jiang Liu promptly delineated her side of the bed. My dear, the entire bed is yours. I am yours too. You may treat me however you wish. You need not regard me as a person, but rather as a doll or a pillow. Jiang Liu, in her fervent attempt to win back her husband's affection, cast aside all notions of propriety. After all, she could easily forego money. Maintaining her aloof and regal demeanor as the CEO in public was essential. However, within the confines of her home, all she needed was to play the role of a doting wife. In the past, she struggled to distinguish between her public persona and her private life, often exhibiting coldness even at home. This emotional detachment had led to a chasm between the couple, bringing them perilously close to divorce. Now, she had come to a profound realization. Henceforth, she must diligently fulfill her duties as a wife. Is something wrong? Lin Che turned to face the interior. Yet, he also felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, when he had turned on the lights earlier, Jiang Liu had not reacted from the darkness, failing to notice the swelling on his face or the injuries on his abdomen. At least he wouldn't have to waste words on explanations. However, after lying there for a while, a delicate hand suddenly crept up his back, like a serpent teasingly brushing against him. Lin Che impatiently pushed her hand away, only for it to return yet again. He pushed it away once more. Exhausted, Lin Che closed his eyes and chose to ignore it. The next day, Lin Che arose early to prepare breakfast. Once he had finished cooking 3 meals, Jiang Liu finally got up. Her hair, though disheveled, could not conceal her ethereal elegance. To outsiders, she appeared unapproachable, radiating a chill that seemed to ward off others. Yet, Lin Che found her contrasting demeanor both foolish and desirable. Jiang Liu carried the bed linens to the laundry room, causing Lin Che's cheeks to twitch. He hurriedly donned his shoes and adjusted his tie. Without waiting for Jiang Liu to descend, he grasped the prepared lunch boxes and headed out. Coldly, he stated, breakfast is on the table. Eat quickly before it gets cold. I'm leaving. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liu, who was upstairs, rushed to the staircase, eager to help her husband with his shoes and tie. Hey, darling, wait a moment, she called out, but when she reached the stairs, she found Lin Che had already exited, leaving behind a robust silhouette. She stood there momentarily, murmuring, why is he in such a hurry? Then, recalling the events of the previous night, a smile crept onto her lips. My husband is quite the man. Our relationship is warming up. Progress is being made. Chapter 43, Wrongly Accused. Lin Che arrived at the company, first delivering breakfast to the upstairs employee, who was notoriously lazy and fond of sleeping in. Upon discovering she had yet to arrive, he returned to his office to commence his work. Li Meng brought him a cup of tea. Oh, boss, did you not sleep well last night? Your dark circles are quite pronounced. Lin Che's lips twitched again as he recalled the tumultuous emotions of the previous night and Jiang Liu's delicate, agile fingers, involuntarily drawing a heavier breath. Get back to your work and stop prying into my affairs, Lin Che admonished. Ukai, li manguriali ratrata. Lin Che steadied himself and began his analysis of the script when his phone suddenly buzzed. Upon checking, he saw a message from Sun Yan. What did she want? Surely, she wasn't going to ask him to pick her up again after a night of drinking? That would be unlike her. Sun Yan was always cautious and considerate, never wanting to burden others. Even during the perilous events of the previous night, she hadn't contacted him but had opted to have the butler collect her instead. Thus, Lin Che opened the chat to read her message. Lin, that scoundrel Shin Yecheng reported you to the police. They may come to find you soon. Don't be afraid. I'm coordinating resources to ensure your safety. Upon reading this, an uncontainable fury ignited within Lin Che. Did that fool truly think he could bully him? During their school days, Shin Yecheng was likely still nursing at his mother's breast. If it hadn't been for the concern over Sun Yan, he would have had that scoundrel arrested yesterday. He should be sentenced to at least a decade for his misconduct toward Star. Lin Che was curious about the charges Shun had filed. Half an hour later, the police indeed arrived, causing the other employees to scurry away, fearing their boss had committed a serious crime. However, their company had not made a profit. It was merely losing money, so what tax evasion could there be? Mr. Lin, you are being summoned to the police station for allegedly assaulting someone. Please cooperate. An officer stated. Lin Che nodded. Though he harbored disdain for Shun, he understood the necessity of cooperating with the police. Before departing, he addressed his employees. I am fine. You all carry on with your duties. Your salaries will remain intact, and the company will not go under. Yesterday, I merely dealt with a scoundrel. Today, I will ensure he compensates me. Upon hearing Lin Che's words, the employees rallied behind him, raising their hands in unison, chanting, "Long live the boss! Long live the boss!" The police, however, felt a sense of helplessness. After all, the individual who had reported the incident was none other than the prominent heir, Sun Yecheng, a figure of considerable influence. Today, he had come to file a complaint while sporting dark circles under his eyes, prompting the station chief to mobilize. They swiftly located Lin Che's office, racing against time to apprehend him. It seemed that this matter would be dealt with at a high level. Mr. Lin would either face hefty fines or find himself behind bars. Shin could easily leverage connections to produce a report that would ensure Lin's compliance. It was likely that the situation would devolve into a scene reminiscent of a melodramatic novel, with Lin Che begging for mercy. At the police station, upon his arrival, Lin Che first spotted Sun Yan. She wore a mask, her lower body clad in form-fitting jeans that accentuated her long and lively legs. A plush coat enveloped her, complemented by a scarf, presenting her as a vibrant and youthful university student. Her physique was impeccably maintained, and her rich, slightly wavy hair further distinguished her from ordinary students. This exquisite appearance evoked thoughts of a privileged young lady. The officers regarded her with curiosity, questioning, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Sun Yan, still masked, replied, "I am the party involved from yesterday, here to provide testimony." The officer cast her a brief glance before nodding. "Very well, please come in." Inside the mediation room, Sun Yecheng also donned a mask and sunglasses, adorned with earrings, lounging in a relaxed yet arrogant manner. His slender legs clad in dark jeans, paired with chunky shoes, gave him a boy band allure that could easily attract many young admirers. Yet, in reality, he appeared somewhat frail when compared to Lin Che's well-proportioned physique and chiseled abs, a result of his dedication to fitness. Upon seeing Lin Che enter, Shun's fury ignited, his gaze turning predatory, as though he were an eagle poised to devour a rabbit. Given his family's influence, he was determined that Lin Che would not leave the police station unscathed. Once seated, the officer began, "Mr. Lin, this Mr. Shun has reported that you assaulted him at the Royal Hotel last night at 11 o'clock. Is this true?" Lin Che suddenly chuckled softly. It seems the dog has learned to bite first. Sun Yecheng, upon hearing Lin Che's words, sprang to his feet, ready to launch a kick at him with his hefty shoe. Lin Che, however, was prepared. He swiftly pushed his chair back and lifted his right foot, placing it firmly on the table. The scene left the officers in a state of bewilderment. "Surely, you dare to brawl in a police station?" Recognizing that one party involved was the esteemed young Master Shun, the officers had no choice but to stifle their irritation and softly admonish, "Mr. Shun, Mr. Lin, this is a police station, not your residence. Kindly lower your legs." Only then did the two separate. The officer then inquired of Lin Che, "Mr. Lin, please explain what transpired last night." Lin Che glanced at Sun Yan, contemplating whether to disclose the near violation she had endured. If he remained silent, he would lack justification for his actions. Yet, revealing it would tarnish Sun Yan's reputation. Just as he grappled with this dilemma, Sun Yan candidly interjected, "Good day, officer. Last night, I was dining with Sun Yecheng at a banquet. After the meal, he attempted to take me back to his room to violate me while I was inebriated. It was I who messaged Mr. Lin to come to my rescue." Sun Yan boldly acknowledged the near assault, seeking to alleviate any burden from Lin Che. Once she finished her statement, Lin Che nodded in agreement. Indeed. However, at that moment, Shun Yeqing interjected vehemently. You are slandering me with baseless accusations. I merely saw Miss Su intoxicated and wished to assist her to her room. You appeared and without a word, assaulted me. I have obtained a report that confirms your criminal behavior. Furthermore, I refuse mediation. Lin Che, you shall be imprisoned. Lin Che was incensed, his blood pressure rising at Shun Yeqing's audacity. Officer, you may verify the hotel's surveillance footage from last night. He intended to take Sun Yin to his room and had already ushered her inside. Is that not proof enough? Lin Che's frustration was palpable. Yet, Shun Yeqing smirked. How unfortunate. The hotel's surveillance system was down yesterday. His laughter was arrogant and unrestrained. Chapter 44. The evidence remains unclear. Lin Che could hardly fathom the depths of these wealthy individuals' shamelessness. Clenching his fists, he retorted, in a hotel of such magnitude, traversing from the private room to your quarters would necessitate passing through numerous cameras. All of them malfunctioned? What truly unsettled Lin Che was the realization that Shun Yeqing, ever since being struck the previous night, had seemingly resolved to ruin him. Thus, whether through monetary means or intimidation, he could have coerced the hotel into erasing the surveillance footage from that night. In that case, Lin Che would indeed find himself at a loss for words. As if to confirm Lin Che's worst fears, Shun Yeqing brazenly declared, Oh, how fortunate indeed. This morning, I sent someone to the hotel to retrieve evidence of your assault, but alas, the back-end staff informed me that the system was updated last night, and all footage has been erased. Shun Yeqing's laughter was unrestrained, his narrow face twisting into a visage reminiscent of a cunning villain. Having endured his first severe beating, Shun Yeqing returned home fuming. In a bid to display loyalty, his butler suggested spending some money to have the hotel delete the surveillance. Thus, any evidence would vanish. As long as Shun Yeqing steadfastly claimed that Lin Che had initiated the confrontation, asserting he acted merely out of a sense of responsibility to escort the inebriated Sun Yin to safety, the matter would tilt in his favor. With the Shun family's influence and a touch of monetary persuasion, securing a conviction against Lin Che would be a foregone conclusion. The Shun family was affluent. Shun Yeqing had never known want, and he lacked no need for conciliatory funds. His sole intent was to imprison Lin Che, tarnishing his reputation, and to ensure that Sun Yin, the so-called loose woman, would one day kneel before him in supplication. Lin Che was furious, his heart aching with indignation. He slammed his fist onto the table. Dare you claim the hotel footage was not deleted at your behest? Would you care to swear on it? Shun Yeqing leaned back in his chair, wary of Lin Che's wrath. He provocatively replied, Who do you think you are? Why should I swear? Noticing Shun Yeqing's reluctance to take an oath, Lin Che turned to the officers. Officer, I believe it would be prudent to investigate whether this Shun individual sent someone to delete the footage this morning. He is certainly capable of such an act. The involved party is present. She can attest that Shun harbored intentions of wrongdoing towards her, and I intervened to protect her. My actions were not only self-defense, but also imperative to apprehend him. Lin Che pointed accusingly at Shun Yeqing, asserting that the latter had indeed intended to violate Sun Yin. In this age of advanced technology and pervasive surveillance, if he were to lose, it would be an utter travesty. En fait, Shun Yeqing replied steadily, You have indeed deduced correctly. I did send someone to the hotel to gather evidence. However, even if it were discovered that my associate visited the hotel, what would that prove? The system was merely undergoing updates last night, and the surveillance was not operational. Furthermore, do not act like a rabid dog. I am merely a friend helping Sun Yin home after finding her inebriated. You assaulted me without provocation, and the officer must detain him. With both parties holding firm to their statements, the police were momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. At this juncture, Sun Yin interjected, Officer, Lin Che speaks the truth. I was forced to drink excessively last night, and Shun Yeqing attempted to take me back to his room to violate me. Moreover, prior to this, he had repeatedly uttered lewd remarks about me. The officers diligently recorded Sun Yin's account. Yet, Shun Yeqing countered with a cunning retort. Sun Yin, do not slander the innocent. Do you possess any evidence that I sought to harm you? Sun Yin responded resolutely. Last night serves as evidence. I can testify. Shun Yeqing, having already conferred with his attorney, confidently declared, You were intoxicated last night and are therefore unaware of the circumstances. Your words hold no validity. After returning home, Shun Yeqing's fury only grew, and he plotted to frame Lin Che, intent on imprisoning him. He recounted the events in detail to his family lawyer, who then devised a strategy. First, to bribe the hotel into deleting the footage, and subsequently to instruct Shun Yeqing on how to proceed at the police station. For instance, He would insist that Sun Yin was too intoxicated to serve as a credible witness. Additionally, other attendees of the banquet could corroborate his narrative. As long as Sun Yin was excluded from the equation, the confrontation between Sun Yeqing and Lin Che would undoubtedly favor the former. The police then announced, "We have dispatched personnel to the hotel to gather evidence. Now, we will need to separate you both for individual statements. Please follow me." Thus, Lin Che and Sun Yeqing were escorted to separate rooms, each questioned by different officers. Lin Che recounted the entire sequence of events in detail and presented the messages Sun Yin had sent him. However, these could not serve as evidence, as Sun Yin's messages were vague, merely instructing him to have the butler fetch her without explicitly stating that she had been assaulted. At this moment, an officer cautioned Lin Che, "Mr. Lin, thus far, the evidence you have provided is insufficiently compelling. If one were to visit the hotel and fail to obtain the video footage, the situation would be exceedingly unfavorable for you." Lin Che gritted his teeth in frustration, astonished by the affluent's remarkable ability to distort the truth. The crux of the matter lay in their swift maneuvering, allowing them to strike first and turn the tables on him. Coupled with the influence of wealth, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Subsequently, the police stated, "Mr. Lin, we need to notify a family member. Could you please provide a contact number?" Lin Che's mind instinctively turned to Jiang Liu. However, with their imminent divorce, he could not bring himself to seek her assistance. He was acutely aware of Jiang Liu's character. She had always been exceedingly proud. As her business flourished, her unwarranted sense of superiority became palpably evident in their daily lives. For instance, while Lin Che had a penchant for a particular sofa, Jiang Liu insisted on purchasing one of her liking without so much as consulting him. Regarding his car, Jiang Liu had already owned one, and this purchase was solely for him. Yet, when Lin Che selected a vehicle of his preference, she interjected with critiques about its materials, safety, and comfort, ultimately forcing him to settle for a different choice. The most disheartening aspect was that he could hardly voice any objections, given his financial constraints. He had contributed a mere 10, while Jiang Liu footed the remaining 90. It felt as though he had become a mere dependent, devoid of any agency. Lin Che recognized that Jiang Liu meant well, yet her newfound wealth had engendered a sense of superiority that overshadowed her concern for him. Thus, he would rather resort to loans or borrow money from friends than utilize Jiang Liu's resources, fearing her potential condescension. He dreaded remarks such as, "All your money comes from me. Can't you invest a bit more thought into this? Why do you even need to work? I could simply provide for you." Hearing such words filled Lin Che with a profound sense of helplessness. The disparity in status, identity, and wealth rendered him unable to hold his head high. Although Jiang Liu had been excessively attentive in recent days, Lin Che attributed her behavior to her fear of divorce and the uncertainties it might bring. Contemplating this, he chose not to inform Jiang Liu and instead relayed Dr. Wen's contact information to the police. "Officer, my mother is currently in the hospital. This is a doctor friend of mine. Please have her speak with my mother." Chapter 45. She takes care of it. Within the hospital, Wen Shuyu concluded her patient consultations and found herself with a brief respite. She pulled out her phone, intending to chat with Lin Che and, more so, to invite him to lunch, though she was at a loss for words on how to initiate the conversation. Suddenly, an unfamiliar call came through. "Hello, is this the police?" Wen Shuyu instinctively presumed it to be a scam call. After all, she led a solitary life, spending her days either tending to patients or returning home, never having stirred up trouble in her lifetime. The police would have no reason to contact her, even if her family were to encounter legal issues. They would not reach out to her. The family that raised her had severed ties for monetary gain, while the family that bore her had aspirations for her. It could not bear the burden of a willful, troublesome heiress. Wen Shuyu preferred to keep her distance from them. So how could the police possibly locate her? "I'm sorry, but that is not me," she replied, her demeanor typically cold towards others. Just as she was about to hang up, the caller mentioned a pivotal name, Lin Che. Wen Shuyu quickly retrieved her phone, pressing it to her ear. "Ah, I apologize. Could you please repeat that?" "Oh, understood. We will head over shortly." After ending the call, Wen Shuyu was left in a state of bewilderment. By all accounts, Lin Che possessed a gentle disposition and a kind heart. How could he possibly resort to violence? Yet a sudden realization struck her. Lin Che, at the police station, had called her first. An inexplicable joy bubbled within her, akin to receiving a love letter from someone she had secretly admired for years. The surprise and exhilaration were beyond description. Although Lin Che's intention was to have her relay a message to his mother, the fact that he had reached out to her indicated her significant place in his life, a level of trust that was profound. When Shuyu became increasingly convinced that her earlier decision to secure a spot for Lin Che's mother at the rehabilitation center had been astute, he would naturally gravitate towards her when visiting his mother, providing opportunities for them to engage in conversation or share a meal, thus fostering a deeper connection between them. Without delay, Wen Shuyu changed her attire, shedding her doctor's coat for a sleek, alluring white blazer paired with a high-neck sweater and gold-rimmed glasses. The ankle of her tailored trousers peeked out from beneath sheer stockings, accentuated by elegant high heels, an embodiment of both restraint and temptation. Upon arriving at the police station, she was immediately struck by the sight of a stunning young woman seated in the lobby. In that moment, Wen Shuyu's lifelong confidence in her own beauty wavered. The girl before her radiated youth and vitality, her long, luscious hair cascading down her back, clad in form-fitting jeans that showcased her long, toned legs, and sporting youthful white sneakers. Though they were strangers, their eyes met, igniting sparks in the air. Meanwhile, sitting in the chair, Sun Yin, consumed by self-reproach, was equally astonished. This beautiful older sister exuded an aura of sophistication, her white trousers and high heels embodying the essence of a modern urbanite, elegant, poised, and impeccably refined. Even Sun Yin, known for her beauty in the entertainment industry, felt a sense of shame. She resembled a pure school flower, blooming like a white gardenia in the hearts of every young man. In contrast, Wen Shuyu seemed like a fine wine, aged to perfection, possessing an irresistible allure that could captivate anyone. The two women stood on equal footing, each commanding remarkable authority within their respective realms. To outsiders, they appeared as unattainable goddesses, merely objects of admiration in secret, too timid to approach. Sun Yin glanced at Wen Shuyu before lowering her gaze, preferring to focus on helping Lin Che extricate himself from his predicament. Yet, despite her wealth in the capital, she remained merely a star without a solid foundation in the industry. While the Su family was formidable in the city, she held little standing within her own family. With her mother gone and her father incapacitated, the family was beholden to the whims of a spiteful matriarch who regarded her as a pariah. Thus, she was reluctant to return home. What to do? What to do? Should she truly allow Sun Yecheng to prevail? After striving tirelessly to become a top-tier star, would she watch helplessly as the man she loved faced false accusations, especially since she was, in part, responsible for them? If she could not prevent this, then the promise made 5 years ago of "I'll take care of you" would become an empty vow. In that case, she could hardly forgive herself for her ineptitude in the years to come. Just then, a gentle yet resolute voice resonated through the air. "Hello, I am a family member of Lin Che. May I inquire where I should go to handle his case?" Sun Yin's heart sank. Her breath felt as if it had been suddenly submerged in the icy waters of a lake, rendering her momentarily breathless. This beautiful woman is a relative of Lin Che? Could she be his sister? No. Having resided in his office for half a year, she had never heard mention of his sister. There remained only one possibility. The gentle and lovely sister could be his wife, his childhood sweetheart from high school, the beloved he married shortly after graduation. Upon this realization, Sun Yin felt a knife-like pain in her heart, as if it were being gradually scraped away. How could his wife be so stunning, so graceful, with such an exquisite demeanor? At times, in the dead of night, she had harbored wicked fantasies, hoping that one day, when his wife aged, she might take her place. Yet, in that fleeting moment of eye contact, Sun Yin felt a surge of inadequacy. She seemed to pale in comparison. When confronted by others, Sun Yin could boastfully assert her beauty, declaring herself the most beautiful woman in the world without hesitation. But that woman bore Lin Che's mark of acknowledgement. Sun Yin felt defeated. Over the past 5 years, she had fought her way to this point, showcasing her inner strength. She never conceded defeat or felt despondent. Yet now, due to the identity of Lin Che's wife, she dared not lift her gaze. Nevertheless, she rose and quietly followed. Wen Shuyu trailed behind the officers as they entered. She ultimately chose not to bring Lin Che's mother along. Wasn't it merely a case of alleged assault? How much would it take to settle? If 10,000 wasn't sufficient, she'd pay 100,000. She could not believe that someone as gentle as Lin Che could inflict any serious harm. Upon entering the room and seeing Lin Che unharmed, she took it as a good sign. What happened? Wen Shuyu inquired anxiously. As soon as she entered, a faint, delicate fragrance enveloped the room. With her cascading black hair, high heels, white trousers, and gold-rimmed glasses perched on her petite, refined nose, she resembled a star posing for a high-fashion, austere photo shoot. The seemingly casual bag she carried exuded an aura of distance. There was a striking contrast. The police officers in the room gazed at her, marveling at how fortunate Lin Che must have been in his past life to have garnered such allies, a stunning, illustrious young star advocating for him. Followed by this elegant and composed woman, Lin Che glanced behind Wen Shuyu, not seeing his mother, and inquired, "Where is my mom?" Wen Shuyu shook her head. "There's no need to inform her. What is going on? Let's resolve this promptly." Her words were directed at the officers, implying that they should state their demands. She would cover the costs. Lin Che recounted the sequence of events to Wen Shuyu, explaining, "I've been wronged, but currently there is no evidence." Wen Shuyu contemplated this before asking, "The Royal Hotel, correct?" She recalled that her mother had compensated her by transferring half the shares of a large hotel to her. Chapter 46. Dr. Wen's Return. After being recognized, Wen Shuyu garnered greater attention from Wen Yunmei. After all, she had ascended from an ordinary family to a top university through her own efforts and had subsequently funded her studies abroad. Her capabilities were remarkable. However, due to the presence of an imposter daughter in the family, her emotional life had faced constant obstacles. The Wen parents felt a deep affection for Wen Lingwei, having raised her since childhood, treating her like their own daughter. Thus, they expected Wen Shuyu to yield to her sister. Such is the nature of familial rivalry. Wen Lingwei believed that Wen Shuyu's arrival had usurped everything that rightfully belonged to her, leading her to sabotage Wen Shuyu at every turn. Just as she had previously caused a commotion at the hospital, only to turn around and frame her. What frustrated Wen Shuyu was her biological mother's insistence on maintaining an unjust equilibrium, demanding that she unconditionally defer to her sister. It was these arguments that made Wen Shuyu reluctant to return home. Yet, unbeknownst to Wen Lingwei, Wen Shuyu had been gifted half the shares of the Royal Hotel by her mother upon her return. Similarly, Wen Shuyu was unaware of what assets had been transferred to Wen Lingwei. She refrained from competing or grasping for more because she had previously lived independently and comfortably, having no greater ambitions. However, with Lin Che's emergence, Wen Shuyu suddenly found direction in her life, igniting a newfound passion and a desire to strive for more, to create a richer life for them both. Thankfully, her existing resources could assist Lin Che. She promptly declared, "Lin Che, officer, I will go to the Royal Hotel." An officer nearby responded, "Ms. Wen, we have already dispatched personnel there." The staff reported that the server was undergoing testing last night. The surveillance was turned off, and no video footage is available. Lin Che gazed at Wen Shuyu's angelic visage, her resolute eyes filled with determination. He pondered why she had suddenly proposed a visit to the Royal Hotel. Did she have some connection there? Earlier, when Lin Che had called her, it was primarily to have her accompany his mother, fearing that her heart condition might lead to serious consequences upon hearing of her son's detention. Having a professional doctor present would be ideal. Thus, he felt indebted to Dr. Wen once more. Yet now she sought to visit the hotel in search of a final glimmer of hope. Lin Che was aware that wealthy individuals like Shun Yecheng would ensure thoroughness, likely having bribed the hotel staff to maintain a unified narrative. They would not provide testimony for Lin Che nor offer any surveillance footage. It would be futile to go. "Dr. Wen, please do not trouble yourself. I do not wish to impose further. Simply bring my mother here. This matter is not of great concern. I can explain everything to her, and she should be able to understand." However, Wen Shuyu's resolve remained unwavering. "Mr. Lin, you stay here. I will assess the situation. Allow me to do something for you, at least to alleviate this sense of indebtedness I feel before you." Lin Che watched her stride out in her tailored suit, exuding elegance and poise, stirring an inexplicable sense of gratitude within him. She was merely his psychologist, and he had not compensated her handsomely. Previously, she had found an exceptional nursing home for his mother, and now she was selflessly coming to assist him once more. If Lin Che had known the secret between them, that he had once saved her life, he would still hold deep appreciation for her. For when she was lost and teetering between life and death, his assistance had been offered from a place of genuine compassion, not as a transaction for future value. Lin Che was not so worldly. He simply could not bear to witness the suffering of ordinary individuals. If a few words can save a life, Lin Che would seize every opportunity without hesitation, now and always. When Shuyu exited the police station, feeling the gaze of a stunning young woman, reminiscent of Star, fixed upon her retreating figure. The girl seemed familiar, perhaps a celebrity she had seen in an advertisement, yet Shuyu was in a hurry, lacking both time and inclination to verify this recognition. A luxury car came to a smooth stop before the Royal Grand Hotel. Her license plate was logged in the hotel's internal system. Upon scanning it at the parking entrance, the hotel manager was instantly notified. When Shuyu opened the car door, her delicate feet clad in sheer stockings stepping gracefully onto the pavement, revealing her long legs encased in white trousers. As she emerged fully from the vehicle, her tall figure became the most striking sight outside the hotel. Her physique was nothing short of perfection, exuding an air of excessive nobility, akin to a star featured in luxury car advertisements, both beautiful and intelligent. Hotel manager, Sun Yunping hurried over, having missed the opportunity to open the door for their boss due to his tardiness. This was an egregious oversight. "Boss, what brings you here?" he inquired, aware of the previous owner, Wen Mei, who held 60 of the hotel's shares. The original proprietor had transferred 50 of the shares to her daughter, Wen Shuyu, the tall and aloof beauty before him. Sun Yunping was puzzled. Shuyu rarely involved herself in hotel affairs, only reviewing the monthly bills and profits, and seldom visiting unless there were significant fluctuations. What could prompt her unexpected arrival today? When Shuyu paid no heed to anyone awaiting her arrival, nor to any formalities, her high heels clicking assertively as she strode inside. Did the police come today regarding the surveillance? She asked, suspecting something amiss. The hotel's security cameras were of utmost importance, as losing footage in a five-star establishment that hosted esteemed guests could lead to immense liability in the event of an incident. It was far better to maintain strict oversight, ensuring comprehensive coverage around the clock. Sun Yunping's eyes darted, unable to decipher what the beautiful owner sought. He presumed she was worried about the police affecting the hotel as clientele. Boss, we've handled everything. There's no issue, he replied hastily. Suddenly, when Shuyu halted, her brow furrowing as she questioned, no issue? Then how did the surveillance go missing? Sun Yunping licked his lips, glancing around nervously, his expression discomfort. Boss, that is not easy to explain. Shuyu sensed deceit. Her piercing gaze locked onto him. Take me to the monitoring room. Her presence was commanding. When she had been a doctor, she had exuded warmth and knowledge. Now, as the hotel owner, she radiated the authority of a decisive CEO. In the deserted corridor, Sun Yunping whispered, Boss, I admit I tampered with the surveillance for the hotel's sake. The son of the Shun family insisted we delete the footage, and if we didn't comply, he would undoubtedly make things difficult for us. He is just an ordinary person, and between offending someone without backing and the Shun heir, I chose to delete the footage. When Shuyu's glare was frigid, akin to a temperature of minus 30 degrees, chilling to the core. Whatever means you must employ, retrieve the footage. If it can be restored, I will pretend nothing happened, and you may continue in your role as manager. If it cannot be retrieved, not only will you lose your position, but I will personally escort you to the police station. Consider your options. Surveillance in public venues is protected. Deleting footage and deceiving the police is illegal. When Shuyu had already entertained thoughts of dismissing the manager, but for Lin Che's sake, she needed to offer him a glimmer of hope to recover the footage. Sun Yunping, fearful, promptly bowed. Thank you, Miss Wen, for the opportunity. I will go find it immediately. Please wait in the lounge. When Shuyu shot him another glare. Go find it quickly, don't mind me. Sun Yunping hastened towards the monitoring room, yet he could not fathom the shift in Shuyu's attitude. The hotel had encountered numerous surveillance-related incidents in the past, yet she had never expressed concern, provided he maintained control. What had changed today? Why risk offending the Shin heir, who possessed a black card with millions, equivalent to a decade-long suite rental? He had seen the footage, which indeed showed Shun's son attempting to harass a celebrity named Sun Yan, attempting to bring her to his room while in the corridor, his hands inappropriately lingering on her waist. However, with other guests present, he had maintained a degree of restraint. If the footage were to resurface, it would undoubtedly offend the well-known Shin heir. Was it truly worth it to confront the Shun family for an ordinary person without connections? Fortunately, an employee had privately recorded the incident, as it was explosive news among celebrities. Yet, they only dared to enjoy it themselves, refraining from sharing it recklessly. When Sun Yunping presented the recording to Wen Shuyu, her anxious heart finally settled. However, she coldly instructed, dismiss the employee who recorded personal privacy indiscriminately, but compensate him adequately. In future recruitment and training, employees must monitor one another to ensure no invasions of privacy occur. We operate a five-star hotel in the capital, where our guests are celebrities. Any incidents are beyond your capacity to manage. When Shuyu remained both lucid and resolute, she did not promise rewards for the employee who submitted the footage but opted for dismissal after compensation, recognizing the impropriety of his actions. Sun Yunping, shaken, responded, yes. You're correct, boss. I will ensure he deletes all footage and compensate him according to our contract, never to hire him again. I will personally oversee the verification and training of future employees. When Shuyu nodded, not forgetting to leave him with a final admonition. Manager Sun, your annual salary should exceed 1 million, which places you among the highest echelon of hotel managers nationwide. I hope you cherish this position. Should you be dismissed from here, regardless of the salary, whether other hotels would still consider employing you remains a matter of speculation. When Xiao spoke with an unsettling calmness, yet her tone swept over the individual opposite her like a sandstorm. Sun Yunping, drenched in sweat despite the biting winter chill, dared not lift his gaze to meet Wen Xiao's eyes, instead fixating on her feet, encased in sheer stockings. Her delicate feet, adorned with red-soled high heels, peered out from beneath her white trousers. the aura of a regal and aloof CEO, such a stunning woman uttering such frigid words. Sun Yunping felt utterly incapable of retort, nodding vigorously in submission. It seemed that only in the presence of Lin Che could Wen Xiao reveal a more vulnerable side. Even before her own mother, she could present only her independence, vast knowledge, and refined demeanor. This was her protective guise, her armor. Except for Lin Che, no one else was permitted to witness her shedding it. Wen Xiao submitted the video to the police, which marked a turning point in the situation. She then stated that the employee had been dismissed due to personal misconduct. Consequently, the police ultimately chose not to pursue further action, restoring Lin Che's reputation. Upon learning the news, Sun Yeching's expression darkened with malevolence. How dare they challenge me in the capital? They shall reap the consequences. However, he was now entangled in a troublesome matter that necessitated the use of familial resources to resolve. As Lin Che and Wen Xiao emerged, he expressed his profound gratitude. Dr. Wen, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. I feel quite embarrassed to trouble you. Wen Xiao stood poised and elegant, her posture straight and dignified. Do not concern yourself. It was but a trifling task, she replied with a serene smile. Yet Lin Che could not help but inquire, Dr. Wen. Everyone at the hotel claims the records were deleted. How did you manage to recover them? Wen Xiao hesitated to divulge the true reason, offering merely, I am acquainted with the hotel manager. Lin Che, upon hearing this, silently marveled at the depth of Dr. Wen's connections, realizing she was no ordinary individual. Since he was reluctant to elaborate, he refrained from further questioning, opting only to convey his gratitude. At that moment, he recalled Sun Yin, who had been absent ever since they stepped outside. He wondered where the young girl had wandered off to. Dr. Wen, I must express my gratitude properly. Please allow me a moment? Wen Xiao smiled faintly. Certainly, I shall await you in the car. In truth, she had been anticipating Lin Che's request. Her intention was not merely to receive his gratitude, but rather to cultivate their relationship through increased interaction. However, she was acutely aware of the young girl who had been fixated on her. Who was she? What was her connection to Lin Che? Was he now seeking her out? A cascade of questions flooded Wen Xiao's mind, though she refrained from voicing them, unwilling to appear like a jealous partner. She simply wished to gracefully capture Lin Che's heart, to earn his recognition and affection through her own allure, rather than by severing his ties with other women. Some unrequited love does not yield to relentless pursuit. It is far more effective to enhance one's own charm and magnetism, drawing him closer of his own accord. Wen Xiao strode out of the hall in her high heels, her gait both bold and restrained, reminiscent of a model on the runway, an elegance that captivated all gazes behind her. Sun Yin willingly cooperated with the police, as the footage undeniably revealed Sun Yeching's ulterior motives. Additionally, she wished to avoid encountering Lin Che's wife, not wanting to awkwardly witness her exit. Her unrequited affection made her feel as though she were committing a transgression against his wife. Chapter 48. Borrowing money from his wife. Lin Che waved at Sun Yin through the glass. She smiled and waved back, signaling for him to leave, assuring him she was fine. Although she appeared cheerful, a cloud of melancholy loomed within her. How could his wife be so beautiful and sophisticated? It seemed she was destined to remain merely an observer. The promise he once made to support her now felt like a distant dream, confirming that Sun Yin was indeed testifying against Sun Yeching, which would be a lengthy process. Lin Che decided to take his leave. However, he could not shake his concern for Sun Yin's safety. The Shun family wielded considerable influence. Yet dwelling on it now would only waste his energy. Exiting the police station, he found Wen Xiao's understated 8 parked by the roadside, perfectly matching her businesslike persona. How do you intend to express your gratitude, Mr. Lin? She inquired as they settled into the car. Lin Che felt a twinge of embarrassment. His finances were limited, relying on a loan from Lu Yishuang, as he had no income of his own. Previously, Jiang Liu would provide him with an allowance, and during the earlier years, he felt justified in spending her money, particularly when he had sold his promising project and taken on debt to rescue her during a crisis. Yet, after 2 years of repeated failures, having to ask for money from his wife made him feel a sense of shame. Thus, he had resolved not to accept any further funds from her, nor to allow her to send him any. To foster the development of his project, he had been seeking investments while also considering himself an employee, issuing himself a modest salary to barely cover his living expenses. He wanted to take Wen Xi out to dinner, but given her refined tastes, he feared he might not have enough money. If he chose a low-end venue, it would reflect poorly on his sincerity. Consequently, he decided he would borrow a bit more from his wife, ensuring he had enough to genuinely express his gratitude to Dr. Wen. Let us dine at Zunmingui, he proposed. Lin Che occasionally visited this upscale restaurant with Jiang Liu, appreciating its high standards, though she typically picked up the tab. He was meticulous and aware of the prices. Sometimes their meals would cost tens of thousands. They dined freely, unburdened by financial concerns, given Jiang Liu as status as a wealthy heiress. This time, with Dr. Wen's assistance and the matter of his mother's nursing home at hand, he felt compelled to demonstrate genuine appreciation. The last restaurant he took her to had been rather modest, and she had only taken a small bite of her meal. He presumed she was unaccustomed to cheaper fare, given her elevated tastes and presumably affluent background. Thus, this time, he resolved to take her to a more distinguished establishment. In fact, when Shuyao eats less because she wants to lose weight, it's not that I dislike food, as long as she can stay with Lin Che. Even if she only drinks porridge and eats mantou, she will be happy. She studies psychology and knows that psychological satisfaction is more likely to bring spiritual pleasure than physical satisfaction. However, when Lin Che mentioned the name of this restaurant, when Shuyao frowned, this is her Wen family's property. My mother is currently being taken care of by Wen Lingwei and her boyfriend. When Shuyao wants to avoid this fake green tea heiress, Lin Che looked at her face and asked carefully, "What's wrong, Dr. Wen? Have you tried it before and thought it tasted bad? Don't you want to go? If it doesn't work, we'll switch to another one. Anyway, I'm treating you to a meal, so of course I want to make your host happy." Lin Che wished she could switch to another company. He also hid a little bit of caution. If I go to this restaurant for dinner, I have to ask Jiang Liu for money, which makes him a bit embarrassed. If Dr. Wen could take the initiative to switch to a cheaper one, Lin Che would not only express his feelings, but also not have to look for Jiang Liu. Satisfy both sides. Just thought of this. When Shuyao nodded, "Okay, this one is quite famous. Thanks to Mr. Talin, I'll be able to feast my mouth." She is betting that when Lingwei is not here. Fake heiress has a brilliant mind when it comes to falsely accusing people with green tea. It's like using all your intelligence to deal with others. She has no business acumen at all, and this store is fully managed by professional managers. She usually doesn't go, but when Shuyao is different. She's because the rules are well established and very strict. Even if she doesn't go, the Royal Hotel runs very well. In the past 2 years, profits and positive reviews have continued to rise. Upon hearing Dr. Wen's agreement, Lin Che was taken aback, but not disappointed. But it's because of the difficulty in demanding Jiang Liu. "Okay, let's go navigate." After getting in the car, Lin Che opened his wife's chat bar. For so many years, he has been giving Jiang Liu opportunities. I haven't even changed the notes, it's still my wife. He wants to win back the other person's heart because Lin Che is a very dedicated person. When he got married 7 years ago, he swore from the bottom of his heart that he would grow old with Jiang Liu. But the other party is becoming increasingly indifferent and not valuing emotions. Until there is no turning back, he started editing the information. "Leo, my friend and I have an important dinner party. Can you lend me some money?" Then he added a special sentence. "Not a lot. Just give me 50,000 first, and I'll give it to you in a few days." Jiang Liu, who was reviewing documents at the company, saw the information. First, I was taken aback. Then great regret emanated from the bottom of my heart. She suddenly understood. "It seems like I haven't given my husband any money for several years, and he has been in the entrepreneurial stage, constantly failing, and has no money on him. How did he get through these years?" Intense sadness rises from the bottom of my heart. Lin Che is her husband who has been married to her for 7 years, and her lover who has been in love with her for 14 years. But he ignored his basic needs. Actually, Jiang Liu doesn't lack money, so she hasn't thought about anything related to money. Naturally, they also overlooked their husband's needs in this regard. Now that her husband suddenly asks her for money, he should be in a very embarrassing situation. Thinking back to the past year or two, he never asked for a penny from himself. Jiang Liu regretted it and wanted to slap herself. You should know that you can achieve such a big industry solely thanks to your husband's support. Without him, I might still be squatting in prison. My husband gave up on the success of his first entrepreneurship, abandoned his ideals, and sold his hard work to save himself at all costs. But what did you do by yourself? Ignore him, be indifferent to him. Even in terms of easily accessible wealth, they are being harsh on him. Jiang Liu quickly took out her phone. "I don't want to procrastinate for a second. Hurry up and make up for my husband." She transferred 100,000 yuan to her husband first, but it was found that the upper limit had been reached. Then send a message. "Honey, don't worry. Your online transfer has reached the limit. If you're in a hurry, I'll have my assistant deliver it to you. Lin Che will send a message later." "Okay, that's enough. Thank you, Leo." Seeing the previous message, Jiang Liu was still very happy. As you can see in the next sentence, my husband surprisingly thanked me so unfamiliarity. My heart is like being pricked by a needle. Can their current relationship still be called husband and wife? I kept pestering him last night and shamelessly slept with him. But in the end, he didn't touch his own body. Chapter 49. Mr. Lin gives me a great sense of security. Jiang Liu let out a deep sigh, then called the assistant over. "Qian, take my bank card and apply for a secondary card with no spending limit." Jiang Liu deeply regrets it. Why did she repent so late? She had never paid attention to Lin Che's financial situation before. I think he is a big man who has already covered all the expenses of his residence and family. He shouldn't be short of money. I didn't expect Lin Che to start multiple businesses, but not only did he have no money on hand, but he also had a loan on his back. All the money that could have been saved back then was sent out to save her. His life is very tight, and he doesn't look like a wealthy person at all. But because of his pride in his heart, he never asked for money from her. Now that you have to ask her for money, even to treat someone to a meal, it shows how poor it is. Jiang Liu regrets. Jiang Liu hates. But the past has already passed, and there is no way to make up for it with regret. Just like before being reborn. She couldn't bring back her husband who had already sunk into the sea, no matter how much she regretted. So in this life, she must give her husband a warm future. Assistant Zhang Qianqian received her bank card and immediately felt 1,000 pounds. She couldn't even imagine how much money this card was worth. Their CEO Jiang Liu's salary can be fully deposited into this card. Even Jiang Liu himself had never seen how much money was in this card, because she doesn't need to care. Anyway, the money in the card will never be spent in this lifetime. No matter how many flowers you spend, they can never be finished. The daily income can catch up with the savings of an ordinary person for a lifetime, despite her and her husband's efforts to spend. The money on the card has been constantly increasing. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll go handle it now. Zhang Qianqian stuffed the card into her clothes. Feeling like it was about to be lost with every step she took, she quickly put her hand in and touched it again. So on the way to the bank, almost all of her hands were in her pockets. Grasped the bank card tightly. If I lose this card, I don't know what the consequences will be. Anyway, she thinks it's very serious. As for Mr. Jiang daring to hand over the card to her to apply for a secondary card, do you worry that she might withdraw money from it without authorization? After all, Jiang Liu doesn't know how much money is in the card. Even if she takes out 180,000, Jiang Liu won't be able to detect it. But there's no need to worry about it. Firstly, Zhang Qianqian is indeed timid and does not want to give up this valuable assistant job. Secondly, when applying for a secondary card or withdrawing money, the bank manager will personally call Jiang Liu to confirm and will not withdraw money without authorization. Zhang Qianqian envies the person who can get the vice card of General Manager Jiang. It must be the same person whom President Jiang asked about how to please her husband last time. It's rather unfortunate that she married at such a young age. With her enviable physique and celestial beauty, alongside being a female tycoon, her husband must be immensely fortunate. Surely, in a past life, he must have saved the galaxy, right? At the esteemed dining establishment, Wen Shuyu adhered to the principle of accommodating the host preferences. Since Lin Che invited her, she selected 2 dishes that she particularly favored, leaving the remainder for Lin Che to choose. Lin Che, possessing an elegant demeanor, naturally allowed the lady to make her selections during their meal together. However, Dr. Wen was exceedingly discreet. After ordering her 2 dishes, she smiled and pushed the menu towards him. Consequently, Lin Che, upon observing the dishes she had chosen, complimented them with other soups and side dishes, ensuring he did not skimp on the expenditure. Yet, he was also cautious not to overindulge, carefully selecting dishes that would sum to the budget of 100,000. Once the waiter departed, Wen Shuyu suddenly chuckled softly, with her gold-rimmed glasses framing her refined features. She lowered her head slightly. Her lips, adorned with a delicate apricot pink hue, parted to speak. I apologize, but it's quite amusing to think of Mr. Lin's graceful and unassuming nature, yet he still engages in a brawl with a scion from the capital. Over the past 6 months of acquaintance, she had come to perceive Lin Che as someone who shunned conflict, a person to whom such altercations seemed entirely foreign. This behavior starkly contrasted with his established character. Nevertheless, Wen Shuyu did not let this incident diminish her opinion of him. When she encountered the debauched young man at the police station, she felt a surge of indignation, especially towards the young Master Shun, who had audaciously threatened her at her family's hotel for money to erase surveillance footage. This left her greatly incensed. However, she remained perplexed about Lin Che's relationship with that girl. A subtle unease lingered in her heart. At the police station, Lin Che recounted the events, explaining that he had gone to assist a friend, which led to the altercation with young Master Shun. Yet, he refrained from divulging the specific reasons or the identity of that friend. However, upon entering the lobby and catching sight of that girl, a flicker of realization dawned upon her. Could it be her? So stunning, she resembled a genuine star. Yet, as Wen Shuyu was not particularly invested in the entertainment industry, her memory failed her momentarily. Thus, she jokingly inquired, not wishing to appear intrusive, as she loved him and yearned to show her concern without being overtly obvious, opting instead for subtlety to evoke his reliance on her. Wen Shuyu found herself invigorated rather than fatigued by this delicate dance of emotions, eagerly anticipating the arrival of happiness. The eve before joy descends is often when one feels the most alive. She was gradually inching closer to Lin Che inching closer to bliss. Each day filled her with a sense of fulfillment and eager anticipation, and that alone was immensely satisfying. She was not one to engage in reckless endeavors. Disclosing her secrets to him carried unforeseen risks that her astute mind would not permit. Lin Che lifted his gaze to Dr. Wen. Her hair was elegantly parted down the middle and cascaded softly to either side. Her voluminous and relaxed hairstyle exuded sophistication. The warm, radiant sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her exquisite features. Her frameless glasses accentuated her high nose and deep-set eyes, which held an air of aloofness and restraint. Lin Che responded candidly. My friend is a celebrity, someone I met long ago. We haven't seen each other in about 5 years. She messaged me by mistake last night, stating she was in danger and someone was attempting to violate her. So, I went over and gave that scoundrel a beating. Now, he has countered with accusations against me. Lin Che succinctly narrated the incident with a shrug, exuding a sense of resignation. In that moment, he projected an aura of calmness, a stark contrast to the violent image he had portrayed the previous night when confronting Shen Yeqing. Lin Che was acutely aware of the appropriate demeanor to adopt in varying contexts and with different individuals. Last night, he had been unrestrained, uttering profanities and striking with force, akin to a man of the streets. Yet, now, seated across from Dr. Wen, he had returned to his elegant and composed self, discussing the previous night's events with light-hearted banter, as though recounting the tale of another. When Shuyu listened intently, a gentle smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of the caress of spring breezes, bringing comfort to the heart. Mr. Lin truly surpasses my expectations, she remarked, raising an eyebrow, her expression playfully animated. Lin Che was momentarily taken aback, touching his face in confusion. Did Dr. Wen perceive him as having violent tendencies? He thought that when describing an incident of physical confrontation to a woman, her initial reaction would likely be fear, assuming he had violent inclinations. Yet Dr. Wen shook her head and, raising her bright eyes, with her glossy peach-colored lips, declared, Mr. Lin, you provide a great sense of security. Chapter 50. Unable to convince. Another missed opportunity. Lin Che was taken aback by Dr. Wen's statement. He chuckled softly. Surely, you jest, Dr. Wen. How could I possibly make you feel secure? Having watched numerous television dramas, Lin Che was aware that men who resorted to violence were often hot-tempered, prone to striking not just men, but women too. Naturally, he was not like them. His fury had stemmed from the fact that Shun had attempted to force himself on Sun Yan, whom Lin Che had always regarded as a sister. Should he tolerate such behavior, he would be less than human. However, as he refrained from disclosing his relationship with Sun Yan, others might perceive him as a short-tempered individual who resorted to violence at the slightest provocation. As Dr. Wen, his psychologist, would undoubtedly seek to avoid provoking him, her compliments about him were understandable. Yet, when Shuyu shook her head, insisting, I am not joking. Mr. Lin, you genuinely exude a sense of security. You dealt with someone I find detestable. We are in essence allies. When Shuyu's eyes suddenly brightened, displaying a hint of playful mischief, Lin Che couldn't help but be amused by her description. Yes. Dr. Wen truly has a way with words. Come, let us toast to our alliance. Lin Che raised his glass of lemon water, and when Shuyu joyfully mirrored his action. All right, cheers. The clean, transparent glass clinked in the air, emitting a crisp sound. When Shuyu left the dining experience feeling pleasantly satiated, having indulged far more than she typically would. She rarely ate so heartily or found such joy in a meal. Lin Che was engagingly witty, possessing a gentle and cultured demeanor, unlike those men whose conversations were rife with derogatory remarks towards women. He was considerate of her feelings. Whenever a topic arose that elicited a disinterested expression from her, Lin Che seamlessly transitioned to another subject. Unlike other women, when Shuyu had little interest in the entertainment industry or gossip. Thus, Lin Che delved into discussions of history, traversing from the Qin dynasty to the Republic of China, and from Beijing to Paris. Particularly regarding France, both had spent time there, and Lin Che noted with pleasure that Dr. Wen seemed genuinely interested in his experiences in France. As their timelines appeared to align, this prompted Lin Che to pose a bold question. Dr. Wen, you mentioned earlier that you were in Paris 5 years ago. At that time, I was also there on a business trip. It couldn't be a mere coincidence, could it? Lin Che asked in a teasing tone. Of course. He was unaware. The affection that Wen Xiao harbored for him had taken root during that Parisian sojourn, and it had since spread throughout her heart, leaving no room for anyone else. Lin Che, brimming with youthful vigor, was in the midst of securing investments, aiming to use France as a springboard to propel his project across Europe. Yet, at that very moment, an incident befell Jiang Liu, forcing Lin Che to return home in haste to ascertain the situation, ultimately leading him to make the painful decision to sell the project to fund his wife's recovery. Thus, even though Wen Xiao awaited him daily along that road for nearly 3 months, they never crossed paths again, as Lin Che had returned to his starting point, never to reach that destination again. Wen Xiao remarked with an air of mystery, "It is quite possible. This world is woven from countless coincidences. Without that Paris trip, I would never have encountered Lin Che, nor would I have discovered such a suitable man for myself. Had I not sought psychological counseling afterward, I would have missed out on him for a lifetime." 2 coincidences, 2 encounters. Wen Xiao could no longer convince herself that she had missed her chance. Lin Che believed she was jesting. Paris was vast, teeming with people. There were merely 2 solitary individuals. Moreover, Lin Che had gone there for serious business, with little opportunity for leisure. How could they possibly meet? Thus, he nonchalantly replied, Dr. Wen, you're joking. Come, let's continue eating." He used the communal chopsticks to transfer a piece of exquisite salmon onto her plate. Wen Xiao gently patted her slender belly. "I can't do it anymore. I've eaten too much today. I might gain 10 pounds. Previously, she would only eat until she felt 8/10 full, as long-standing psychological distress had dampened her appetite. As a doctor, she endeavored to manage her diet reasonably, but the joy of food eluded her. However, dining with Lin Che, amidst laughter and conversation, she had indulged to the point of feeling stuffed. A remarkable occurrence. Lin Che stood up. "All right, you stay here for a moment. I'll go settle the bill." He then made his way to the payment counter. At that precise moment, when Ling Yue and her boyfriend, Fu Jingyao, descended from the 2nd floor. She seldom visited, but had come today out of necessity, seeking some cash from the restaurant. Yet, as they passed the front desk, she spotted a familiar figure. Lin Che's tall and imposing stature, coupled with a unique elegance, made him easily identifiable amidst the crowd. When Ling Yue approached, but Fu Jingyao instinctively reached out to stop her. "Hey, yeah, we've got our money. Let us hurry and leave before your mom sees us." Fu Jingyao was quite intimidated by Wen Lingyue's mother. As his own family lacked influence and background, he had relied on his good looks to be supported by a wealthy woman during university, later leveraging that relationship for an overseas study experience, transforming himself into a returnee with a high degree. He had even changed his name, previously known as Fu Yukai, as his original name was somewhat of a hindrance. Thus, he adopted a more refined name and managed to win over the naive Wen Lingyue, conquering her with 99 roses. They pretended to aspire to entrepreneurship, but her mother, Wen Yunmei, saw through their facade and urged Wen Lingyue to end the relationship. Wen Yunmei was quite indulgent towards her faux heiress daughter. While she was amenable to various matters, she was particularly cautious regarding her daughter's romantic entanglements. However, Wen Lingyue was at a rebellious age, disregarding her mother's admonitions and determined to pursue Fu Jingyao. Consequently, Wen Yunmei severed her daughter's financial support. Nevertheless, this restaurant had been granted to her previously, making Wen Lingyue its proprietor, which allowed her to frequently visit for funds. Wen Yunmei turned a blind eye, opting not to intervene. Yet, each time Wen Lingyue came to collect money, Fu Jingyao felt an unease, acutely aware of his lack of status and background, particularly given that his overseas education had been a stroke of luck. The mere gaze of Wen Yunmei was enough to make him tremble. Thus, upon receiving the cash, he sought to leave promptly. Spotting Wen Lingyue approaching the front desk, he instinctively attempted to hinder her, but it was futile. Wen Lingyue's hand landed on Lin Che's shoulder. "Excuse me." Lin Che, thinking he had bumped into someone, instinctively apologized, but upon turning, he was met with the familiar face of the girl who had caused a scene at Dr. Wen's psychological clinic. Wen Lingyue's expression changed. "Indeed, it's you. What are you doing here? Is the extortion from last time not enough, and now you've come to my home to harass me?" Chapter 51. A fierce protector of her husband. This restaurant now belonged to Wen Lingyue, so referring to it as her home was entirely appropriate. Lin Che's eyes darkened with disdain. He was a man of restraint, but the sight of Wen Lingyue's insincere demeanor made him feel nauseated. Nevertheless, considering she was Dr. Wen's sister, he stifled his revulsion. "I apologize. I'm merely here to dine. Is there an issue with that?" Lin Che wished to avoid a drawn-out confrontation in public. Fearing embarrassment, Wen Lingyue remained oblivious, gripping his arm. "Last time at the police station, you extorted so much money from me, and now you come here to splurge? Have you extorted others as well? Someone like you, relying on extortion, how could you possibly afford to dine here?" From the outset, Wen Lingyue had never considered Lin Che to be wealthy. After all, he sought treatment for his psychological issues at Dr. Wen's modest clinic, undoubtedly not a man of means. Given Dr. Wen's own struggles with depression, she hardly seemed capable. Lin Che, disgusted, shrugged her off. During their last encounter at the police station, it had been her who insisted on settling matters privately. He had no interest in the money. Had it not been for his concern for Dr. Wen, he would never have agreed to mediation. Ultimately, when Lin Wei had extracted 50,000 yuan from her mother as compensation, which Lin Che had promptly given to Dr. Wen for her mother's upcoming nursing home fees without a second thought. Stop making a scene here. At the police station, you insisted on a resolution. I never extorted you. I'm here for a legitimate meal, and if you continue this, I may have to call the police again. When Ling Wei crossed her arms defiantly, resembling a shrew. Oh, call the police? More extortion, is it? Just then, Wen Xiao, having heard the commotion, approached. The moment I laid eyes on Wen Lingwei, the buoyancy of my spirits dissipated in an instant. Why was fortune so unkind today? I had merely intended to enjoy a simple lunch, never anticipating an encounter with her. Yet, fate intervened, and the odds conspired against me. Lingwei, what are you doing? Wen Xiao swiftly positioned herself behind Lin Che. Previously, he had shielded her from harm. But when Shu Yao, possessing a fiercely independent spirit, would not allow him to bear the brunt of danger for her continuously. Thus, without hesitation, she stepped in front of Lin Che. Wen Lingwei regarded the suddenly appeared Wen Shu Yao with a look of disbelief, her expression shifting as she tilted her head to scrutinize Lin Che behind her. Suddenly enlightened, she exclaimed, "Ah, I see, the little lover of my sister. No wonder you have the audacity to frequent my establishment." She continued with venomous glee. "So, the two of you conspired to swindle me, did you? How delightful. Sister, you found yourself such a useless companion. Mother will surely be overjoyed." Previously, she dismissed Jing Yao, but now, having compared him to such a fool, she will undoubtedly regard Jing Yao as the finest son-in-law in the world. Just as when Ling Wei reveled in her own malicious mirth, a sudden slap rang out, catching her completely off guard. Her eyes widened in shock, and her mind reeled. How could the typically genteel Wen Shu Yao have struck her? For years, regardless of her provocations, Wen Shu Yao had always chosen to endure and retreat, disdainful of engaging in petty disputes. She had long since grown indifferent to such trivial matters. Yet today, for the sake of this fool, she had publicly slapped her. It was the first time in a decade. When Ling Wei, momentarily speechless from the shock, could hardly fathom the situation. At that moment, when Shu Yao was consumed with rage, her breath heavy and her chest heaving, even her slender neck flushed with anger. She could tolerate insults directed at her person, no matter how harsh. She could choose to ignore or escape. Whether it was during her university years or her time abroad, since the summer after the college entrance exams when she was recognized as family, she had never engaged in familial conflicts. She viewed herself as a mere guest, receiving monetary support due to her bloodline, akin to free handouts, never demanding more than was offered. She had avoided those who looked down upon her for years, especially the false heiress, Wen Lingwei, whom she had tolerated time and again. But today, she resolutely drew the line. Wen Lingwei had insulted Lin Che, her savior, the embodiment of gentleness in her heart, and her potential redemption in the years to come. This slap was for him. Yet it bore the weight of a decade's worth of resentment. After delivering the blow, Wen Shu Yao felt her hand tingle with the intensity of her emotions. Wen Lingwei cradled her face, the imprint of a red hand clearly visible, tears streaming down her cheeks as the shock set in. She had never been treated this way, especially not with the venomous expression Wen Shu Yao had just displayed. She looked as though she wished to devour her whole. This wretched woman dared to strike me. I will tell mother. I will call her and ensure you never return to the Wen household. Meanwhile, Wen Shu Yao paid her no mind, taking Lin Che's arm and leading him away. They walked a considerable distance before she finally halted, turning abruptly to the wall, covering her face with her hands as her shoulders trembled. An overwhelming wave of sorrow engulfed her heart. Wen Shu Yao was a profoundly sensitive individual, and this sensitivity was her Achilles heel. Any external emotional turmoil could easily sway her, though, as a psychologist, she had learned to navigate her own feelings, dismissing irrelevant emotions as mere refuse to be discarded. However, when her familial dynamics intertwined with Lin Che, she found herself at a loss. The insult directed at him by the false heiress, coupled with her attempts to leverage their mother to suppress him, intensified her psychological burden. A profound sense of crisis enveloped her, reminiscent of the anxiety she had felt 5 years ago on the streets of Paris, as if a dark shadow threatened to consume her whole. Yet, at that moment, a strong hand gently rested upon her shoulder. A deep, soothing voice broke the silence. "Dr. Wen, everyone encounters storms in their lives. You shield your patients from the rain. Allow me, as a friend and your patient, to shelter you in return." Lin Che's words were intended solely as a gesture of comfort, devoid of ulterior motives. He perceived the plight of Wen Shu Yao living within such a tumultuous family. recognizing her need for support and care. Throughout their interactions, he noted her aloof demeanor and the absence of other friends. Out of gratitude, he wished to be the friend who offered her shelter. Simultaneously, as her patient, he too bore the scars of his own psychological struggles stemming from relentless professional setbacks and marital indifference, thus requiring her support in return. Although Lin Che's spontaneous declaration carried no significant weight to Wen Shuyao, it resonated like a heartfelt confession. Her sorrow was suddenly enveloped in an inexplicable warmth, halting its spread and shielding her from further harm. In that moment, a rather mischievous thought emerged within her. It was precisely the oppression from the false heiress, Wen Lingwei, that rendered Lin Che all the more pitiable in her eyes. Reflecting on their interactions over the past 6 months, she recalled that it was the incident when Lingwei barged into her consultation room that had catalyzed the deepening of her bond with Lin Che. In light of this realization, she suddenly comprehended. Why should she allow Wen Lingwei's bullying to affect her? She is she, and I am I. At most, Wen Lingwei could only seize the one family's wealth and their mother's affection. Yet, everything I truly value remains beyond her grasp. So what does it matter? Let her take what she may. My knowledge and education belong to me alone, and she cannot take that away. My independent life is mine, and she cannot encroach upon it. Ironically, Wen Lingwei's actions had inadvertently served to strengthen her resolve. As a psychotherapist, Wen Xiao instantaneously comprehended these truths and alleviated her own psychological burdens. Consequently, her melancholic emotions dissipated like mist in the morning sun. At that moment, Lin Che beside her extended a packet of tissues, yet Wen Shuyao refrained from accepting it. With the delicate back of her hand, she gently dabbed at the corners of her eyes, subsequently restoring her demeanor of high intellect and stoic restraint. Behind her rimless glasses lay profound eyes that seemed to perceive the very essence of existence. Thank you for your comfort, Mr. Lin. You too are an exemplary psychotherapist, she remarked. Lin Che was momentarily taken aback before a gentle smile graced his lips, reminiscent of the subtle elegance of the winter sun. Soon after, Lin Che visited the hospital to check on his mother's well-being and living conditions. His mother incessantly inquired about Jiang Liu's situation, proudly mentioning that she had prepared a meal for her and delivered it to her workplace. The elderly woman lavished praise upon her daughter-in-law, expressing her delight and joy as she devoured the nutritious meal Lin Che had brought. My daughter-in-law used to struggle with her diet due to her demanding job, especially since she met you. Both of you have been so engrossed in your work that her eating habits have worsened. From now on, I shall prepare meals for her, and you must also strive to exercise diligently. You two should focus on preparing for parenthood and bless me with a robust grandson. Lin Che felt a sense of helplessness. The more his mother beamed with happiness, the less he could bear to dishearten her. All right, I understand, Mom. Please don't tire yourself too much. The elderly woman tossed her head defiantly. How could I? Cooking for my daughter-in-law brings me immense joy. I feel no fatigue whatsoever. Lin Che could only offer her some kind words. When the time was right, he returned to his office, where the game project he was overseeing was on the brink of its final round of testing, the most crucial phase. All employees were working tirelessly, and Lin Che felt compelled to be present to motivate them, as this was the culmination of his efforts over the past 3 years. He had been tracking the initial project he sold and discovered that a large corporation had acquired it solely to produce a replica. Their imitation was exceedingly successful, boasting over 1 million daily active users, while his original creation had vanished from the market. The employees who once followed him had been forced to change careers. This exemplified the drawbacks of acquisition. While one might receive support, it often entails sharing one's technology with someone else's product, only to be cast aside afterward. Lin Che vowed to establish a conscientious technology enterprise, aspiring not only to create games, but also to evolve into a conglomerate encompassing various technological products. However, current funding only allowed for this single product. He planned to reinvest the revenue from its release into expanding other ventures. During afternoon tea, Lin Che made a special effort to purchase bubble tea for everyone, 1 cup per person. Oh yeah, long live the boss, exclaimed Li Meng, who served as both assistant and finance and technical staff. The other employees echoed their gratitude, marveling at how their boss, amidst such challenging times, still personally funded their refreshments. Such a benevolent leader was truly a rarity in this world. Most importantly, Lin Che treated them not merely as subordinates, but as partners, co-architects of his ambitions, which earned him their utmost respect. Lin Che modestly waved his hand. It's nothing extraordinary. 1 cup of bubble tea hardly constitutes greatness. He then established a final release date for the game, May Day. Would they be able to complete the last touches by then? The primary framework was already finished and undergoing testing, with daily patch repairs in progress. There remained approximately 4.5 months until May Day. For a seasoned gaming company, this timeline might seem lengthy, but given their limited testing personnel, 4 to 5 months was indeed the maximum. Lin Che was eager to witness the results and to prove himself once more, especially since these employees had been with him for 3 to 4 years. Simply urging them to labor without tangible outcomes would surely leave them discontented, even if they received their salaries. Moreover, they were burdened by debts owed to investors, who incessantly pressured for a swift release to recoup their investments. Lin Che felt increasingly overwhelmed. As the head of the technical team, Sun Jiahao remarked, "Boss, the timeline I set before the new year was also around 5 months. Although there were some unforeseen circumstances, with everyone's extra effort, we should be able to manage." Lin Che nodded in satisfaction and then applauded. "Come on, everyone, let's motivate ourselves. Once the game is released, bonuses will be distributed based on the revenue generated. If sales reach 100 million, each of you will receive at least 500,000 as a bonus. This is merely the base reward. Subsequent increases will be based on your positions." Upon hearing Lin Che's declaration, Li Meng erupted with admiration. "Ah, the boss is truly the best boss in the world. Long live the boss." It is worth noting that these bonuses were additional rewards on top of their base salaries. While 500,000 might seem trivial to programmers at larger firms, those individuals typically held advanced degrees from prestigious universities. In contrast, the employees in Lin Che's team were either those laid off or merely ordinary graduates, making such a sum an astronomical figure for them. The excitement among the other employees was palpable. They could hardly wait to celebrate with champagne. Lin Che had successfully ignited their ambition. Yet he reminded them not to become overly zealous. "All right, everyone, let us focus and settle down to work. Take your bubble tea and get back to it." Chapter 53. The difference lies in Lin Che's presence. Lin Che returned to his workstation and convened an internal meeting with investors to discuss their plans and reassure them. He held a ledger reflecting an investment of 20 million into their studio. Therefore, the game project needed to achieve sales exceeding 40 million to be deemed profitable. If it barely reached 40 million, they would merely repay the investors and have little left for bonuses, jeopardizing their sustainability. They must strive for sales exceeding 50 million. Anything below 40 million was a thought he dared not entertain. The immense pressure weighed heavily on him. Although he believed he had sufficiently researched the target audience and produced a top-tier game, repeated failures had eroded his confidence. Can I truly succeed? Will anyone still appreciate the creations I produce? At 28, can I still bring joy to the younger generation? A barrage of questions flooded his mind, leaving him feeling suffocated and distressed. He recalled the serene atmosphere of Dr. Wen's clinic, a refuge from all worries. However, having just dined with Dr. Wen that afternoon, he felt embarrassed to seek her counsel again, especially with so much testing work pending. He could not afford to evade his responsibilities any longer. Thus, Lin Che immersed himself in his work. Strangely, the mere thought of his career brought him immense anxiety if he wasn't actively engaged in it. When one truly embarks on an endeavor, one discovers that the heart gradually settles and a more resolute confidence in the future emerges. Amidst the busyness, the night has enveloped the world outside. As the clock approaches 8, the sound of high heels resonates through the air. Lin Che doesn't even need to glance to ascertain that it is Louis Xuan. She is clad in black straight-leg trousers, the seams impeccably defined, encasing her long, slender legs. A simple black leather belt cinches her waist, its metallic buckle cold and gleaming, imparting an alluring beauty that conceals a certain sensuality. It turns out that she doesn't wear stockings every day. When she does, it's primarily to catch Lin Che's eye. Having perused numerous guides, she believes that men find it impossible to resist stockings, thus unconsciously projecting this allure onto Lin Che. However, upon realizing the lackluster results, she has reverted to more conventional attire. Yet, her office employees lament the loss of their boss's stocking perks. Louis Xuan strides in without knocking. "Boss Lin, are you still buried in work? Dare you grace me with your presence for a meal?" Lin Che glances at his phone, surprised by how late it has become. His employees all have families, and he has never demanded overtime from them. As long as they refrain from slacking during the day and complete their tasks, that suffices. Consequently, most employees have already departed. Lin Che shuts down his computer, reclines in a chair, and rubs his temples, feeling a hint of visual disturbances. "I'm not eating. I'll rest a bit and then head home." Around 6, Jiang Liu messages him, inquiring when he will return home for dinner. Lin Che does not respond. Half an hour later, she sends a photograph of a meal she has prepared, captioned, "The billion-dollar female CEO has spent 3 hours on dinner." Lin Che remains silent. Another half hour passes, and Jiang Liu sends a picture of herself in a sheer nightgown, her fair, slender legs almost completely exposed. with only the most private parts delicately shielded. Lin Che glances at the image and hurriedly deletes it. If he fails to respond soon, he risks his account being flagged for inappropriate content. Jiang Liu's demeanor has evidently improved over recent days, though Lin Che has broached the topic of divorce multiple times. Each time he opens his mouth, her soft lips silence him. He finds himself rather weary. He has exhausted himself trying to extricate himself from the marriage, yet remains ensnared. If she were still as indifferent as before, spending nights away from home, he would have no qualms about filing for divorce. However, with her current commendable behavior, what grounds could he present for such an action? Moreover, the turmoil at work has already been taxing enough. Lin Che wishes to pause in matters of the heart, to apply the brakes and allocate sufficient time to his career. As long as Jiang Liu refrains from causing further disturbances, he might as well regard her as a roommate. Lu Yishuang, in her form-fitting trousers that accentuate the sensual contours from her legs to her hips, approaches, attempting to squeeze past him. Lin Che extends his feet to block the passage. Miss Lu, please maintain your decorum. I'm a married man. The last incident, where you unexpectedly kissed me, shall be considered as if it never transpired. Should you overstep once more, I shall be compelled to report you. His words are devoid of any emotion. During their university years, Lin Che and Jiang Liu were already akin to a married couple, merely lacking a marriage certificate. They had been childhood sweethearts, navigating through high school and university together, a pair admired by many. It seemed as though no one could interject between them. Yet, Lu Yishuang emerged as an unexpected variable. Firstly, she is extravagantly wealthy, spending with abandon, and thus fails to comprehend why so many are enamored with Jiang Liu while casting derisive glances her way. Every time she overhears others gossiping, Jiang Liu remains the ethereal white moonlight, while she, Lu Yishuang, is likened to a mere courtesan, despite her not having done anything wrong. Her wealth and provocative attire have rendered her a target for scorn. Ironically, those who cast aspersions on her harbor secret admiration for Lu Yishuang. Were her personality not so flamboyant and fiery, she would surely stand alongside Jiang Liu as a campus belle. Many may disparage her verbally, but inwardly, they are consumed by envy and jealousy. They resent their lack of her wealth and beauty. Thus, Lu Yishuang is unwilling to concede. Whatever Jiang Liu possesses, she must acquire as well. In her relentless comparisons, Lu Yishuang realizes that aside from Lin Che, she possesses every attribute that Jiang Liu has. At that time, Lu Yishuang naively believed that securing a boyfriend was a trivial matter. If she desired one, she could easily gather a multitude. Consequently, she held auditions among her many suitors, selecting one to emulate Lin Che. Her chosen suitor was instructed to mimic Lin Che's attire and hairstyle, shadowing him in every endeavor, whether dining, studying, or even running errands for Jiang Liu. However, within a mere week, the endeavor proved utterly futile. It was not that her suitor was incapable of imitation. After all, Lu Yishuang's wealth allowed her to compensate handsomely for such mimicry. The true reason for failure lay in Lu Yishuang's own growing discontent. She yearned for the sunny disposition, gentleness, and elegance that Lin Che exuded, not a sycophantic automaton. Thus, Lu Yishuang decisively paid off her suitor, ensuring he vanished from her sight, only to repeat the process with another. The cycle continued, and as Lu Yishuang's reputation suffered, she still failed to find anyone who met her standards. Despite having suitors ranging from Beijing to Paris, none could rival Lin Che's perfection. Consequently, she came to a profound realization. The primary distinction between herself and Jiang Liu resides in the presence of Lin Che. Chapter 54, Dark Past. Lu Yishuang embarks on a fervent pursuit of Lin Che. Leveraging her family's influence, she orchestrates for Lin Che to be transferred to her class, compelling him to tutor her in subjects she has failed. Initially, Lin Che resists, yet the homeroom teacher insists he assist Lu Yishuang, unable to counter the principal's direct orders. After all, Lu Yishuang's affluent father had generously donated a building to the school. In a relentless quest for Lin Che, Lu Yishuang employs unscrupulous tactics. She exhibits a hint of a twisted obsession, fully aware of her own nature. Lu Yishuang rationalizes that love is inherently selfish. Whoever secures it owns it. Regardless of the means employed, acquiring Lin Che would justify any method. Thus, when the student council organized a spring outing, it was she who instigated it. During the excursion, she deliberately separated from the group to be alone with Lin Che. On the day of the outing, when they reached the summit, Lu Yishuang feigned an ankle injury to garner Lin Che's attention, intentionally stepping awkwardly on a rock to twist her ankle. At that moment, Jiang Liu, as the student council president, found herself unable to carry Lu Yishuang. Though many eager participants wished to assist the voluptuous girl, all were rebuffed by Liu Yishuang. Ultimately, it fell to the vice president, Lin Che, to shoulder the responsibility. Upon receiving Jiang Liu's consent, she supported Liu Yishuang as they walked slowly together. Liu Yishuang deliberately matched her pace, causing the two to lag behind the main group. Although there was an element of pretense in her earlier actions, after a day of walking and exacerbating her ankle injury, she could scarcely move. Consequently, Lin Che had no choice but to carry her down the mountain. As a light rain began to fall, memories flooded back. It was her fragile state that nearly cost both their lives in the desolate wilderness. The thought of those events filled Liu Yishuang with trepidation. She had never dared to confide in Lin Che, fearing he might deem her insane. She recognized the unseemly nature of her actions, yet for the sake of winning Lin Che's affection, she found herself devoid of alternative strategies. When one truly loves another, selfishness and obsession can take root. She wished to keep her love solely for herself, unwilling to let it be taken by another. Ultimately, however, she could not elicit the love she desired from Lin Che. With a heart laden with guilt and regret, Liu Yishuang embarked on her journey abroad. Countless nights were plagued by nightmares that jolted her awake, leaving her feeling as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, returning to that dark, rain-soaked mountain forest devoid of life. She envisioned Lin Che, pale as death, interrogating her with a cold demeanor, demanding to know why she had acted as she did. Regret consumed her. Fear haunted her. The days spent ensnared by nightmares were unbearable. During her 2 years abroad, she endured dark circles under her eyes and a rapid loss of weight, even developing tendencies towards self-harm. Thankfully, her father had dispatched someone to keep her under surveillance, saving her life on multiple occasions. It was only upon hearing that Lin Che's relationship was in grave peril and that he might divorce Jiang Liu that Liu Yishuang glimpsed a ray of hope. Seated at the edge of a table, her form clad in fitted black pants, she propped her long legs against the opposite wall. Lin Che blocked her entrance, while Liu Yishuang obstructed his exit. This was reminiscent of love itself. Some desperately sought to enter, while others fought to escape. When will you divorce her? Liu Yishuang asked bluntly, her straightforward nature shining through. She had always been forthright, expressing her desires boldly. Conversely, she would not hesitate to berate those she disliked. Lin Che himself was uncertain of his feelings. Even if he had reached a conclusion, he would not share it with her. He was already exhausted from his tumultuous relationship with Jiang Liu and needed time to recuperate, regardless of whether it ended. No comment, Lin Che replied coldly. Despite facing daily setbacks, Liu Yishuang felt as if she had been plunged into an icy chasm upon hearing his words. She feigned resolve, stating, "It's fine. You two will never last." Her tone was haughty, yet insecurity gnawed at her insides. It seemed necessary to leverage her financial resources to investigate their marital status further. However, Jiang Liu's household staff was notoriously stable, making it challenging to insert her own people without a significant financial incentive. Previously, she had spent a fortune to coax one of her bodyguards to resign, successfully placing one of her own in the position. Liu Yishuang had been paying that bodyguard 50,000 yuan each month, requiring only bi-daily updates on the couple's whereabouts, such as when they returned home, when they left, and the times the lights were turned off. As this did not involve any trade secrets, many were eager to take the job. Yet, less than a month after her operative was placed, Jiang Liu's keen eyes detected the ruse, and the person mysteriously vanished. It was worth noting that Jiang Liu had risen to become a leading female tycoon through sheer will, possessing formidable acumen. Thus, finding someone now proved to be a challenge. Nevertheless, where there is a substantial reward, brave souls will emerge. She needed to acquire information swiftly to prevent Jiang Liu from slipping through her fingers, allowing someone else to seize the opportunity. As Liu Yishuang pondered her strategy, Lin Che stepped over her legs, contemplating the installation of a card access door in his office, protection against fire, theft, and obsessive admirers. Memories of being pinned against the wall by Liu Yishuang and sharing a kiss lingered vividly in his mind. Consequently, when he turned off the lights, he had already exited his office, determined to avoid another wall slam encounter. The moment Liu Yishuang sensed the surrounding darkness enveloping her, her breath quickened. A remnant of the trauma from that fateful night. Many evenings, she would leave a small lamp glowing on the side table, ensuring she did not suffocate in darkness. Although her father loved her, he was not particularly attentive. With so many children to care for, he could scarcely manage. Moreover, while abroad, Liu Yishuang's father remained oblivious to her plight. Upon returning home, he discovered her condition and urgently sought a psychologist for his daughter, only to be met with her polite refusal, citing work commitments. Liu Yishuang was acutely aware of the root of her affliction. Only he could provide solace. She gasped, her breath laborious. "Lin Che, turn on a light for me." She felt her legs growing weak, a profound sense of sinking overwhelming her. Chapter 55. That is love. Lu Yishuang's claustrophobia did not always manifest in darkness. Like the previous instance when Lin Che had turned off the lights, her mind had been preoccupied with thoughts of pinning him against the wall, rendering her oblivious to her surroundings. Thus, that time had been a surprise, as her condition had not flared up in the dark. However, this time was unavoidable. Lin Che, upon hearing Lu Yishuang's distressed tone, sensed something was amiss but was entirely unaware of her condition. Thus, he responded indifferently, "Stop pretending. You were just fine a moment ago. Are you feigning illness now? If you continue this charade, I will lock the door and leave." Lin Che believed Lu Yishuang to be in peak physical condition. In college, she had claimed first place in the women's 1,500-meter race. Whenever he jogged in the evenings, she effortlessly matched his pace. Lin Che had wished to discourage her, but the track was not his property. She merely ran beside him, and he could not stop her. Moreover, Lu Yishuang could be quite fierce, often outmatching boys in physical confrontations. With such robust health, it was implausible for her to suddenly appear so frail. Lu Yishuang had never disclosed her psychological struggles to him. She did not wish to elicit sympathy. But now, she struggled even to walk, as if her heart were gripped tightly by an unseen hand. It felt as though her chest were inflating, making each breath a laborious task. "Lin Che, take me outside," her voice emerged faintly, desperately reaching for a lifeline, the one she cherished deeply. Suddenly, with a crash, her entire body collapsed from the table, hitting the floor with a heavy thud. Only then did Lin Che comprehend that an actual calamity had befallen her. Even if it were an act, such a fall seemed excessively realistic. He hurriedly switched on the light and rushed in. "Yishuang, are you all right? What happened?" Lin Che gazed at the enchanting figure sprawled on the ground, her frail body curled up, devoid of her usual vigor and commanding presence. All that remained was fear and anxiety. Their office lacked floor heating, the ground was frigid. Lin Che disregarded the proprieties between men and women and swiftly scooped her up, one arm supporting her lower back, the other cradling her knees. Her long hair cascaded around her, reminiscent of a true princess of unparalleled beauty. Lu Yishuang was engulfed by terror, feeling her consciousness beginning to wane. It was as if she were being drawn into a black hole, her entire being chilled to the bone, save for a nearby entity radiating warmth like a furnace. In that moment, she felt transported back to that night 7 years ago. Lin Che had not forsaken her. Instead, he held her close, just as he did today. Ushering his princess home, Lu Yishuang yearned desperately to be Lin Che's beloved. For this obsession, she had become frantic, even unhinged. Lin Che carried Lu Yishuang outside, intending to place her on the sofa, yet her slender arms clutched herself tightly. Possessing some medical knowledge, he examined her eyes, noting that her pupils were not dilated. He then touched her alabaster neck, feeling her heartbeat quicken. Fortunately, there appeared to be no immediate danger to her life. "Yishuang, wait here, I'll call for an ambulance." Just as he retrieved his phone, Lu Yishuang's hand shot out. Her intention was to seize the phone, but in her weakness, it slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Lin Che picked it up, only to find the screen shattered, rendering it unusable. He quickly rummaged through her belongings. "Yishuang, do you know what illness you have? Is it serious? Or should I drive you to the hospital?" Yet Lu Yishuang grasped his arm tightly. "It's nothing, I'm fine. I know my own condition." She understood her plight all too well. This affliction was psychological. It could prove fatal at its worst. However, if the surrounding environment could be swiftly altered, she would recover quickly. Observing Lu Yishuang's complexion gradually shifting from pallid to rosy, Lin Che was filled with perplexity. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "You were in such good health before. What transpired? Could it be some terminal illness?" Lin Che had known her for many years and was unafraid of speaking his mind. They were akin to kindred spirits who had missed each other. Yet, as Lin Che was now married, he sought to reduce contact with his female confidant. Lu Yishuang, exasperated, coughed violently and shot him a fierce glare with her beautiful eyes. "Thank you very much. Wishing for me to have a terminal illness is hardly a compliment." Lin Che waved his hand dismissively. "If you truly had a terminal illness, I would ensure you received the best treatment." Lin Che suspected Lu Yishuang was jesting, but he could not be certain, especially after witnessing her nearly lifeless state moments ago. How could a vibrant individual behave in such a manner? "I'm merely infuriated by you. Your constant rejections nearly drove me to despair," Lu Yishuang retorted sharply. Lin Che was taken aback. Is it really possible to die from unrequited love? I've only heard of those who leap into rivers out of despair. Lu Yishuang, noticing his lack of understanding, decided to stand, using the wall for support as she began to move towards the exit. "I'm leaving." Lin Che was perplexed. Where was the lovesick girl he once knew? The one who pursued him relentlessly, brimming with vitality and desire? How had she transformed into such a fragile being? He consoled her. Yishuang, it's not that I don't like you. I acknowledge your exceptional qualities. But have you ever considered why you were drawn to me? Back in university, you likely felt inferior to Jiang Liu, which fueled your desire to possess me. That was not love, but a manifestation of jealousy. Over the years, as you watched Jiang Liu progress far more rapidly, your jealousy only intensified, evolving into a psychological ailment. Therefore, you must realize that your feelings for me stem not from love, but from a desire to control born of jealousy. Why not shift your focus to others? Beyond Jiang Liu, who else can surpass you? Release yourself. Grant yourself a psychological reprieve. Lin Che genuinely wished to assist Liu Yishuang. Despite her occasionally domineering demeanor and some questionable behaviors, she was fundamentally a good person. During their university days, she had quietly supported impoverished students unable to afford meals. A fact known only to Lin Che, who served as vice president alongside her. Liu Yishuang never boasted about her generosity. She acted discreetly. Moreover, after visiting her venture capital firm several times, he had heard only commendations from her employees. The respect she garnered as a boss spoke volumes about her character. Yet Lin Che was a married man. Even if he were to divorce, he would not offer himself as a mere prize for Liu Yishuang. He could assist her in various ways, but he could not allow her to possess him. Liu Yishuang turned to Lin Che, her expression one of resignation. After all these years, his words echoed sentiments she had pondered herself. In the early days after moving abroad, with ample time on her hands, she had contemplated her feelings for Lin Che, wondering if they were rooted in jealousy of Jiang Liu. Yet, after spending 4 or 5 years overseas, she had completely forgotten about Jiang Liu, even struggling to recall her appearance. However, her affection for Lin Che had only intensified, evolving into something profound. It was love. Chapter 56, Woman in January. She could not suppress her thoughts of Lin Che. Even while abroad, she sought friends for confirmation, questioning whether her feelings stemmed from illness or some other psychological cause. The answer was invariably the same: love. Never mind, you wouldn't understand, Liu Yishuang sighed. Shaking her head, her mood had plummeted to an extraordinary low. She had initially intended to visit Lin Che after work to confide in an old friend, only to nearly face death once more. She had concocted a myriad of excuses, desperately trying to deceive herself. Over the past few days, her father had begun inundating her with potential suitors. Liu Yishuang uniformly replied, aside from Lin Che, I shall never marry. For now, with him still married, her efforts would cease. All she desired was to return home and rest. I'm leaving. Remember to bring breakfast tomorrow. I'm craving corn. Liu Yishuang resembled a forlorn, dejected creature as she leaned against the wall, unsteadily making her way out. Lin Che possesses a tender heart, unable to bear witness to such scenes. Tudi, I must have owed you from a past life. He hastily took a few steps forward, steadying Liu Yishuang's arm. Are you deliberately putting on a show for me? How on earth are you supposed to walk like this? How can you drive? Aren't you afraid of an accident on the road? Despite his concerns, Lin Che felt a deep sense of gratitude towards her, for she was willing to invest in him. Liu Yishuang, taken aback, would have been elated by Lin Che's support in the past, but today her mood was utterly dismal. She felt no inclination to engage. I might as well crash and be done with it. My heart is already lost. Liu Yishuang was not pretending. Although her claustrophobia could be swiftly alleviated, she had been genuinely frightened moments ago, and her breathing remained somewhat heavy. Observing her agitated expression, Lin Che pondered that she might indeed harbor extreme thoughts. Thus, he tightened his grip around her. As they descended the elevator, Lin Che could not refrain from making a jest. Is it true that women go a bit mad for a week every month? Liu Yishuang glanced at him, her mood slightly lifting. And what about the other 3 weeks? Lin Che replied in a hushed tone, 1 week of annoyance, 1 week of flirtation, and 1 week of pain. Lin Che, typically an elegant individual, conducted himself with utmost propriety, yet he occasionally indulged in jest. As the saying goes, he had a touch of the reserved, yet playful nature. Liu Yishuang indeed found herself amused. But then, a thought crossed her mind, and her expression turned grave. What? Did you glean this from your wife, Jiang Liu? Lin Che shook his head. I stumbled upon it while browsing videos, where netizens shared their insights. Jiang Liu is not so easily summarized. For 3 years, she had displayed an air of indifference, busy with work, returning home perturbed, often retreating to her family home. The two of them could scarcely sit down for a peaceful meal. However, since the new year, she had been remarkably sweet, akin to a newlywed couple. In essence, Jiang Liu was cold, vexed, flirtatious. The former coldness and irritation alternated, while the latter flirtation was a rare display post-New Year. Lin Che still struggled to grasp her true disposition, and the matter of divorce remained unresolved. Lu Yishuang was straightforward and somewhat of a yandere, but typically very easy to appease. Lin Che's quip made her cover her mouth with laughter. "Oh, so you indulge in such lowbrow videos too? Our aloof campus heartthrob, once a legendary figure, turns out to be just an ordinary man." Lin Che shot her a sidelong glance. "What do you mean by ordinary? Do you wish for me to become a celestial being?" Today, Lin Che's chatter stemmed from a lingering fear. Just moments ago, Lu Yishuang had nearly met her demise in his office. Should an accident truly occur, he would find himself in an untenable situation. Even if deemed an accidental death, her father, a doting parent, would undoubtedly make him pay dearly. The Lu family wielded considerable influence, being one of the 5 prominent families in the capital: Lu, Shun, Jiang, Wen, and Su. Lu refers to Lu Yishuang, while Shun is the one who had Lin Che brought in that day. Shunichen. Jiang needs no introduction, as it is the formidable billionaires Jiang Liu. As for Wen and Su, Lin Che fell into silence, hesitant to delve further. Dr. Wen effortlessly secured a premier position for his mother at a top-tier rehabilitation facility, and the Royal Hotel was reportedly owned by a friend of hers. Well, it's best not to pry into others' affairs. However, Su could not possibly be Sun Yan. That poor girl had once taken refuge in his office. Such a delicate young lady. Venturing alone into the entertainment industry, she could hardly belong to the Su family. Otherwise, her parents would be heartbroken. How could the scions of great families allow their children to wade through such murky waters? Yet, with 4 out of the 5 prominent families linked to him, it seemed to herald his impending success. Soon, there would be 6 families, accompanied by the Lin clan. A surge of motivation coursed through Lin Che. Lu Yishuang, leaning on his arm, maintained a smile that never left her lips. Lin Che was no cold-faced prince. His words held a charm. If only she could marry him, how blissful she would be. That wretched Jiang Liu failed to appreciate his worth. Perfect. Once she divorced Lin Che, during his moment of despair, she would seize the opportunity to win him over. Lu Yishuang felt a twinge of cunning, taking advantage of a vulnerable moment. Yet, the thought of transforming Lin Che into her husband, no matter how underhanded the means, was worth pursuing. Upon reaching the garage, a wine-red Ferrari swiftly emerged. Lu Yishuang's bracelet was synced to the car via Bluetooth. The moment it connected, it signaled her imminent departure. The driver, Wang Tianyang, promptly maneuvered the vehicle out and alighted to open the door for his employer. As a private chauffeur earning a monthly salary of 10,000, he had to adeptly discern and accommodate his employer's habits. A commendable driver is not merely one who excels at operating a vehicle, but one who can ensure their employer's contentment. Wang Tianyang had followed Lu Yishuang since his time abroad, initially dispatched by her father for her protection, thus also assuming the role of a bodyguard. However, Lu Yishuang remained oblivious, believing Wang Tianyang to be merely her hired driver, compensating him solely for his driving services. The bodyguard's remuneration was discreetly covered by her father. All he needed to do was report on Lu Yishuang's romantic entanglements and any extreme self-harming behaviors. Performing the same duties while earning 2 salaries, Wang Tianyang cherished this position. Therefore, when it was time to clock out, he ventured upstairs to inquire when the young lady would depart. Lu Yishuang informed him she would descend to say a few words and instructed him to wait in the garage. Wang Tianyang promptly arrived at the garage, timing everything to perfection, positioning the car at the safe exit before she emerged. That was the hallmark of an ace driver. However, as he stepped out of the vehicle, he was taken aback to see the young lady being supported by another man. An uneasy feeling washed over him. Was the young lady unwell? Or did that man have ulterior motives? Chapter 57, just the right size. Upon spotting Wang Tianyang, Lu Yishuang desperately gestured to him, tilting her head aside. Damn it. I forgot the driver was waiting in the garage. Today, I finally managed to get Lin Che to act as my chauffeur, taking me home. What a splendid opportunity. If the driver interfered, Lu Yishuang could have shot daggers at Wang Tianyang with her eyes. Lin Che sensed something was amiss. Why was Lu Yishuang's head bobbing strangely, repeatedly tilting in one direction, much like a puppet? What's wrong? Did you pull a muscle in your neck? Lin Che couldn't help but inquire. After all, Lu Yishuang had just had an episode in the office. Surely she wasn't about to have another? Lin Che did not recognize Lu Yishuang's driver. Thus, with a red Ferrari parked out front and Wang Tianyang standing beside it, he assumed the driver was merely inspecting the vehicle or waiting for someone else without giving it much thought. After all, she had spent a considerable amount of time in her office. The driver could not possibly remain in the garage indefinitely. Moreover, throughout her descent just moments ago, Lu Yishuang had not taken out her phone to send message. How could a mere driver be so astute as to anticipate precisely when his employer would emerge and position the car accordingly. Lu Yishuang shook her head. Oh well, it's nothing. By the way, I just remembered that my car is parked outside in the lot. You could drive me back in yours. However, before she could finish, an oblivious Wang Tianyong suddenly called out softly, "Boss?" Wang Tianyong truly could not comprehend the peculiar behavior she had just exhibited. The man supporting her, whom he recognized as someone from the office downstairs, seemed to be the source of her furtive glances and head shakes. Was she suggesting she was being held against her will? It had hardly appeared that way. Perplexed, Wang Tianyong could only voice his confusion. Lin Che, puzzled, glanced at Lu Yishuang. He seems to be calling you boss. Lu Yishuang feigned ignorance, averting her gaze. Oh, surely not. He must be addressing you. Then, with a fierce expression, she glared at Wang Tianyong, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are? Stop foolishly calling me boss. Our Lin does not employ drivers." Wang Tianyong appeared to grasp the situation. Coupled with Lu Yishuang's pointed looks and gestures, he quickly replied, "My apologies. I mistook you for someone else." He promptly turned to enter the car, which turned out to be a Ferrari. Lu Yishuang's anxious heart finally relaxed. That lad was rather astute. She decided to reward him with a bonus of 50,000 this month. Lin Che, still perplexed, remarked, "I noticed something strange about his gaze. He seemed to recognize you. He is not a stalker, is he? Lu Yishuang is so beautiful. She must prioritize her safety." Lu Yishuang beamed with delight, unable to suppress her smile. "Thanks to Lin. I will certainly be cautious. Now, where did you park? It has been years since I've ridden in your car." That wicked woman Jiang Liu always commandeered Lin Che's vehicle. Today, she intended to seize the opportunity for herself. Once inside the car, Lin Che was reminded of Jiang Liu waiting at home, having prepared dinner. Every half hour, she sent increasingly outrageous photos, first of her cooking, then of her legs clad in a sheer nightgown, and subsequently, a risque image of her lifting the nightgown to her thighs. Now, another half hour had passed. He was uncertain what further images she might conjure. Lin Che didn't want her to remain in anxious anticipation. Although he had little interest in those photos and wished to divorce Jiang Liu, as long as they remained married, he was still her husband. With that identity came responsibility. Yet, as he reached for his phone, he remembered the screen was shattered. Lu Yishuang, feeling quite apologetic, said, "I'm so sorry. I accidentally broke your phone when I was feeling unwell earlier. I'll have my assistant buy you a new one." Lin Che shook his head. His concern was not the phone itself, but rather the individuals he could contact through it. "I urgently need to respond to someone." Lu Yishuang retrieved her phone, her expression serious. "Is it a work-related emergency? Then feel free to use mine." Lin Che contemplated that using Lu Yishuang's WeChat to message Jiang Liu would undoubtedly provoke her. However, logging into his own WeChat would require numerous verifications, too cumbersome. Though Jiang Liu appeared to be a cold, pristine businesswoman, decisive in the corporate realm, she was particularly sensitive regarding matters of the heart. Back in college, every time Lin Che received a love letter, Jiang Liu would sulk for days. Eventually, he had to surrender every letter he received directly to her, especially regarding Lu Yishuang. They had been rivals since their university days. If Jiang Liu discovered he had escorted Lu Yishuang home, he could only imagine her reaction. While Lin Che wished for a divorce, he did not want it to be due to any fault of his own, nor did he want to be perceived as an unfaithful husband. His thoughts were entirely pure. Despite Jiang Liu's previous indifference and mistreatment, he would adhere to his inner principles and fulfill his responsibilities. Once he had exhausted his duties as a man and a husband, if she remained unrepentant, then it would be time for divorce. He was not a desperate man, nor would he debase himself to curry favor with a billionaire wife. He had no interest in her wealth. If she treated him poorly and regarded him with disdain, why should he remain by her side? It would be better for both to part ways amicably, without mutual grievances. He decided to see if he could purchase a phone en route. Hearing Lin Che's words, Lu Yishuang bit her lip. "The person you urgently need to contact wouldn't happen to be Jiang Liu, would it?" Lu Yishuang's heart sank. She had heard rumors about Lin Che and Jiang Liu's impending divorce, noting that the two had hardly been in the same home together. Their relationship seemed precariously close to the brink. Did Lin Che still need to urgently communicate? She had assumed they had reached a point of infrequent contact. Lu Yishuang's face was filled with despondency, as if she were a jester pursuing an illusory romance. The slightest crack in their relationship sent her rushing forward. If Lin Che and Jiang Liu were still harmonious, then what did that make her? A mistress? Lu Yishuang permitted herself to entertain unscrupulous means to win Lin Che, but only if he was divorced. She could not abide being akin to those treacherous mistresses in dramas, intruding upon someone else's love. Lin Che did not answer her, maintaining a composed demeanor as he assisted her to his car. The distance in the passenger seat felt just right, likely due to Liu Yishuang and Jiang Liu having similar physiques. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she raised her sparkling eyes and inquired, "Do you adjust the passenger seat to her preferred position every day?" Lin Che started the car and glanced at the rearview mirror, replying, "Not all. It has been ages since anyone else has sat in my car. Only she has." This reassured Liu Yishuang somewhat. At least it indicated that Lin Che did not intentionally set the seat to accommodate Jiang Liu, but rather that it was merely the last position she had used. Chapter 58, Tying Up Her Hair. They drove first to the bustling city center. Fortunately, the mobile phone store was still open. Lin Che casually selected a phone priced around 7,000 to 8,000. He rarely played games on his phone, so he had no particular demands for performance. He simply had grown accustomed to purchasing phones in that price range. Neither too good nor too bad, a balance of mediocrity. After all, he had once been on the brink of entrepreneurial success. It felt as though he had truly returned to the days just after graduating from university, filled with both confusion and passion. Yet, he was no longer as youthful as he once was. His mother resided in a nursing home, eagerly anticipating the day he would bless her with grandchildren. How much time did he have left? Beside her, Liu Yishuang observed Lin Che's somber expression as he purchased a mobile phone. Unable to resist teasing him, she quipped, "Boss Lin, why do you gaze at your phone with such profound emotion, yet fail to bestow me with a fraction of that sentiment?" Lin Che, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "Because you're not a mobile phone. A phone requires testing to find the model that suits me. You, however, need no such examination." Liu Yishuang's cheeks flushed slightly, and she feigned shyness, saying, "Well, you could always test me. I wouldn't mind. Perhaps our sizes are compatible." Lin Che playfully tapped her on the head, prompting her to exclaim, "Ouch." With a pout, he glared at her and remarked, "What are you thinking? Your mind is filled with risque nonsense. I mean, you are simply you, regardless of my affections. Your presence is inescapable. There is no need for any testing. Unlike a phone, which I can discard if it doesn't suit me, you are constant in my life." Since their university days, Liu Yishuang had accompanied him on night runs, assisted him with student council duties, and helped him revise materials for teachers. They attended classes together and organized outings, much like an inseparable piece of sticky candy. Unyielding, Liu Yishuang pressed on. "Then do you look at Jiang Liu with such deep affection?" Lin Che, wishing to avoid further entanglement in this topic, offered a rather distasteful response. "I gaze at the toilet with the same intensity after every visit. Surely that suffices?" Liu Yishuang instinctively recoiled, her face scrunching in disgust. "EW, that's revolting. I never imagined the aloof campus heartthrob harbored such peculiar tastes." Lin Che, uninterested in prolonging the conversation, selected his phone and proceeded to the counter, purchasing some light snacks as well. Liu Yishuang, her face alight with joy, inquired, "Are you coming to my house for dinner, Boss Lin?" Lin Che quickly interjected, "No, these are for you. I want to avoid you clinging to me for a meal once we arrive at your place. And my soft heart can't bear the thought of seeing you go hungry." Lin Che had meticulously planned, effectively shutting down both possibilities. Liu Yishuang pouted, crossing her arms. "I don't like that. I want to eat your cooking." Lin Che explained, "Whether you eat or not is your concern. Even if you starve, I have already bought you food, so I bear no moral burden. If I hadn't purchased food once I dropped you off, you would surely find a way to insist I cook for you." Lin Che was eager to return home, yet this would place him in a dilemma. If he simply walked away, his soft-hearted nature would lead to feelings of guilt. Thus, he chose to buy light meals that anyone could enjoy in advance. Liu Yishuang realized that her intellect faltered when she was with Lin Che. She was a top scholar from a prestigious university and had studied for 4 years at a premier business school abroad, possessing a keen sensitivity to finance. However, her emotional acuity diminished significantly in Lin Che's presence. As they continued on their journey, Lin Che spotted a red Ferrari in the rearview mirror and remarked, "Look at that Ferrari behind us. Isn't it the one from the parking lot? With your family's wealth, why not have your father hire you a bodyguard?" Liu Yishuang glanced back and wondered why Wang Tianyang was following so closely. "Oh, really? I'll think about it." Meanwhile, in the Ferrari, Wang Tianyang felt a flicker of fear, worried that the man might be kidnapping the young lady. He speculated that she had instructed him to remain silent for her safety. No, that can't be right. The confusion in his mind was palpable as he resolved to follow the car she had entered to ascertain their destination. If something was amiss, he would report it to his superior, Old Master Liu, before contacting the authorities. Wang Tianyang was acutely aware of his contractual obligations, one of which was to ensure the young lady's safety. Earning a substantial monthly salary without performing his duties would certainly entail legal repercussions. Moreover, he cherished this excellent job and desired to maintain it for life. The young lady treated him well, and he genuinely wished to fulfill his responsibilities as a bodyguard. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a message from the young lady, instructing him not to follow. Was she threatened? Did that man take her phone? Wang Tianyang's mind raced with possibilities, envisioning a heroic moment where he could save her, perhaps even earning her affection in the process. Many novels depict such tales, the romance between a young heiress and her devoted bodyguard. He followed for a few hundred meters before receiving another message from her, consisting of a single word followed by an exclamation mark. Scram. This was undoubtedly her genuine intent. Wang Tianyang decisively turned at the nearest junction. If she were truly in danger, or if that man had seized her phone, she would never have sent such an audacious message. When the vehicle came to a halt, Wang Tianyang felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, lamenting the loss of a perfect opportunity to be a hero. Oh, my dream of marrying into wealth. He despaired, especially envisioning that man and the young lady potentially sharing a room that night. His heart shattered. Lin Che escorted Lu Yishuang to her apartment entrance, contemplating his exit. Relieved to see her seemingly restored and unscathed, he regretted bringing her here. Shouldn't a prominent figure like him have a driver? Here's your food. You can go up on your own, he said. Lu Yishuang, living alone and having no intentions of settling in the area, had rented an apartment rather than purchasing a house. She had hastily relocated her company upon hearing of Lin Che's impending divorce. With a hint of reluctance, Lu Yishuang implored, "You brought me this far. Please just take me up. I feel utterly drained." She feigned the delicate demeanor of a fragile flower. Lin Che mused that she could easily take down 10 of such delicate beings. Back in university, she had no qualms about confronting other boys. She had been quite the tomboy. Now, her portrayal of a frail woman was impressively convincing. Yet, given her earlier near collapse, Lin Che decided to accompany her upstairs. "I'll just park for a moment." Lu Yishuang immediately erupted in joy. "Yay?" Lin Che shot her a glance. Lu Yishuang quickly resumed her act of fatigue, sighing, "Life is tough." Lin Che inwardly chastised her. "What hardship? You're a billionaire venture capitalist, and your father is swimming in wealth. Jiang Liu at least had a relatively impoverished upbringing. You've lived in luxury since childhood. You can hardly claim to know struggle." Upon arriving at her residence, he was struck by its opulence, though much of the decor was new and unused. Lu Yishuang had entrusted her assistant with the task of furnishing her new home, providing a budget of 1 million for household items. She lay dramatically on a luxurious leather sofa, positioning herself slightly towards Lin Che, one leg bent, her long, straight leg in black trousers accentuating the seductive curves of her thighs and hips. She removed the hairpin from her head, allowing her raven locks to cascade down to the floor. Lin Che observed her hapless demeanor and remarked from his seat beside her, "Tie your hair up. Open your mouth and eat." Chapter 59. All the blame lies with me. Lin Che scooped a wonton with a disposable spoon and brought it close to Lu Yishuang's enticing lips. The fragrant aroma of the wonton wafted through the air, its temperature just right. It is worth noting that Lu Yishuang had never deigned to consume such humble fare before. However, today's wontons were procured by Lin Che himself, and the act of him feeding her rendered it more delectable than anything else in the world. Lu Yishuang's eyes glistened with affection. Her luscious, crimson lips resembled those of a seductress, and her long, feathery lashes fluttered gently. Slowly, she parted her lips and took the wonton from Lin Che's hand with an audible "ah." She chewed thoughtfully, swallowing with a pronounced rise and fall of her chest, revealing her elegantly elongated neck. The warm atmosphere of the room prompted her to lower her neckline, exposing her exquisite alabaster collarbone. Lin Che turned his head away, diverting his gaze. "You eat it yourself. I must return home." He positioned a small stool nearby, placing the wontons upon it. Lu Yishuang quickly grasped Lin Che's arm, her voice sweetly pleading, "Will you feed me until I finish? I have a small appetite, just a few." The billionaire venture capitalist, typically commanding respect, found herself in a position of vulnerability. Even in such humility, Lin Che was unwilling to indulge her further. He replied coolly, "Feed yourself," and attempted to rise from his seat. Yet Lu Yishuang clung tightly to his thigh. "Just 10? 5 will suffice." Lin Che shifted his legs slightly, feeling her grip tighten. With a low, somewhat resigned voice, he conceded 3. Lu Yishuang pressed further. 5, please. 2. Lin Che responded, his tone growing colder. Realizing her tactics were futile, Lu Yishuang relented. "All right, just 3. Despite her compliance, she felt a surge of joy, for their playful banter had managed to keep him by her side for a few precious moments longer. Lin Che crouched down, reproaching her. "I told you to tie your hair up, but you didn't listen. Look, it's all on your way now. How can you eat?" "Oh," Lu Yishuang replied, resembling a pitiful puppy begging for its master's food. She hurriedly complied, gathering her hair into a bun. Lin Che placed the wonton in her mouth, and as she chewed, her cheeks puffed adorably. Then, she implored, "Master, can I have a sip of soup?" Lin Che replied sternly, "Are you out of your mind? Just eat. There is no time for such nonsense." He forcefully pushed a second wonton into her mouth. The flirtatious way Lu Yishuang had called him earlier made Lin Che feel a twinge of embarrassment. Even the tips of his ears tinged red. Such playful exchanges had only ever occurred during the early years of his marriage to Jiang Liu, a game that had long since faded. After 7 years of matrimony, they had grown into a weary pair. Jiang Liu's visits had dwindled, and her indifference towards him had only deepened, even if he wished to rekindle such playfulness. He found it difficult to lower himself to initiate. Lu Yishuang continued to chew, savoring the wonton without swallowing, relishing the moment to prolong his presence. Though slightly distasteful, it was a means to keep Lin Che close. Their current scene was one of warmth and harmony, with Lu Yishuang resembling a sickly wife and Lin Che embodying the dutiful husband, feeding her bite by bite. How he wished to freeze time in that moment. Lin Che, growing impatient, urged, "Swallow it quickly." Lu Yishuang finally gulped it down, then opened her mouth for the third wonton Lin Che offered. Afterward, he quickly placed the wonton container on the small stool, standing up to leave. As he reached the door, he reminded her, "Don't take a bath today. You might faint in the bathroom and drown. Or send me a message when you go to bed, just to let me know you're safe." His concern stemmed purely from friendship. He feared Lu Yishuang could meet an untimely end alone in that vast space, with him becoming the prime suspect. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yishuang felt a wave of warmth envelop her, as if a current coursed through her body, leaving her feeling utterly at ease. With a decisive slam, Lin Che closed the door behind him. Lu Yishuang gazed in the direction he had departed for a long while, only coming to her senses when his scent dissipated from the air. Feeling a profound sense of loneliness, she rose, her disheveled hair clinging to her lips, cascading over her shoulders. After consuming another wonton and sipping some soup, she felt her stomach swell, rendering her unable to eat further. Just moments ago, she had been famished, but now loneliness filled her emptiness. Ah, how she truly loved him. "Oh, matchmaker, when will you sever the red thread between him and Jiang Liu and bring him to me? I beg you, I implore you." Returning to his car, Lin Che extracted the SIM card from his broken phone and inserted it into his new device. He logged into WeChat, finding no previous messages nor any outrageous photos from Jiang Liu. His concern lay not with the photos, but with the status of his de facto wife. As he continued to uphold his responsibilities as a husband, he felt constrained from acting recklessly. Just as he was about to send a message, a call from Jiang Liu came through. Lin Che answered, and her anxious, fearful voice reached him. "Honey, you scare me to death. I thought something had happened to you. You didn't respond to my messages, and I called several times without an answer." Jiang Liu feared that Lin Che had been in an accident while driving home. She had already dressed and gathered her bodyguards and assistants, preparing to scour the route from their home to his office if he failed to answer again. Lin Che recognized this was his fault, yet given Jiang Liu's repeated negligence in the past, he didn't wish to admit wrongdoing. He recalled times when he had prepared dinner at home, only for her to call and say she would arrive shortly, only to later attend another gathering instead, leaving him in silence. Ultimately, it was evident that she did not love him enough. His place in her heart was overshadowed by her work. Lin Che had no intention of deliberately retaliating against her, since he was already late. It felt like a way to remedy past injustices and allow her to experience the agony of waiting. Thus, he spoke in a calm tone, "I'm fine. I just broke my phone while coming back from the office. I thought it best to get a new one since I had important matters to attend to." Hearing Lin Che's patient explanation eased Jiang Liu's anxiety. Initially, she had worried about a potential car accident, but her concern also extended to Lu Yishuang. Had she not personally visited Lin Che's office, she would never have known Lu Yishuang worked directly above him. She chastised herself for her previous lack of attention towards her husband. She learned that Lu Yishuang had been in the office above Lin Che for half a year, a fact that only now dawned on her. It was all her fault for not placing enough importance on her husband. Jiang Liu contemplated the idea of providing her husband with a larger office, preferably one situated far from that woman. As she awaited his return that evening, she planned to give him a soothing massage to alleviate his work-related fatigue before broaching the subject of the office relocation. "Dear husband, please hurry back. I'm just warming up the food," she thought, having refrained from eating herself. In her hunger, she had merely nibbled on a small piece of multi-grain bread to appease her stomach. At that moment, Jiang Liu truly understood the torment of waiting for someone. Her husband had always been exceedingly indulgent towards her. Every fault, every error, she felt, was her own doing. Chapter 60. Should a man be granted a reprieve during a Cold War? As Lin Che opened the door, his gentle wife enveloped him in a warm embrace. Attempting to assist him in removing his shoes, Lin Che gently pushed her away, acutely aware of his own odorous feet. He could hardly bear the smell himself, let alone impose it upon another. Moreover, Jiang Liu's peculiar demeanor only heightened his reluctance to feel indebted to her. He feared that during a potential divorce, she might lament, "How could I not love you when I took off your shoes every day? My dear, work was truly exhausting today. Please come and eat," Jiang Liu urged. "After dinner, you should take a nice shower, and I will massage your shoulders." She refrained from probing Lin Che for further details. It was already past 9, and over 3 hours had elapsed since her initial message. Even if his phone had broken, it should not have taken him this long to replace it. Yet, Jiang Liu placed her trust in her husband. They had been married for 7 years, and even when she was absent, Lin Che had consistently chosen to stay at home alone, without venturing out or inviting anyone in. As a billionaire CEO, Jiang Liu was not one to lack vigilance. Her success in the external world was largely due to the stability of her domestic life. Jiang Liu was inherently domineering, monopolizing Lin Che's affections, a trait deeply rooted in her character. From a young age, she had strived for excellence, always aiming for first place in academics and various evaluations. Even in her choice of a husband, he had to be the best. Lin Che, equally outstanding in his studies and undeniably handsome, possibly even more so than Tony Leung, had met her high standards. What set Lin Che apart was his unwavering self-discipline, strict morals, and refusal to engage in any indiscretions. During university, their relationship had been an open secret, and Lin Che had never flirted with other girls, except for the persistent Louis Xuan. After graduation, Lin Che had devoted himself to entrepreneurship, leaving no room for thoughts of other women. He was indeed the most perfect man, a treasure for Jiang Liu, the domineering CEO, to possess. Yet, she failed to cherish him, leading to their current impasse. Lin Che felt fatigued and desired a massage, but he hesitated, fearing the debt it might incur. Human hearts are inscrutable, and a woman as overbearing and astute as Jiang Liu was particularly difficult to decipher. Her recent erratic behavior led Lin Che to wonder if she might be unfaithful, instilling guilt within him, prompting a desire for atonement. Or perhaps she was merely devising a means to harm him, leaving him with nothing. He recalled scenes from suspenseful Korean and Japanese films where heroines conspired with lovers against their husbands. Despite his confusion, he could not comprehend why she refused to sign the divorce papers, insisting on possessing his very life. His life was non-negotiable, for he had a mother to support. "No. After dinner, I will go straight to rest," Lin Che declared as he removed his tie and shirt. Jiang Liu, embodying the role of a devoted wife, instinctively took his clothes and hung them on a rack. "All right, dear husband, as long as you are happy, anything goes. Let us hurry to the dining table. I just reheated the food, and it will soon grow cold." Lin Che nodded, and Jiang Liu nestled close, wrapping her arms around his as they sweetly made their way to the dining room. Upon seeing the delightful spread before them, Lin Che frowned and inquired, "Did you prepare all this?" The effort required for such a feast must have consumed an entire afternoon. Had she relinquished her position as a billionaire CEO? Or had she sold her company? Jiang Liu, not wishing to conceal the truth, playfully confessed, "I had help from a housekeeper. However, I contributed to every dish, each infused with my boundless affection. You mustn't find it lacking." Lin Che smirked, thinking that merely serving a dish hardly constituted significant effort. Yet, he ultimately chose not to dampen her spirits and sat down to enjoy the meal, which, to his genuine delight, was quite delectable. He offered her sincere praise, causing the billionaire CEO to beam with joy. After dinner, Lin Che took the initiative to wash the dishes. Given how late it was, it would be inconvenient for the housekeeper to come in and tidy up. If they waited until the next day, the house would surely be permeated with a lingering aroma of food. "Dear husband, please rest. I will handle the washing," Jiang Liu insisted. Having only washed dishes in her childhood, she had since become accustomed to a life of luxury and had developed an instinctive aversion to such chores. However, her love for her husband outweighed this aversion. Lin Che was well aware of her sentiments and understood that her delicate hands were accustomed to pampering that cost millions annually. The insurance on her every body part was astronomical. He could hardly expect her to wash dishes. Selling himself would hardly equate to the worth of her 5 fingers. Thus, he positioned himself in front of the sink. "You've worked hard preparing the meal. Go and rest." Feeling warmth spread through her heart at his words, Jiang Liu wrapped her arms around Lin Che's waist, pressing her stunning face against his back. "Darling, I love you so much. Promise me you will never leave me." I could give you everything and lose anything, but you are irreplaceable. Without you, I wouldn't know how to live. In her previous life, the 3 years following Lin Che's departure were a blur of despair, each day dragging on painfully. She had even surrendered her company's control, spending her days in her room, lost in thought, ultimately succumbing to severe depression. To this day, she bore the weight of profound psychological scars. Being able to hold her husband felt akin to grasping a lifeline, a semblance of stability. As long as Lin Che remained by her side, the sky would not fall. Lin Che sensed the soft peaks of her form pressing against his back. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked, "I'm washing dishes and everything is wet. Please step back. Besides, it's inconvenient with you clinging to me." Jiang Liu shook her head, playfully nibbling at the soft flesh on his back. "No. I haven't held you in nearly 24 hours. I miss you. Since I can't embrace you during the day, I must cherish this sweet moment we have at night." Lin Che found himself at a loss. She refused to let go, tightening her grip around him. Like a sloth clinging tightly, Lin Che lay on the bed draped in a towel after his shower. Jiang Liu stealthily approached him. He contemplated kicking her away, but Jiang Liu merely sat at the edge of the bed, her posture impeccably straight and dignified, with her legs neatly together and her hands resting on her thighs. Despite her composed demeanor, her attire was rather revealing, exposing large swathes of her fair back and delicate shoulder blades. The view from her slender waist down showcased her peach-like curves, captivating Lin Che's gaze. He couldn't help but wonder where she had acquired such clothing. Pondering the stark difference between wearing it and not wearing it all, the sheer suggestiveness of the outfit was tantalizing. Who could resist such temptation? Especially for a couple embroiled in a Cold War? Lin Che felt compelled to voice his grievances, even suggesting that the designer of such apparel should be executed. Chapter 61. A gambler's mother. Lin Che coldly stated, "Return to your own room. You took advantage of me yesterday. I will not allow it to happen again." Recalling the heavy breathing from last night, when Jiang Liu leaned in close, her warm breath tickling his ear, he was resolute that she would not succeed today. To his surprise, Jiang Liu merely intended to discuss matters. She spoke earnestly, "Darling, during my last visit to your office, it felt too cramped, and the atmosphere was stifling for your employees. I would like to finance a larger office for you." Jiang Liu wanted her husband to distance himself from that flirtatious woman. Although she trusted that he would never betray her, she feared that Lu Yishuang, with her cunning and newfound charm, might ensnare him. Lin Che frowned at her. He had been in his current studio for nearly 2 years, and she had never previously shown interest. The only time she had visited was when she brought him lunch and caught sight of Lu Yishuang, which had sparked her suspicions. 14 years of their relationship seemed to her like a trivial matter. Despite Lu Yishuang's advances, her flirtations, and subtle invitations, Lin Che remained unmoved. Now, hearing Jiang Liu's sarcastic tone about moving offices, he felt disheartened. He pulled the blanket over himself, preparing to dismiss her. "I think it's perfectly fine as it is. There's no need to relocate," he declared, turning away and requesting, "Please turn off the light. I wish to sleep." After a long and exhausting day, he had no desire to engage in further explanations with Jiang Liu. After 7 years of marriage, he had maintained his integrity, never flirting with another woman. Yet now he found himself doubting his own worth. Jiang Liu realized she had misspoken and leaned over him, her delicate hands kneading his tense shoulders. "Darling, please don't misunderstand. I do not doubt you. It's just that we are doing so well financially, and I worry about you working in such an environment." She continued, "Besides, our mother has suggested we prepare for pregnancy, so a better environment would enhance the quality of your work. Together, let us strive for a pair of healthy twins." Lin Che replied coldly, "I have grown attached to that office over the past 2 years. You have never expressed interest in it until now, and I cannot bear the thought of you wanting to change it. Moreover, that is your money, not ours." He had no intention of taking a single penny from her to avoid complicating matters in the event of a divorce. He had initially assisted her by selling his assets to rescue her from financial ruin, and over the years, he had also received several million from her for his entrepreneurial endeavors. It was not about who owed whom. They had both contributed to each other's success and thus needed nothing further from one another. Lin Che resolved never to use her money again, as he did not want to feel indebted. Jiang Liu felt a pang of sadness upon hearing this. Gently caressing her husband's back, she whispered soothingly, "Darling, I understand you are upset. I should have paid more attention to you. It was my fault. From now on, I will fulfill my duties as a loving wife." Lin Che had no desire to respond. Her words made it seem as though he needed her attention, rather than recognizing the mutual affection and understanding that should exist between partners. Suddenly, Jiang Liu remembered something and hurried to her room to retrieve a card. Holding it up before Lin Che, she proudly declared, "Darling, this is a supplementary card from my bank. There's an endless amount of money in it for you to use freely, without needing to inform me of your expenditures. Jiang Liu believed her husband would be pleased, thinking that money could win back his affection. Yet, she failed to grasp the true nature of their issues. If financial resources could resolve their problems, then their emotional discord would not exist. Wealth does not guarantee harmony in every household. What Lin Che yearned for was the wife who had once loved him, sharing precious meals and watching sunsets hand in hand, walking together through snowy nights and discovering, under the glow of a street lamp, that they had journeyed through life together. He replied softly, "There is no need. I will repay you once my project is launched and I earn the money." After all these years, he had never seen her offer her money in such a manner, as if testing his loyalty. Lin Che was not a dog, nor an experiment. He was a man of dignity, a husband who had once deeply loved his wife. Such indignity was unacceptable to him. Jiang Liu bit her lip, exhaling a sigh of defeat as she placed the supplementary card on the nearby table. "Darling, I will leave it here for you. You can take it tomorrow," she said. Lin Che remained silent. Jiang Liu felt a heavy ache in her heart, realizing that despite her efforts, she still did not know how to win back her husband's affection. She tucked the blanket around him and turned off the light as she left the room. After her shower, she received a call from her mother. "Dear, why haven't you come home these past few days?" Chao Tzuhong had toiled tirelessly to raise Jiang Liu, and now, with her daughter's success, she took pride in flaunting it. Every day, she would boast about her daughter's wealth while playing mahjong, often losing vast sums of money. Jiang Liu's father, Jiang Jingde, was more frugal, spending his days fishing by the riverside and often returning home late at night. "Mom, what is it? Are you short on money again?" Jiang Liu replied, her impatience evident. Her mother, obsessed with mahjong and often losing, had begun to show off to her old friends, gifting expensive handbags without a second thought, oblivious to the need for frugality, and spending even more extravagantly than the younger generation. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that money does not simply fall from the sky. Although the billionaire female CEO generates wealth rapidly, it is imperative not to squander it recklessly. Consequently, Jiang Liu maintains a mental ledger in her heart, ensuring that she allocates a mere 1 million yuan to her parents each month, resolutely refusing to provide any more than that. Upon detecting her daughter's irritable tone, Chao Tzuehong promptly admonished, "Daughter, what kind of tone is that? I am your closest kin. What do you mean by money? Isn't tea at all hours as a family? I merely noticed you haven't come home for dinner in almost half a month. You used to visit at least once a week. What has changed recently?" In truth, Chao Tzuehong's primary concern was financial. With her daughter absent from home, she found it challenging to request money over the phone. Jiang Liu casually replied, "Mom, Lin Che and I have our own family now. I dine with him every day." Chao Tzuehong immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, "Daughter, I noticed you seemed indifferent to him before. Why are you suddenly rekindling your feelings for that good-for-nothing?" Every time Jiang Liu heard her mother refer to Lin Che as worthless, it pierced her heart. He was the man she had loved for 14 years, the one who had rescued her from peril, sacrificing his own career to save her. In the early days of their marriage, the relationship between their families was relatively equitable. Chao Tzuehong held Lin Che in high regard, as both he and her daughter were well-educated and possessed gentle temperaments, making him an exemplary son-in-law. However, since Jiang Liu's rise to success, Lin Che had faced multiple failures, causing him to appear utterly inept in her mother's eyes, a burden dragging down her daughter. "Mom, please don't speak ill of him. Lin Che will soon achieve success in his entrepreneurial endeavors," Jiang Liu asserted. Chao Tzuehong's voice rose sharply. "He is still trying to start business? Isn't your money he is wasting? He might as well stay home as a full-time husband and take care of you. He lacks any real abilities and only uses entrepreneurship as a guise to squander your money. It would be better to discard this son-in-law altogether." Chao Tzuehong's voice was quite loud, and after Lin Che had turned off the lights, the room fell into a profound silence. He heard every word, and his heart ached with pain. Lin Che harbored no fondness for his mother-in-law, viewing her as a shallow opportunist. When Jiang Liu found herself in distress, Chao Tzuehong had humbly begged Lin Che to save her daughter. Of course, even without the mother-in-law's pleas, Lin Che would have rescued his wife. What troubled him was that ever since Jiang Liu became successful, his mother-in-law had grown increasingly arrogant, dismissing him more and more. Even if the past favors were forgotten, they were still family. Must she speak so harshly? Yet, Chao Tzuehong insisted on highlighting her daughter's accomplishments while belittling Lin Che at every turn. Consequently, Lin Che had not accompanied Jiang Liu to her maternal home in almost 2 years. Conversely, Chao Tzuehong frequently visited under the pretext of seeing her daughter. Each time Lin Che encountered her, he would hastily excuse himself due to work commitments, preferring to remain out of sight. Initially, Chao Tsue-hong would only disparage her son-in-law behind his back, but now she openly chastised him. Fearing that Lin Che would overhear, Jiang Liu hastily covered her phone and retreated to her room, closing the door behind her. Mom, what are you talking about? Lin Che and I are doing well. You mustn't speak ill of him. Jiang Liu felt helpless, for she could not silence her own mother. Chao Tsue-hong continued her tirade. Sweetheart, you are simply infatuated. Why keep a man like him around? Tell me, have you two been intimate recently? Jiang Liu feigned ignorance, asking, which that are you referring to? Chao Tsue-hong lowered her voice slightly. I mean, have you shared the same bed? During her previous visits, she had noticed that the couple had been sleeping in separate rooms. Rather than offer counsel, Chao Tsue-hong felt a surge of delight. This was a sign of impending divorce. If she could rid herself of her son-in-law and arrange a marriage with a wealthy suitor, it would be perfect. Jiang Liu found herself in a quandary. Saying they had been intimate would be inappropriate, yet denying it would also be unwise. Ultimately, she simply stated, Mom, why are you asking about that? It is a private matter. Chao Tsue-hong earnestly advised, Darling, while you are still childless and young, consider divorce and find someone wealthy who truly loves you. With your qualifications, a billionaire and a stunning figure, there are countless affluent men eager to pursue you. I have resources aplenty. Numerous prominent families have submitted proposals for you. In the capital, the elite are well aware of your husband's shortcomings, and they speculate that your marriage won't last long. Thus, they are already positioning themselves as your next suitor. Mom, please refrain from speaking recklessly outside. Lin Che and I are planning for a baby, Jiang Liu countered. Upon hearing this, Chao Tsue-hong was infuriated, throwing objects in frustration. Absolutely not. After 7 years of marriage without a child, what are you preparing for now? Is that boy pressuring you? If he is coercing you, I will ensure he disappears. Jiang Liu grew increasingly exasperated. Mom, I am tired today. If there is nothing else, I'm hanging up. Chao Tsue-hong hurriedly stopped her, shifting to a more pressing matter. Sweetheart, look at your brother. He is now starting his own venture with his friends and needs some funds. As his sister, could you support him a little? Jiang Liu found this request absurd. Mom, do you honestly believe in his entrepreneurial ambitions? He hasn't even completed his university education. What can he possibly achieve? If he gets money, it will only go to bars, chasing women, and gambling. Jiang Tian was her younger brother, 5 years her junior. Ever since he entered university, Jiang Liu's career had soared. Subsequently, Jiang Tian grew restless, repeatedly demanding money from his sister. He had read in magazines about former world billionaires who left college to start businesses, and thus he resolutely dropped out. Their parents, aware of this decision, punished him with a beating that lasted for months, preventing him from returning home. Eventually, Jiang Liu, feeling pity for her brother, gave him 5 million yuan to fulfill his entrepreneurial dreams. Naturally, this ended poorly, leaving him deeply in debt to the tune of 2 million yuan, which Jiang Liu also covered. Afterward, Jiang Liu believed he had given up, so she arranged for him to work at her company, assigning him a leisurely position with a salary of 50,000 a month, purely as pocket money. Even so, he displayed a lackadaisical attitude, often skipping work at will, and barely managed to show up for 10 days each month. Eventually, after clashing with other employees and flaunting his paycheck, he stirred discontent among the staff, prompting Jiang Liu to let him go. With such temperament and character, the idea of entrepreneurship was mere fantasy. Initially, when Chao Tsue-hong learned that her son had dropped out of college, she did not yet possess the mindset of an upstart. She reprimanded him thoroughly. However, as time passed, she realized that whether he graduated or not made little difference, as her daughter had achieved her success through her own entrepreneurial endeavors. Thus, she began to support her son's ambitions. Moreover, Chao Tsue-hong harbored a subtle preference for sons over daughters, feeling that once her daughter married, her money no longer felt like her own. In contrast, her son's money was seen as belonging to the family. Although Jiang Liu had never owed her parents anything, Jiang Tian would only whine for money from Chao Tsue-hong. However, deep within Chao Tsue-hong's heart, she harbored such thoughts, for deeply ingrained beliefs are not easily altered. Daughter, he is your own brother. Can't you wish him well? She implored. You both emerged from my womb. If you can succeed in your endeavors, why can't he? Jiang Liu remained speechless. Mother, your perspective will only lead to his downfall. You know that a person devoid of capability, when burdened with excess money, resorts to gambling or worse. Allowing him to indulge in seeking women is still the lesser evil. Chao Tsue-hong, upon hearing this, was infuriated. Jiang Liu, is this how you perceive your brother? The one you raised with your own hands? Very well, I shall come to see you tomorrow and have a serious talk. You need to recognize what is truly important. Is it your useless husband or your own brother? The following day, Lin Che arrived early once more, preparing breakfast and heading to the office with a lunchbox in hand. Jiang Liu remained oblivious to his efforts, as she was unable to shake off her habit of oversleeping, a tendency that would later sow discord in their relationship. Upon finally rising, her first instinct was to check on her husband's room. He had already departed, the bedding neatly arranged at one corner, and on the nearby table lay the supplementary bank card she had given him. Rather than stowing it away, she placed it in the drawer. Subsequently, she spread his blanket out on the balcony to air. Just like in her childhood, she buried her head in the fabric, enveloped by his scent, a comforting reminder of safety. In that moment, she felt akin to a voyeur, as though indulging in an obsession with her husband's lingering fragrance. Jiang Liu chuckled bitterly, aware of her psychological dependence born from a fear of losing him, contemplating whether a visit to a psychologist might be warranted. She turned to descend the stairs for breakfast, a nutritious meal prepared by her husband. Soy milk and sandwiches filled with her favorite tomatoes, cucumber slices, greens, and ham, both nourishing and wholesome. Lin Che embodied a simplicity and purity that was endearing. Breakfast was virtually a monotony of 2 or 3 items, yet she never grew weary of it. Were it a housekeeper preparing the meal, Jiang Liu would insist on a daily variety to satisfy her whims. However, since it was her husband's cooking, she savored every bite with contentment. At that moment, the sound of a key turning in the lock announced the arrival of her mother. Jiang Liu did not even rise from her seat. Moments later, the elegantly clad Chao Suehong entered, adorned with gold jewelry and rolling a string of Buddhist beads in her hands, flanked by her brother Jiang Tian, who sported a large gold chain and trendy attire. Compared to the two, Jiang Liu found herself more fond of her father, Jiang Zhengde, who, despite his penchant for boasting, exhibited fewer peculiar behaviors. Ever since he spent several thousand on luxurious fishing gear, he had taken to residing by the riverside, much to Chao Suehong's chagrin, who often scolded him for preferring fish over family. "Daughter, where is that Lin Che fellow?" Chao Suehong inquired, glancing upstairs, noticing the absence of any activity. She had come early, well before 8 o'clock, in hopes of catching Lin Che. Yet, he had a habit of rising early, often running to the office. Jiang Liu sipped her soy milk and asked, "Mother, what do you need him for? Is there an issue?" Chao Suehong hastily took a seat across from her daughter. "What issue? Is it not about your impending divorce? You are already 28, and yet I am left to worry. That good-for-nothing Lin Che. You should give him some to leave. I find him utterly bothersome," she added, visibly frustrated. Jiang Liu retorted impatiently, "Mother, my affairs with Lin Che do not require your meddling." Chao Suehong slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Jiang Liu, you are 28. How can I not worry? Has he been filling your head with nonsense these past few days? Have you forgotten who you are?" She recalled how her daughter had been sleeping separately from Lin Che for the past 2 years, their relationship having soured. Jiang Liu had never countered her criticisms of Lin Che. She merely expressed her impatience in agreement. Now, for the sake of that worthless son-in-law, she dared to speak back to her mother. Jiang Liu retrieved a clean cup and poured 2 servings of milk. "Mother, please calm down." Chao Suehong turned away, fuming. "I will not be at ease until you agree to divorce him." Jiang Liu felt utterly exasperated. Just then, Jiang Tian chimed in eagerly, "Sister, my project is on the verge of success. I just need 5 million. Hurry and send it my way." Chao Suehong supported him, adding, "Yes, daughter. Let us set aside that good-for-nothing for now. Just give your brother the money, so he can get busy. Money, 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 that is all they ever think about." Jiang Liu mused, realizing her current family dynamics hinged solely on finances. The harmonious family she once knew had disintegrated. Should she refuse to provide funds? She feared being labeled an ungrateful daughter. Jiang Liu was not in want of money, nor did she care for a few million. However, she could not bear to watch her brother Jiang Tian squander his potential. Once he received the money, he would inevitably indulge in gambling, drugs, and other vices. He had always struggled with self-control, sneaking off to internet cafes during high school, and if he could not resist games, how could he possibly withstand such temptations? It was only a matter of time before he found himself behind bars. Jiang Liu addressed Chao Suehong, "Mother, you ought to keep an eye on him. Are you aware of what Xiao Tian is doing outside? Is he truly dedicated to his entrepreneurial ventures? The money you give him vanishes with his dubious friends. If it were for legitimate purposes, it would be acceptable, but should he attract the wrong crowd, no one will be able to save him." Jiang Liu earnestly attempted to reason with her. If it were anyone else, she would not bother. Such interactions would only breed resentment against her. Yet, Jiang Tian was her own brother. She felt compelled to intervene. Chao Suehong hesitated, uncertain whether her son was genuinely working hard. At that moment, Jiang Tian, sensing the shift in the conversation, quickly began to lament, "Mother, what are you hesitating for? Look at how wealthy my sister is. She won't even spare a meager sum for her own brother. I assure you, every cent of what I earn goes towards my business. Not a single penny is squandered on frivolities. Sister, how can you be so heartless as to accuse me? Jiang Tian's gaze toward Jiang Liu was filled with animosity. Indeed, money possessed a remarkable power, transforming strangers into kin while turning blood relatives into adversaries. Chao Tzuehong was swayed by her son's plea. Leo, your brother speaks so sincerely. He must be working diligently. Please give him the money. He may achieve success soon. Together, you two could elevate the Jiang family to become the premier family in the capital, or perhaps even the nation. Jiang Liu found herself in an impasse. No matter how much they pleaded, they would not listen. She had already tried reasoning with them many times regarding their financial requests, yet to no avail. If she grew exasperated, Jiang Tian would cause a scene in her house. Jiang Liu would have to call security to remove him, and if neighbors witnessed it, they would begin to gossip, claiming she had forgotten her family now that she had found success. Especially in this age of social media, if a video surfaced online, Jiang Liu would face severe public scrutiny. Regardless of the monetary sum, it holds no significance for her. Why must she endure the peril of public scrutiny while facing the disdain of her family? Thus, she retrieved her phone and dialed her assistant, Zhang Qianqian. Yes, the same account as last time. Please transfer another 5 million. Upon hanging up, Jiang Tian's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. He hastily embraced his sister, yearning to plant a fervent kiss upon her cheek, yet Jiang Liu gently rebuffed him. Sister, I love you. You truly are my dear sister. Jiang Liu shot him a sidelong glance. Am I not your sister if I do not give you money? Jiang Tian, having already secured the funds, showered her with flattering words. You are still my sister, albeit not as dear as before. Jiang Liu sighed. All right, I must head to work. Mother, if you have nothing pressing, perhaps you should return home. If your husband comes back early and things escalate, it could lead to a myriad of trivial disputes. Oh, you needn't concern yourself with us. Go about your business. After Jiang Liu departed, Jiang Tian turned to Chao Tzuehong. Mother, see? Sister doesn't even want you to stay at home. I suppose it will fall upon me to keep you company. After all, my sister is married off now. Chapter 64. Building momentum for a powerful blow. Jiang Tian's words dripped with sarcasm, insinuating that since Jiang Liu had wed Lin Che, her wealth no longer belonged to the Jiang family. Yet, he conveniently overlooked the fact that the 5 million had originated from his sister. Every aspect of his comfortable life was a direct result of her generosity. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from speaking ill of her behind her back. Gao Guihong, upon hearing this, found herself pondering. You're right, son. Everything is benefiting that outsider Lin Che. We must arrange for your sister to divorce him. And based on her criteria, she should find a suitable son-in-law to join our Jiang family. Then, the money will still belong to us, and we can share it together. Upon hearing his mother fall into his cunning scheme, Jiang Tian quickly interjected, Yes, mother. Once I become prosperous, you may use my money freely. We are all family. Chao Tzuehong felt a wave of relief wash over her. She patted her son's shoulder. My dear, you truly are understanding. You've grown up. Jiang Tian pulled her into an embrace. Indeed, I will always be Mother's good son. At that moment, Chao Tzuehong suddenly recalled something. Oh, recently, someone contacted me, expressing interest in your sister, and he has learned of the discord between her and Lin Che, suggesting a potential divorce. I didn't meet this person, so I turned him down. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian's mind raced. This was an opportune moment to facilitate his sister's divorce. Once divorced, the finances would revert to the Jiang family. If Lin Che remained, their assets would be considered communal. However, if they separated, his sister would likely not remarry in the near future and would have to rely on their family. Thus, he quickly urged, Mother, look at the state of affairs. Lin Che treats my sister so poorly, you should be concerned for her. Chao Tzuehong, prompted by her son's words, quickly agreed, You're right. Let me see what that man's name is. She retrieved her phone and glanced at the business card from the contact. Gu Huai. Son, do you know him? Upon hearing that name, Jiang Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Mother, you've struck gold. Gu Huai is the scion of the Gu family. Although they do not compare to the 5 prominent families in the capital, they're certainly among the elite. Moreover, he has a formidable uncle, the president of the business association in the capital. I previously spent $1 million to cultivate a connection just to meet the president, and Gu Huai is his nephew. Chao Tzuehong felt a wave of regret wash over her. She had almost missed out on such a promising suitor. She quickly dialed the number on a business card. Today was the little new year, and Lin Che wished to return home early to prepare a meal. In light of the recent improvement in his relationship with his wife, he sought to contribute to their emotional bond. After parking his car in the garage, he took the exclusive elevator to the garden level. Suddenly, he spotted a man in a suit standing outside the gate, holding a bouquet of flowers, exuding an air of charm. The watch on his wrist was worth hundreds of thousands, and his shoes were genuine crocodile leather. Lin Che furrowed his brow. The villa Zhang Liu had purchased resembled a manor, sprawling across a vast expanse, with a small lake in front that belonged to their family. Logically, no one should be permitted in this area. The entire neighborhood was designed uniquely, with each residence occupying a large private territory and public roads encircling the outer perimeter. Furthermore, this man was holding flowers, as if he intended to declare his affections. Lin Che summoned a bodyguard at the entrance. Who was that man? The bodyguard shook his head. Mr. Lin, we are unsure. He contacted Madame Jiang's mother and simply barged in. We were unable to stop him. A flash of anger ignited in Lin Che's eyes. Chao Tsui Hong, what on earth are you up to? Who are you? What business do you have trespassing in our yard? Lin Che shouted, irritation evident in his tone. The man, still clutching the expensive flowers, approached with a confident stride. As he drew nearer, the sunlight highlighted his stylishly tousled hair. He was tall and slender, embodying the image of a rebellious young gentleman. Upon arriving in close proximity, he surveyed the surrounding bodyguards before lifting his chin and declaring, "You may leave. I need to speak with Mr. Lin." The surrounding guards exchanged uncertain glances. Mr. Lin, this. After all, you are the rightful master of this residence, and we must consult you first. Lin Che narrowed. He was intrigued to discover the intentions of this man. He nodded. Very well, you may step aside. Yes, Mr. Lin. Once the bodyguards had retreated, only the two of them remained, locked in a tense standoff. Lin Che fixed his piercing gaze upon the man before coldly inquiring, "Who are you? What brings you to my neighborhood?" The man readjusted his hold on the flowers, freeing his right hand. "Oh, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gu Huai. I am here at the behest of Aunt Chao, a suitor seeking to propose to Zhang Liu. I am aware that you are Lin Che, the husband of Zhang Liu. However, Aunt Chao has informed me that you share no feelings for one another and that Zhang Liu holds you in disdain. Thus, it would be no hindrance to my proposal." Lin Che's fury erupted within him. He was not yet divorced, and here stood a suitor seeking to propose to his nominal wife. "You are truly shameless." Lin Che retorted coldly. It had been years since he had felt such rage. The last time he lost control was in defense of Sun Yan, when he confronted someone named Shun at the Royal Hotel. That instance cast him as a hero, a valiant warrior, rescuing Sun Yan. This time, however, the man before him had provoked him to the point of trembling hands. Had he already divorced Zhang Liu yesterday, he might have remained silent, yet he had not. This was an affront that no man could tolerate. Chao Tsui Hong, his mother-in-law, had gone too far. Gu Huai feigned ignorance, furrowing his brow as he questioned, "What did you say?" Lin Che beckoned him closer, striving to maintain his composure as he stated, "Come a little closer. I have something to tell you." Gu Huai smirked with an air of defiance, nonchalantly stretching his neck forward. He could hardly believe that Lin Che would truly dare to resort to violence, for his status in the capital was well established and renowned. It was precisely individuals of such high standing who refrained from engaging in direct confrontation, lest they expose themselves to vulnerabilities. Moreover, Aunt Chao had proclaimed Lin Che to be utterly worthless, a mere parasite for 7 years, draining her daughter's finances while exhibiting a most unpleasant demeanor. Not only did he squander money, but he also bullied her daughter to the point of humiliation. Thus, there was no need to show any restraint towards Lin Che. The goal was to expel him at once, ideally asserting dominance from the outset. Consequently, Gu Huai acted upon Chao Tsui Hong's instructions, boldly presenting flowers for a proposal. Deliberately intendi no tu umiliate Lin Che. Yet, to his astonishment, he miscalculated, blinded by Chao Tsui Hong's words. Lin Che maintained a gentle demeanor towards outsiders, preferring to avoid unnecessary troubles. When subjected to insults by the Jiang family, he chose to pretend he heard nothing, focusing instead on his own affairs, ignoring those who sought to belittle him. This was merely a manifestation of his innate composure. Engaging in a quarrel with a dog would render him no different from the animal itself. However, composure should not be mistaken for cowardice. Gentleness does not equate to weakness. Lin Che possessed his own convictions. As Gu Huai leaned in, Lin Che suppressed the fury raging within his chest, growling in a low, seething tone, "I say, you are truly despicable." With that, he unleashed a powerful punch. Chapter 65, Separation. Lin Che had reached the peak of his suppressed anger. The flames of fury within him resembled a compressed gas canister, ignited by the contemptuous expression of the man before him. His fist, imbued with overwhelming wrath, struck Gu Huai's face, dislodging his jaw and causing his head to spin violently. The meticulously styled hair was thrown into disarray. By the time Gu Huai registered the pain, the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. and he suspected a tooth might have been knocked loose. This single blow nearly rendered him unconscious. How could Aunt Chow's words be so misguided? A so-called worthless individual could unleash such formidable strength, and without even inquiring about his identity, dared to strike him. This was no useless man. He was clearly a brutish warrior. Gu Huai, accustomed to a life of luxury, had only ever concerned himself with his appearance, adorning himself like a delicate maiden. His face painted and adorned with earrings. Though one could concede that he was indeed beautiful, it was a beauty that leaned towards the flamboyant rather than the robust masculinity. After being struck by Lin Che, he found himself unable to withstand it. Yet, true to his inherently arrogant nature, he refused to yield. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Gu Huai hastily exclaimed, "Lin Che, you scoundrel. You don't even ask who I am. I am from the Gu family. My uncle is a prominent figure in the business community." Before he could finish, Lin Che launched a swift kick. Having honed his physique through years of running, Lin Che's body was well-toned, his muscles proportionate. Even clad in leather shoes, he resembled a suave antagonist from Korean drama. He delivered a forceful kick to Gu Huai's abdomen, sending him sprawling 2 to 3 meters away. Gu Huai's slender legs faltered, and he stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground. At that moment, the bodyguards outside sensed the commotion and rushed over. Mr. Lin, please remain calm." Yet Lin Che was far from calm. As 2 bodyguards restrained him, he took the opportunity to deliver several more kicks to Gu Huai. He was astute enough not to target vital areas. Mindful not to escalate his culpability too severely, landing blows on his thighs and backside, merely for the sake of venting his anger. It was reminiscent of childhood brawls. This was simply an outlet for his pent-up frustration. Lin Che was aware of Gu Huai's status. Otherwise, he would not have dared to propose to Jiang Liu. However, having been cornered to this extent, if he refrained from taking action, what kind of man would he be? If asked whether he would regret his actions if apprehended later, he would undoubtedly admit to a twinge of remorse. Yet, given the chance to relive the moment, he would repeat the same explosive punch aimed at Gu Huai's contemptible face, for it had been immensely satisfying. At that moment, Jiang Liu emerged from the exclusive elevator of the parking garage. She seemed to sense something amiss, her heart racing with dread. Earlier, her mother had called to inform her that a suitor was waiting for her outside. Panic surged through her as she feared her husband might return home early, confront the suitor, and escalate the situation to divorce. Thus, she abandoned any quarrel with her mother and hurriedly instructed her assistant, Zhang Qianqian, to drive her back. She had to ensure that the suitor was gone before her husband arrived. The moment the car halted in the garage, Jiang Liu unfastened her seatbelt and dashed out, forgetting even her bag. "Boss, your bag," Zhang Qianqian called out, hastily parking the car and following after her. However, as they rushed into the courtyard, they were met with the sight of a chaotic brawl unfolding outside. The weight of despair crashed down on Jiang Liu. She had arrived too late. Her husband was already engaged in a scuffle with the so-called suitor. "Stop! Stop!" Jiang Liu cried out as she rushed forward, only to see 3 or 4 bodyguards restraining Lin Che while he delivered kicks to the man in the suit sprawled on the ground. Scattered flowers lay trampled in the courtyard, their vibrant hues bleeding into the stone pavement. Upon closer inspection, the scene was chaotic, yet a discerning eye could detect certain subtleties. 2 bodyguards feigned protection of the man on the ground, while actually pinning his shoulders to prevent him from rising. The other 2 held Lin Che's arms, not dragging him back, but instead maintaining just the right distance to allow Lin Che to kick the down man. The blows were neither too harsh nor too gentle. It was evident that all the bodyguards were aligned with Lin Che. Over the years, Lin Che had treated his staff and bodyguards with remarkable kindness. For Jiang Liu's sake, he had given up smoking. Thus, he often distributed received cigarettes or various festive gifts to them. Lin Che regarded the bodyguards as friends, which was why they were genuinely assisting him. Gu Huai, lying on the ground and having endured several kicks, sensed that something was amiss. "No, you foolish idiots, stop him," he shouted. "If you want to help me, at least don't block me. Let me get up." As he attempted to evade Lin Che's kicks, while pushing away the bodyguard pinning him down, he found himself utterly powerless. The 2 bodyguards had him firmly pinned. Gu Huai was consumed by rage. "You fools, get off me," he bellowed. The 2 bodyguards exchanged glances before pushing him further towards Lin Che. Gu Huai exclaimed, "Damn it. It seems like it's 1 against 1, but really it's 5 against 1, right? Mommy, I want to go home. I'm done playing with them." Gu Huai's frustration was palpable. Hadn't he been assured that Lin Che was merely a useless individual? Why then did he fight with such ferocity? Chao Tzuehong had explicitly guaranteed that once he proposed to Jiang Liu and successfully drove Lin Che away, she would ensure that he and Jiang Liu would be wed. As for why Chao Tzuehong refrained from making an appearance and left Gu Huai to face the situation alone, it turned out she herself was uncertain. opting instead to let him bear the brunt of the confrontation. Chao Tsui-hong was astute. How could she possibly expose herself to such indignities? She had no desire to endure direct reproach from others, preferring to orchestrate matters from the shadows. After all, she had invested financially and ultimately relied on her daughter. Thus, she sought out a hapless scapegoat enamored with her daughter, compelling him to publicly humiliate Lin Che. Ideally, the humiliation would drive Lin Che to divorce, thereby allowing her daughter's future marriage to fall under her control. Jiang Liu hurried over, witnessing the true boss's return, prompting the 4 bodyguards to finally separate Lin Che and Gu Huai. At that moment, Gu Huai appeared disheveled, having been struck in the mouth and bleeding, his once pristine trousers now marred with large footprints. Fortunately, none of the blows had landed on critical areas, so his injuries were not severe. Jiang Liu urgently inquired, "What transpired?" Lin Che twisted his neck and flexed his wrists, pushing aside the bodyguards with a mere flick. He replied coolly, "Just ask him," before striding back to the villa, devoid of any inclination to explain. His resolve hardened as he began to gather his belongings. From this day forth, he would relocate his possessions back to the house he had purchased for his mother, never to return. "Hey, husband," Jiang Liu reached out to stop him, but he callously brushed her aside. Chapter 66. A confession to Jiang Liu. Jiang Liu surveyed the chaotic scene, debris strewn about and flowers in disarray, nearly unrecognizable in their mangled state. Her gaze fell upon Gu Huai, who was in disarray, and she questioned with a furrowed brow, "What are you doing here?" She recognized Gu Huai, as his uncle was the president of the business association, with whom she had significant dealings. During a high-profile gathering, Gu Huai had brazenly interrupted an event, using his connections to gain entry, hoping to broaden his horizons and establish a network beneficial for his entrepreneurial aspirations. However, it was at this very gathering that he encountered the enchanting Jiang Liu, a paragon of beauty and intellect, a siren who ensnared his very soul. Draped in a crimson gown, her skin was as delicate as porcelain, radiating a soft luminescence under the lights. She embodied purity akin to jade, exuding an innate, gentle glow. Every gesture she made was imbued with an ethereal grace, a natural rhythm that captivated all. Amidst the clinking of glasses at the banquet, her gaze often reflected an aloofness, as if she existed beyond the mundane revelry, rendering her an object of distant admiration. This unique aura set her apart in the crowd, akin to a snow lotus blooming atop a frigid mountain, pure and noble, stunning Gu Huai profoundly throughout his 25 years of existence. She had carved an indelible sanctuary of innocence in his heart. From that moment on, Gu Huai's interest in other women waned. Even those as exquisite as she sure were celebrities with millions of fans, who seemed but mere trivialities in comparison. He found himself consumed by thoughts of Jiang Liu, relentlessly seeking information about her, only to discover she was married. Yet, this revelation only intensified his desires, igniting a restless yearning within him. Recalling her every movement and expression from that night left him longing for more. Gu Huai harbored a somewhat obsessive fascination, drawn to the allure of Jiang Liu as a married woman. Finally, an opportunity presented itself. Rumors surfaced that the 28-year-old top female tycoon was on the verge of divorce. Thus, Gu Huai boldly approached her, unwittingly playing into the hands of Chao Tsui-hong, who had orchestrated the dissemination of such news. Gu Huai felt compelled to win Jiang Liu's heart. Otherwise, he feared a lifetime of regret. He could not bear the thought of departing this world without having made her his own, envisioning his descendants placing her photograph on his gravestone. To avoid such a fate, he would endure any humiliation, even if it meant suffering a beating. Resolutely, he knelt on one knee. "Liu, I love you. I have come to propose to you today." Slap. Jiang Liu's hand connected sharply with his face. Gu Huai was taken aback. What was happening with this couple? Each seemed more ferocious than the last. Had he simply fallen into a streak of misfortune? Previously, his research indicated that both Jiang Liu and Lin Che possessed cool, elegant temperaments, unlikely to resort to violence. Yet today, they showed no mercy toward him. With a frosty glare, Jiang Liu threatened, "Gu Huai, first and foremost, we are not acquainted. Secondly, this slap is a response to your sexual harassment. I have a husband, a beloved partner. Your public advances towards me are not only a disrespect to me, but an affront to my husband. You deserve this. Go ahead and file your complaints." Fuming, Jiang Liu stormed away, leaving behind a bewildered crowd. Gu Huai stood there, dazed. He had never experienced such indignity. While he felt rage toward Lin Che for striking him, his fury was eclipsed by the humiliation of Jiang Liu's slap. The sting on his face was compounded by a sense of shame, yet simultaneously, he felt a peculiar thrill. It was akin to the exhilaration many men experience when submitting to a commanding queen. Gu Huai now found himself ensnared in such a perverse mindset. The sting of Jiang Liu's delicate hand on his cheek ignited a fire within him. A sensation of both dishonor and intense excitement, more electrifying than any night out at a club. Most striking was Jiang Liu's perfect figure and celestial beauty, juxtaposed with her frosty demeanor that exuded an aura of purity and grace. This enchanting quality rendered her utterly captivating. Were it a 200-pound woman striking him, he would have immediately called the authorities. Yet, faced with Jiang Liu, he would willingly submit, awaiting her further humiliation. He touched his face, caught between reminiscence and enjoyment. However, the pain he felt was inflicted by Lin Che, that so-called Phoenix man. He resolved that Lin Che must pay for what he had done. Dusting himself off, he set out to seek retribution through his uncle. Gu Huai was aware of his misstep in proposing to a married Jiang Liu. Neither the law nor societal ethics favored him. In such a predicament, he must rely on his powerful connections. His first stop was the hospital for an injury assessment. Once Gu Huai departed, Zhang Qianqian stood frozen in place, slightly dazed. It was her first time witnessing the boss resorting to violence. However, upon recalling her boss's handsome visage, she understood why he was so desperately eager to win back his husband. Jiang Liu rushed back to the villa, hearing the sound of luggage being dragged upstairs. Lin Che was busy packing his belongings. He possessed few belongings, having previously contemplated moving. Thus he had organized everything into one place. Now, it merely needed to be packed into boxes. As Jiang Liu hurried upstairs, Lin Che had already dragged the boxes down the stairs. She disregarded everything else and dashed towards him, crashing into her husband's embrace, her arms tightly wrapped around his solid waist. In the past, she had lost count of the times she had languished in pleasure beneath such a robust figure. Lin Che was her only lover, and thus she found herself questioning whether such vigor was typical. Each encounter lasted over an hour. Yet when she scrolled through her phone or heard her female friends mention their husbands' brief encounters lasting only 3 to 5 minutes, she felt utterly incredulous. Was this truly comparable? Regardless, her affection for her husband was profound, an all-encompassing love that tethered her both emotionally and physically. Jiang Liu buried her head deep in Lin Che's embrace, exclaiming, "Darling, you must listen to me. I was completely unaware of today's events. I cannot fathom why Gu Huai, that fool, suddenly proposed to me. This cannot be blamed on me. It is all my mother's fault." Jiang Liu spoke with heartfelt sincerity, expressing her innermost thoughts. If blame were to be assigned, it should rest solely upon her mother. Chao Tsui home, and that insufferable Gu Huai. She barely knew him, having forgotten at which banquet the president of the business association introduced his nephew to her. Gu Huai had persistently entangled himself with his uncle to persuade Jiang Liu to add him as a friend, claiming he sought guidance for his entrepreneurial endeavors. She had no valid reason to decline, considering he came highly recommended by the association president, who was also his uncle. Should Gu Huai genuinely wish to start business, it would be reasonable for her to invest or offer some resources, given the numerous conveniences the president had previously extended to her. They were, after all, stakeholders in a shared interest. However, Gu Huai, once added as a friend, incessantly sought opportunities to dine with her. Initially, Jiang Liu responded a few times, citing her busy schedule or business trips, suggesting he communicate via text instead. Yet, Gu Huai would invariably steer the conversation towards other topics, often sending her romantic messages that made it abundantly clear that his intentions were not entrepreneurial. Eventually, he boldly confessed his feelings for her through text. Jiang Liu assumed he was oblivious to her marital status and reiterated the fact. To her shock, Gu Huai responded, "I know, but I still like you." Consequently, Jiang Liu blocked him. As Lin Che descended the stairs with the boxes, he paid no heed to Jiang Liu's words. He was utterly exasperated. He had hoped for a peaceful existence, especially given his wife's relatively good behavior over the past few weeks. Yet, upon encountering Gu Huai today, an instantaneous fury surged within him, almost bursting from his chest. His anger was indescribable. He was still very much alive, not divorced. Yet they were introducing new suitors to his wife. Was he being made a fool of? The Jiang family was overstepping their bounds. 5 years ago, his mother-in-law had nearly groveled before him, humbly imploring him to save her daughter. The image of her subservience was vividly etched in his memory, as if it were yesterday. Merely 5 years had passed, and now an outsider was trampling on his dignity. To add insult to injury, it was a greenhorn. Even if Jiang Liu was genuinely unaware of this affair, the years of her emotional detachment, compounded by the humiliation from his mother-in-law, culminated in a moment of unbearable intensity. Jiang Liu felt a surge of fear and rushed to assist her husband with the boxes. "Darling, let me help you." She recognized that Lin Che's anger had reached its zenith, and any word she uttered would do little to alleviate his wrath. She could only hope for a temporary separation to mend their relationship, planning to apologize later. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Che's heart had grown completely desolate. He was not seeking mere separation. He desired divorce. Lin Che pushed her away, his eyes ablaze with fury, even tinged with bloodshot veins. I don't need your help. You have never shown such warmth towards me before. Why the sudden change? Why not return to the way we were 2 years ago, living our separate lives without concern for one another? That would be preferable. Now, you suddenly wish to be kind to me. Is it because you feel guilt for knowing someone is proposing to you? For years, I have endured nothing but discontent in this household. And this is not living at all. I could tolerate it before as long as my boundaries were not crossed. But now, someone is attempting to cuckold me. And it's from the very woman I once revered as my mother-in-law. No man can endure such humiliation. I have had enough. This marriage must end. Thus, Lin Che harbored no goodwill towards his wife, Jiang Liu. If she truly loved him, how could she allow such circumstances to arise? If her professed love was as unwavering as she claimed, why could she not adopt a more assertive stance regarding her mother's actions? Yet, Jiang Liu remained oblivious, believing Lin Che was merely angry over the Gu Huai incident. Thus, she clung to Lin Che's arm, attempting to explain, "Darling, please listen to me. I truly had no knowledge of Gu Huai's intentions, and my mother never informed me. This cannot be attributed to me. Can you not be a little more generous and consider my perspective?" Jiang Liu genuinely believed she bore no fault in this predicament. She was utterly unaware that it was all orchestrated by her mother. It was beyond her control. She could not be blamed. Hearing his wife's words, Lin Che's heart sank deeper into despair. Was this truly about the incident at hand? No, it was the culmination of years of his wife's emotional indifference. This matter was merely the spark that ignited the powder keg of his frustrations. Yet, Jiang Liu remained entirely unaware, fervently defending herself and attempting to absolve herself of responsibility. Refusing to shoulder any blame, Lin Che forcefully pushed her arm away, suppressing his rage as he declared, "Fine then, let us say none of this is your fault. It's all mine. It's my inadequacy that makes your family look down on me, leading them to seek a new suitor for you. Damn it, I'm still alive, and yet they're already trying to find you a replacement. Do they truly think I'm so easily trifled with? Very well. Since someone is willing to take over, I shall no longer be at your service. I will be moving to that house. I contributed a portion of the funds, and the majority came from you. Let us consider it a repayment for the money I spent to rescue you back then. Now we are square. We will file for divorce tomorrow." With that, Lin Che grabbed the boxes and pushed the door open to leave. Jiang Liu, disregarding the presence of others outside, abandoned her facade as a billion-dollar CEO and shouted after Lin Che's muscular back, "Lin Che, we have been together for so many years, and you're not a child anymore. Can you not be so immature? You have witnessed my transformation over these days. If you believe it is genuine, I will continue to embody the perfect wife in your eyes. We have been a couple for 14 years. Must we resort to such childish behavior, threatening divorce whenever we are upset?" Since her rebirth, Jiang Liu felt she had done more than enough. Reflecting on the past 20 days, she found herself cherishing Lin Che more than ever, even more so than in her youth. Although it was Lin Che who took care of her, Jiang Liu felt that she provided him with immense emotional value. From high school to university, she had always been the most beautiful flower on campus. A mere gesture from her could incite jealousy among any number of suitors. For all those years, she belonged solely to Lin Che. Her beauty and body were his alone. Despite her numerous sacrifices, all he offered in return were meals and the occasional breakfast. Yet, whenever she made even the slightest mistake, he clung to it with relentless fervor. Moreover, today's incident had nothing to do with her. It was entirely the result of her mother's and Gu Huai's reckless actions. Why should she bear the brunt of his ire? Jiang Liu felt deeply aggrieved and sorrowful. At that moment, Lin Che had stepped into the courtyard, and upon hearing Jiang Liu's words, he was suddenly struck by a mix of anger and amusement. He turned his head against the cold wind, his expression devoid of both sorrow and joy. After all this time with his wife, he realized she had never truly understood him, never genuinely cared for him. It felt as though his affections over the years had been squandered. Lin Che chose not to elaborate further. He tilted his head towards the sky, stifled a sniffle to clarify his voice, and said, "Your current status as the richest woman is rather sensitive. You've never disclosed the identity of your useless husband to the public, fearing the media's scrutiny. If a divorce were to ensue, it would be a devastating blow to both of us and to our cherished memories. Let's hope we do not reach that point. Tomorrow, at the Civil Affairs Bureau," he stated resolutely, before descending to the garage with his suitcase and driving away. Chapter 68, Birthday Arrangement. Jiang Liu gazed at the people outside the courtyard. feeling an unusual restlessness within her. The anger that had been simmering inside her had not yet subsided, and her icy demeanor, as the female CEO, flared up. "Get lost!" She shouted angrily towards the outside, not quite sure who she was addressing, but the crowd quickly dispersed, startled. She shut the door behind her, feeling utterly exhausted, and sank to the ground against it. Her long legs, perfect waist and hips, and ample bosom seemed futile in winning her husband's heart back. Zhang Liu felt a profound sense of injustice. Since her rebirth, she had made countless concessions for him, sacrificing much, yet he still failed to comprehend her true feelings. She felt on the brink of a psychological breakdown. Thus, she took out her phone to consult her dear friend. "Sister, when are you free? Let us arrange a time to meet." On the other side, when Shuyu was enjoying a moment of respite, cradling a cup of coffee, radiating warmth beneath the sun, creating a picture of harmony. Upon reading Zhang Liu's message, her brow furrowed slightly, and she quickly typed back, "What's wrong? Are you seeking therapy for your family?" Knowing Zhang Liu as a workaholic, she assumed that someone so consumed by work wouldn't have time to ponder philosophical dilemmas. Hence her instinctive inquiry about whether the appointment was for someone else. Zhang Liu replied, "It's for myself. My husband is causing a ruckus about divorce, and I feel weighed down. I'm afraid of falling into depression, so I wanted to set a time with you first." When Shuyu was momentarily at a loss for words. The last time she had offered advice on how to reconcile with her husband, had her suggestions borne no fruit? It was inappropriate for her to meddle in someone else's family matters, so she typed a comforting response. "Life has its own destiny, as does love. When it's meant to stay, it will. When it's not, it cannot be forced. If you truly wish to come, let us set a time, and I'll help guide you." Upon receiving her dear friend's message, Zhang Liu felt grateful for her understanding nature. Yet, thoughts of her husband clouded her mind. Despite her innocence regarding Gu Huai's actions, she was being unduly punished. However, she reasoned that he was merely venting his frustrations, much like when they had previously slept in separate rooms. Now, it was just a matter of added distance. She could drive over whenever she pleased, for she possessed the key to that house. A good night's sleep should help him realize her worth, and once his anger subsided, all would be well. After all, men are often concerned with their pride. Today, this incident had bruised his ego, making him feel as though she had betrayed him in front of others, thus prompting him to feign anger and pretend to leave. Therefore, she resolved to approach him as she had before, gradually winning his affection back, believing that sharing the same bed would resolve their issues. With this clarity, Zhang Liu felt her spirits lift considerably. "All right, perhaps I shall come to see you tomorrow," she decided, coinciding perfectly with her husband's threats of divorce. She knew his words were said in anger, and she refused to indulge him. If they were to part ways, it would have significant repercussions for both of them. After all, her husband was currently unable to earn an income, relying on her resources. If they were to divorce, he might struggle even to put food on the table. Hence, she thought that if she simply stated she was undergoing treatment, he would not stubbornly wait for her at the Civil Affairs Bureau. This would provide an exit for both of them. Yes, that would work. When Shuyu checked her schedule and noted that she had only one patient tomorrow morning, requiring just an hour for treatment, allowing her time to accommodate Zhang Liu, she then messaged, "All right, then come at 10 tomorrow morning, and we can have lunch afterwards." Zhang Liu quickly replied, "No, I'll be there at 9. When Shuyu was puzzled by her urgency, wondering why the CEO was in such a rush, Zhang Liu followed up with another message, requesting, "Sister, could you provide me with a medical note? Just state that I have treatment all day tomorrow. It's quite important." Though when Shuyu found it odd, she complied and wrote a note, knowing it wouldn't be official without a stamp. Once Zhang Liu received the photo of the medical note, she noted the therapy hours, from 9 in the morning to 4 in the afternoon. Perfect, it would allow her to miss the Civil Affairs Bureau's operating hours. Additionally, the following day was Saturday. With the weekend following, 3 days would be ample time to quell her husband's discontent. "Thank you, dear doctor. I'll treat you to a meal when I return." When Shuyu sent a smiling emoji in response, she then thought of Lin Che and decided to inquire if he would be available this weekend for treatment. Saturday was her birthday, and she wished for him to attend, just the two of them. She harbored a clever scheme. Whichever day Lin Che was available would become her birthday celebration. When Shuyu cherished tranquility and disliked inviting others, as long as she could be with Lin Che, any day would suffice for her birthday celebration. After all, she had been born and raised with little care. She felt indifferent to the notion of birthdays. She planned to commemorate her birthday on the day Lin Che had rescued her. August 4th, the day she found her redemption. Lin Che had settled into a new home, having made simple renovations when he initially purchased it for his mother. It was modest yet sufficient, around 100 square meters, with 2 bedrooms and a living room, ample space for one person, and he could always move his mother in later. After all, with no money at hand. Lin Che had no choice but to forego the extravagant nursing home. The mere thought of Jiang Liu ignited a surge of indignation within him. Deep down, he felt a twinge of immaturity, as if he merely yearned to placate himself as he once did. It was not genuine at all. Perhaps it was for the best. He harbored no more reservations. If she were to feign her previous enthusiasm, he would have felt a pang of guilt. Yet now, he perceived that neither party owed the other anything in their divorce, completely devoid of any psychological burden. This conviction only fortified his resolve to part ways. He swiftly tidied up his home, completed his cleaning duties, made the bed, and then placed his computer on the dining table to commence work. After a while, a notification from WeChat flashed on his screen. A glance revealed Jiang Liu's name, prompting him to dismiss it. He wondered what antics she was concocting this time. After all, it was all a facade. What need was there for him to fall into her trap? Out of sight, out of mind, he would go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to finalize the divorce. However, his phone buzzed again shortly thereafter. Old habits compelled him to take a peek. It was a message from Dr. One, which softened his demeanor somewhat, leading him to pick up his phone to read it. She inquired about his availability on Saturday or Sunday. Lin Che pondered for a moment. With the divorce looming tomorrow, he would likely feel quite distressed. He decided to take the day off work the following day. Perfect timing to seek treatment from Dr. One. Dr. One, I'm available Saturday. Can you make arrangements? He sent back promptly. How coincidental, came a response. Lin Che, it's my birthday that day. Chapter 69, A Night of Indulgence. Upon reading this message, Lin Che contemplated its implications. Did it mean she had prior birthday plans, and thus could not treat him? He shrugged it off. Dr. Wen had assisted him immensely, and he would do his utmost not to burden her. All right then, happy birthday, Dr. Wen. The treatment on that day can be waived as my birthday gift to you. Enjoy a day off. Upon receiving this message, Wen Shuyu felt a sudden chill. Yet, she politely replied, haha. Lin Che had merely been jesting. He could not possibly forego a gift. Quickly, he added, just kidding. Dr. Wen, please don't take it to heart. I would certainly bring a birthday gift. When Shuyu contemplated how to steer the conversation towards having him accompany her. Careful not to be too overt. I'm free during the day on Saturday. You should come. Treatment cannot be neglected. Lin Che was quite pleased with this arrangement and quickly replied, great, I'll take up your time the day after tomorrow. No way can I let you enjoy a full day off. Dr. Wen responded with a simple emoji of a hand covering her mouth, chuckling. Lin Che, perplexed, sent back an emoji in return. To Wen Shuyu, he truly appeared to be oblivious to matters of romance. She could scarcely fathom the nature of his previous marriage. Yet, the more naive he was, the more blissful their union would be. In the process of jointly crafting the canvas of their marriage, his ignorance would allow her to paint freely, completely directing the course toward a harmonious and fulfilling partnership. As Lin Che exited WeChat, he cast a glance at Jiang Liu's message once more. He hesitated to open it, but succumbed to curiosity and clicked in. It was a handwritten medical report, causing his heart to race. Surely it couldn't be a terminal illness. How melodramatic. If he were to abandon a wife with a terminal condition to pursue a divorce, he would likely carry that psychological burden for a lifetime. He opened it to read, Psychological Therapy, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Just as he frowned, a message from her arrived. Jiang Liu had been waiting for his reply, her phone never having exited his chat history during this time. Hubby, I feel depressed. I have to seek treatment tomorrow, so I can't go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get divorced. Upon reading this message, Lin Che felt a surge of anger rise within him. He could vividly recreate the exaggerated expression Jiang Liu must have worn while uttering those words. He refused to indulge her any longer. He replied directly, no matter what, I will wait for you tomorrow. If you don't show up, I will file for divorce. He hoped to grant a dignified conclusion to their 14-year romance. Then he switched off his phone. The evening sky was darkening, and Lin Che found himself lacking an appetite for dinner. He simply laid down on the freshly made bed, covering his head and drifting into slumber. When he awoke, disoriented and dizzy, Lin Che had no idea what time it was, only feeling an unbearable burning in his stomach. He fumbled for his phone and turned it on. A plethora of missed calls from Jiang Liu awaited him, but he couldn't muster the energy to respond. His disappointment in her had reached its zenith. He casually ordered takeout. Shortly thereafter, the phone rang again. Seeing an unknown number, he instinctively assumed it was the delivery driver and answered. Jiang Liu's urgent voice erupted from the other end. Hello, husband. You scare me to death. I thought something happened to you. Lin Che frowned, but the noise in the background indicated she was in a lively place, likely a bar. He contemplated hanging up, but decided to inquire. Where are you? Jiang Liu seemed to find a quieter spot, though the music remained loud. Husband, ever since you mentioned the divorce today, I've been feeling terrible and couldn't sleep. Just so happens, Zhai Xiang returned. He still on foreign time, and although he just got off the plane, he in great spirits and invited me out for drinks. I thought I'd decall you, hoping we could mend our relationship. Lin Che paused, momentary takenabak. Zhai Shuyong was a mutual college acquaintance. Lin Che and Jiang Liu had attended different departments, so they weren't in the same class. Zhai Shuyong was Jiang Liu's class monitor and had always looked out for her. There had even been rumors that Jiang Liu had discarded her childhood sweetheart, Lin Che, in favor of Zhai Shuyong. In those days, Lin Che had been a struggling student, possessing only academic prowess and good looks. In contrast, Zhai Shuyong had wealth on his side, making him a more appealing choice. Lin Che felt a pang of empathy as he recalled the treatment he had received back then. But Jiang Liu remained blissfully unaware, naively attempting to mend their relationship with someone who had once hurt him. Was she genuinely foolish or merely acting? Lin Che mattered. We'll meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 tomorrow. If not there, then in court. With that, he hung up the phone. Upon the mere thought of Zhai Shuyong, adorned with a pair of frameless glasses and meticulously styled slicked-back hair, presenting himself as an innocuous intellectual elite, Lin Che felt a surge of irritation. With this facade, he had audaciously masqueraded as a victim, claiming that there was nothing between him and Jiang Liu, merely caring for a fellow classmate as the class monitor, while imploring Lin Che to be magnanimous. This, paradoxically, rendered Lin Che the petty one. At that moment, Jiang Liu not only refrained from defending him, but also remarked, "There was never anything between us. Must you be so narrow-minded?" A dull ache throbbed in Lin Che's heart. He found himself questioning whether he might be afflicted by a hereditary heart condition, one that might have been triggered solely by Jiang Liu's provocations, for otherwise, he might have lived a life untroubled. Just then, the phone rang again. Due to the similarity in numbers, Lin Che mistakenly assumed that Jiang Liu was calling from Zhai Shuyong's number again, having not saved it. He snatched up the phone, exclaiming in anger, "What do you want?" "We'll meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow." The delivery man on the other end was taken aback. "Bro, your takeout." "Oh, my apologies." Jiang Liu hung up, a pang of sorrow gripping her heart. Just as she contemplated calling back, a bespectacled gentleman in a tailored suit approached, holding 2 glasses of wine. It was none other than her college classmate, Zhai Shuyong. Having graduated with a doctorate from a prestigious university abroad, he returned to China not only to engage with the family business, but also to serve as a lecturer at the renowned Haicheng University. A quintessential elite returning from overseas, he was the embodiment of a Prince Charming for many a young woman. Yet, upon his arrival, he had only summoned Jiang Liu. Chapter 70. The wife in the moments of life. Despite the late hour, Zhai Shuyong's body was still in a daytime state, having not adjusted his schedule. Initially, he intended to wait until the next day to invite Jiang Liu out for drinks, but upon receiving her affirmative response to his message, he decisively invited her to a bar. He settled beside her on the couch, presenting her with the half-finished glass of wine she had been drinking. Jiang Liu pondered over her husband as earlier words, questioning why he could be so callous when she believed she had done enough. Upon receiving the glass from Zhai Shuyong, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, monitor." Zhai Shuyong adjusted his glasses and replied with a gentle smile, "We're old classmates now. No need for formality. Just call me Shuyong. It's been years since graduation." Jiang Liu responded with a soft assent, but Zhai Shuyong noticed a trace of distress on her face. It was normal for someone to hesitate when called out at such an hour, yet she seemed to be seeking solace in drink tonight. "Liu, do you have something on your mind? Speak up, and perhaps I can assist you." Jiang Liu contemplated for a moment. After all, Zhai Shuyong was not a stranger. They were all classmates from university. Although there had been some unpleasantness in the past, one could not forge friendships without conflict, and the boys should be generous. Thus, she confided in him about her troubles with Lin Che. "Shuyong, there has been a conflict between Lin Che and me. He is insisting on a divorce and plans to collect the certificate tomorrow. I'm at a loss for what to do." Having drunk a bit, her complexion was flushed and slightly tipsy, her gaze somewhat dreamy, captivating in its allure. Zhai Shuyong smiled warmly. "How could Lin Che wish to divorce you? You are so remarkable. He must be out of his mind to think that way." Jiang Liu felt her heart open up at his words, and her grievances began to spill forth. "I admit I was a bit distant before, but I've apologized. The incident that ignited our conflict was someone proposing to me, which I had no knowledge of. It was merely a collaborative relationship, and he took it upon himself to make assumptions, leading Lin Che to demand a divorce." Zhai Shuyong's initial unfavorable impression of Lin Che was further fueled, and he began to fan the flames of discontent. "How can he, as a man, be so petty? This is entirely not your fault. A beauty like you would attract admiration from many, and it is only natural for a few to express their intentions. How can he blame you for that? Here's what I'll do. Tomorrow, I'll have a word with him for the sake of our long-standing friendship. And as a fellow man, I shall help him resolve his misunderstandings regarding you. Jiang Liu nodded, her eyes brimming with gratitude and a hint of admiration. After all, Zhai Shuyang had earned his doctorate abroad, and as someone who excelled academically, she understood the arduous journey of climbing higher. With a sigh, she remarked, "If only Lin Che could be as reasonable as you." Zhai Shuyang felt a surge of satisfaction and feigned to speak on Lin Che's behalf. "He must love you deeply, which is why he feels jealous of other men expressing their affections. However, he does seem a tad petty, just like back in college. Despite there being nothing between us, he still harbored jealousy towards me. I'll have a chat with him tomorrow." Though he appeared to advocate for Lin Che, each word was laced with sarcasm. Jiang Liu was immensely appreciative, her lips shimmering as she exclaimed, "That would be wonderful, Shuyang. I never expected to trouble you after all these years." During their university days, her husband had also misinterpreted her relationship with Zhai Shuyang, and it was only after Zhai Shuyang intervened that Lin Che set aside his doubts. In truth, Zhai Shuyang and Lin Che had never properly clarified matters, leading to a physical altercation between the two vice presidents of the student council. To prevent the situation from escalating and causing a negative impact, they had decided to let the matter rest. However, Zhai Shuyang now feared nothing. He gently patted Jiang Liu's delicate arm, reassuring her, "Everything will be fine now that I'm back." Seizing the moment while she was slightly inebriated, he took a photo of the two of them together. In the dim light, Jiang Liu appeared ethereal, exuding a hazy beauty, with her long hair cascading over her bare shoulders. Zhai Shuyang, in his tailored suit, held his wine glass with slender fingers, his refined features framed by glasses, creating a striking contrast of an intellectual in a bar, exuding the air of a domineering CEO. He then applied a blur effect to Jiang Liu's face before posting the picture on social media, captioning it, "So delightful to have your company on my first night back home." Zhai Shuyang still retained many connections from university, given that it was the eve of a small festival. Many were on holiday, lying in bed at this hour scrolling through their phones, occasionally checking social media. Thus, when Zhai Shuyang posted the picture, a flurry of comments ensued. "Wow, Brother Zhai is back. Just returned and already in the company of a beauty. This lady is indeed fortunate. Brother Zhai, the figure of the lady beside you looks quite familiar. Could she be the president from our university days? Oh, upon reflection, it does seem reminiscent. Could it be that lovers have finally come together?" Jiang Liu's impeccable figure was unparalleled among their university peers, making her the most stunning individual many had ever encountered. Even with the blur effect, her physique and certain features sparked instant recognition. This was precisely the effect Zhai Shuyang sought, yet he remained non-committal. He replied, "What do you think?" accompanied by a smiling emoji. That was a clear admission. Consequently, the comments grew even more animated. "Oh my, congratulations. It seems that true love has triumphed. 7 years of romance has culminated in a perfect conclusion. By the way, what about that other person? In the beginning, the rapport between our president and me was remarkably intimate, yet now it seems they have vanished into thin air. How should one articulate this? Brother Zhai has returned home after completing his doctorate and is set to inherit the family business, while Lin Che, in comparison, feels like an insignificant ant gazing at the vast sky. The disparity is indeed monumental. Everyone reflects on the situation, lamenting that love has ultimately succumbed to the allure of wealth. No matter how strong the bond once was, time has revealed that only gold radiates an everlasting brilliance. Even our previously pure and immaculate student council president could not escape the seduction of riches. Lin Che indulged in thankout. He absent-mindedly scrolled through his phone and stumbled upon a post by Zhai Shuyang. Instantly, an ominous premonition gripped his heart upon seeing the photo and accompanying caption. Earlier, Jiang Liu had called him, evidently at a bar, mentioning that she was with Zhai Shuyang. He hastily opened the image, magnifying it to scrutinize the woman whose face had been blurred. The individual in the picture had a fair complexion, and the blurring accentuated her elongated neck. Particularly striking were her delicate collarbones, adorned with a small black mole at the end, which not only did not detract from her allure, but added an element of sensuality. It was undoubtedly his wife. Boom! Chapter 71. Welcome home. Lin Che felt an excruciating pain and fury erupt within him. During the day, a suitor had proposed to her, which could be rationalized as her being unaware, manipulated by her mother. But how could one explain this image? After her husband had stormed out in anger, instead of making amends, she was out drinking with another man in the early hours. Who could endure such betrayal? Even someone as proud as Lin Che, let alone a mere sycophant, would find themselves shattered, especially upon reading the comments below, which felt like a ticking time bomb ready to explode within his chest. Many of Lin Che's university peers had commented, tagging him directly, making him feel as though a verdant field had sprouted atop his head. In a fit of rage, he slammed his fist on the table, shattering the glass that adorned it, blood seeping from his fingers. The indignation within him far surpassed the pain in his hand. He wanted nothing more than to confront Jiang Liu and demand a divorce immediately. Yet, it was the dead of night, and to return now would only reveal how much he cared, and he would not demean himself in such a manner. Thus, he switched off his phone and lay in bed, tossing and turning in sleepless agony. Before dawn, barely past 6, he rose with swollen eyes, brushed his teeth, and washed his face. He then began dialing Jiang Liu's number, urging her to meet him at the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize their divorce as soon as it opened. After several fruitless attempts, he decided to drive there alone, waiting in his car. By 8, he was seated on the steps in front of the bureau, attracting curious glances from passers-by. Disheveled, with vacant eyes and unshaven, he still possessed an undeniable handsomeness, albeit one marred by his untidy appearance. It wasn't until the bureau opened that a security guard inquired about his presence. Apologizing, Lin Che returned to his car and dialed Jiang Liu once more. But at 9 o'clock, she still did not answer. Frustrated, he pounded the steering wheel before turning the car around and heading toward the villa. Meanwhile, Jiang Liu awoke with a splitting headache. Overwhelmed by sorrow from her husband's departure the previous night, she had indulged in too much drink, ultimately losing consciousness and unaware of how she made it home. She first checked her body and clothing, relieved to find no signs of violation. Clad in the same outfit from the bar, she noticed that she had been tucked under a blanket. Was it Zhai Shuyong who had done this? He was quite considerate. On the table, a thermos contained warm water, still retaining some heat. Initially wishing to turn over and sleep more, the thought of her husband's declaration of divorce compelled her to rise promptly and head to the Civil Affairs Bureau to persuade him to reconsider. Their life together was harmonious, and she vowed to be a dutiful wife moving forward. The previous troubles had been instigated by her mother, not her. She could simply relocate with her husband to a different home, ensuring her mother could not find them. Resolving these matters would surely eliminate any dissatisfaction on her husband's part, negating the need for a divorce. Rubbing her tousled hair, she got out of bed. Suddenly, a melodious male voice resonated from downstairs. "Princess, breakfast is served." Startled, Jiang Liu was taken aback, as they never had outsiders in their home. Peering downstairs, she found Zhai Shuyong impeccably dressed in a suit. Trusting him, she inquired with curiosity, "What brings you here?" Adjusting his glasses, Zhai Shuyong explained with elegance, "You were quite inebriated last night, so I ensured you returned home safely. I stayed on your sofa, concerned that you might encounter trouble during the night. Rest assured, I have not touched anything else. My movements were limited to the sofa and kitchen." A warmth enveloped Jiang Liu's heart. "Shuyong, thank you so much. I truly would not have returned unscathed without you. I drank too much because I was so heartbroken, and my assistant was not present to help." She promised to refrain from such excesses in the future. Zhai Shuyong gestured toward the dining table, saying, "Leo, I prepared breakfast. Please freshen up quickly." Nodding, she completed her morning routine and descended once more. Zhai Shuyong, ever the gentleman, bowed slightly, uttering, "Princess, please dine." Jiang Liu chuckled, amused. "You know domestic humor too?" Zhai Shuyong replied with a smile, "I too am a competent netizen." However, as Jiang Liu caught a whiff of her clothing, reeking of alcohol, she decided to change into a fresh outer layer. She retrieved a light shirt from the balcony, feeling no need for modesty, as this was not a change of undergarments. Besides, having known Zhai Shuyong for many years, she trusted his character, knowing he was not a lecherous opportunist. Just as she removed her alcohol-scented outerwear, the door chimed with a welcome home notification. The villa's fingerprint lock opened at Lin Che's touch. Upon pushing the door open, he was met with the sight of his wife, Jiang Liu, removing her outer layer, revealing her form-fitting garments beneath, while a sharply dressed man stood opposite her, holding her coat, none other than the very Zhai Shuyong with whom she had been drinking the night prior. The dining table was set with breakfast already prepared. Lin Che, already simmering with anger, felt his fury erupt like a volcano. With a resounding crash, he kicked over the shoe cabinet, his eyes bloodshot as he exclaimed, "Jiang Liu, I just moved out yesterday, and today you are already living with another man. You've orchestrated this beautifully. Haven't you? Damn it. Are you that eager? You couldn't even wait until after the divorce to share a home with him? How shameless can you be? Come on, we're gonna get divorced right now." Lin Che's rage reached its zenith. He could scarcely fathom a scenario more infuriating than the one he was witnessing. Just yesterday, someone had proposed to her, which still allowed for some form of explanation, placing blame on her mother. But how could one justify the events of last night and this morning? In her moment of rebellion, she did not contemplate how to apologize to herself, nor did she wallow in sorrow at home. Instead, She chose to indulge in an evening of revelry with a man with whom she had once shared a flirtatious connection, drowning her worries in alcohol until the early hours of the morning at a bar. In her inebriated state, she found herself returning to the villa where they had once cohabited. The villa, a joint asset between Lin Che and Jiang Liu, remained a poignant reminder of their entangled lives, particularly since Lin Che had yet to finalize his divorce. The thought of her entangling herself with another man in their shared abode ignited a fierce resentment within Lin Che, who imagined tearing apart this unfaithful couple with his bare hands. Across from him, Jiang Liu appeared dazed and bewildered. The throbbing headache from her intoxication intensified, prompting her to hastily approach Lin Che and grasp his arm, her voice laced with distress as she implored, "Darling, please don't misunderstand. There is nothing between Xuyang and me. I was intoxicated yesterday, and he simply brought me home, staying on our sofa out of concern for my well-being." Noticing Lin Che's scrutinizing gaze upon her changed attire, Jiang Liu quickly added, "I had just awakened and, detecting the scent of alcohol on my clothes, I merely grabbed something from the balcony to change into. It is not as you presume."